Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 20, Honor to the Dead. A day later they were all sitting around a table at barbecue Aki, somewhat bruised still. The hostess Azumi had served them all tea on the house when she was told they had made it through the first stages of the Chunin exam. She hadn't asked why they were dressed in black. So how are we doing this? Naruto asked, wiping tea residue off his lips. Sasuke took a sip from his own cup, dark eyes thoughtful. There are some training grounds outside of Konoha that can be rented for privacy, he said. I think we should do some research in the library too, said Sakura, rubbing a thumb along the scar on her chin. Her mother had commented that it made her look like a real shinobi with a subtle inflection that Sakura couldn't quite read. She hadn't had the sort of loud reaction that some civilian parents did when their shinobi children were hurt in battle, and for that reason Sakura quietly took extra care to reassure her mother of her well-being. Low-rank techniques are available to genin in the shinobi section. Naruto and Sasuke nodded. That's the plan, then. A slow, winding path to power, for the three of them together. And it'll start with hard work. They finished their tea in silence. What had happened in the forest would be in their minds regardless, but being en route to Kaiba's funeral made the mood even more solemn. How early is too early to be alright with what happened? There were still several unanswered questions. Mizuki's connection to Orochimaru. What was going on with her unsealed curse mark, which didn't hurt at all but also didn't seem to be completely dormant? How she was going to proceed with her newly awakened magic. But first, honoring the dead. All done? Azumi asked, giving them a quick, red-painted smile. Sakura nodded and with brief goodbyes, the team trotted out of the restaurant together. The day outside was warm and cloudy, the sort of day where everyone they passed seemed to be taking casual strolls through the village and enjoying the mild weather. They walked up to the entrance of the oldest section of Konoha's cemetery, where the members of the clans tended to have their ashes buried. The Inyazuka clan wasn't one of the old ones, or noble, but they were a big and valued family all the same. Konoha took care to show her clans that they were appreciated. Though what civilian-born shinobi think about not being as overtly appreciated is another matter, of course, Sakura thought wryly. Facing the rows of sculpted, square stone where the ashes of Konoha's most important were buried was a large, red flame sculpted from a piece of the Hokage's mountain. Under the red flame, the urns containing the Hokage's ashes were kept, guarded with seals and supposedly watched by ANBUIs at all times. People dressed just as somberly as Team 7 milled about, talking lowly amongst themselves. Sakura spotted the heads of most shinobi clans in the mass of people and upon closer examination, a few heads of certain civilian clans too. Quite a few ghosts walked among the living, but Sakura didn't bother trying to identify them. They weren't the dead she'd come to honor today. We should pay our respects, Sasuke said, head tilted discreetly toward a wild-haired woman standing in a way that took Sakura's thoughts to some crumbling, ancient Roman statue. Proud, but falling to pieces all the same. Ma'am, Sasuke said, making a short but very proper bow the moment they stood before her. The stiff clan-bred politeness he'd been brought up with apparently wasn't very far from the surface even after years of the Uchiha clan's absence. Sakura and Naruto copied him, if much less gracefully. Team 7, said the Inyazuka woman, voice raspy with grief and eyes ringed in red. Kaiba's small puppy was cradled carefully in her arms, hiding its head in the crook of her elbow. I heard you fought him. That was mostly just Sakura-chan, said Naruto, throwing her a quick glance and putting a hand to her shoulder. Sakura had the sudden urge to fiddle with her hands when Kaiba's mother turned slit-pupil eyes on her. Brave of you, brat. Less bravery and more desperation, Sakura said, clearing her throat uncomfortably. I'm not, as strong as I wish I was. You broke his arm and cut off his ear, Sakura, Sasuke interrupted to say, looking at her with narrowed, dark eyes. You broke his arm. The Inyazuka said, thick eyebrows rising on her forehead. Despite her obvious surprise, her grief made the question come out slow and dull. You broke Orochimaru no Sunin's arm? Cut off his ear. Sakura flushed. She makes it sound like I did something incredible. But anyone powered by that amount of dark power could have. Sakura swallowed, pushing the thought away with an angry flicker in the back of her mind. No, they couldn't have. I am, weaker than I be, but not ordinary. Not average. Though not incredible either. She looked up at the Inyazuka, straightened her back and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't fast enough. I'm sorry that I focused less on saving lives than on fleeing Orochimaru. Those animalistic eyes narrowed and she cocked her head. Hey. Brat, nobody's put a scratch on that bastard for a very long time. And he made himself scarce after the forest. Who knows if the ANBU on his trail will be able to catch him. It's not the first time he's escaped them. She made a huffing sound, shaking her head like she was trying to get water out of her hair. Narashikaku ambled up to them, black-clad like everybody else, and clasped the woman's hand in a warrior's handshake. Tsum. I'm sorry about Kaiba. Despite his body language, Shikaku's voice was firm and direct. He looked like he meant it. Inuyasukitsum nodded, hand closing around his wrist the same as his hand was closed around hers. They let go after a moment and Tsum nodded again, slower this time. The ANBU are still in pursuit. Don't give up hope yet. Hope is more painful and addictive than any other drug, said Tsum, lips turning down and deepening the wrinkles around her mouth. It's only a drug when it's unwarranted, Shikaku said calmly, long-fingered hands loose at his sides. Tsum shook her head, the slant of her shoulders tired. Shikaku looked at her for a moment longer, but then turned slightly towards Team 7 instead of attempting to reassure her further. Tsum took a few steps aside, accepting greetings and condolences from another shinobi. Not many people survive Orochimaru. Even fewer try to fight him. Sakura raised her chin, acutely uncomfortable. Sasuke stabbed him and Naruto and Shino killed his gigantic snake. Shikaku tilted his head, blinking slowly in apparent thought. So I heard. What an interesting team you're becoming. Sakura wasn't sure what to say to that. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto smiled at the faint praise, instead drawing so close to her that she could feel their every movement. This isn't the time or place to feel pride. Come over to the Nara compound for a game of Go sometime. Shikaku smiled faintly as Sakura's forehead creased. Talk about a non sequitur. She nodded hesitantly and he ambled away without another word. Maybe he's heard about you from Shikamaru. Naruto asked, looking as confused as Sakura felt. He seemed about to say something else, but then stopped to stare open-mouthed across the cemetery at a figure slowly making its way toward them. Hinata, Sakura thought, eyes wide on the bandaged stump where her left arm had been only a few days before. The girl was pale, lips thin, as she laboriously approached the crowd of people gathered for the funeral. Dressed in a thin hospital gown and with a jacket hanging loosely over her shoulders, she immediately stood out among the other attendants. We should. Naruto began. Sakura and Sasuke started moving before he completed the sentence and Hinata looked up at them, her face stiff with pain. People stared at her as she passed, but she took little notice of the gazes and whispered words. That's unusual for her, isn't it? Sakura thought. She hadn't known the Hyuga heiress very well, but the memories she did have were all of Hinata blushing and stuttering and backing out of difficult conversations. Inuyasukitsum-sama, the Hyuga said, quite loudly. Kaiba's mother turned her head, then opened her mouth in surprise. She broke off the conversation she'd been in the middle of, striding forwards to Hinata and putting an arm around the girl's shoulders. Hinata's throat bobbed, and when she spoke, her voice was tight and uneven. I had to, see come. I wanted to honor him. Kaiba and Shino, they are the best, friends I've ever had. Child, you should be in the hospital, said Tsum, but her eyes were wet and grateful. There was a minute of silence in the cemetery before the low hum of conversation restarted, very deliberately. Giving them privacy. All except for one man. Hyuga Hayashi was stalking towards them, and Sakura saw Tsum's fingers squeeze Hinata's shoulder as her father came closer. Tsum-san is making a valid point. Hinata, you should have remained in the hospital. You are not well enough to gallivant around the village. Gallivant. Sakura thought, balking a little. Hinata was being brave and kind and a number of other positive adjectives. And Hayashi's white eyes were so deliberately dispassionate when they rested on her. I needed to do this, father, said Hinata, shrinking in both voice and body as she spoke. But not hunched over all the way yet, which Sakura thought might be uncommon on her part. He was my, teammate. What kind of person doesn't pay their respects to departed teammate? Her voice cracked a little on the last two words. The wind caught Hayashi's long hair, but that was the only thing about him that wasn't immobile in this moment. I see. He turned to nod to Tsum, a slightly deeper movement that Sakura suspected he didn't often do. My condolences. And my apologies for not spawning stronger offspring. Hinata drew back like she'd been slapped. Tsum looked like she wanted to bathe in the Hyuga head's blood. Sakura stared at him, open-mouthed. That was the most unfair thing I've ever heard. What the hell are you talking about? Orochimaru is a fucking S-class shinobi, you know. Naruto said, glaring at the Hyuga head. Hayashi gave him a blank look, like he couldn't understand why Naruto was butting into the conversation. She could have taken her teammate and fled. Like you did, he said, with low-burning disapproval in every syllable. Hinata seemed to shrivel at her father's tone, shoulders curling inwards and fingers widening as she curled her hand into a tight fist. But still not completely hunched over, Sakura noticed, wondering briefly what that meant. We were all trying to flee him, and she did assist Kaiba. She guarded him during his minutes of unconsciousness. Sasuke was holding Naruto back with one hand, and his voice was firm and cold when he spoke. Sakura wasn't sure how much of what he was saying was actually for Hinata's benefit. It could be that he was just trying to keep Naruto from jumping her father. Is that so? Hayashi gave Hinata a look, and she nodded hesitantly. He made a thoughtful little sound and then glided away. Everyone stared at his impeccably clothed back as he left. Hinata looked like she might faint, her face a shade of pale that made some curse under her breath and put her arm around Hinata's shoulders once more. What a dick, Naruto muttered. Everyone except for an ambivalent-looking Hinata seemed like they agreed with the comment. More than one glare lingered on Hayashi's back as he disappeared into the crowd of gathered people. The funeral, when it finally started, was a sad but beautiful affair. It took Sakura a while to realize that the reason so many people had gathered for the death of a genin was because Tsum was the daughter of the Inyazuka head. Hinata stood beside her the whole time, and when Shino joined them, she leaned against him with shaking shoulders. Kaiba's urn was lowered into the Inyazuka family grave by the family head, who bowed low over the hole before gracefully throwing a handful of dirt over the urn. Then the carver came forward, and as the Inyazuka began covering the hole with dirt, he carved Kaiba's name last in the row of names already etched into the stone. He must have had some training with chakra, though he moved like a civilian, because the stone opened to his carving blade like it was made of clay. Sakura was about to remark something to her teammates when she glanced over and saw Naruto's cheeks wet with tears. I completely forgot that Kaiba was his friend, she thought reproachfully and curled an arm around his back. Sasuke's hand was already there, resting awkwardly on his shoulder. Naruto's shoulders began to quiver and he bent his head, hair falling in front of his face and hiding it from view. Sakura remembered crying worse than this in public, Ginny red-eyed and furious at her side and Harry with eyes shining and holding her hand so tightly she thought her knuckles might crack. It wasn't right that Ron should die away from them, that she never truly got the chance to sweep him off his feet. They hadn't known he'd been injured in the Hogwarts battle. He hadn't known. And then one day, a few months later. It won't always hurt like this, Kakashi's voice spoke up behind them, slouched over them like a shadow. Sakura twitched, thrown out of her train of thought. It actually hurt her less to remember that day than she thought it would, if only because Naruto's pain was so much more tangible right now. One day it'll be a scar. And it'll still ache, but it won't feel like this acutely painful forever. Naruto's shoulders shook harder. Where was this grief during the preliminary matches? Sakura wondered, and thought about all the ways people could compartmentalize their feelings to show only a specific side to the outside world. This doesn't get to happen again, Naruto said between gasps for air that whistled out of his throat. We are not dying like this, he continued, voice cracked but growing stronger as he spoke. You are not fucking allowed to die like this. That was a promise they might not be able to keep. More likely than not, this occupation would have them greeting the other side before they hit 30. If they were to avoid that fate. We need to become pretty strong, then, she said out loud, voice emerging as a low papery rasp. Fine. Sasuke glanced at her, eyes as dark as the bottom of one of Fire Country's deep lakes. We won't die. We'll be so strong we'll live to see Konoha descend into idiocy under Naruto's reign as Hokage. Naruto sputtered a laugh and the sound made the muscles of Sakura's back unclench. Some promises can break you if they're not kept, said Kakashi, and it was a warning wrapped in mildness. But they all already knew that. All of us have experienced loss now, Sakura thought. It was a depressing milestone to reach. The funeral wrapped up with the traditional Konoha Jisei, recited in one voice by all who were gathered in the cemetery. Bitter winds of winter. But later, River Willow. Open up your buds. People began to scatter, slowly, like they thought it would be impolite to leave too quickly. Perhaps it would be, but everyone except Kaiba's family had other places to be. It was a callous thought, but Sakura remembered having that realization when Ron, and people around her moved on. His death hadn't ended their world, not for more than a moment. Team 7 Sen's Kakashi spent the rest of the day wandering aimlessly around the edges of the village, all three of them lost in their own thoughts. Sakura blinked herself awake, her legs freezing cold despite the summer air, and stared blearily at Uchiha Mikato, who was floating through her legs with an apologetic smile on her face. It's been a while since I was last woken up like this, she thought, rubbing her eyes. She got up off the enormous spare futon Sasuke had wordlessly laid out on the kitchen floor last night, removing Naruto's flung-out arm from her midsection and pulling the cover over him again. Sasuke slept like a standoffish cat, curled in a corner of the futon, and Naruto slept like an amorous octopus. All over her, really. She wordlessly followed the Uchiha matriarch. Very early morning light crept through the windows, but the rooms of the Uchiha ruling family were still dark enough to hide her shadow as she moved. Mikato invited her to sit on the porch, and Sakura stretched her legs as she did so. With the pale sunlight streaming through her, Sasuke's mother looked like some haloed Christian saint, despite the open stab wound in her chest. Good morning, Sakura-san, she said, still smiling a little. I apologize for waking you so early, but I was afraid we would never get the opportunity to speak undisturbed. It's fine, Sakura said, smothering a yawn. She hadn't slept well, none of them had. I'd first like to know if your ability to see me is a blood limit. Mikato said, repeating the question she'd asked the last time they met. Sakura looked at her carefully, unsure how much she should reveal. Sasuke had kept his promise never to speak of her blood limit, had never brought the matter up again even when she suspected he might want to. Allow me to rephrase that, Sakura-san. Is your ability to see us spirits an ability that can be taught to another? There was a hopefulness in her gaze that told Sakura exactly who she wanted to invite to see her. She shook her head, mouth in a tiny frown. Mikoto closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, the sadness there was gentle and without resentment. Sakura apologized anyway, continuing, even if I could teach it, it's not the most practical ability for someone in the business of killing. I don't suppose it is, said Mikoto. She paused for a moment. Would you tell me a little about my son, about his life outside the compound? Sakura nodded. There was no point in mentioning the funeral they'd just come from, or even Orochimaru, so she explained how she and Sasuke and Naruto had become a team. A little about missions they'd completed. And, haltingly, about how she thought Sasuke was opening up to them a bit. After all, that was the information his mother was probably most interested in. Mikoto was smiling a little wider by the end of it. Sakura leaned back, looking up at her, and then decided to ask something that had been on her mind some. Sasuke, does he have a brother? Mikoto's smile froze. Why do you ask that? We were fighting someone, and there was something about Sasuke not being like his brother and how his brother was a traitor. Or something. Sakura put her chin on an upraised knee, looking at Sasuke's mother from below her lashes. My youngest son is indeed nothing like my oldest, Mikoto said, her translucent body sagging in the air for a moment. And his brother? Itachi, he is a traitor. To his family, if not to his own ideals. She gestured towards her bloody chest wound and her smile became a twisted, bitter thing. He is our slayer. The world spun for a moment as Sakura stared at her, wide-eyed. Despite her expression, Mikoto made the words sound so trite. Like it was an oft-repeated fact she had little emotional connection to anymore. But the Uchiha massacre had only been, what, almost 5 years ago now? Does Sasuke know what happened? She'd already assumed that he'd been there to see his clan's death, but did he know who had done it? Yes. My eldest, he taunted Sasuke, after. When myself and my husband were dead at his feet and Sasuke had just come home from school. Mikoto's hands clasped around each other tightly. Sakura swallowed convulsively. Sasuke. Pity welled up in her, but it was the hard, knowing kind and not its soft cousin. Why would he, Itachi, do that? Mikoto's sadness sharpened into something sharp, something wry. His ideals and his morals required it of him. He always was a dutiful son of Konohagakure. There was something there and Sakura wanted to pursue it, but suddenly it felt like she was treading over all sorts of boundaries with Sasuke, even if he wasn't here to see it. Mikoto continued, eyes distant, Sasuke used to swear in front of the family sotoba that he would take revenge. Even if he died in the attempt. Her gaze returned to Sakura, suddenly intense in its scrutiny. Itachi is of similar skill as the Sunin. And I do not want my youngest to be burned in his fire. It was so easy to picture Sasuke swearing to himself and to his family that he'd kill his brother. It would explain, a lot. His single-minded focus in training. His cold temper. His standoffishness. But some of that must be Sasuke's personality. It can't have been that Itachi's betrayal smothered his entire self, Sakura thought, hopeful more than believing. She'd been so caught up in adjusting to this world that she hadn't paid much close attention to the children in her academy class for a long while after her arrival. But, it feels like, he used to smile more. What do you want in exchange for ensuring that my second son does not die in his attempt to kill his brother? Mikoto asked, drawing herself up in front of Sakura. She looked even more like some kind of deity, spokes of yellow and pink sunlight shooting through her translucent form. Sakura opened her mouth, pulling back and staring up at her. What? You want me to? She began, confused and more than a little unnerved by the sudden turn the conversation was taking. Make sure Sasuke doesn't die. I could not stand the thought of remaining here to watch my firstborn slay my secondborn. Mikoto's shoulders slanted, a deep weariness settling briefly in her fine features before she continued, I understand that it might be too great an undertaking for a girl barely at the start of her shinobi career. I don't want him to die either, Sakura said, a bit blankly. But I'm not sure what you want me to do, exactly. Follow him around. I want you to be his teammate. Turn him away from the destructive path he's chosen. Or give him something to come back to. I would ask you to seduce him, if I thought it would help, but I know very well my son wouldn't be able to appreciate that. Her delicate smile grew a bit wry at that and she pulled a lock of hair behind her ear. Sakura blinked and then pinched the bridge of her nose. I'll always be his teammate. And we've already decided we're not going to die until Naruto becomes Hokage. And Sasuke, his darkness isn't as deep as it used to be, she said awkwardly. But I'm not sure he isn't too far gone into his ambition already. Some things even close friendship can't unmake, Plans to die killing your absurdly powerful, lunatic brother is possibly one of those things. Mikoto breathed out like a great weight had lifted off her shoulders, interrupting what Sakura had been about to say. And what do you wish in return? I don't need payment to remain attached to my friends, Sakura said, a bit sharply, jarred by the transaction-like feel of Mikoto's words. It would be less a payment and more a proof of my appreciation, Sakura-san, said Mikoto, gaze gentle again. Sakura narrowed her eyes, feeling a headache begin to gnaw at the sides of her skull. I'm not at luxury to say I don't want or need anything from her. Even if this really is a bribe. I want techniques. I'm planning not to die for a good long while yet, and I'm planning for my friends to stick around with me. That will require my being powerful. All of us being powerful, really. Sakura looked her straight in the eye, saw thoughts rush over that finely boned face as quick as hummingbirds. Mikoto stared right back, straight-backed and fierce. Sakura twitched back at the intensity of her gaze. Fair enough. In my capacity as the Uchiha matriarch, right hand, and wife of the Uchiha clan's Lord Fugaku, and as Konohagakure's former ANBU commander known as the Spider in the Dark, I accept your terms. Does this mean I promise to keep Sasuke alive, after all? Sakura thought vaguely, behind the shock at Sasuke's mother's declaration. ANBU commander. ANBU commanders were third in command of the village after the Hokage and the Jounin commander, Sakura remembered reading. Uchiha Mikoto had once held that coveted position? Sakura? What are you doing? Sasuke asked from behind her, and when Sakura spun around to look at him, his gaze was flicking around the area. Who were you talking to? Nobody. Or to myself, I guess, Sakura lied, locking her expression into something less guilty. She tried not to see what Mikoto had told her about Itaki and the night of the massacre in Sasuke's face, but suddenly she knew why his eyes sometimes looked too old for his face. Whenever you feel like starting, I'll begin teaching you, said Mikoto quietly, bowing a little and floating out of sight. Sakura opened her mouth and then closed it again. Did she just sort of manipulate me into agreeing to her request? An ANBU commander would obviously be both intelligent and dangerous. I'll have to watch out for her shrewdness in the future. You can be quite strange, said Sasuke, sitting down next to her. Sakura laughed, none too brightly. Let's have elemental spars on a water surface today, she said, instead of letting any of the questions she really wanted to ask come pouring out of her. I think Naruto wants to be distracted. Sasuke looked at her, eyes inscrutable, before he nodded. Naruto crawled out of bed an hour later, scrubbing at his eyes and looking a little embarrassed. Sakura smiled at him, patting her other side. He came to seat himself on the sun-warmed wood and tried for one of his usual grins. It was a good attempt, Sakura conceded. Her mind was still on Sasuke's brother and the massacre, but she tried not to look too obviously like she was sneaking glances at their Uchiha teammate. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, his grin strengthening into something more believable. Ha, Sasuke, was that a stick you were pushing up the covers with this morning or what? Sasuke glared at him, a slight flush creeping over his pale features. It took Sakura a few seconds to connect the dots, lost in thought as she was, and then she rolled her eyes. Ah, puberty. We're only 12, you know. You starting early. Naruto said, and Sasuke's glare grew darker, as did his blush. I'm 13. And even 12 is not early. And it happens to everybody. He looked incredibly stiff and Sakura remembered how young he was again. Then she mentally replayed what he'd said and her eyebrows rose. You're 13? Since when? She asked, ignoring the content of their conversation. Sasuke looked even more uncomfortable. Since 2 weeks, he admitted. Naruto sat up straight, gaping at him and flailing indignantly. And you didn't tell us, bastard? We have to celebrate. Sasuke shook his head, frowning. I don't like June much. It doesn't matter. June is over and we're so going to celebrate you now. Naruto said, pointing at the other boy. Let's go out to eat or something tonight. Sakura nodded and Sasuke didn't protest as much or as sharply as he could have, and that probably meant he wasn't too opposed to the idea. Or maybe he saw how Naruto's grins and movements were exaggerated, not quite natural. Alright, so training all day and then we'll find a nice restaurant tonight. Sakura nodded decisively, feeling a bit less unsettled in general just by having a plan for the day. They ended up in the mostly unused hot springs of one of Konoha's less frequented public bathing establishments. It was right next to one of Land of Hot Water's bigger international chain baths, which judging from the sound of crowds of people that reached all the way to where they were, was very popular. I wonder if we can get Kakashi-sensei to train us more for the matches. Naruto asked as he and Sakura casually sparred on one of the hot springs. Both he and Sasuke had once been noticeably physically stronger than her, but all their sparring had done its work and that difference had faded into nothingness. She assumed she needed to use more chakra to enhance her muscles than Naruto and Sasuke did, what with them being male, but she'd learned to use and regulate that chakra cleanly and close to automatically. He could just as well say that it's up to us to become stronger on our own, Sasuke said, sitting to the side and trying to run currents of elemental chakra through drops of water. Naruto jumped a bit too high over Sakura's kick, flailing his arms as he shot up higher than the roofs around him. He came down with his eyes widened with indignation, and Sakura paused in her aggressive approach, her brows furrowing as she took in his expression. Naruto? What's the matter? She asked. The blonde was looking at the wooden fence surrounding the bathing section like he thought he could see through it if he stared with a harsh enough glare. There's some old guy there. Peeping. What? Said Sasuke, looking up with an incredulous frown on his face. On us. They really weren't much to look at right now, sweaty and all of them in the kind of worn tank tops only good for exercising. No, on the ladies in the other bath. Sakura stilled. Naruto glanced at her and at Sasuke, and then they all got up to look over the fence. There was a big man there with a pair of binoculars, looking through a hole in the wooden fence circling the other bath. Female voices and laughter could be heard coming from the other side. Is he, giggling? Lips pressed into an expression of disgust, Sakura climbed up to stand on top of the fence and crouched there. Naruto was less circumspect, jumping down to the ground and loudly calling on the man's attention. When the voyeur turned around to shush him, Sakura and Sasuke jumped down as well. Have you no respect for a man's work? The peeper asked, having the gall to sound annoyed. What work, you pervert? Hissed Naruto, pointing at him. Peeping is illegal, sir, said Sakura with stiff politeness, wondering if he was a civilian or a shinobi. His clothes were flamboyant enough for him to be either an actor or a jounin. What's the harm, little lady? The man said, still with one eye to the binoculars. Sakura's knuckles cracked when she carefully spread her fingers. Beating up a civilian would get me arrested, but... She thought about Fleur, who had been much too beautiful for her own good, and how she'd been captured once. They'd gotten to her quickly and she'd killed every Death Eater in the base she'd been kept, half transformed into her Vila shape with teeth like razors, and her clothes had been torn apart, mostly. She'd guarded her private space zealously after that, once attacking a man who'd accidentally walked into the bathroom while she'd been showering. And Sakura herself, she remembered how during the Abe mission she'd thought back to those people she and Ron and Harry had traveled with that one time, those she hadn't been able to trust even though they were on the same side. Having to make sure the bathroom door was both magically locked and shielded and occasionally have either Harry or Ron guarding it, she'd stopped enjoying long showers for a long time after that. There is harm in it, actually, she heard her own voice reply, icy and calm. Considering how many people in this village has seen war and how certain cruel sexual behaviors are not entirely uncommon during wartime, your lack of care for their privacy is frankly remarkable. She sounded like she was reading from a textbook, almost mechanical, though her teeth were gritted. You realize the numbers for sexual violence in militaristic societies are higher than in other places, because of the heightened risk of capture by the enemy? And that it is fairly common for people who have experienced that to guard their private space quite fervently. Naruto gave her an alarmed look even as the man turned around to give her a long look. They're civilians. You don't know that all of them are, and even if you did, so what? Civilians are easier to capture than shinobi. Konoha had their walls breached on numerous occasions, both in the wars and after Kyubai's rampage. Several dozen people went missing during those times. Some for a while, others forever. Not that she thought those who went missing were captured for the sake of being some foreign power's playthings, but still. What a serious little lady you have on your team, the man commented, glancing over at Sasuke and Naruto, both of whom were glaring at him. The man muttered something under his breath, stowing away his binoculars and standing up straight. He's huge, Sakura thought and recognized that the fluent way he moved probably definitely meant he was a shinobi. She is correct, said Sasuke, and his hand was hovering over his kunao pouch. The man glanced down at him and heaved a put-upon sigh. Since when were Konoha bratlings this serious? He asked, tilting his head and making his bushy white mane sway. His forehead was covered by a large, horned hitai with the kanji for oil carved into the metal. Are you going to stop peeping at the naked ladies on the other side? Naruto asked, frowning severely. You could join me instead, said the man, waggling his eyebrows at them. Sakura felt her shoulders stiffen further, and Sasuke put a hand to her elbow. For once he wasn't trying to stop Naruto from jumping someone. What you're doing is illegal, he said, dark eyes narrowed in disapproval. Brat, I'm the great Jiraiya-sama of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage of great renown. His voice was rising as he spoke and he was doing theatrical gestures with his hands. He looks like he likes kabuki. Sakura thought, lips still pursed. I am an author of limitless skill and women shiver at the sound of my name. Shiver in what? Disgust. Said Naruto, while Sasuke just looked irritated at the man's strange introduction. Sakura stared at him, replayed the whole loud declaration in her head, and then sighed. You're Jiraiya? Of the Sunin. In the academy, they'd always portrayed him as some great font of wisdom and unimaginable shinobi strength. She supposed he might still be strong, but... "You've heard of me, then?" said Jiraiya, puffing up proudly. Sakura looked him up and down. "Yes, in the academy. I thought you'd be different." Something darker and more serious moved through Jiraiya's clownish eyes. "Oi, there's no need to sound so disappointed. It's not every day the opportunity to meet an amazing living legend comes along, you know." "I read about you," said Naruto and narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you supposed to be all respectable and shit? 'Cause all I see is a peeping old guy." Jiraiya looked vaguely upset at that, though the expression was obviously exaggerated for their benefit. "My mother bathes here sometimes," Sakura began, feeling the headache from this morning make its way back to her temples. "I'm not into old ladies. I bathe here too, occasionally," Sakura said, thinking that he was probably a decade or so older than her mother. Jiraiya's mouth twisted. "I don't like little kids either." Sakura stared at him. "I think we'll just bathe at home in the future." She turned to her teammates, wondering if it'd be worth it to report one of the Sunin to the village guards. "Shall we go practice elsewhere? I doubt we could do anything to stop the Honorable Jiraiya-sama of legendary Sunin from doing what he likes. We could beat him up," Naruto suggested, like Jiraiya wasn't right there. "Or try, anyway. We could warn the women in the bath," Sasuke suggested, and Naruto nodded enthusiastically, throwing Sakura an impish, bright-eyed look before making a hand seal. "Warak no jutsu!" he shouted, and then there was suddenly a very busty, bikini-clad woman with pigtails in Naruto's place. Sakura stared blankly at the spectacle while Sasuke looked like he wanted to strangle their teammate. Jiraiya was visibly a second away from drooling. "Pervert!" the transformed Naruto shouted in the most stereotypically feminine voice Sakura had ever heard. Can't deny its effectiveness, though, she thought as the sounds of mad scrambling and angry voices immediately erupted from the other side of the fence. Perhaps this technique could be adapted into something that would be effective on missions. The blonde switched back with a poof of smoke and grinned at her. Sakura couldn't help the slight curl of her lips in return. We should probably haul ass away from here," Naruto said as the stampede behind the fence grew louder, starting to look a little nervous. Sakura agreed, and the three of them jumped back over the fence surrounding the baths they'd been training in. Jiraiya stared after them. Sakura thought he looked more contemplative than angry, even as a mob of people descended on him. Naruto plopped down on the ground in a crouch, content with ignoring the apparent mayhem Jiraiya was now in the middle of. "That was, I don't know. But I can't believe that old pervert is one of the Sunin." Then he turned to Sakura, looking a bit uncertain. "But, is it really that common? What you said about cruel sex stuff? Wars aren't nice, and for a shinobi there is little dishonor in treating enemies unkindly. Of course the academy encouraged kills without giving unnecessary pain and similarly moral ways of being murderers, but shinobi weren't exactly known for unnecessary kindness towards enemies either. Though there were unspoken but strong limits to what kinds of cruelty were acceptable, those limits were sometimes breached during war. Konoha punishes sexual assault harshly, even on enemies," Sasuke said, giving her a glance from the corner of his eye. "But certain other villages don't care as much as Konoha does. So if you're ever captured..." Naruto said, eyes wide on Sakura and hands fisted on his knees. She interrupted him before he could complete the sentence. "If any of us are ever captured," she said with a sigh. In her old world, she vaguely remembered seeing the numbers on sexual abuse while in capture, and while they were clearly worse for women and girls, they were pretty bad for men and boys too. The academy didn't teach much about the possibility of sexual assault during capture until the final year, and even then, what they did teach was wrapped in "it's unlikely it'll happen to you, but if." And it's always good to have countermeasures, even for improbable scenarios. It was fairly obvious they were trying not to frighten the students, but that didn't mean they had the right to hide these things from the kids they were turning into soldiers. Naruto stared wide-eyed at her, and Sakura felt very old, suddenly. "It depends on what hidden village a shinobi is captured by. Aim, Kyumo and Suna have reasonably untainted reputations when it comes to these things. Kiri and Iwa, a little less so." "What about us?" Naruto asked, fiddling with a thread on his pants. Sasuke looked mostly unaffected, but was clearly listening carefully. Sakura tried for a small smile. "We piss maple syrup and dole out free hugs, remember? Our reputation is as close to spotless as a hidden village's reputation can be." Which wasn't to say it was completely free of certain stories about these things. "I wonder if Konoha's good reputation is due to good behavior, or if we're just better than any other village at covering our tracks," she thought privately. The thought was born more out of cynicism than realism, though. The academy had made it clear that sexual assault by shinobi was punished especially harshly. "Villages very rarely hurt captured genin that way," said Sakura finally. "There are certain actions that can ruin a village's reputation among clients beyond fixing, and sexually assaulting children is one of them." She was being overly blunt, but Naruto looked as though he was expecting someone to jump out of a bush and capture him right then and there. She'd never meant to imply that, just make him aware of the possibility. Right. Naruto nodded, then nodded again, more firmly. And anyway, we're going to be too badass to ever get captured. Sakura smiled wearily and Sasuke's eyes were dark. Neither of them protested that assertion, because Naruto wasn't actually naive anymore and didn't need them to. Iwa is said to hate Konoha, Sakura thought as Naruto began talking about other things, letting those words hang in her mind for a moment before shaking them away. Kumo didn't like Konoha either, but they'd been hostile towards Iwa since the last war. Those two villages would never form an alliance, not even in wartime. Hopefully. Do you guys want to go get something to eat? Naruto asked after a few minutes of ruthlessly cheerful talking that managed to lighten the atmosphere quite a bit, and Sakura immediately nodded. Naruto smirked at her and threw a sly look at their dark-haired teammate. We were going to celebrate the bastard's birthday, right? Sasuke took a second longer to agree, but in the end they decided to stop by a fancy Akimika-run restaurant on their way back. They'd had enough training for now anyway. When they reached the restaurant they'd decided on, the interior turned out to be all ambient light, plush red couches and little ornamental gold details in the ceiling. Definitely meant for romantic couples. Sakura thought with amusement as Naruto bounded in and asked the host to be seated. The three of them spent way too much money on the glamorous dishes the menu had to offer, but to be fair Akimichi restaurants were known for their high-quality food. Naruto briefly snuck off to talk to one of the waitresses, apparently to ask for some fancy drinks, and came back just as their waiter placed their full plates down on the table. Sasuke turned up his nose at the way Naruto was shoveling food into his mouth, and Sakura had to duck to the side to avoid being sprayed by little pieces of meat when the blonde started shouting at their teammate. She didn't exactly egg them on, but, well. Their eyes weren't as irritated with each other as their voices suggested, and watching Sasuke poke at Naruto's berserk buttons wasn't entirely unamusing. Not that she'd ever say that out loud. A short waiter appeared at their table as they were finishing up their last bites of food, carrying an enormous cake in one hand and large spoons in the other. Sasuke stared at the man like he was considering whipping out a kunai just to make him go away. He threw Sakura a discreetly panicked glance when he had no time to protest before three of the waitstaff were suddenly standing by Team 7's table and encouraging him to blow out the candles on the cake. Like he was doing something unspeakably foul, he leaned forward and blew out all the candles with one sharp exhale. It wasn't nice of Sakura to laugh at his discomfited expression, it really wasn't, so she did her best to smother it. Sasuke cut the cake like he thought it might jump off the plate and attack him if he made any sudden movements, and when Sakura saw Naruto exchange a quick glance with the waiter, she understood what he'd really been talking to that waitress about. Naruto dug into his piece of cake with the same unconcerned lack of finesse he'd eaten his meal with, and the previous squabbling started anew as the waitstaff moved away from the table. Sakura mouthed a thank you at them as they left, and the waiter winked at her. The day ended with laughter, as Sakura let herself be drawn into the bickering and it turned into a ridiculous three-way argument about the merits of good table manners. Maybe the shadow of Kaiba's death still hovered over Naruto's blue eyes, and maybe Sakura's thoughts were leaning more towards the possibility of war and Mikato's revelation about the Uchiha massacre. Maybe Sasuke looked uncomfortable to be celebrated like this. But there was laughter, and that counted for something. I enjoyed writing this chapter quite a bit. What did you think of the funeral? Sakura's talk with Mikato? Team 7's meeting with Jiraiya? Sasuke's birthday celebration? Any other thoughts on this chapter that you'd like to share? For the record, I'm not planning on bashing Jiraiya, just so that's clear. The Jisei is by Senryo, 1790. As usual, thanks to Against the Current for her thoughts. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 21, Training. Sakura leaned back, heaving out a breath, and let her head fall back down to the bed. She was sitting on the floor and using the bedside as a back support and had been in the same position for most of the night. It was starting to make her neck hurt. Sayuri had hovered over her these past few days. Nothing too overbearing, but she'd definitely kept herself closer to Sakura than she usually did. It would fade, Sakura knew, but for now the truth was that she hadn't been able to even try reaching for her magic to experiment during daytime. And when she wasn't at home she was with Naruto and Sasuke, who'd been a little subdued as what happened in the forest truly sank in. She didn't dare try anything in their presence either, not even discreetly. And she didn't want to go off on her own right now, not when her boys weren't at their best. Sasuke didn't ask how I broke Orochimaru's arm, even though he saw me do it. He'd kept his promise never to talk about her supposed blood limit, but he must have noticed. He probably has theories of his own. Sakura had seen Hinata only once after the funeral, the Hyuga girl curled up like a bug next to a tense Shino under a tree close to the Hyuga compound. She'd also caught sight of the Hyuga boy Naruto had beat up in the exams, standing nearby and looking at the two of them with an expression Sakura couldn't read. She'd veered off course instead of passing them, which was either cowardly or kind, and taken another way home. Sasuke hadn't invited her and Naruto back to his home yet, though he hadn't seemed opposed to doing so again in the future when she'd made a careful inquiry. Knowing him, he probably needs time alone to digest everything. She'd tried walking past the Uchiha compound, but all of its ghosts were apparently trapped inside, because she hadn't seen a single one of them outside the compound walls. Being unable to reach Mikoto was, incredibly vexing, to the point where Sakura had briefly considered trying to sneak into the compound without her teammates' knowledge or permission. Questions about the Uchiha massacre had accumulated, drifting to the surface of her mind when she laid down for the night. But until Sasuke invited them back, she'd have to scour the library for mentions of the massacre and of the spider in the dark. Not sure how likely it is that any books available to a genin would hold a mention of an ANBU commander, though. Sakura fiddled with the wooden stick she'd been holding and absently ran her fingers down her arm. If she closed her eyes and concentrated on the tips of her fingers, she could feel some of the splinters under the skin. But it's not working. The seal is dead, Sakura thought with an exasperated mental grunt. She'd been at it all night now, trying to coax some sort of reaction from her magic and hoping against hope that maybe her eagerness or her frustration would trigger some accidental magic at the very least. No such luck. I guess that would be too easy. She wanted to do something dramatic in response to her failure, like throw her things around or scream, but she'd never been very good at being dramatic. Also, her mother was sleeping in the next room. I guess if this was a Muggle movie, this is the part I'd declare that I need a drink. She cleaned up what little mess her efforts had caused and crawled beneath the bed covers. It was only a few hours until the light of dawn would come knocking on her window, and she'd promised to meet up with her team an hour after that. But instead of falling asleep, her mind wandered. To Mikoto and the Uchiha massacre. To Mizuki and his connection to Orochimaru, and what Mizuki's interest in her as an academy student meant. To Shikaku and his invitation to play Go, which felt like a challenge of some sort, like something big with sharp teeth was sitting up and paying attention to her. Sakura knew that contrary to popular belief they weren't all geniuses, but the clan as a whole was known for above-average intelligence. And Shikaku has such sharp eyes. Between one apprehensive thought and the next, Sakura's eyes slipped closed. Kakashi stopped by a few days later when Team 7 was doing dodging exercises in their usual training field. "Team, gather around," he said, his tone of voice like he was calling on chickens, and smiling when they only reluctantly did as he said. "The final stage of the Chunin exams is taking place in 21 days and it's time to begin training for real. What do you think we've been doing?" Naruto asked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a half-hearted glare. Sakura nodded. They'd been training together for at least 14 hours a day, every day since the funeral. "I think my calluses have developed calluses," she thought and rolled her stiff shoulders. "Focusing on the basics is always a good idea," Kakashi said, leaning back on one of the 3 wooden posts in the field. "But you need teachers to progress further. Is he actually planning to teach us again?" Sakura thought, looking the Jounin up and down. He'd been gone for most of the days they'd been free, only checking up on the dormant seal in her arm once and then poofing away. "I need to review strategies too, if I'm to have a chance against someone as intelligent as Shikamaru. And not only that, she'd have to make sure those strategies suited the circus that public display matches always were. What was that old Latin saying? Panem et circenses, I think it was. Bread and circuses. It wasn't good enough to fight smart and well, you also had to put on a show. I taught them Kage Bunshin, you know. And they both made 3 clones. Compared to Naruto's seemingly never-ending army of clones, it wasn't all that impressive. But Sakura was fairly certain there was something strange going on with her teammate besides his healing blood limit. Would it be hypocritical to try to pry it out of him while keeping my own cards close to my chest? Sakura wondered, looking at the blonde through her eyelashes. I guess it would. Kakashi stared at him for a moment and then quietly sighed. Naruto, that's a forbidden jutsu for a reason. Naruto looked defiant and the Jounin's half-lidded eye rolled skywards as though searching for patience. Pretend I scolded you harshly for sharing it, if anyone should ask. Anyway, I have acquired teachers for Naruto and Sakura for the rest of this month. You're going to teach Sasuke yourself, aren't you? Naruto asked immediately, crossing his arms and staring at the Jounin suspiciously. That's the plan. Kakashi paused a beat, slouched deeper at Naruto's skeptical look and then continued, we both have Sharingan. It's time I begin to train him properly in its use. That makes sense, Sakura thought, and even Naruto seemed to agree. Or maybe he'd uncrossed his arms in shock when Kakashi actually bothered to explain himself instead of giving them some stupid excuse and disappearing. What teachers do you have for us? Sakura asked, looking sideways at Sasuke, who seemed a little excited at the thought of properly learning to use his Sharingan. For you, I have asked Jounin Kurane. And for Naruto, the Sunin Jiraiya-sama. He waited a beat, and Sakura thought he looked amused by their complete lack of reaction. It was hard to say for sure, though. I'm not going anywhere with that pervert. Naruto shouted, scowling. Kakashi drooped where he stood, but Sakura saw his eyes sharpen. Sometimes I wonder if his contradictory body language is actually deliberate, or if it's just another one of his personal oddities. It wasn't like he'd give her a straight answer if she asked, though. Why do you say that? What followed was a nearly incomprehensible retelling of what had happened that day at the bathhouses. Kakashi listened with his head cocked and his hands shoved into his pockets, like he couldn't care less about what Naruto was saying. But when the blonde's words trailed off, Sakura caught the Jounin's glance at her and did her best not to look uncomfortable. Those are not entirely stupid reasons for not wanting to be trained by Jiraiya-sama, I suppose, he finally said, managing to sound nonchalant and pensive at the same time. Can't Naruto come with me to meet this Kurane, then? Sakura asked carefully. Her blonde teammate mentioned what Team 7 talked about after their run-in with Jiraiya, and Sakura had a feeling that it had something to do with the short look Kakashi had just given her. But what these little looks he keeps giving me actually means, I don't really know. He suspects something, I think, but what, exactly? If she consents to train you both, Kakashi said with a loose shrug. Though being trained by a legend isn't an opportunity many get in their lifetimes. Naruto huffed. I don't want a pervert teacher, he said firmly, no matter who they are. I thought I was a pervert too. Kakashi asked mildly. Enjoying porn and peeping at unsuspecting people isn't the same thing, said Sakura bluntly, but her frankness hid a shade of unease. Jiraiya obviously wasn't just a peeping Tom, he was a great shinobi too. Maybe he and Kakashi had plans for Naruto. But then, I'm not making Naruto do anything. He already had strong opinion about perverts. Even more so than Sasuke and I. I guess not, said Kakashi. Though calling ika porn is practically blasphemy. It's art. Naruto sputtered something incredulous at him and Sasuke looked like he was trying to stave off a sudden migraine. I suppose I'll just have to tell Jiraiya-sama that Naruto was swayed by the thought of training under a beautiful female jounin. You mean you'll lie, Sasuke said flatly, rolling his eyes. Kakashi's mask creased in a grin. My cute students, Kurane will be waiting for you at noon in Training Ground 02. He grabbed onto Sasuke's shoulder, ignoring the Uchiha's glare. Sakura and Naruto barely had time to say a quick goodbye before Kakashi spirited himself and Sasuke away. He's so annoying, Naruto muttered under his breath as Sakura coughed lightly into her fist, waving away the smoke from the shunshin with her other hand. Noon is an hour away, she said, turning to look at her teammate. Do you want to get something to eat in the meantime? We don't know how hard Kurane-san is planning to work us. Naruto nodded, his hands clasped behind his head. I ate a really big breakfast, but I'm already starving. I guess it's cause we've been working so hard and all. To Sakura's complete lack of surprise, they ended up back at the village to eat at the ramen stand he liked so much. Team 7 was so tight-knit as a full team that it was sort of weird to eat together just the two of them, and she had a feeling she wasn't the only one to think so. Uehai Kurane was a tall, beautiful woman with cascading locks of dark hair and bright ruby eyes. But she had a harsh set to her mouth, and it wasn't until she said she had been relieved of her duties as a jounin sensei that Sakura realized she had probably been Team 8's leader. One of my primary specialties is genjutsu, Kurane explained flatly. Kakashi-san appears to believe you need further instruction in my art and that he can't provide it for you at this time. Naruto and Sakura nodded. We haven't had much genjutsu training since the academy. A few of the traps during Kakashi-sensei's initial training had some easier genjutsu covering them, but getting some extra training in an area neither of them planned to specialize in might not be a bad idea, if only so they'd know how to face an enemy genjutsu specialist. I have no idea if Shikamaru is at all proficient in genjutsu. Kurane reviewed their knowledge with questions that became increasingly more complicated as they answered. Naruto clearly hadn't paid much attention to this subject in the academy, but he told her quietly that he'd started reading a little about illusions more recently. Sakura smiled encouragingly at his embarrassed grin. Kurane had them do various genjutsu drills, and seeing through the low-ranked illusions the jounin weaved for them came relatively easy for Sakura. For Naruto, less so. And Sasuke would have seen through them right away with his Sharingan. It wasn't much of a surprise that genjutsu was difficult for Naruto, because while his chakra control had improved, it was still markedly worse than hers and Sasuke's. And genjutsu was all about control. Maybe it has something to do with his ridiculous amount of chakra. Or it was a part of whatever secret he was hiding. It took her a while to notice, but the whole time they were training, Kurane didn't smile once. Not once. Sakura didn't blame her, but it made the atmosphere very heavy. And sort of difficult to work in, honestly. Kurane-sensei. Naruto said when the lesson was starting to wind down. The jounin jerked like the suffix was electric. Naruto faltered briefly, looking uncomfortable but determined. I just wanted to know. About Hinata. Is she okay? Or, I mean, better. Kurane's gaze chilled and her whole body drew taut like a bowstring. I don't know. I was not permitted to see her during her stay in the hospital or after the funeral. At the funeral she seemed to be coping. She trailed off there, staring into the distance. I'm sorry you're not allowed to see her. Her dad is a massive dickhead. Naruto nodded, and for the first time during the hours they'd been together, Kurene's mouth formed something like a smile. It was a thin and hard little upturn of her lips, all edges and little else. I agree. She set them a few minor exercises to try on their own, told them to meet at the same place at the same time tomorrow, and then shined away. Naruto looked a little sad again, his blue eyes locked onto the dissipating smoke, and Sakura wondered just how much of his apparent normalcy was an act. Either he's very good at hiding or very good at coping. She elbowed him lightly, and when he looked up, she said, "Want to head to the library? I'm sure we can find some genin level wind jutsu for you to learn." And while he was doing that, Sakura could do some more seal research. Reading about elemental chakra helped a bit, I think. The number runes might correspond with the basic Fuinjutsu seals if in addition to the pure elements, some elemental combinations could represent the missing 4 seals. I would need to try and engineer some Fuihutsu from my ancient rune studies. They headed towards the library at a snail's pace, because Naruto started bouncing from stall to stall the moment they reached Aspen District's market. A lot more people than usual were moving about the town, considering it was a normal weekday. There seems to be an unusual amount of Konohanin wandering around, Sakura thought, glancing up at the Hitaites that walked past. Maybe the Chunin exams are popular shinobi entertainment or something. Without much interest, Sakura watched Naruto jabber excitedly at a cashier and then slowly narrowed her eyes when she saw exactly how that cashier was looking at her friend. He held himself like Naruto carried some contagious disease. Actually. Sakura looked around, and while a lot of the gathered people ignored Naruto's presence along with everybody else's, quite a few were giving him a wide berth. Shinobi and civilian both. Sakura thought back to the way her mother had stood back and just looked at her blonde teammate before giving him that enormous hug. What is going on here, exactly? Naruto had been a known prankster in his younger childhood and academy years, but that had stopped after the formation of Team 7. There was no reason for anyone to look at her friend like he was a leper. Does this have something to do with his parents? Or is his blood limit involved somehow? But a healing blood limit should be coveted, because those were rare. Unless healing is just a side effect of the blood limit and something else is at its core. Sakura strode forward to stand at Naruto's side, staring hard at the cashier as her teammate paid for some fertilizer and 2 small bags of seed. The cashier flinched from her a little, rushing through the transaction and dropping the change into Naruto's hand, obviously trying to make sure his own hand didn't actually touch Naruto's. The blonde dragged her away from the stall before she could turn her bubbling anger into action. You didn't have to do that. At least he didn't try to overcharge me. Naruto looked unconcerned even as Sakura stared at him. People try to overcharge you? Why? She asked, incredulous. She consciously relaxed her hands, which had tightened into fists. Some people used to, when I was younger, he said with a shrug, packing away what he'd bought. He looked less unconcerned now, like he was choosing his words with greater care. It stopped when I entered the academy, I think. It's really no big deal. But why would they do that? Naruto opened his mouth, and suddenly he looked so guilty that Sakura was sure he was about to lie to her face. But then he closed his mouth again. I have a secret, he said instead after a moment's thought, slowly, and swallowed nervously. He very deliberately worked up a smile. And I'm not sure I can tell you about it yet. Sakura felt her mouth open against her will, in surprise, or to ask him something. What came out was instead, all right. I'll wait. Those were obviously the right words, because Naruto's nervous smile turned into a genuine grin. Everyone on this team is full of secrets. Sakura thought back to the conversation she'd had with Mikoto. She hadn't yet worked out why Sasuke's brother had killed his own clan, but something about the way the ghost had phrased what little she'd revealed made Sakura think that there was something more there. Then I'll wait for you too, said Naruto, and when Sakura turned surprised eyes on him, his grin became something a little smaller and mellower. The expression aged his face, giving it a shade of who he'd be in a few years. Both me and Sasuke know there's stuff you're not telling us, Sakura. Important stuff. And I know that you've told Sasuke some things you haven't told me yet. That Sakura trailed off, her stomach twisting unpleasantly. I didn't even consider. It's okay. I told you I'd wait. Naruto clumsily squeezed her shoulder, his blue eyes clear and crinkling at the corners, and he didn't look hurt or lonely at all. Sakura felt her stomach unclench and smiled at her teammate, widely and sincerely. So let's go to the library, said Naruto, not seeming particularly eager to reach their destination, and Sakura nodded. The blonde showed her the seeds he'd bought and explained that his plant, Uki-san, needed a friend and so he'd decided to plant some lavender to keep it company because lavender was a girl flower and Uki-san was a boy plant so he'd surely like it. Sakura listened with amusement as Naruto planned out his plants' lives together as they walked, waving his arms around to emphasize how Uki-san was the nicest plant ever and never died or turned yellow, and how the lavender would live happily ever after with him. Sakura suspected that Naruto's increasingly wild tales of his plants was because he noticed her amusement and wanted to make her smile, but said nothing. They finally ended up in a corner of the shinobi part of the library, Sakura with her books on seals and Naruto with a scroll about a D-rank wind jutsu that involved tapping at the air with your fingers to create tiny bullets of wind that you could flick at an opponent. It took her a while to notice that Naruto mouthed the words under his breath as he read. She frowned lightly, thinking back to how he'd been in the academy. Learning kanji took time, and if he'd been skipping the civilian lessons as often as he'd skipped the rest of the classes, he might never have gotten very good at reading. I could point out that there are dictionaries in the civilian section of the library, but I don't want to embarrass him. A few minutes later, after glancing up and realizing how slowly he'd progressed through the scroll, she did offer to find him a dictionary. Naruto looked up at her, rubbed his nose but didn't blush, and then explained that he had bought one that he had at home but that kanji was still kicking his ass even if he understood more of them now. Sakura kept the surprise out of her expression, instead smiling brightly at that initiative. He really is serious about this. Even though he doesn't really like reading. There are some kanji dictionaries around here too, I think, said Sakura, keeping her voice neutral and trying to make sure he wouldn't feel like she was talking down to him. Maybe we could ask the librarian on the way out. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, something soft and happy in his eyes, and then nodded firmly. Without him even asking for it, Sakura carefully started to help out with the less common kanji until he did start inquiring about them on his own. Feeling very Hermione-ish, Sakura spent most of the rest of their time in the library assisting Naruto. For once, her own lack of progress on the magic front didn't bother her very much. Several days later, Sakura was able to break most C-rank genjutsu Kurane hit her with without much trouble. You have an instinctive grasp of this, Kurane had said, smiling faintly. If you wanted to, I'm certain you could become a genjutsu specialist. Sakura thanked her for the praise but declined. Sasuke would end up being Team 7's genjutsu master, regardless of what specialty he decided to pick up. Kurane had them spar with genjutsu, and while Naruto's illusions were more unstable than Sakura's, he poured so much raw chakra into them that they weren't necessarily easy to break out of despite their instability. He seemed to enjoy creating the illusions and filling them with the sort of strange, surreal stuff that wouldn't have been out of place in Alice in Wonderland. They were currently seated on a grassy training field, panting after a particularly difficult two-way spar against Kurane. That the Jounin hadn't even broken a sweat was somewhat disheartening, though at least they'd managed to dirty her dress this time. Small victories and all that, Sakura thought wryly, massaging the knotted muscles in her legs with her knuckles. Kurane-sensei, Naruto began, stretched out on the grass like a limp noodle. The Jounin no longer flinched when Naruto addressed her that way, instead looking down at him attentively. Her teaching style was a lot more hands-on than Kakashi's and she seemed more comfortable with being a teacher than Team 7's Jounin was. You said before that genjutsu was one of your specialties, Naruto continued. What's the other? Taijutsu, Sakura would bet. The woman moved like a snake, all smooth twists and turns. She wasn't nearly as fast or powerful as Kakashi, but definitely more agile. Kurane considered them for a long moment and then kneeled down in the grass with a contemplative look. My students never asked me that question. Not entirely unfortunate, that. They know less than you about how the greater shinobi world works and the various paths our profession can take us on. Naruto had told her a bit about their missions and about going undercover, briefly, and fighting missing nin. It had apparently given Kurane the impression that Team 7 was much further along in their shinobi careers than the other rookie genin teams. She could be right about that, though. Kurane hooked a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed lightly. All right. I suppose I might as well tell you that my secondary specialty is seduction. A good friend of mine was already in that particular line of work, and I joined her when I could. Naruto blinked up at her and Sakura's eyebrows rose. The blonde tilted his head and looked the Jounin up and down before saying, what does that mean? Making guys think you want to screw and then going like bam. When you're in bed. Kurane looked momentarily amused. Seduction missions are missions where the objective is to gain someone's trust. It may involve tempting them into agreeing with you or following you, into changing their minds or changing the minds of someone in their circle of friends, or into making them incautious enough, with their bodies or with information, that you or your allies can strike at them in some way. So it's like being undercover, but at the end of it, you ruin their lives. Naruto was frowning. It's not any different from fighting someone outright and cutting off a limb or even killing them, Naruto, said Sakura. Kurane nodded, her lips pressed together in apparent thought, but the blonde still looked unsatisfied. I can't imagine Naruto ever making friends with someone, knowing he'll betray them later. A common way to go about gaining someone's trust, or even just gaining access to them or to their house, is to play on sexual attraction, the Jounin said as a nod to Naruto's first comment on the subject. Sexual arousal can make people quite reckless. They'd had a few lessons in the academy about how to recognize when someone was trying to manipulate your sexuality to gain information. There had been a lot of nervous tittering in that class, and Sakura didn't know if the students had actually taken the lesson to heart. Perhaps the jounin were expected to hammer it in further down the road. Have you ever Naruto started, blushed and interrupted himself. Sakura hid a small smile and Kurane went back to looking amused. It was a far cry from the standoffishness and harsh mien she'd had when they'd first met. A few times, she answered the unasked question, looking completely unbothered by the subject. But my focus is not on sex-centered seduction missions. There is a special ANBU section for that. Sakura frowned thoughtfully. It must be a pretty common tactic if there's an entire section devoted to that type of mission. But won't shinobi know that you're trying to seduce them if you, try to seduce them? Naruto asked, blush still firmly in place. What makes you believe shinobi only ever need to seduce other shinobi? Said Kurane, and Naruto looked thoughtful, though also quite troubled. He muttered something about how he thought they weren't supposed to use shinobi skills against civilians, but then sighed. But I guess that's only against our own civilians, hey? He said. The jounin nodded and Naruto's discomfited expression gained a shade of resignation. Kurane patted him lightly on the knee and continued. There are shinobi in the ANBU section I mentioned who focus exclusively on seduction missions targeting other shinobi. Those missions need to proceed much slower and more cautiously, and thus they involve going undercover for lengthy periods of time. Most of us other seduction specialists focus on civilians or low-ranked shinobi. I heard from Kakashi that only Takubutsu jounin and above are allowed to take sex-centered missions, Sakura said, thinking back, and that you need to take some sort of test before being cleared for those kinds of missions. That is absolutely correct. These missions can twist you if you are too young or just not suited for it. Especially as it requires, well, your sexual orientation is rarely taken into consideration. An operative in this section must be able to fake attraction to any target, sometimes for a very long time. There are certain jutsu that help with that. Kurane said, trailing off when her gaze caught on Naruto's increasingly disturbed expression. It sounds like the kind of work that would require regular psych evaluations, Sakura thought, not as bothered as Naruto clearly was. They had already tricked people into thinking them friends, and at least sex-centered missions run by shinobi didn't leave you as vulnerable as civilian prostitution. That said, I think I know a section of ANBU I will never be joining. Their lesson ended soon after that, the late afternoon sunlight passing over them as they wandered back into the village. Naruto looked like he was thinking very hard, and Kurane gave him an occasional concerned glance before she left them, as though wondering if she'd said too much. Sakura had tucked the conversation away for now, her thoughts leaning more toward her upcoming match. I'm quite certain that Shikamaru's raw intelligence is higher than mine. As Hermione, she'd always been above average in the brains department, and that hadn't changed when she became Sakura. She wasn't a genius, but she was still brilliant. But Shikamaru is more than just brilliant. She said goodbye to Naruto by the market intersection, distractedly waving back at him when he bounced up to a roof, and then wove her way through the throngs of people as she turned over various ideas in her mind. Finally she ended up in for every occasion shinobi shop and left the store with most of the exploding tags of various strengths they had available, along with a handful of seal tags. She already had wire and the damn tags were too expensive for her to buy anything else, anyway. This many tags were almost months' pay out of her pockets and she wasn't exactly swimming in funds. But she had to make a show for the audience, and a flashy strategy wasn't necessarily a bad one, even if it wasn't what she'd have done in a real fight. If I start by assuming that I'm not as smart as Shikamaru is, what do I have? I know him reasonably well. I've seen him fight before and know what techniques he likes to use. I'm sure I train harder than he does. I'll need to come up with a way to either avoid or neutralize that shadow jutsu. And if I consider his personality. Arrogance was the failing most strong fighters seemed to fall to, but Sakura knew that for all that Shikamaru lacked most common vices, that laziness of his wasn't faked. And that was something she could use. The days passed quicker than Sakura really wanted them to. She and Naruto spent most of them with Kurane, and the evenings in the library. It was strange, going so long without Sasuke around. Their dynamic was noticeably different without him there. But at least it's making Naruto see me as a real opponent, rather than he and Sasuke being rivals and me being there to be the team mom. That Sakura had more skill in genjutsu was apparently almost as frustrating to Naruto as Sasuke being more skilled in taijutsu than the both of them. Though it seems to motivate rather than discourage him. The blonde was obviously one of those people who had to throw themselves at a skilled opponent to sustain the need to improve. The day before the matches saw Sakura and Naruto sitting at the Ichiraku ramen stand, deep in discussion about what tactics they were intending to employ in the exams. Kurane had provided them with the tapes of their opponents' preliminary matches and that gave further insight into what might be suitable. She was worried, though. The seal on her neck was still bruise-shaped and blue-black, and she'd taken to wearing shirts with higher necklines than she was accustomed to, just to hide it from view. I don't want to use magic, even by accident, in front of the spectators for the third exam. She knew very well it would make vultures start circling around her. It's an ugly kind of power, but it's power all the same, Sakura thought, then and wondered at how complacent she was becoming about the sort of shady magic she hadn't even been willing to touch before. Because she should have, told Kakashi about the other curse seal. She shouldn't have seen it as any sort of advantage, even if it was what allowed her to access her magic. Really? It was a curse, something Kaiba's killer had planted on her. And yet, there was the sound of a shunshin behind them. Both Sakura and Naruto immediately jumped up and turned around, half hovering over their seats and prepared to move quickly. The non-participant visitors for the Chunin exam had only been allowed in today, and the various unknowns wandering about the village put a lot of Konoha shinobi on edge. When they caught sight of the people in the midst of the pale smoke, Naruto's eyes widened. Sakura smiled, relaxing her stance. Bastard! Naruto bounced up and flung himself at Sasuke, who looked as grumpy as ever. He was a little taller and his bangs had grown, hanging down the sides of his face, but other than that he hadn't changed much. Sakura got up off her chair as well, greeting their teacher with a nod. Kakashi looked the same as ever, droopy-eyed and slumped over. He crinkled his eye at her when she came closer and ruffled her hair, probably just to see her reaction. Sakura made sure not to give him one, but he still grinned at her like he could see the annoyance through her blank expression. Sasuke, she greeted, squeezing his arm briefly when he and Naruto were done punching at each other and pretending like they hadn't missed each other at all. How have you been? HN. Kakashi has been as much of a ruthless bastard as usual. His voice was completely deadpan, and Sakura was quite sure Sasuke didn't actually mind training as hard as his words implied. The Jounin radiated satisfied amusement. You've been stuck with the idiot for almost a month now. Have you been, well? He looked to the side awkwardly and briefly crossed his arms over his chest, obviously still not used to small talk that didn't involve casual insults. Sakura nodded, her lips twitching, while Naruto cursed Sasuke under his breath. So, have you learned any awesome techniques? Naruto asked a few minutes later, when they were making their way down Konoha's main street. Cosme and Sakura have been really busy with Kurane-sensei, and she taught us all about genjutsu and we've also been to the library a lot and gotten jutsu from there. Sasuke's expression was one of disinterest, but he tilted his head in Naruto's direction as the blonde explained their month without him in a jumble of happy words. So how have things really been? Kakashi asked as Naruto and Sasuke began arguing about nothing in their usual manner, and Sakura ended up walking by their teacher instead. Don't you trust Naruto's retelling of events? Sakura asked, throwing him a sly glance. Kakashi snorted. He's better now. I think he's come to terms with Kaiba's death, mostly anyway. Sakura had been able to see, over the course of the past few weeks, when Naruto's thoughts turned to the forest and Kaiba's death. His mood plummeted so visibly. But very quickly, and determinedly, swung back to cheerfulness again. Sakura explained how she'd helped him in the library, how dedicated he'd been to his studies and how he'd gotten better at breaking out of genjutsu, even if he still wasn't the best when it came to creating and applying realistic illusions. Kakashi listened amicably, hands in his pockets and shoulders curved forward in his usual walking slouch. When she was done, he gave her a look. And now I know everything important that happened to Naruto while I was gone. But I wasn't asking only about him. Sakura blinked, taking a moment to understand what he meant. Right. Well, She explained learning jutsu from the library, researching seals with some actual success and sparring with Naruto and Kurane. Kakashi's gaze rested on her the whole time, lightly attentive. What will you do to counter the Nara kid's knack for strategy? Sakura looked up at him thoughtfully. Why does he know that Shikamaru is good at strategy? Who knew? Maybe he'd looked up Team 7's opponents. Or maybe he knew Shikaku personally, rather than just in a professional capacity. I have a few strategies lined up. And my mother lent me a secret weapon of sorts. Your civilian mother has something that could be helpful in a shinobi fight? Kakashi asked, his visible brow raised. Sakura just smiled. A week late, but as anyone who looked at my profile saw, I had sudden surgery and couldn't finish writing/editing in time. Thanks to those who wished me well. So, what did you think of this chapter? About Naruto and Sakura's time together? About their training with Kurane and my Kurane in general? Anything else you want to share? Thanks to Against the Current for her help. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 22, Before the Storm. Late that evening, Sakura heaved herself onto her bed, leaned back on the wall behind her and dove into her mindscape. She'd been actively avoiding it after receiving the seals. Because there was no way it would have had no effect on her mind, not with that gaping mental hole she hadn't known how to close still there. So now here she was again, in the library of her mind. Sakura looked around, breathed deeply and very consciously decided not to panic at what she saw. It was dark, the Hogwarts-style torches that had once lit the room up flickering weakly or snuffed out completely, and it was cold. The chill crept up from below, like there was ice underneath the stone floors. Her breath puffed out in front of her face like mist. Sakura turned around slowly, her gaze moving up and down the shelves. The books were still there, and the shelves were upright. Her pulse slowed as she examined the landscape around her, trying to figure out if anything was amiss beyond the lack of light and the below-zero temperature. The hole, still with smooth edges, glowed with magic when she looked closer. At least it doesn't seem worse than before, she thought. She'd been prepared for the hole to be bigger or jagged or damaged in some way. Her eyes narrowed when she finally laid eyes on the pink door. It's pinker than before. It was a deeper shade of pink, somehow fuller. And the darkness didn't seem pool around it the way it did around everything else. And, is that a doorknob? Sakura stepped up to it, and then immediately stumbled back when a heavy scent of flowers washed over her. If this had been the real world, she would probably have sneezed. Here she just grimaced at the richness of it, like heavy perfume in the air. As she backed away, nose crinkled, she caught sight of the wall above the door and stopped in her tracks. The wall was almost completely covered in small pink flowers rising out of cracks in the stone, like someone had decided to grow a vertical flower garden in her mind. Sakura squinted up at the wall, incredulous. What in Merlin's name? The door creaked, the sound of wood rubbing against wood, and flower petals cascaded down over her. Seemingly in response, the hole in the ground pulsed with dark strands of magic and lashed out at the flowers. They trembled where they sat before shrinking back into the wall. What's that pattern? Sakura thought uneasily, even as she took up a defensive stance she wasn't even sure would help in here. Woven into the strands of magic were small tomo-like shapes, dark in color and blinking in and out of existence as she observed them. Actually, now that I look closer, that pattern is on the door too, isn't it? The doorknob rattled like it was about to fall out of the wood. It rattled again, and with it, the entire stone floor. Like an earthquake. A few books fell to the floor. The light the torches cast over the floor dimmed further. The glow of magic from inside the hole grew stronger. And Sakura threw herself out of her mindscape with a gasp, disoriented as her darkened room came into being around her and reality reasserted itself. Her heart beat so hard that her ribs seemed to be vibrating in her chest. She let herself tip backwards into bed, and threw an arm over her eyes. Her heart rate slowed as she laid there and she breathed out between gritted teeth. I'm going to need to do something about that. Soon. Dawn was slowly creeping over the horizon, covering the sky in a mural of bright colors as Konoha woke up under its light. 2/3 of Team 7 was perched on the low fence surrounding one of Konoha's smaller clinics, waiting for Shizuke. Naruto was idly throwing pieces of orange peel through a hole in a nearby tree, and Sakura was unenthusiastically skimming through the same Yamanaka-authored text on the mind she'd spent the past few days rereading. The summer humidity was at its worst and the moisture clung to their skin like a slick sheet. I hope he doesn't keep us waiting for much longer, Sakura thought, fanning herself with an open hand. When Sasuke's mop of dark hair finally did show up on the road ahead, his gait was slow and stiff-legged, the whole of his attention focused on the middle-aged man walking beside him. Where have I seen him before? Sakura's eyes followed the line of the older man's body. He was dressed in traditional religious garb, and when she caught sight of the man's purple hakama, she realized that he was some kind of high-ranking priest. But where do I recognize him from? Hey, it's Momo-san, said Naruto, his neck stretching as he tried to get a better look at the priest. Sakura tossed him a quick glance. You know him? Yeah, he was one of the priests who ran the orphanage I was at before I got my own apartment, Naruto said absently, watching with drawn brows how Shizuke shook his head sharply at something the priest was saying. He was at Ohisa's trial, Sakura said slowly, eyes narrowing as she took a better look at the man. He seemed a bit older than she remembered from the last time she'd seen him, fine lines forming a web around the corners of his eyes. Naruto lit up, obviously remembering. Oh, yeah. And I wanted to introduce you guys to him, but the bastard said the priests think people who worship those old gods or whatever are heathens. Shizuke put up a hand and Sakura saw the priest's mouth snap shut into a tight line. He said something that made Shizuke scowl harder than he already was, dark eyes honed in on the priest's back as the older man stalked away, wide sleeves billowing in the wind as he rounded a corner and disappeared out of sight. What was that about? Naruto asked, wide-eyed, when Shizuke was close enough that he didn't have to shout. Shizuke first looked about to dismiss the blonde's question, but then exhaled sharply. They want permission to turn the Naka shrine into a temple for their gods. They need your permission to do that? Naruto asked. Shizuke scowled harder. Yes. The shrine still belongs to the Uchiha clan, even if I'm the only yes. They need my permission. I'm assuming that you didn't give it, Sakura said dryly. Shizuke gave her an unusually withering look that just made Sakura's eyebrows inch upwards. It's the only real shrine still dedicated to the elder deities left in Konoha. Of course I didn't give my permission for them to turn it into a common temple. It's bad enough they stole its name. Contempt wafted off every word he spoke, and the genuine anger in his eyes made Sakura wonder if she should research Fire Country's various religions and their respective relationships more thoroughly than she had up until now. It could just be personal, since if I remember correctly he said his family built the Naka shrine from scratch. What was the shrine's name before? Naruto asked curiously, his gaze darting down to where Sasuke's hands were fisted in his pockets. Nizruto Yubusuna, Sasuke muttered. Sakura handed him an orange that he began peeling with a look Sakura had to try very hard not to view as petulant. Oh. And Nizruto is the god of the shrine? Naruto asked, snatching a wedge from Sasuke's hand and getting smacked off the fence in retaliation. Sasuke looked down his nose at their blonde teammate, who was rubbing grass stains out of his hair with a frown. The goddess, yes. Naruto bounced back up on the fence. Hey. I never really listened during the religion classes. Naruto grumbled unhappily as Sasuke rolled his eyes, smugly passing another orange wedge past the blonde's nose and dropping it in Sakura's hand. You never listened during any of the classes, idiot. Oi. I'm making up for it now. And religion isn't exactly important in our work, you know. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and harumphed. Before the squabbling could turn into a fight, Sakura tilted her head in Sasuke's direction and said, "Shall we head to the training field?" They'd rented one of the outer fields for the day to ensure privacy and to have enough room for some teamwork training against Naruto's clones. Beyond that, they each had strategies they wanted to perfect for their Chunin exam fights. Kakashi had said something about a mission and poofed away a few days after his return with Sasuke, and apparently Kurane had something to prepare for the exams, so they were on their own for now. I bet we're the only ones whose Jounin would disappear right before the damn Chunin exams, Naruto muttered as they took off towards their rented field, as if hearing her thoughts. Jounin will sometimes have missions that we can't be privy to, said Sakura, a tad unenthusiastically. Naruto snorted. I bet Kurane had a good reason. Kakashi is probably just reading porn in bed, and Naruto curled his fingers into a circle and brought it up and down a few times. Then he promptly flushed a bright shade of red. He looked like he couldn't believe himself, especially when he accidentally caught Sakura's eye and saw her flat expression. You're letting Kakashi influence you too much, Sasuke said, deadpan and with one eyebrow quirked upwards. Naruto sputtered denials at him while Sakura smothered laughter. Ugh, you suck. I'm gonna go and start practicing by myself, Naruto declared, though as he sped off with all the discretion of a stampeding herd of buffaloes, Sakura bet he mostly just needed time to work that blush out of his cheeks. That idiot, Sasuke muttered, but it was entirely without heat. When Sakura turned to look at him, his mouth had curled into something amused. You're both growing up, said Sakura, wondering when Naruto's birthday was. Sometime in the fall, she thought he'd mentioned once. And you're not? Sasuke asked as they continued walking at a more sedate pace. He glanced at her from the corner of an eye. You might be more mature than we are, but you're not an adult yet. Sakura smiled wryly, unsure what to say to that. What kind of response would count as a lie? No, I suppose not. Not refuting that you're more mature than Naruto and I. I don't tell obvious lies, Sakura said with the tiniest of smirks. No, your lies are as smooth as polished stones. There was no particular inflection in Sasuke's voice. Sakura said nothing. The sunlight was suddenly hotter and less comfortable on her skin, and she carefully wiped beads of sweat from the back of her neck. The secrets and lies do seem to be piling up. She hadn't been back in her mindscape yet, instead scouring the library for texts on the mind and its defenses and comparing them to the notes she had in her archive of magical texts at home. But that was yet another secret, another thing she'd lie about should anyone ask. I'm not going to ask how you were able to hurt Orochimaru. Just like I didn't ask exactly how you killed Haku. Sasuke was looking blankly up at the blue sky, his voice quiet and his lips only barely moving as he spoke. And there was nobody around but the two of them. Sakura still had to resist the urge to slap her hand over his mouth to stop him from speaking. They walked in silence for a few minutes, the great tree crowns of the Minozuka casting shadows over the path ahead. You're an interesting person, Sakura. For some reason, it sounded nearly as ominous as when Narashikako had told her that Team 7 was becoming an interesting team. Like it actually meant conspicuous or noteworthy or attention-grabbing. Words like that, when applied to shinobi, are not necessarily compliments. Hurry up, slowpokes. Naruto said when they finally reached the field. Did you turn into snails on the way here or something? It gave you plenty of time to get the red out of your face, idiot, said Sasuke, rolling his eyes like he always did. No sign that anything was off. Maybe nothing is off. Sakura thought as she forced her shoulders to relax. It didn't feel like a threat, the way he phrased it, the way he reassured her that he wouldn't ask. But he'd obviously noticed that she'd used her supposed blood limit again and wanted her to know that. He mentioned that he saw a flash of energy when I killed Haku. Must have been the same thing. It was a cruel thought, but for a second Sakura was relieved that Sasuke and Kakashi were the only people left with the Sharingan. Let's begin. Naruto said impatiently, gesturing to a clone. The clone picked him up and threw him across the field. We have the whole day, Sasuke said, dodging out of the way of the blonde projectile with a light frown. He began to unpack his weapons with a very deliberate lack of haste and Naruto landed beside him with a grunt of frustration. I finally got permission to go get Haku's body from the research department. Naruto puffed out happily, grinning. You're still fixated on that? Sasuke asked, looking up from a scroll of kunao he'd rolled out on the ground. Sakura had to admit she'd all but forgotten that Shiranui had mentioned something about how they could request to have the body of their kill turned over to them. I'm not fixated on it. I just promised myself that I'd give him a funeral. And I don't go back on my word. Naruto's hand curled into a fist that he held up into the air, like he was reaffirming a promise. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a wordless glance. There's still something light in him. He's growing up, and he's starting to get how bad things can be, but it hasn't turned him cold. Not yet, at least. I guess we'd better get started, then, was all she said. The day of the final exam rolled around with little fanfare. Team 7 met up as they routinely did, if a little earlier than usual. Naruto was jittery with excitement and Sasuke's lips were curled in a thin, anticipatory smile. Sakura couldn't help letting their eagerness affect her. Kakashi showed up on their way to Lady Shijimai's arena, where the matches would be held. His book was notably missing, and his eye was narrowed and bloodshot. He looks terrible, was Sakura's first thought. Sasuke and Naruto were bickering as they walked and hadn't yet turned to greet the Jounin. Kakashi's usual way of dressing, which amounted to creased clothes covered by the standard green vest, had been replaced with a proper soldier's uniform. He looks like ANBU, Sakura thought, stealing another glance at him. He was decked out in dark blue with a bone-white vest and arm guards, and she was sure that was at least part of an ANBU uniform. Sasuke and Naruto had quieted, and now they too were looking at the Jounin and processing this sudden change. It wasn't just what he was wearing, there was something about the way he walked too. A subtle difference in the way he pitched his steps. It's not like people who don't know him would realize that anything is different about the way he's dressed, but... Large red flags were waving frantically at her from back of her mind. Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, and Kakashi gave him a perfectly blank look. It was unnerving. The irritating, scatterbrained teacher had been swapped with a cold stranger. Is everything okay? Kakashi leaned down a little. You're about to earn your dogtags. Be on your guard. And don't mention any inconsistencies you come across. He spoke so quietly it was hard to hear him through his mask, but when she made out what he was saying, Sakura made sure she didn't miss a step. We're still going to the arena, which means that the matches will progress as expected. But something is going on behind that. She traded a glance with a grim-faced Sasuke and a Naruto who suddenly looked a lot less excited. They painted neutral expressions on their faces and continued down the street like nothing at all was wrong. Hey, Sakura, said Shikamaru with a wry smile when they reached the participants' gate leading to the arena. His narrow eyes flickered over Kakashi once with apparent disinterest. Sakura didn't trust the bored expression on his face and smiled back at him, just as wryly. You guys good? She nodded and he proceeded to complain about how troublesome it was to be involved in these exams and how irritating the hot sun was, and all the while his gaze flitted around the area. She could almost see him catalog the noticeable lack of people in the area and couple that with Kakashi's forbidding appearance. Shikamaru, Sakura's gonna beat you so hard. Naruto grinned when Shikamaru rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath. Ha! As if she could take on Shikamaru, said Ino, wandering up to them and putting a hand on her hip. She had a tense cast to her shoulders and her eyes were zipping about the area the same as Shikamaru's were. She turned on Sakura, opened her mouth, but then held back and looked uncertain. I'm not saying you're weak or anything, I just don't think you'll be able to beat Chika. She finished lamely. With a strange glance at Sakura, she went to bother her other teammate, who was standing next to their Jounin-sensei with a bag of crisps. Your eyes have gotten colder, said Shikamaru, rolling his thin shoulders and staring up at the sky. Sakura frowned, eyebrows drawing together at that comment. Shikamaru glanced sideways at her and said, they weren't like the eyes of any of our classmates even before, but they're even more alien now. Sakura frowned harder, glancing over at her teammates. Sasuke was looking right at her, expression even. She got the feeling that he didn't disagree and wondered if this was what had once made Shikamaru suspect something indefinable about her. Her eyes. They walked into the stadium, reaching the balcony reserved for the arena participants via a staircase. Sakura gave the gathered people a short skin when she was close enough to see them properly. Kumo and Shimo are huddled pretty closely together, was her first thought. I didn't know participants who lost their preliminary fights were allowed up here, she continued, keeping her face placid as she leaned on the balcony rail. Is that one of the inconsistencies Kakashi referred to? The stands were completely full, reinforcing her earlier thought that the Chunin exams were popular entertainment. She spotted several important figures from the capital, and quite a few of the council members she'd seen at the trial. The Suna team climbed to the balcony a few minutes later, and Sakura blinked when they immediately moved towards the group of gathered Kumo and Shimo genin. This is starting to look pretty suspicious. The examiner with the cough appeared in the arena, immediately calling on their attention. He looked as sick as ever, but Sakura noticed several swords strapped to his back that hadn't been there during the preliminaries. If Yamanaka Ino and Fujita Mizuyo could come down here, he requested, breaking off into coughs the moment the sentence was out of his mouth. Fujita smiled sharply when Ino looked her way, and the blonde rubbed her slim arms with a worried little twist of her lips. Shikamaru bent to whisper something in her ear and she nodded, biting her lip before she jumped over the rail to the arena below. She and Fujita faced each other grimly. The moment the examiner jumped out of the way, Fujita rushed towards Ino, hand closed around 3 kunao. Sakura saw Ino's eyes widen as she jumped backwards, dodging the sharp blades heading her way. She's faster than before, Suzuki said, and Sakura nodded. Naruto looked unhappy, glancing over at Shikamaru and Chuji with wide eyes. Fujita could have been saving her strength for this match, but I doubt that. She's up to something. Fujita slid in close, fist flying towards Ino's face. Ino blocked the blow, but Fujita had apparently been going for her ponytail. She snatched the long, blonde locks of hair and yanked them down. Then slammed her elbow into Ino's throat. There was a crack that made Sakura think Ino probably wouldn't be able to speak until the medics got to her, and also that the sounds of the stadium must be amplified with seals or less likely, speakers. She should not have been able to hear that sound. You're making the rails creak, she said quietly to Shikamaru, whose hands were wrapped around the handrails so tightly they were widening. Chuji was no longer eating and neither seemed to have heard her, staring down at the stadium with the same worried expressions. You can't fight her battles for her, Sakura tried to caution. Shikamaru made an irritated sound. Ino's not like you. She wasn't born to do this. Sakura stared at him, tried to decipher what that was supposed to mean, and frowned lightly. Nobody is born to do what we do. She turned back to the fight in time to see Ino with her teeth gritted, slashing a kunao at her own hair while spitting blood in Fujita's face. There were tears of pain running down her cheeks and Sakura could see red bruising over her throat. The blonde strands fell between her and the Kumo genin, fluttering in the wind. Little bitch, Fujita snarled. Weak-ass borderline civilians shouldn't look so cocky. And Ino's face was indeed, surprisingly, a study in smugness. Pained smugness, stained with tears and blood, but... She mouthed something Sakura couldn't make out, putting her hands together and forming a shape with the fingers and thumbs. Fujita tried to jump away, tripping over herself instead when her feet turned out to be stuck to Ino's hair. That level of chakra control is pretty incredible, Sakura thought with her eyebrows raised. Ino had managed to send chakra through the long strands of hair littering the ground until she could ensnare her opponent. Fujita grabbed the sides of her head, howling into the air, and the sound was so sudden that Sakura twitched a little. Ino smiled. Just for a second, with her teeth painted in red. But then Fujita breathed out. That same weird, colorful air she'd exhaled in the preliminary exam came out of her mouth. Ino stiffened, grabbing her bruised throat. And then collapsed to the ground unconscious, head bouncing off of the dirt like a marionette with cut strings. Winner, Fujita Mizuyo. Fujita's mouth twisted into a satisfied smile, and she nodded to the examiner before leaving the arena. She was pretty good, Shika, said Naruto, clearly trying to be encouraging. Shikamaru looked at him and nodded, hands in his pockets. His thin eyebrows were lightly drawn together and Sakura could almost see the cogs turning behind his forehead. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Tsurugi Masumi please come down? Said the examiner when the medics had picked up Ino. All right. Said Naruto, sounding much like his usual self as he pumped his fist in the air. I'm gonna take him out in 3 minutes, tops. I watched the video of his prelim match and there's no way I'd lose. I think I'll save the genjutsu for my next match, het. This is just a fun warm-up. Tsurugi snorted loudly, clearly intending for Naruto to hear, and the blonde stuck out his tongue. It was difficult to see behind the dark glasses and the veil covering half of his face, but Sakura thought Naruto had actually managed to offend his opponent. They both jumped into the arena, Naruto making a whooping sound on the way down, and faced each other with very different body languages. Tsurugi was stiff and Naruto looked like he wanted to do a little jig of excitement where he stood. I wonder how much of that is for real and how much of it is for show, Sakura thought, letting the railing carry more of her weight. Maybe the excitement was covering for nervous tension? Or maybe he's just that enthusiastic. I don't think you know what you're getting into, little boy, said Tsurugi when the examiner announced the start of the match, his voice carrying a hint of something aristocratic. You should give up immediately, or accept that you will end up with all your bones broken. As if. Prepare to go down. Shouted Naruto, made a seal and flooded the entire arena with clones. She lost sight of Tsurugi in the blonde waves until there was a ripple in the middle and the veiled teen catapulted up from the clones, quite literally because he was getting his ass kicked. Repeatedly. By clone after clone. That idiot, Suzuki muttered. When Sakura looked at him, one corner of his mouth had hitched up in apparently reluctant amusement. Sakura suppressed a smile of her own. I'm not sure making this many clones in such a small area is that good an idea, but... People in the stands were laughing. And paying attention to Naruto and Masai. Maybe he misses pranking people. Or just making them laugh. He's growing up, but he's not all the way there yet. Another wave of clones formed a chain and swung their opponent like a pendulum, before throwing him to another chain of clones. He's playing volleyball with Tsurugi, Sakura thought, wondering if Naruto had considered that his opponent might be a proud person capable of holding grudges. I don't think Naruto ever means to offend, but he can be quite thoughtless still. Despite that thought, she couldn't deny the smile on her own face. Oi, Naruto, are you going to stop playing anytime soon? Shikamaru was actually bothering to call out, though he looked like it took more effort than he really wanted to expend. Fine. Naruto shouted back, and that's when Tsurugi apparently saw his chance. He moved quickly through the clones to the one who'd spoken. Slurping, clicking sounds came from various places in his body, and Sakura's eyes widened a little when the teen wrapped around Naruto like he'd lost all the bones in his arms. The Naruto in his grasp made a disgusted but unsurprised sound and wriggled in the boneless grasp. If the idiot had only focused on winning instead of playing around. Suzuki said with a frown. This exam is all about putting on a good enough show, Shikamaru said with a smothered yawn, folding his arms on the railing and leaning his chin in the dip between them. He still looked upset about Ino's match, jaw too stiff to be natural. But not to the point where you forget about the purpose of the matches, said Sakura with a small sigh. Naruto had made the stands laugh, but had he made them take notice of his abilities as a shinobi? But at least he displayed his skills with Kage Bunshin and that he is capable of thoroughly dominating a fellow genin. Two Naruto clones moved in, picking up kunao from the ground as they went. Then they went after Tsurugi, slashing at his joints. Oh, did he dislocate them? Is that what gives him the appearance of bonelessness? Sakura thought, watching as Tsurugi flailed and unwrapped his arms. In a quick swiping move, he snatched one of the kunao from a clone and brought it down into Naruto's chest. The crowd went oh when what should have been a fatal strike made the captured Naruto burst into a cloud of smoke. A clone, and he must have supercharged it with chakra for it not to disappear when Tsurugi snaked around it. Hey! He's not an easy mark anymore, said Shikamaru, glancing over at Sakura. She smiled at him. Naruto has come a long way. I remember when I saw him as a hopeless case, ages ago. Her teammate suddenly burst out of the ground, along with 10 other clones that must also have been supercharged. They left the arena pockmarked with various holes, and Tsurugi didn't stand a chance when Naruto executed what Sakura thought might be his best inter-clone teamwork yet. Perfectly coordinated, they kicked him up into the air and then back down again, hitting almost every vital spot on the way. Tsurugi landed face down on the ground and didn't rise back up. The crowd's cheers were deafening. Naruto waved to them, bouncing in place. I want to fight him, Suzuki murmured. Sakura looked at him, saw his eyes spinning red and intense. He wasn't dismissive of Naruto anymore, hadn't been for a while now. When was the last time Suzuki called Naruto dead last? Sometime before the Abe mission went to hell, she thought. That insult doesn't really fit anymore. You two spar almost every day. Sakura knew that wasn't what he meant. She tried not to feel left out, summoning a smile when Naruto bounded back up to the balcony. I don't need a rival, for Merlin's sake. I'm a grown woman. Sort of. Partially. And she'd gotten that shoulder punch of team togetherness after her match in the preliminaries. That counted for her something. A very interesting match, said Sakura when Naruto threw his arms around her and Sasuke's necks. Suzuki shrugged him off, but smirked a little when the blonde grinned at him. Try not to turn your next match into a circus, idiot, he said, and Naruto huffed at him, still grinning. You're not going to get a promotion based on your ability to amuse the audience. I know. This match was just so people will know who the hell I am. Naruto put his hands on his hips, looking satisfied. My next match will be all shinobi-ish, all the way through. All genjutsu and stuff. Promise. Next match is Haruno Sakura against Nara Shikamaru. The examiner shouted, looking up at the balcony. Naruto hugged her and Suzuki tapped her shoulders lightly with his knuckles. Sakura turned to look at her opponent, who was staring vacantly up at the sky, and jumped up on the railing. Show Shikamaru that you're awesome, said Naruto, and Suzuki nodded. Sakura raised a fist in the air and let herself fall down. Shikamaru came falling after her, courtesy of a snickering Naruto. He landed in a heap next to her and sat up with frown. Looking her way, he muttered something about her troublesome teammates. Sakura smiled brightly at him. This will be an interesting fight, she said when she and Shikamaru stood facing each other. He was slumped over worse than Kakashi-sensei, but she wasn't stupid enough to let that make her underestimate him. Whatever you say, he muttered, as apathetic as ever. The examiner coughed, calling out the start of the match, and Shikamaru immediately jumped backwards and into shadow. Not too surprising, Sakura thought, and made 3 cage bunchen. She gave them each 3 different bags and felt battle readiness make her blood pump faster. One clone, she sent forward, and it immediately threw 2 smoke bombs into the shadow where Shikamaru was hiding. The other she sent up a wall with wires. The third went running across the field, dropping tags like confetti as it went. Most of those were fake, but about 50 were not. And they were all identical. She heard gasps from the crowd but ignored everything but the sound of metal meeting metal in the smoke. Shikamaru couldn't bind the clone with his shadow if he couldn't see where it actually was. While he was occupied, she attached her lone container tag in her palm. It was the length and breadth of half her pinky, and it fit there snugly. Finally, she placed a genjutsu over some of the tags to hide them in plain sight. Let's hope he hasn't studied genjutsu like Naruto and I. The clone dispelled with a soft poofing sound, and Sakura threw herself into the smoke, casting an eye behind her and cursing when Shikamaru sprung up from one of the holes Naruto had made in the ground. She saw the moment he caught sight of the tags, his eyes widening for the briefest moment before he jumped up on the wall. He was staring in the direction of the dispersing smoke, so Sakura moved into the shadow and up a tree. The worst place to be if you were fighting Inara, and the least expected. If you didn't happen to be a genius of strategy. Shikamaru immediately sent a thin spike of shadow her way, and Sakura set off one of the real explosive tags in its path. There was a brilliant flash of light and a crack as the ground broke. The shadow's path, cut by the light, gave her the opportunity to run out of the shadow and hop up on the wall. She forced chakra to her legs and catapulted herself from the wall and in Shikamaru's direction. His eyes narrowed and he slashed a kunai into the air in front of her. Damn it! She couldn't backpedal in the air, but she could twist and throw a senbon his way at the same time. Shikamaru dodged the projectile and let his kunai fly at her. He's not nearly as fast as I am, but he knows how to use what he's got. She couldn't twist away in time. The kunai nicked her shoulder and her senbon stuck in the wall. Sakura landed on the wall surface and saw Shikamaru look between the ground and the wall, probably weighing the risks. There's no way all of these are authentic, unless you decided to spend a fortune on this match, he looked up and said, a little breathless but still quite dispassionate. Sakura smiled grimly. That didn't take him long to figure out. The crux is figuring out which ones are real, Shikamaru, she called back and detonated one of the tags below him. Shikamaru cursed and jumped away, lightly singed but clearly unharmed. Her clone came running at him and he wasn't fast enough to keep her punch away from his face. But he was smart enough to lean forward, avoiding the full force of the blow by making it reach its target too early. The clone was armed with half of her kunai and wasn't shy about using them. Shikamaru jumped between the rain of metal and then found a patch of ground without tags to land on. He scooped the 3 closest tags up and glued them to a kunai, sending the whole thing flying her way. After it came one of her own senbon, with a lit match attached to one end. The resulting concussive explosion took a good chunk of the wall, scattering debris around the field and setting off a few distant tags. The wall rattled in place and Sakura's hair sizzled when she scrambled down and away. Too close. If she stepped on the active tags, they'd blow her up too. The controller seal only told her which of the scattered tags were active ones, it didn't let her deactivate them. She noted the fakes and made her way across them, patting the flames out of her hair. Shikamaru sent another senbon with a match attached toward shit, he'd seen what tags she stepped over. Of course he had, he was one of those insanely observant and smart types. 2 more tags turned into brilliant explosions, backlighting her opponent. Backlighting means longer shadow. Sakura jumped high up in the air and sent 3 kunai down to make him move out of the way. Shikamaru caught one, but awkwardly, and blood spilled from his palm as he leaped out to the side. No longer backlit, but too close to her and to the shadows made by the trees. Guess I'll have to set off a Type 2 tag, thought Sakura and detonated one of the shrapnel explosive tags her clone had planted in the shadow. Shikamaru bit off a noise and veered off course, his shadow rising up to catch the larger bits coming at him. Oi, are you trying to kill me? He asked, looking like the whole match was turning out to be more work than he'd bargained for. You could always give up, said Sakura, smirking a little at his eye roll. And lose to a woman? Nah. Are you trying to make me angry? Sakura asked, hand around a kunai. The clone with the smoke bombs made another cloud of smoke and they both disappeared into it, exchanging a few things as they passed each other in different directions. Yab. Is it working? Said Shikamaru, looking at her with sharp eyes. Sakura had to admit it sort of was. Don't get caught up in his pace, she reminded herself. She threw a kunai at his feet and when he dodged she threw another at his chest. Shikamaru batted it away and ran below her on the wall, giving Sakura the opportunity to punch him in the shoulder. Shikamaru hopped down to the ground, and when Sakura moved to follow him, he hefted up a large piece of the ground that had been dislodged in one of the explosions. What? Throwing it straight up into the air, he moved back along the path she'd taken across the fake tags. Sakura stared at him in confusion, noticed him make the seal for Cage Mane, and only then realized what he was trying to do. She threw a glance at the ground, saw the shadow the piece he'd thrown into the air made, and backpedaled ungracefully. There was a whistle in the air, and Sakura barely had any time to be relieved that the other clone was done with the preparations, before she felt the shadow take a hold. Cage Mane, successful, said Shikamaru, sighing and rubbing the back of her neck. Did you have to make me run around so much? He asked Sakura, who noticed that her lips apparently didn't have to imitate his lips' movements. So she smiled instead. Shikamaru paused in whatever he'd been about to say next, cast a wide glance at the surroundings, and then sighed again, deeper. You're a clone, aren't you? Sakura smiled wider, and poofed into nothingness. The real Sakura barely paused when she received the clone's memories, high up on the wall above the arena's trees. The last clone, who'd spent the time in the arena attaching wires at the top of the wall under a genjutsu, was beginning to unravel. Sakura couldn't pump nearly as much power into them as Naruto could. But that was fine, because the whistling meant it was done. Sakura jumped into the arena. Shikamaru must have noticed where she was hiding, because he followed her descent with narrowed eyes. You're pretty interesting, Sakura, he said, and added, and so troublesome. Worse than Ino. The wires far above their heads crossed the arena like a net. Along the net were small lighter tags, the kind that was usually used to signal comrades when a team had been separated. They were easy to make and thus very cheap. And Sakura had 200 of them over their heads. Time delayed to fall slowly through the air the way signal lights were supposed to. The first wave fell, lighting up the air like stars as they did so. The shadows in the arena faded into small, easily avoided shards. With effort, Sakura kept herself from smiling. Shikamaru was more agile than she, able to snake away from too many of her blows and kicks by bending and slithering to the sides. But unable to reach her with his shadow. They moved around the field, him noticing every time she avoided stepping on a tag and copying her. Occasionally he sniped back a little, grazing her with senbon or kunao that she did her best to bat away. His shadow wobbled around his feet as the lighter tags cast their glow over the ground all around them. Sakura held back a grunt of frustration, feeling drops of blood make their way down her arm. She needed to land a solid blow, needed to make sure he couldn't twist away. Feinting right and going left, she finally managed to grasp his shoulder. She slammed her cupped hand over his ear, concussing the eardrum, before he could bend out of it. Shikamaru grunted and took 3 steps away, holding his fingers to his ear with a grimace. He blinked slowly and began swaying to the ground, falling forwards at her feet after a moment on his knees. He must be low on chakra. Maybe he's not used to burning it so continuously. Sakura thought, unsure if he actually was down for the count. He'd use a dirty, practical trick like this. She could have hit him too hard, maybe added chakra to the strike at his ear in a way she hadn't meant, but... Her whole body stiffened. Shikamaru looked up, face dirty and scraped and his hair in complete disarray. Cage Mane complete. He climbed up to his feet, brushing dust off his pants and frowning. This time I made sure it was the real you, he said, hands at his sides and loose fists, eyes lingering on a scrape in her arm that Sakura hadn't even noticed. He knew it was the real me because clones don't bleed. This smart prick. It's troublesome to knock you out, so could you give up? Shikamaru asked, looking less than enthused by apparently having the upper hand. Sakura huffed a laugh. I don't remember fighting ever being this exhilarating when I was a witch. Of course, when she'd been a witch all her real fights had been against serious enemies. You know, if you hadn't been almost completely out of chakra, I wouldn't have been able to do this, Sakura mused and slowly worked against the grip of shadow to press the fingers of her right hand into the container tag in her palm. It was a tiny movement. And then her mother's expensive industrial flashlight sat snugly in her palm, the light a bright fluorescent that cut into the root of where Shikamaru's shadow attached to her own. His eyes widened. The closer to her shadow his shadow was, the easier it was to slice it in two. If she'd been faced with Narashikaku, the flashlight's wide, bright beam would just have disappeared into darkness. But as it were, she was facing Shikamaru, who wasn't very motivated and obviously hadn't trained as hard as Team 7. Who didn't have that much chakra left, after she made him waste it. He's going to be one hell of a fighter if he ever does get serious about his training, Sakura thought as his shadow wavered and retreated from hers. The small lighter tags were still falling in layers around them, illuminating everything and casting shapes of light across the whole arena. What shadows remained over the field were shallow and pale. Shikamaru looked at her for a long moment. Then he lazily put his hand into the air. Examiner, I give up. I accept your forfeit, said the examiner, smiling wanly. Winner, Haruno Sakura. The crowds didn't cheer as loudly for her as they had for Naruto, because her match had been more hurting in tactics than Naruto's cheerful beatdown, but she still received a roar of approval. She and Shikamaru leisurely walked back up to the balcony, dirty, bleeding from various minor cuts and lightly singed. Shikamaru glanced at her sideways. A flashlight? Hadn't expected that. Considering how expensive they are and all. Don't think I've ever met anyone below Chunin who owns one. I figured. Shinobi generally stuck to their own tools, except as a last resort. Or at least Genin did. I don't really know about the higher ranks, admittedly. If you'd wanted to kill me, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead, Shikamaru mused as they walked up the stairs. If you'd bothered training rather than, I don't know, making your Jounin-sensei play shogi with you, I might have lost. Sakura wasn't actually sure about that, though she knew she wasn't outright lying to him. Shikamaru needed so little to turn the match in his own favor. If she'd actually been a normal 12-year-old, she probably wouldn't have won. Shikamaru gave her a sharp glance, but his mouth curled into an intrigued little smile. You're getting more noticeable, he commented, and Sakura wasn't sure he meant that in a positive way. He knows I don't want to be noticed too much. But she'd switched her aim from a vague desire to stay under the radar to becoming someone powerful and influential. Though her background had to stay hidden. She couldn't have Yamanaka rummaging around her strange and possibly dangerous mind. Could I create occlumency shields? I was never very good at that as Hermione. You threw a lot of really flashy stuff at me. Shikamaru looked over at her again without much visible interest. Sakura raised an eyebrow at him. Like you said before, the point of these matches is to put on a show. If you were an enemy, I wouldn't have used such flamboyant attacks. Shikamaru nodded. He's got to know that I played it up for the crowd. He can't have thought I'd drop so many explosives and lighter tags otherwise. Shikamaru gave her a long, half-lidded look and his expression was thoroughly bored. So she shouldn't feel so vivisected. Let's play shogi sometime, Sakura. It was an echo of his father's words at the funeral. They reached the balcony, Shikamaru ambling on to Chuchi without another word, and Sakura heading towards Sasuke and Naruto. They were both smiling at her, though Sasuke's expression was more of a smirk. Naruto clapped her on the back enthusiastically. That was brilliant. You were like Bam and Smash and a flashlight. A bit loud. But your tactics were impressive, Sasuke said, uncomfortable but actually looking her in the eye. She smiled at them both, pleasure warming her from the inside. Thanks. And for once, winning really felt like winning. A/N, so, 3 very different scenes in this chapter. I thoroughly enjoyed writing the last part, especially Sakura and Shikamaru's fight, and would really like to know what you thought of it. Along with anything else you'd like to share, etc. As always, thanks goes to Against the Current for her help. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 23, Barrage. The next match is Hasegawa Kyoko against Tenten. Please make your way down. The examiner called out, beckoning them down to the arena. Hasegawa walked slowly towards the stairs while Tenten bounded down, obviously excited. Where are her teammates? Sakura took a moment to wonder, before she was distracted by the Kumo-genin. He was ridiculously, cartoonishly attractive. All curly hair and face like some Greek hero. He must be 17, at least. So staring at him isn't entirely awful and creepy. She deliberately turned her gaze away, cursing the fact that she too seemed to have entered puberty at some point in time when she wasn't paying attention. Re-entered puberty, more like, she thought sourly. Sasuke's dark eyes lingered on the Kumo-genin too, but Naruto was hanging over the railing and cheering loudly for Tenten. Hasegawa and their fellow Konoha-genin took their positions. But just as the examiner called the start of the match, white feathers began floating down over the stadium. Team 7 tensed in unison. Sakura and Naruto had spent enough time with Kurane to recognize the genjutsu for what it was, and Sasuke had the Sharingan activated and spinning fast. Breaking through the illusion took no time at all. Here we go, thought Sakura. They'd all been waiting for something suspicious to happen, after all. There was some ruckus in the Hokage's box and Sakura squinted that way, though it was really too far away for her to see any details. She would have said something to her teammates, if the Kumo-genin beside them on the balcony hadn't all turned towards them with killing intent spilling out into the air. Shit, Naruto muttered and made a seal. A line of clones popped into being in front of them, forming a shield between Team 7 and the enemy. Sakura darted a glance out over the arena, where Hasegawa had just slashed Tenten across the face with a tesson, moving much quicker than any genin had a right to. She saw blood spurt and prepared to jump down, because the examiner had his hands full with a Sunanin sporting a veil that covered half his face. But before she could make the jump, Throng's Konoha shinobi began to vault over the high walls that surrounded the arena. And over the roofs of the spectator boxes. And climbing out of the arena's cracked ground. And appearing in swirls of shunshin smoke. There must have been at least 200, all pouring in like they'd been waiting for this to happen. Obviously, they did. It's Orochimaru, Suzuki muttered in her ear, and Sakura tensed, looking back at the Hokage's box. The Kazekage, seated next to the Hokage, had torn his own face off, and that what was underneath was the pale reptilian features of the missing nin they'd faced in the forest. Sakura felt the mark on her neck pulse, hard, and held back a wince. Does anyone know what the hell is going on? Naruto shouted as he forced back Fujita Mizuyo with chakra-powered kicks. Seems like an invasion to me, said Shikamaru, keeping the Shimogenin locked in place with his shadow. His face shone with a thin layer of sweat, and briefly Sakura wished she hadn't made him burn through so much chakra. Then she slashed one of the Shimo shinobi's throats. Shikamaru made a startled grunt, and Chuji took a step forward, like he wanted to stop her. Shit. They haven't seen death yet. But neither of the two flipped out, though Chuji looked faintly nauseous. Shikamaru's gaze turned sharp, and with just a moment's hesitation, he used the living Shimo shinobi to take out an Odo agent climbing up to the balcony. Are all Suna, Kyumo, Shimo, and Odo enemies? Naruto shouted the question while trying to subdue a man with a Suna Hitai 8 without actually killing him. The enemy shinobi coated his hand in chakra and cut into Naruto's leg, but the blonde barely seemed to notice. Yes, said Sasuke, and put the index and pinky fingers of his left hand through the man's eyes. His scream turned into a gurgle at a twist of Sasuke's wrist. Sakura jumped over her dark-haired teammate to meet the blood-slickened sword of another Sunanin. She snarled a curse at Sakura, who ducked under a swipe of her blade and kicked her hard in the stomach. They're mostly Chunin, I think, said Chuji as he tripled in size, growing so tall he broke through the ceiling over the balcony. He threw himself at a Shimo shinobi near the balcony's wall. The wall cracked, breaking under the strain, and both Chuji and the enemy shinobi went through. Shikamaru looked up in alarm, ponytail askew, and went after them. The balcony was now cleared of people, and Team 7 left it bloody, moving down the stairs in triangle formation. Their teamwork was noticeably smoother now than it had been when they fought Haku, their movements slotting together like three parts of a whole. Suzuki executed a leaping kick at a Sunanin, and Sakura slid under him, making the seals for the Kanishibari Genjutsu Kurane had taught her. Naruto flipped over them, flicking bullets of air into the man's neck. And the shinobi they'd been facing fell in 3 dripping chunks to the ground. They passed a Konoha shinobi carrying Tenten up the wall. Sakura caught sight of the mess her face had been turned into. It'd been a neat slice, but Hasegawa severed her chin, nose, and one eyebrow diagonally. There was white bone and dark blood all over her face. Please, help. A civilian woman dressed in a richly colored kimono called out, backing away from an Odo shinobi casually whirling a kunai between his fingers. Obviously trying to intimidate the civilian. He was easily surrounded, and it took only a few seconds to put him in the dirt. Suzuki jumped away with the woman to a medic, dumping her unceremoniously on the ground. All of the enemy shinobi really do seem to be Chunin. We're definitely not Jounin level yet, so they can't be ranked higher than that. But why not send Jounin into the arena? It makes no sense. Sakura frowned, glancing up at the Hokage's box. Unless the Jounin are elsewhere, of course. Akakashi-sensei, said Naruto, and they veered off course to meet their teacher, whose hand was glowing with blue-white lightning and humming with power. What is that? Sakura felt it all the way from where she was standing, the lightning sparking and crackling like it was alive. Kakashi was dark-eyed and moved like a great animal, every step taking him forward soundlessly. He exuded easy battle grace, like he was perfectly in his element. Team 7. Konoha has been invaded by forces consisting mainly of Suna, Kyumo, and Odo shinobi. Shimogakuer have sent a few of theirs as well, but not many. The Jounin are congregating around the Hokage's tower in the village and on the Hokage. They don't seem to be getting very far, said Sakura, looking over at where waves of Konoha shinobi were surrounding the Hokage's box. Kakashi gave her a flat look that made her grimace. He continued forward, and they adapted to his quick pace as he slid his hands through chests and skulls. The lightning remained steady, chirping noises and bright light never fading. We were prepared for this eventuality, said Kakashi as he broke a Kumo Kunoichi's neck with one hand and slammed his lightning-coated other hand through another. Hokage-sama recalled all shinobi from missions below B rank, and the majority of the village's civilians have been evacuated. The evacuation of the stadium is ongoing. Indeed it was. Sakura spotted Konoha shinobi herding screaming civilians down and away from the stands. Not all of them will make it, Sakura thought grimly as a team of Kumo shinobi blocked a group of civilians being evacuated. What are the numbers? She asked, breathless as she stepped in someone's spilled guts while trying to parry a rain of shuriken. One stuck in her forearm and she yanked it out with a hiss. Naruto made a disgusted sound behind her, breaking formation to avoid stepping in the bloody mess. 1,000 of them and 3,000 of ours in the village. The higher UPS definitely expected this. And planned accordingly. Cold relief rushed through her and Sakura took a deep breath. Her mother wouldn't die. There were so many of their shinobi around to protect her. And it wasn't like an invading force would pay any attention to a random civilian. She had to believe that, as long as she was stuck here in the arena. The man with the half-veil, bleeding from a wound in his side and with 2 dead Konoha shinobi at his feet, dodged another sharp thrust of the sword in the examiner's hand. Kakashi turned towards him, expression dark, and Sakura started preparing for a more difficult fight. Gaara! Temari! Kankuro! The man shouted, head tilted back. Now! Apparently that short command was supposed to produce a response from the 3 genin slowly making their way over. The Sunanin's visible eye narrowed when they just slanted glances at him. Sakura could see him begin to connect the dots, even before the most finely executed henges Sakura had ever seen slid away from the Suna genin team's faces. Underneath were anonymous ANBU masks. The man's expression turned ugly at the sight, and he whipped a hand through the air and sent the Konoha swordsman flying with a burst of chakra-enhanced wind. Konoha dogs, he snarled at them. Kakashi looked over his shoulder at them. You're all easily Chunin level. Make yourselves useful defending our village. He turned to the Sunanin, and Team 7 barely saluted him before taking off towards a large group being slowly worn down by the Hyuga Naruto had beaten the snot out of in the preliminaries. Niji, Sakura recalled. He was bleeding badly from various cuts and senbon protruded from both his knees. But he moved fluidly, more so than when he'd fought Naruto. Spinning in large circles, body surrounded by a sheet of glowing blue chakra, he kept the enemy shinobi from getting too close. Sasuke leaped into the air and landed on a Kumo shinobi's shoulders, breaking the man's neck in a smooth movement. Sakura noticed he was bleeding from a gouge in his calf, but there was no time to stop and attend to the injury. Sasuke jumped off of the dead shinobi and moved on to another, so at least the injury wasn't slowing him down. Sakura narrowly avoided a series of whip-like flames by half jumping, half skidding backwards. In addition to singed hair, she now had singed legs. They reddened at the heat before Naruto had a clone intercept the jutsu. Sakura shielded Sasuke with the basic shield she'd used against Fujita in their match, giving him a fraction of a second to dodge to the side when one of the 2 enemy shinobi still standing spat out an enormous spike of lightning. Can you buy me some time? Sasuke asked and Sakura nodded. Naruto was back to back with Niji, because 3 Otonin had dropped out of the sky and joined the fight. One flicked what looked like a small carillon at the 2 of them and both Naruto and Niji stumbled to their knees before a passing Konoha Jounin put a kunao in that particular Oto Kunoichi's neck. Harano, you have an enemy shinobi coming up in front of you, Niji said, aristocratic tones broken up by dry coughs. Sakura had enough time to take a step back before an Otonin burst out of the ground in front of her. She swung one of the downed shinobi's axes at him, tearing up a gash in his thigh. But he was fast and came in close, headbutting her before blowing in a big metal whistle next to her ear. The whole world wavered and then her head snapped back when he kicked her in the face. Sakura forcibly stabilized the chakra in her head and darted to the side, holding her fingers to her bleeding nose and her temporary weapon in the other. The axe finished the job she'd started, cutting his leg in 2. He went down screaming, blood spraying from the stump like a fountain. Her whole left side was spattered with it and Sakura retched weakly when she tasted some of it on her tongue. Have to buy Sasuke time for whatever he's doing. Then Sasuke was there, taking out the last opponent with a move quite like Kakashi-sensei's. Hand through chest. Sakura watched with wide eyes at the way his fist glowed and buzzed with that same living lightning. When Sasuke's fist came out of the shinobi's chest, it was with a badly scorched heart in hand. Sakura was about to say something when she caught sight of movement beyond their fight. A short civilian man was crouched over a child, protecting it from an approaching Kumo Kunoichi. Sakura jumped over Sasuke to get there in time and slid in place before the Kunoichi, who was smiling grotesquely. She was missing teeth and part of her cheek, but her eyes were clear and Sakura readied herself for a tough fight. Something about the way the shinobi stood made her think Jounin rather than Chunin. If you protect Yura, you can have anything. I promise you. Please. Anything you want, the man rushed to say, voice cracked and hoarse. Sakura saw his fierce expression from the corner of her eye. She also saw him press a hand to his stomach, which was covered in blood. Gut wound. Not good. Anything is a lot to promise, Sakura muttered, and then spat out reddish spittle when her new opponent's fist slammed deeply into her stomach. She'd only barely seen the woman move. Sasuke came flying at the Kunoichi, but she dodged his lightning-laden hand and collided with Sakura, who stomped a heel into the ground, made 4 seals and then hopped away as a thin layer of earth underneath the Kunoichi's feet turned to sand and made her stumble. Naruto sent bullets of air flying at her leg. They weren't strong enough to go straight through, but made sizable holes in her calf all the same. She snarled at him, snatching his arm. Sakura heard it break, but then Niji took the chance to slam a flat palm into her injured leg. The knee folded under her and as she began tripping over, Sakura thrust a senbon into her temple. The Kunoichi sagged into Sakura's tired arms and she put another senbon into the Kumonin's brainstem just to be sure she was down and out permanently. It's all right. That was a killing blow, she said to the civilian still bent over his child, marveling briefly at his lack of overt fear. If she as Hermione had encountered a group of spree-killing children, she'd have been very disturbed. A hidden village civilian, every inch of him. She looked over at Naruto, who was bent over his arm with a grimace of pain. I'll repay you. I swear. The old clans keep their promises. The civilian looked right into her eyes, his gaze feverish. It was only then she noticed his jewelry, and upon closer examination, the fine thread of his clothes. A wealthy son of some clan, obviously. And most likely his first brush with death, for him to start making overblown promises like that. We're just doing our jobs, Sakura said with a shake of her head, rubbing her hands together to try and ease the ache in her fingers. There was a hollowed sensation in her stomach, spreading into her arms and legs. Probably what the beginnings of chakra exhaustion felt like. She called for a medic and then stepped back as one swooped in to attend to the man and his child. The arena has been cleared, said Niji, his eyes intense with Byakugan. The veins around his face pulsed and Sakura wondered tiredly how far he could see. They'd need to head into the village to see if they could be of use there, but we're all on our last legs. Both she and Sasuke had burns on their shins, in addition to bleeding cuts and holes from kunao. Naruto was dirty, but looked unharmed. He'd pulled the sleeve back over the arm the kunoichi had just broken, and it was perfectly fine. Must be that healing blood limit of his, thank Merlin. His expression was one of exhaustion though, and he looked horrified when he surveyed the arena. Niji was bleeding from his hairline and his legs were trembling, Senbon still protruding from his knees. Sakura moved over to help pull them out, and he reluctantly steadied himself on her shoulder. I don't think we would be of much use in any further fights, said Niji. He was frowning at her, and Sakura had to remind herself that with the Byakugan he could see through and behind his own head. He probably wasn't actually looking at her. A group of ANBU has erected a shield of chakra and it's covering the entire stadium. I do not think we could enter the village as long as the shield is active. All right. Sakura surveyed the stands and finally noticed the enormous amount of people being tended to by far too few medics. I don't suppose anyone has any skill in Ijutsu? She asked, rubbing her hands over her face. Blood had coagulated over her left cheek and under her nose. She wiped it off as best she could. I do, said Niji with a frown after both Sasuke and Naruto had shaken their heads and Sakura admitted that she wasn't particularly well versed in the healing arts either. But I am currently very low on chakra. Sakura dug a pancrest pill out of her kunao pouch and held it towards him, fingers trembling faintly. Niji took it with a deeper frown, staring at it with his Byakugan for a moment before placing it on his tongue. Sakura handed out regular food pills to Sasuke and Naruto, and then popped one into her own mouth. The boost of chakra was forced through her body, artificial and uncomfortable. But effective. How many people do you think didn't make it? Naruto said, leaning on her and putting his chin on her shoulder, just over her curse mark. Just here in the arena. Sakura asked and then glanced over the arena and the stadium again. Maybe 50. She guessed, though added privately that she hadn't counted those who would inevitably die of complications in the hospital later. Niji leapt away wordlessly, and Sakura saw him on the stands, approaching a medic working on an older civilian man. Haiga were supposedly very useful in the medical arts, their eyes being able to see chakra blockages and internal bleeding with their Byakugan. Are you hearing that? Said Naruto, looking up at the wall surrounding the arena with a frown. Hearing what, idiot? Said Sasuke with a frown, rubbing disinfectant salve into a long, shallow cut on his forearm. There's a lot of screaming coming from outside the stadium, said Naruto with a worried look at them both. I'd forgotten how good his hearing is, thought Sakura, straining her ears to see if she could hear anything beyond the moans of pain and the barked orders of the people around them. No. Nothing. We can't do anything about the rest of the village right now, said Sasuke with a frown. Not if there is a shield over the arena, like the Haiga said. They ended up heading towards the Hokage's box, on Naruto's insistence. The Hokage was clearly injured, but Orochimaru was just as clearly worse off. Are those, the Shode Hokage and Nidame? Sakura thought, incredulous, as the team crouched on a nearby roof. A cold hand of fear squeezed her insides. Inferi. Or something like it. How can they be here? Naruto asked, hushed and clearly awed. Sakura had only ever seen their portraits in monochrome, the only official pictures that had ever been released, as far as she knew. Sasuke was staring at the scene with narrowed Sharingan eyes. The chakra is off. Those are dead bodies. His lips curled. And Orochimaru's chakra network looks like it's rotting. That's not a very polite thing to say, said a voice behind them, and there stood Kabuto with a hand on his hips and a disapproving look on his face. It took less than a second for all of Team 7 to ready themselves for another fight. It's a shame, Sakura-chan. Mizuki had such plans for you. Here we go, Sakura thought, but even in her head she couldn't make her voice sound flippant. What do you mean? Said Sakura to buy some time, because Kabuto did not vibe genin. His body language said jounin all the way through. Oh, Naruto-kun didn't tell you? Mizuki was Orochimaru-sama's little rat. He smiled in a horribly friendly way, eyes cold over the rim of his glasses. Sakura slashed a look at Naruto, who gave her a guilty glance in return. Sasuke made a quiet scoffing sound. That time when Naruto didn't want me to visit Mizuki. Sakura thought apprehensively, biting the inside of her cheek. He's a spy for Orochimaru. You're an interesting little thing, aren't you? Surviving the cursed seal like that's an easy feat. And I hear you have a very interesting kind of power at your disposal. Kabuto clapped, still smiling, and then he was suddenly gone. Sakura felt him behind her, but he was so much faster than the three of them that they might as well have been trying to catch up to Kakashi at full speed. She felt his hand slide into the flesh of her lower back, just above her hips. Her breath caught. Her muscles spasmed. And she screamed. The back of her head flared with cold and suddenly inky marks were crawling down her neck and arm. Kabuto jerked his hand out like he'd been burned, but he was holding something. A dripping fleshy thing he'd taken out of her body. What? Wah! Only the curse kept her standing now. The magic gave her clarity despite the pain that spreading like a rush of scorching heat in her entire midsection. Sakura jerked around, eyes burning, and wavered as Sasuke and Naruto jumped at Kabuto. With his free hand, he smacked them both into the ground like they were nothing. But Naruto's eyes were glowing red and he didn't stay down for long. Clucking his tongue, Kabuto bent down to slap him over the face, palm glowing with chakra. Sakura heard her teammate's skull gnash, crack, and saw the whole shape of his face distort with shattered bone. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru-sama has invited you to dinner, Kabuto said casually and tapped the back of Sasuke's neck. Sakura watched her teammate jerk before his whole body relaxed. Except his eyes. Kabuto hadn't knocked him out, just paralyzed him. Knowing she had to do something, Sakura crawled forward on her stomach. It was beginning to feel bloated, like something in there was leaking. But that was a distant feeling and didn't compare to the way her whole scalp seemed to be covered in ice, so cold it numbed her head down to the base of her neck. With her teeth bared, and we no particular thought in mind except that pain-fueled anger, she slapped the tiles below her with an open hand. And magic poured out of her, as though she was a cup spilling over. The ceramic turned cold, crackling and groaning under her hand as it spread outwards. Like she'd poured boiling water over clay, the roof melted where the magic spread, beginning to cave in. She struck the tiles again, harder, and felt magic rush through her like the opening of a dam. She thought, wordlessly, furiously, "Conf Ringo," and she didn't even really think, didn't actually believe, but... The roof exploded. All of it, all at once. It tore itself apart like she'd crushed every individual tile with her fists. The sound was like an earthquake, making people below curse and dive for cover as they were showered by pieces of ceramic. Sakura snarled where she lay draped over a wooden beam, her fists clenching convulsively. Dust swirled in the air, settling over her like a blanket. Kabuto's mouth was open in surprise and he slipped on the naked beams under his feet, eyes widened with apparent interest. Sakura saw Naruto begin struggling to stand where he was crouched on top of the wall at her left and decided to try the same. The seal beat like a pulse in her neck, but though it felt like the curse was trying to make its way into her mind, the magic was a stronger cold within her. "You're not getting Sasuke, you asshole traitor," came out of Naruto's mouth in a harsh, grating voice more fitting for a transformed werewolf. His face was clearly healing, but his teeth were fangs and the marks on his cheeks had become deep gouges. Sakura would probably have reacted more to her teammates' changes if there hadn't been so many black spots dancing in front of her eyes. She stood swaying, magic swirling around her in wide circles, scorching what it touched like it was acidic. With a deafening sound, most of the roof's wooden ridge piece collapsed in on itself. The remains of the house trembled underneath them and Sakura felt her mouth stretch into a thin, involuntary smile. She held her palms up, arms outstretched, and she was angry and in pain, and here came another wave of power. Kabuto was staring at her, eyebrows raised over his dirty glasses. The magic was trying to eat its way up his leg, but he jerked out of the way too quickly, never breaking his stare. The wooden beams were melting in a way wood wasn't supposed to be capable of, like it was plastic or glass, but only around Kabuto. It left the beams she and Naruto were on completely untouched. "That's certainly something," said Kabuto. "I would love to stay and play with you and see what more you can do, but I have places to be. Some other time, Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan." He waved mockingly at them, turned around and collided with Kakashi's fist. "Kakashi-san," Kabuto greeted courteously, his nose bent and dripping blood, and with Sasuke still held under one arm. "I saw the improvement to your signature technique. A recent development, no? It's good of you to ensure that you do not stagnate as a shinobi. I have met so many adult shinobi who stop trying to improve. It's a sad sight." "Shut up," said Kakashi. The lightning dissipated into a whirring wind jutsu that Kakashi blew into the teenager's face. Kabuto dodged back, tripping over a melting beam, and then their exchange of blows was so fast and smooth that Sakura couldn't begin to follow their movements. Only when either of them used an actual jutsu could she see what was happening. Her magic had stopped spreading and her knees were getting weak. Standing was becoming too difficult, so she folded herself into a seated position. Naruto was suddenly crouching by her, and Sakura felt the cold receding. With it went the adrenaline, and the pain came roaring back. If she'd been able to, she'd have curled into a tiny ball and screamed. But the pain radiated up and down the side of her body. A bomb seemed to have gone off inside her stomach. Not pain. Agony. Sakura, Sakura, it's really bad, said Naruto, hands hovering over her stomach and face like he was watching her die. Gasping raggedly for breath, Sakura thought that perhaps that was exactly what he was doing. I'm sorry. Don't die. You can't die. We said we wouldn't die. She felt him pull up her ripped and torn shirt and heard the indrawn breath. Through blurry eyes, Sakura saw her stomach. Though the skin was unbroken, it was distended and smeared with bruises so dark and blotchy that the skin barely seemed human. When was the last time I hurt like this? A Death Eater had once hacked out one of her eyes and given her a cursed scar that stretched from her hairline and into her ear. That hurt worse, didn't it? And Cruciatus? This doesn't compare to Cruciatus. It was little comfort. A green blur landed next to her and Sakura heard that weird friend of Kakashi's say something. But not what, because there was a loud ringing in her ear and anyway. She was dying. Or close to it. Naruto was cradling her head and she wanted to tell him that it made the pain worse, but the only thing that came out of her mouth was a watery cough. Behind her eyelids she saw a pink door open, and a misshapen little thing with pink hair take a step out. It was gone in a second and maybe she was just imagining it. Because the pain. The mind did its best to escape it. The green-clad man put a glowing hand to her stomach and Sakura hacked out another wet cough as the sharp pain flickered and muted. Whatever he was doing numbed the worst of it. Enough that she could scrunch up her face and make herself stop crying. There were shinobi rushing past, some stopping briefly before hurrying along, exchanging information and then disappearing. What are they doing over there? Sakura heard a shinobi ask as she lay with eyes closed on Naruto's lap. Orochimaru, I'm not fucking with you, but he's turned into a goddamn snake monster. Never seen anything like it. The voice moved away before she could catch the reply. Sakura opened an eye blearily and caught sight of the snake monster, white and enormous. But bleeding badly. The two dead Hokages were gone, and the Sandaime stood facing Orochimaru with a dozen Konoha Jounin surrounding them. Sakura's eyes closed again, against her will. Sakura-chan, you're alive, said Naruto, voice half a sob and half a question. Sakura squeezed his hand, wished her throat would cooperate so she could ask about Sasuke. Thank you for not dying, Sakura-chan. I promised, she mouthed to him, and he laughed thickly. There was a ripple in the air above them, around them, and Sakura remembered seeing the wards around Hogwarts fail. That's how she recognized what was happening. Except, this looked intentional, and when she squinted at the Hokage and Orochimaru through her exhaustion, the giant snake thing the missing nin had become was emitting some kind of gas into the air. My young friends, our foul enemy is trying to poison us, said whatever his name was in the green spandex. He didn't look or sound as ridiculous as she remembered him being. He's escaping. Came a shout from somewhere and Sakura heard the mad scramble that followed. I'll take over, Guy. Follow Hokage-sama. Kakashi's voice was heavy and even and Sakura saw Guy blur into non-existence. Then Kakashi was crouching down by her, both eyes visible and Sharingan spinning. And Sasuke. He was there, the Jounin holding him up with one arm. Both his legs looked broken and he was a sickly pale color, but he was alive. Do you know what he did, Sakura? Kakashi asked, tapping the side of her face gently to make her focus on him. He pulled something out of her. Said Naruto, voice rising. A piece of her insides or something. And her stomach is all horrible. Look, he pulled up her shirt again and Sakura thought she looked even worse than before. The bruises were a starker dark color and her stomach had bulged grotesquely. Kakashi's face tightened at the sight. He breathed out sharply through his nose and made a hand seal. A cage bunchin popped into existence beside him, and if anything the clone looked even angrier than the real Kakashi did. The invasion has officially been halted. We're going to the hospital, he said, and his clone gently gathered Sakura into his arms. With the arm he wasn't supporting Sasuke with, the real Kakashi passed a hand over her stomach. He frowned. Then his whole expression locked down. After a moment, another wave of numbness spread through her stomach. Kakashi-sensei, what about Orochimaru? And the traitor dickhead, Kabuto? Naruto asked, holding Sakura's hand even as the Jounin's clone began to move. The shields had to be taken down because Orochimaru was poisoning the air. When the shields came down, he ran. Many of our Jounin are in pursuit. Kabuto got away. Missing one of his hands and his entire left lung. Kakashi's expression was all shadow and hidden knives. So he'll probably die on the way, said Naruto, sounding viciously satisfied. Sakura had never heard him speak with that tone of voice. He's a healer, said Kakashi, expression darkening further. He set a very quick pace, and the clone Sakura was carried by set an even faster one. It moved so smoothly that the only way she could tell that they were actually going anywhere was by how fast the cloudy sky in her view whizzed by. Naruto let go of her hand, and that probably wasn't by choice, because they were moving so fast now that everything she could see was a blur. Sakura closed her eyes. Her stomach was still numb, but there was a pressure in there that was beginning to strain the skin. They landed somewhere with screaming people all around. When Sakura blinked her eyes open again, the entire world seemed to have been washed in blood. There were people or pieces of people on every roof in sight. Blood ran in streams down the walls. There was smoke and pain in the air, and it was a familiar smell. Her face was cold, and not in the magical way. Thinking was becoming difficult, confusing. Really doesn't hurt so much at all, now, nowhere, really. Sakura thought hazily. And then her vision grayed out. She's, internal hypovolemic shock. Go. Dot. Sakura stood staring at a small pink door. Flowers grew out of the wall around it, not just above it, like the last time she'd been here. The scent was heavier now, deeper, like her nose was dipping into a bottle of perfume and she was breathing in the liquid. The hole was larger now too, breaking the floor around it like the stone could no longer quite contain what was simmering below. If I'm here, I'm not dead, Sakura thought and grimaced. In the distance was an echo of pain, an echo of the sterile smell of the hospital. That wasn't accidental magic, Sakura thought. Not completely. It was a spell, and I willed it into being. But it wasn't quite controlled magic either. If I can use magic at will when I'm very angry or scared, that's something between accidental and controlled magic. She'd have to research it. If she made it out alive. If. Hello, Hermione. Sakura jerked around and it took her a second to realize that the pink door was open, partially, and that the voice was coming from in there. It was the voice of a young child, girlish and high, and Sakura knew who it was. Of course she did. Did you think I'd gone away? Asked little Sakura, peeking out from the darkness behind the door. Pink hair spilled over one bony shoulder when she tilted her head, looking like a curious cat. What did you think kept the curse seal from killing you? A thin, pale arm reached out for her, and Sakura stumbled back. It was covered in curse marks and the marks didn't look painted on like they had on her in the forest. On this arm, they looked carved in. Like someone had chiseled the pattern into the skin. I'm not 6 anymore, you know, said little Sakura, and her discernible eye was a luminous green, so much like Harry's. And I know you didn't mean to take over. But you also don't really care that you did, right? Why are you still here? Asked Sakura, and her throat was dry like she was breathing desert air. Don't be silly. This is my mind too. Little Sakura's misshaped mouth formed a tiny smile. Don't think you're alone in here, Hermione. Sakura scrambled for the doorknob and yanked the door shut, but there was laughter behind the pink wood. Her magic lashed out at it, like it was an enemy, and Sakura wasn't sure what that meant. Wasn't sure what any of it meant. Or what to do about it. When it rains, it really fucking pours, she thought, heart pounding like a bass drum in her throat. Then true unconsciousness pulled her into blackness. A/N, it's been a freakishly stressful month, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to finish this because I'm behind on pretty much everything in my life right now. What did you think of the chapter? Shit has hit the fan in all sorts of ways, and I'm curious about your thoughts. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 24, Chain Reaction. There was a stark white ceiling above Sakura and it was rushing past very quickly. It took her several long moments to realize that she was lying on a gurney. Her ears were ringing and her vision was spotty. Harano-san, you're going into surgery, said a freckled medic, leaning over her. The skin under the medic's eyes was dark and tightened with stress and her pupils were blown wide open. Overdosing on food pills cause symptoms similar to those of narcotics intake, said Irika's crisp voice in her head. Sakura blacked out again. When she came to, she was in a hospital bed with a plastic mask cupped over the lower portion of her face. When she glanced around the room through half-open eyes, the memories slowly came back to her. Kabuto. The pressure in her stomach. The awful bruises. Going into surgery. And the other Sakura, the first Sakura, and her hostile grin. You couldn't breathe properly, said Sasuke's voice to her right and Sakura carefully turned her head to look at her teammate, though exhaustion made it difficult to move. Sasuke's arms were bandaged and his face, though impassive, was a sallow white color that spoke of little sleep. The blood in your stomach put pressure on your organs. He leaned over and carefully removed the oxygen mask. How long? Sakura croaked, coughing dryly. Sasuke leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. You've been out for 2 days. I think they kept you unconscious on purpose. His hands clenched around each other. Your heart stopped working. Sakura's eyes closed briefly. Her body felt like it'd been squeezed through a tube. I almost died. It's been a while since the last time. What a crass thought that was. But true. And, my magic didn't protect me from that. Not enough. I would have died if not for the medics. But on the tail of that thought came the realization that she'd progressed in her magic, that it allowed her more power than she'd had access to for as long as she could remember. Where's Naruto was kicked out. He was causing a ruckus. Sakura tried to smile a little at that. She could imagine Naruto bouncing off the walls in worry. You, all right. Sasuke snorted, looking away. I broke my legs and burned my arms. The new skin is tender, but healed now. Naruto is fine too. Sakura closed her eyes, relief making her fingers tingle. Then she steeled herself. Me. Sasuke's expression darkened, eyes flickering red and then back to black. I don't know. They won't tell us. Kakashi said he wanted to talk to you first. Sakura nodded, trying to keep from biting her lip or showing any other signs of her worry. That doesn't sound too good. Permanent damage. She didn't want to ask about her mother. Sasuke hadn't said anything and hopefully, that meant only good things. That bastard Orochimaru. Sasuke said and Sakura saw how mussed and greasy his hair was. How tensely he sat in his chair. He really hasn't slept. Probably not since we got to the hospital. Sasuke turned dark eyes on her. Kabuto told me he knew what kind of person I was. That I could reach my full potential under his master. Like he honestly thought he could convince me to come voluntarily after trying to kill you. Sasuke's fists shook, and his eyes flared with Sharingan. They don't know you, said Sakura. Quietly, she cleared her throat. They think they do. He sounded so sure of himself. Sasuke looked down at his hands and unclenched them slowly. They're all the same. Wanting to make me into something that suits their purposes. Sakura untangled her left arm from the covers and put her hand on Sasuke's bandaged wrist. His arm tensed at the contact, but he didn't pull away. Sakura did, after only a few seconds. Sasuke's gaze was on her like he was trying to read something in her face. It was like some strange premonition, but Sakura knew what he was going to say before he opened his mouth. Sasuke was rarely easy to read, but in his weariness and anger, his expression was open. We need power, Sakura finished for him. His eyes widened. The last time we ended up in the hospital, I realized that I wasn't strong enough. That we're not strong enough. And they'd made a promise that time at Kaiba's funeral, that they wouldn't die. There is someone I want to kill. I know, said Sakura, and thought of Mikato's worried gaze. Of the promise she'd made. Sasuke stared at her for a long moment before continuing. I want to restore my clan. I know, said Sakura again. Then she narrowed her eyes at him. We're doing it as a team. Our ambitions, she clarified when he gave her a blank look. We're going to turn them into reality together. No going off on your own. Something flitted over Sasuke's features, a cresting of dark thought, before he nodded. It was tempting to push the idea of togetherness until she was sure he agreed, but that would just put him on the defensive. How is the village? She asked instead. It wasn't entirely to keep herself from thinking about her new host of mental problems, but she didn't ask purely out of concern either. About 300 Konoha deaths had been confirmed so far, Sasuke said, and a lot of buildings had collapsed in the fighting. But like Kakashi had said, the village had been prepared for something like this to happen. Many more shinobi than would usually have been in the village had been ready to counter the invasion. There is real talk of war, Sasuke finished with a quick glance at her. Sakura coughed, slowly rising in bed to sit up against the headboard. Her stomach was completely without pain, and although she had bandages wrapped around her midsection down to her ribs, nothing felt out of place. With who? Kumo? Oto? Suna? Kakashi appeared in the doorway before he could elaborate. It is not certain that we will go to war over this, he said mildly, stepping into the room. They invaded us without provocation, and did it with many of the hidden country's influential civilians here. If their invasion had succeeded, they could have spun the chaos into being Konoha's fault. That was most likely their intention. But as things stand, they have no plausible deniability. Depending on how they respond to our next move. We'll see. His half-lidded eye flicked to Sasuke. Out. I need to speak to Sakura privately. Sasuke gave him a narrow look, but obeyed the clear order. It was difficult not to, because Kakashi's body was set in severe angles and his body armor was grimy with old blood. You shouldn't be sitting up. The only reason you're not in pain is the fore in your arm. Kakashi sat down in the chair Sasuke had occupied, his long legs stretching out in front of him. The faint casualness of the movement made Sakura's hackles rise. I have some bad news. Sakura breathed out, acknowledging and dismissing the tremble in her throat. I thought so. It's not my mother, is it? Your mother is fine. Kakashi leaned forward even further, but looked like he wasn't sure what to do next. How to make her brace herself, maybe. Yakushi Kabuto was a traitor. You figured that out. Pretty hard to misunderstand, considering he tried to kill us and all, Sakura thought waspishly but didn't say. And what he said about Mizuki? He works for Orochimaru. What he did to you was most likely on the traitor Sunin's orders. Kakashi's visible eye flickered down to her stomach and Sakura felt ice rush through her veins. There was the sense of time standing still, just for a moment, as Kakashi gathered his thoughts. He took one of your ovaries, Sakura. Sakura hesitated, the words rattling in her skull like marbles in a ceramic bowl. She sucked in a breath, mind spinning in every unpleasant direction imaginable. A chill came over her lips and with difficulty, she forced down the gorge rising in her throat. Logical connections came easily through the numbness of her shock. Orochimaru, used to experiment. She said and it came out thick and faint. Kakashi nodded slowly. Sakura blinked rapidly and sucked in another short breath, holding it in her lungs until they burned before she let it out. Why? I don't know. You have no blood limit. Kakashi broke off to look at her for a moment. Sakura stared back blankly. Do you, Sakura? Can it be passed on? Has my magic evolved enough that I could pass it on to a child? Frantically, she tried calling to mind what she'd read about how magic was inherited. It wasn't passed on entirely via genetics, the core developed from a potential to reality through exposure to a parent's ambient magic while in the womb. That was why Muggles-borns were so much rarer than half-bloods and pure-bloods. At least, that was what she could recall reading. I know I wrote this down somewhere. I'll have to look through my archive. Sakura, said Kakashi and Sakura jerked back into herself. He was still looking at her steadily, like he already knew the answer to his question. But he could be bluffing. Though my silence wasn't exactly inconspicuous. Stupid. She was too badly shook up and let her mind run away with her. I don't want to talk about this. Her voice cracked like a pubescent boy's in the middle of the sentence. New blood were a lot more vulnerable than clan-bred blood limit carriers. Kakashi leaned back. It's up to you. There are no laws that would require you to tell me. He looked like he'd had his suspicions confirmed anyway, and Sakura wished she knew if the Jounin was truly on her side or not. Would he pass his suspicions on in a report? She kept the tremble out of her hands by clenching them into the bedspread. What can Orochimaru do with one of my ovaries? She asked, tripping over the words. Doesn't he need more parts to make a child out of my eggs? That familiar cold beat like a pulse in the back of her head and fury was beginning to simmer under the disgust and the fear. She only barely reined it in. One of Kakashi's gloved hands pressed over her fingers for a moment. Yakushi is a trained medic. And not the only medic under Orochimaru's control. The Jounin paused, squeezed her hand a little too hard, and then said, we know he's had successes with his experiments in the past. He has created children before. It takes time, and we know he doesn't always succeed, but, you should be aware. Sakura stared blankly at her teacher and tried to process that. Kakashi sounded like he thought she should prepare herself for the worst-case scenario. You are in pursuit of Yakushi. Once we realized exactly what he had taken out of you and what it would likely be used for, Hokage-sama sent out teams of ANBU with the sole purpose to take it back from Yakushi. The Hokage suspects that I have a blood limit too, doesn't he? Said Sakura dully. Orochimaru is only interested in blood limits and jutsus. The only reason he would want to steal, what he stole from you, is if he thought you had a blood limit. Kakashi was speaking slowly and cautiously, eyes focused on her face, probably to gauge her reaction to his words. How many people suspect that now? Sakura asked, and thought of how carefully she'd been trying to hide it and how quickly the shields around secrets could fall. The only ones who know with reasonable certainty are myself and the Hokage. The medics who treated you know that someone intentionally injured you in that specific way, but not who or why. Your teammates know that Yakushi hurt you on Orochimaru's say-so, but not why or how. The ANBU only know that Yakushi stole a valuable tissue sample, not from who or why. Will the information be passed along to anyone else? Sakura said, leaning back and staring up into the ceiling. Her voice was blank, free of inflection, and not by conscious choice on her part. I imagine many people would be interested. The Hokage has advisors, doesn't he? When the village was first founded, the Shode Hokage passed several laws concerning blood limit holders, said Kakashi. Sakura remembered reading about those laws, remembered thinking that they were basically bribes to entice clans into joining the village. One of those laws was that nobody may spread information about an unknown blood limit or blood limit mutation without the blood limit holder's permission. I'm not stupid, Kakashi-sensei. I know the laws don't apply to the Hokage when he doesn't want them to. It was very bluntly put and probably the sort of thing she wasn't supposed to say out loud. Sakura didn't care. Her hands were hovering over the bandages around her stomach and hips. He has no reason to spread the information, said Kakashi, which was a subtle confirmation of her tired comment. It's true that the Hokage, and everybody else, tend to tread carefully when it comes to blood limit carriers. Nobody wanted to alienate them, because they were a great boon to the village. Though of course that carefulness only stretched so far. Kakashi leaned back, looked her over in that way he sometimes did, like he wasn't sure what to make of her but that she worried him. I want you to consider meeting with a counselor. Sakura twitched. What? Why? I told you and your teammates to talk to Yamanaka Inoichi after your first kill as a team, but you stuck to talking to each other. That was acceptable, since I saw that it worked for you. But this time I want you to talk to an actual mental health professional. Sakura stared at him. People say the Yamanakas can go into people's minds and rummage around. Or is that just a rumor? I don't want anybody but me inside my head. And wasn't that just ironic? Kakashi rolled his eyes. It's not an interrogation, Sakura. I just want you to talk to him. Or else one of the other Yamanaka psychiatrists. Sakura nodded reluctantly, because what else was she to do? She couldn't refuse without a solid reason and she had none that she could say out loud. Kakashi quietly explained that she wasn't likely to feel any different after the ovaries removal, as the other was still in full working order. It should compensate hormonally, if not right away, then relatively soon. Sakura nodded dumbly throughout the explanation. She heard him open the door and speak into the corridor beyond. Then both Sasuke and Naruto were suddenly on her bed, looking worried and confused and angry. But they didn't say anything, didn't ask her anything. Naruto clasped his tanned hands around one of hers and Sasuke leaned on her shoulder. Sakura held onto them tightly, but didn't cry. She had better things to do. The back of her head was sizzling with deep, burning cold. And Ginny's laugh was there too, a pale and tinny echo that seemed to come from somewhere far away. At least, she thought it was Ginny's laugh. If she listened closely, it sounded almost like a child's voice. She was out of the hospital a week and a half later. Sasuke and Naruto kept close to her the whole time, like they were afraid she'd disappear if they left. They kept exchanging glances and looked at her like they had a million questions, but Kakashi must have warned them off. For that, Sakura was thankful. An idea was brewing in the back of her mind, behind the thoughts of what Orochimaru and his pet medic might be doing with her missing piece right now. And behind the thoughts of the crazy little Sakura in her head and what that meant for her mental state and what to do about it and if there was anything to do about it at all. For once, Sakura didn't know where to turn. Her books would hold no answers. She couldn't ask anyone, or risk revealing herself. Risk revealing that I took the other Sakura's place, shoved her out of her own life and settled in comfortably to live it out myself. It was cowardly, but she'd resigned herself to her own cowardice several months before. But that was before there was someone else there to call me out on it. If she'd been a heroic sort of person she'd now do her utmost to give the little Sakura in her head the body back. Or at least she'd do her best to allow the other Sakura some kind of life, free her from the prison of their mindscape. But Sakura had lost most of what heroism she'd possessed as Hermione, and now there was pragmatism and fear and a thread of pure selfishness in its place. The curse mark was somehow functioning as a partial wand core, she'd long since established that. It was the closest she'd gotten to a wand core since finding the vine wood. It was unfortunately stuck in her neck, still warped into a bruise-like shape that nobody had really commented on. The curse was attached to a tenketsu, and tenketsu were actual physical nodes. Just having a few chips of wood under the skin of the curse mark on her arm had enabled her to use magic in a semi-controlled way against Orochimaru. If she could place a piece of the vine wood directly into the infected node. It was strange, how calm she felt as she walked out of the hospital. It was the kind of calm that was actually some kind of rage, the sort of anger that numbed you, Sakura suspected. But the truth was that she mostly just felt cold. A little tired, maybe. A lot exhausted, definitely. And the pressure to hurry up and get power is there too, admittedly. She'd never have considered shoving more vine wood under her skin otherwise, especially not into one of the chakra matrix most delicate tenketsu. Who knows what's really happening behind that pink door, what she's really doing to my mind. I wonder what Kumo's gonna reply, said Naruto out of nowhere, and it took Sakura a moment to reorient herself into the conversation. They'd been talking about the demands Konoha had placed on the invading forces' respective villages. Suna was now weaker than ever, and it was generally assumed that they would have to bow to Konoha's demands. After all, Konoha did have their dead Kazekage's children as hostages. Apparently. How or when that had happened, Sakura wasn't sure. They'll never agree. Their reputation was hit the worst when the news spread, said Sasuke, looking thoughtful. Konoha had made sure the news of the failed invasion spread far and wide. They'd included a list of internationally important names killed by the invading forces, and Kumo and Suna was said to have suffered an abrupt drop in international mission requests. Oto and Shimo hadn't been hit as hard, them being smaller villages, but apparently several cities had broken off trade agreements with them. War does seem even more likely now, said Sakura. Her voice was low and stiff, but she was not going to let the way Orochimaru had fucked her over once again stop her from functioning. He was not going to win and she was not going to go over the worst case scenarios in her head over and over again. She wasn't. And she wasn't going to let the little Sakura stop her from living her life. Their life. She was not going to let guilt rise up and choke her. She'd made her bed long ago and she was damn well going to lie in its messy sheets. And so what if trying to engage herself in team discussions didn't come as easily to her right now? She'd get there. Even if they've earned hostility from fire, wind, hot water, pebbles, rain and rivers, it's not like lightning or the island nations care. None of their important civilians were killed. Lightning is wealthy enough that Kumo could survive on its domestic clientele alone. They looked relieved whenever she spoke, and this time was no different. I should tell them what happened. She'd been thinking that for days now, but couldn't bring herself to. Every time she opened her mouth to approach the subject, a lump appeared in her throat and she had to physically swallow it down. I heard that some of the western territories refused Kumo's offer to host them because of the invasion, said Naruto. Sakura nodded. Even if most lightning clients didn't care much about the invasion, plenty of unaligned countries did. They ended up at barbecue-a-key with cups of hot tea and a platter of crackers. A TV was on, set to a fire capital station that broadcast internationally. When Sakura glanced at the screen, the news anchor turned out to be a severe-looking man with his mouth twisted into a frown as he spoke. Konohagakure's leader, the Honorable Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama, has officially announced that the village expects compensation for the damage and deaths that the failed invasion by Kumogakure, Shimogakure, Tsunagakure, and Otagakure has caused them. The list of deceased also contains several notable figures from unaligned nations, such as Oakahana from Pebbles, Shiwangkong and Beiti Data of the Western Territories, Shizuo the Wise and Kanamura Masayori of the Southern Islands and many, many more. Fire country deaths include the daimyo's consort's niece, Mika, several members of noble civilian clans as well as innumerable defenseless clanless civilians in Konohagakure. I wonder when Kakashi-sensei will be back, said Naruto, biting into a cracker with a dissatisfied grimace. The Jounin had said something about a mission in hot water and had been gone for 2 days already. The concerned villages are expected to send formal notes acceptance to Konohagakure within the next few days. Mikiro-san, do you think the other hidden villages will accept this demand for compensation? Sakura turned her eyes from the TV. Who knows? We should probably go to the mission room and take a mission or two today. Suzuki frowned at her. The results of the Chunin exam are being announced today, he said. Sakura blinked. She'd forgotten about that, and as she thought back, had a feeling that this wasn't the first time one of her teammates had to remind her. You'll definitely become a Chunin, Sakura-chan, said Naruto with a sigh. I heard the Chunin gate guards talk about your match with Shikamaru. Suzuki frowned harder. The invasion had interrupted the tournament and nobody had been particularly eager to start it up again right away. Plenty of buildings were still badly damaged, and most available genin had been tapped for D-ranks involving the reconstruction. Sakura's mother was overseeing 2 teams of genin on one of her work sites. And Suzuki never had the chance to fight. Sakura sat back in her chair. I don't really care about the rank. They're having another Chunin exam in 3 months, as I understood it. If we're not nominated now, we won't have to wait long for another try. Because these exams had been interrupted, the next round of the exams was going to occur in half the usual time. Or so the gossip said. Easy for you to say, Naruto muttered. I wanted to show off my tactics and stuff in my second match, but instead I only got to hear he made a gesture that Sakura thought was supposed to convey how whimsical his first match had been. That's your own fault, idiot, Suzuki said with a snort. You had the opportunity to show off your skills and decided to play around instead. Whatever, bastard. Naruto rolled his eyes and sank deeper into his chair. Finishing the crackers and their drinks took only a few more minutes, and they did so in silence. When the platter and cups were empty they got up, left money on the table, and walked out of the restaurant with a collective nod to Azumi. The day was bright and cheerful, contrasting sharply with Team 7's general mood. They slid in behind the small crowd that had gathered in front of the mission room, where the results would be announced by the sickly proctor from the Chunin exams. Sakura spotted a bear Machino standing next to Kurane in a corner, probably waiting to gain entrance to the mission room itself, and nodded briefly to him. The examiner climbed up on a small dais and coughed briefly. His head and neck were bandaged and his face was tinged a deeper gray than before. But his voice was strong and formal when he spoke, holding up a slim scroll with both hands. Of the Chunin candidates from this year's first Chunin exam, 2 genin have proven themselves especially capable. They have been slated for new ranks, as decided by the examiners, the Jounin Sensei and Hokage-sama. The first of these 2 genin is Haruno Sakura. The second is Nara Shikamaru. The announcement was met with an approving buzz among the gathered people, and Sakura slipped discreetly behind her teammates and into the shadow. She was not going to broadcast her presence to a bunch of curious strangers. Congratulations, Shikamaru. Ino cheered from somewhere in the crowd. She heard Shikamaru mutter something in return that made Chuji laugh. You deserved that, said Naruto, giving her an encouraging smile. His blue eyes were almost completely cheerful, and the disappointment only shone through if Sakura looked for it. Sasuke nodded, but he was frowning. Sakura looked at him, held back a sharp sigh and said, "No, it isn't fair. But do you want to rise in rank or in power?" Sasuke looked at her for a moment, like he was turning the thought over in his head, and then huffed. The tense expression flattened out into something less frustrated, though he still didn't look particularly pleased. 3 months isn't that long. The next time the exam rolls around, we're going to dominate the other contestants," said Naruto with a grin. "Probably true," said Sakura, her thoughts lingering on what Kakashi had said when they were in the arena. That they were all easily Chunin level. "We're good enough at controlling elemental chakra that we could start practicing C-rank jutsu," said Sakura, and it was half a question directed at Sasuke. He was the one with the jutsu scrolls in his clan library. "And Mikoto?" He nodded stiffly in agreement, and tomorrow's schedule was thus settled. "Hey," said Shikamaru as his team passed them. Sakura looked up and nodded in greeting. Chuji's nose was red and swollen, probably from a recently healed break, and Ino's hair was very short. The back of Shikamaru's hands were covered in stitches and badly bruised. "I guess medics can't be bothered to heal such unimportant injuries." She absently rubbed the scar on her chin. "I guess that's why nobody commented on the bruise on my neck while I was in the hospital. Both times I was in the hospital. At least she hoped that was why." "How are you guys?" Naruto hung off Sakura's shoulder, leaning forward with his usual enthusiastic smile. "We're fine," said Ino, and explained how Team 10 had been evacuating civilians during the invasion and how she'd learned a little healing. "They say I have real talent for it." She smiled proudly at Naruto's encouraging little noise. "You look pretty bad," said Shikamaru as their teammates continued talking. "I heard your team was allowed to stay and fight in the arena." Sakura shrugged and Shikamaru raised a thin eyebrow, eyes narrow and thoughtful. "My old man says you three are the kind of team people will keep an eye on." Sakura's brow creased. Is that a compliment or a warning? She didn't particularly want people to pay close attention to her right now. Who knew what a perceptive jounin might notice about her? "What do you mean?" Shikamaru hummed thoughtfully, eyes rolling up to look at the ceiling. "It's troublesome, but you guys make people pay attention." Sakura didn't know what to say to that, and so stayed silent and tried not to fiddle with her new Chunin vest. When Team 7 split up for the day half an hour later, she returned home to her mother for a celebratory dinner with Shikamaru's words still on her mind. When she finally headed up to her room later that night, there was a scroll on her windowsill. It was a standard hospital scroll and not even sealed with chakra, but Sakura still put on gloves before opening it. It wasn't until she saw the little Henohinomoji doodled in a corner that she let herself relax and begin reading. Patient 240, Haruno Sakura. The further Sakura read, the more her stomach knotted. This is why Kakashi suspected I had a blood limit. Orochimaru's interest in me probably crystallized the idea, but the suspicion was already there. She knew, from one of Madame Pomfrey's books, that the organ in the back of the brain known colloquially as a magical core spread like the charts in the scroll showed. Like the mycelium and spores of a fungus, as the scroll put it. She'd only asked Kakashi how many people knew of what Kabuto had done and why, but she hadn't known to ask how many people had seen this file. The medics, obviously. Whoever wrote this journal entry. Whoever had access to medical files. Sakura smacked the scroll to her night table, breathing fast, and forced all her focus to the point on the back of her skull. It was much easier to feed that wintry chill this time, and it only took a minute of focus for her to feel like her entire skull was covered in frost. Her blood whooshed in her ears. "I can't wait any longer. I have to get my magic back. I'm not strong enough to defend myself from the kind of piranhas that show up at the merest hint of a new and unclaimed blood limit." But she couldn't see the tenketsu. Just grabbing a knife and some chips of wood and having a go at the curse mark was a dangerous and stupid idea. She would probably just carve into a vein or nerve ending. And she knew she was freaking out. That's why her pulse was so loud in her ears. She knew that. Damn it. Calm down. I need a Hyuga for this. She tried to force her magic to respond to her will, but she couldn't summon up the sheer need that had enabled her to explode the roof before, and she had no wand to direct the flow of power. A minute later, she sank to the floor with a migraine pounding at her temples. What the hell am I doing? Panicking, that was what. Not thinking things through logically, methodically. She exhaled harshly and tucked her face into the crook of her elbow. And breathed. And thought. I need a wand, or else some kind of magic that doesn't require a wand. It came to her then, and it was so obvious that she wanted to punch herself in the face. Runes. Of course. She'd been so busy almost getting killed and being depressed and going to funerals and fighting invaders and getting organ thieved to recognize that she had something now that she hadn't had the last time she'd tried to activate a rune array. She had a magical core again, an active magical core. Runes don't require a wand, stupid, she thought to herself, and for the first time in days there was a sense of lightness in her, a sense that it wasn't hopeless and that she damn well could pull through this. Getting up off the floor, she went to rift through her drawers for the basic runes she remembered writing down. Nothing too complicated, nothing that would drain her unfinished core too badly. Perhaps the sun array. She dipped a brush in ink and carefully transcribed the 3 runes required inside 2 ellipses. Then took a deep breath. And let the small, shaky amount of magic she could draw on slip out of her. The room lit up, like a sun was rising from the array on the paper. The light was clear and familiar and wonderful and lasted only a few seconds. Sakura opened her mouth in shock, torn from her wild joy and thrown headfirst into confusion. What? It worked. It worked perfectly, I could feel it. A little voice in the back of her head spoke up. There is a reason why the Hogwarts electives aren't offered until 3rd year. Even if you're 13, your core isn't that old. The growth is clearly accelerated, but it's nowhere near the stability of a 13-year-old witch's. Sakura's internal voice was now a mix between a contemptuous Ginny and Hermione herself in the year before her death. But at least it wasn't a crazy child's voice, and she'd take what she could get on that front. Sakura sat back and stared into the air. The urge to bawl like a baby warred with the urge to scream and throw things around. Saner heads prevailed, and she mechanically placed the materials back into their respective drawers. The crushing disappointment was a gargoyle sitting on her shoulders and laughing into her ear. But it's a start, she thought to herself. So maybe I can't use any complex rune arrays for some time yet, and maybe the ones I can use right now are very limited in scope and time of effectiveness. But there must be a few arrays that are useful despite the short time they can remain activated. There must be. And she still had the not quite accidental magic if she was truly in need, or scared, or filled with fury, not that that had helped her defend herself against Kabuto's organ thievery, though. Sakura sat down on her bed with her ancient rune album and pen and paper. She was still sitting there, with a sheaf of paper full of writing beside her, when the sun began to peek over the horizon the next morning. With a grim smile, she schemed what she had written, and thought, I can do this. And just the idea of a plan, a prepared course of action, was enough to make her feel less powerless. Team 7 spent most of the next few weeks in the Uchiha compound. There was much less talking than usual, the air stiff with concentration. Sakura had completed a C-rank jutsu Mikoto had given her the instructions for that would let her move short distances underground, and was working on another one from Sasuke's library that would let her soften hard ground into soil. When she wasn't with her team, she obsessively went over her rune arrays to find the least powerful ones to try out. And at night she sometimes had strange dreams, hearing the murmur of little Sakura's voice in her ears as she woke up. Hopefully they were just dreams and not something else. Naruto was trying to coat his arm in wind chakra to form a gauntlet. Sasuke was focused on a technique that would enable him to split a Katon jutsu in 2, and was so grimly concentrated that he would master in a day at most. They worked silently, like they were in a collective trance, and would probably have continued working well into the night if not for the sudden bustle behind the walls around the compound. There was a woman's voice, trembling with anger. The nerve of those bastards. Who do they think we are? Said a young man, sounding like he really wanted to curse. Actually, who the hell do they think they are? Team 7 exchanged a look and jumped on top of the wall to look down at the streets below. Oi! What's going on? Naruto shouted to the crowds below, a hand cupped around his mouth. Kumo's refusing to recompense us for their idiocy at the Chunin exams. Shouted someone rushing by, carrying a wicker basket filled to the brim with new kunao and panting heavily. A woman leaned out of a window on the other side of the street, frowning harshly. They've ordered Shimo to refuse too. The gall of these assholes. She ducked back inside, still muttering. We should head to the tower, said Naruto quietly, digesting that, and Sasuke nodded. Sakura's lips pursed as she tried to parse what the village was about to be caught up in. This really looks like it's going to kickstart the war, no matter that Kakashi said differently. It's an overtly hostile action. They rushed in formation over the rooftops, passing and being passed by shinobi of all ranks, heading in or coming from the same direction Team 7 were going. Civilians were heading towards the city center, the sellers at the marketplace closing up early. There were so many shinobi milling around the tower that actually getting inside was more than a little difficult. Team 7 pushed through in formation, the same way they would have if they'd been on a mission, and against all odds made their way in. Sakura saw the grown-up version of Lee leaning against a wall, deep in conversation with another jounin guy. I think he was there on the roof, after Kabuto. Other high-ranked shinobi were scattered among the crowds in small clusters, all looking unusually grim. Kurane spotted them a few seconds later, waving them towards her. She had several kunao tied in rows to her legs and a belt with small bottles around her waist. Hello, you three. Sakura, Naruto, good to see you again. Uchiha-kun, nice to meet you. Kurane-sensei, do you know what's going on? Naruto's voice was hushed, obviously trying to keep their conversation private. Sakura and Shizuke huddled in, until the four of them were in their own little bubble. Kumo ordered Shimogakuer to refuse to make amends for the invasion. We're forcing the issue. She smiled grimly, her unpainted lips chapped and dry. How? Asked Shizuke, dark eyes intent. We've had shinobi stationed in hot water, close to Shimo's borders, since Hokage-sama decided we would demand compensation. This is not an unexpected development, then, said Sakura, tilting her head in consideration. Kumo's leader is a very passionate man, said Kurane, emphasizing passionate like she meant hot-headed. The previous Raikage was much less prone to predictable tantrums. He gave us reason to fear Kumo's influence. When his son took over, well, he's easier to deal with, in comparison. Naruto's brows drew together. So, we shouldn't worry too much. Kurane pursed her lips. The Raikage isn't stupid, merely reactionary. While the timing of his attacks can be quite predictable, as in this instance, the attacks themselves can't be shrugged aside. Temper notwithstanding, the Yandere Raikage was given the Raikage's hat for a reason. He has a good head for battle strategy. What are we supposed to do? Kakashi was sent to hot water to be on standby, along with many of the other jounin. Everyone knows you three are good enough to be sent out on your own, but we can't risk putting all our eggs in one basket, so you won't be joining your teacher. I expect you'll be sent out with other teams to stand guard around the village perimeter. Are we expecting attacks to the village even while fighting Shimo and Kumo in hot water or frost? Sakura asked, frowning. It would be a good diversionary tactic, because it could potentially limit how many more shinobi we could send to the front lines. Sakura frowned but nodded. Who should we talk to about assignments? Kurane gestured towards one end of the room, where two men were being swarmed by younger teams. Yamanaka Santa and Shiranui Genma are handling all assignments for below jounin shinobi. Team 7 pushed their way in that direction and Kurane disappeared in a poof of smoke a second later. They had to shove people aside, mostly with knees and elbows, to get anywhere at all. In the short time they'd been speaking with Kurane, 24 more people had poured into the room. Excuse me? Harano Sakura-san. Sakura turned around, huffing when she got an elbow shoved into her stomach by a genin trying to get through. Yes. He was a young man with tired, deep-set eyes and long brown hair that framed his face. She barely spared him a glance, though her guard was up. My name is Junto Kujuaki, and I have a message for you from my master. Sakura followed her boys as they made their way to the front of the group gathered around Genma and Santa. What? I don't know anyone from the Juntoku clan, and now is really not the time for this. But it's about Yura. He reached out as if to tug on her arm and Sakura skirted the movement. They were in the middle of something important here, for Merlin's sake. Team Kakashi, hey. She heard Genma say. Sakura dismissed Juaki with an impatient glance and turned to greet Genma. His senbon was missing and he was sporting several bandages, as well as a black eye, but he was grinning at them. Starting to get a bit of a rep now, aren't you? Good showing in the exams. Thanks, said Naruto and grinned back. Shizuke rolled his eyes at him and Sakura couldn't quite bring herself to smile. Unfortunately for you, that means you won't be sent on any of the cushy missions. You should know better than to get all noticed and stuff. He threw Shizuke a small scroll and winked. You sound like Shikamaru, Naruto said with an eye roll. Sakura agreed. Genma nodded sagely. The Naras know the way to true enlightenment. Pure laziness. Sakura muttered, leaning over Sasuke's shoulder to read the mission parameters. Guarding a mine. I didn't even know we had a mine up there. Apparently the mine had several entrances that allowed one to come within Konoha's walls, though why that was the case Sakura couldn't understand. It seemed like an unusually foolish security risk for a hidden village. We've never had a guard duty mission before, said Naruto thoughtfully. Shizuke snapped the scroll together and shoved it into his kunao pouch. Genma raised his eyebrows. Guess this mission will pop your cherries, then. A/N, I actually got this out on time. Still really stressed, so I wasn't sure I'd make it. Several people figured out what Kabuto did to Sakura in the previous chapter, which made me prouder than it probably should have. In this chapter we have, the fallout from the invasion and Team 7's fight with Kabuto, serious talks with Kakashi, Chunin promotions, rune experimentation and a sudden escalation of the simmering conflict with Kumo. Tell me your thoughts. Thanks to Against the Current for her helpfulness and patience. I am unworthy of her. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 25, Hidden in Unlikely Places. Team 7 packed and met up at Konoha's Great Gates, where the scroll said someone who had experience with the mine would meet up with them. Naruto and Shizuke were bickering in their usual manner, but Sakura's thoughts were occupied by the pink door in her mind and what to actually do about the demented child hiding behind it. And what to do to prepare for Orochimaru's eventual experiment with what Kabuto took. She actively tried not to think too hard on that, because of all her current worries, that one was the most difficult to plan for. Naruto spotted their guide first, stopping in the middle of the road and interrupting the casually insulting exchange between himself and Sasuke. Shino. Naruto, Abarame Shino said with a short nod. He looked the way he always had, huddled into his jacket like he was expecting a blizzard. Perhaps a little stiffer than usual, but that was difficult to tell for sure in that jacket. I wonder if he saw me that day, when he was sitting with Hinata under a tree. Naruto sped up and then stopped again, several steps away from the other boy. He looked almost nervous. Hey, Shino. How are you? As well as can be expected. The sun caught his dark glasses when he tilted his head down. I did not thank you for aiding me in the forest. That was remiss of me. Naruto shook his head, hand coming up to rub at his neck. There's no need. We were fighting together, so of course I had your back. Still, thank you. It is very likely that I would have been killed had you not been there. There was a tiny pause before the word killed that Sakura tried not to notice too much. She wondered fleetingly, reluctantly, how close the members of Team 8 had been. And Hinata has you to thank for her life. My clones are good at working independently. How is Hinata? Is she okay? Her father is all kinds of dickish, and I haven't seen her around. Naruto was frowning, cracking his knuckles as he spoke. Shino paused briefly, and for such a stoic boy, the silence was surprisingly pregnant with emotion. She's yet to be branded with the seal, at any rate. The seal? What seal? Naruto straightened in obvious alarm, looking well on his way to becoming angry even before Shino could elaborate. The caged bird seal, said Sasuke, coming up to stand at Naruto's side. Every member of the Hyuga branch family are branded with a seal that will destroy their eyes when they die. The main family can use it to cause pain if the branch members are disobedient. There was no particular inflection or emotion in his voice, but Sakura had been his teammate for long enough that she could read the contempt below the surface blandness. That sounds a lot like slavery. Naruto said slowly, his blue eyes narrowing. Sasuke snorted. It is slavery. The seal ensures that the branch members don't rebel. Outrage was written in bold letters across Naruto's tanned face. But that's terrible. What's terrible is that the Hokage allows it, Sakura said, so quietly she doubted he heard her. All these remnants from back when Konoha first formed. When the Shode Hokage had to cater to the clan's individual ethos to make sure the village had enough strength to stand against the outside world. In the academy, they'd talked about the contracts the Shode, and later the Nidaime, had made with the first clans. Not exactly what they entailed, but that they were unassailable and the reason why Konoha had been able to grow so quickly. So Hinata could get this slave seal too? Asked Naruto. Shino's jacket rustled as he pushed his hands into his pockets. They have yet to decide. It is unsafe to brand children over the age of 5, and placing the seal on a main branch member sets a dangerous precedent. Sakura frowned. But Hinata can't be the only main branch member to lose a limb in battle. They couldn't be branding anyone who was badly injured in a fight and had to retire from shinobi life. Dismemberment was a risk every shinobi faced. Shino seemed to sink deeper into his coat. Hinata was never considered to be a very suitable heir. But only if she is branded could her sister take her place. Hinata is really nice, said Naruto in what seemed like automatic defense, but then he hesitated. But niceness isn't important to a big-ass clan like the Hyuga. We need to start moving, said Sasuke when Shino failed to reply, gaze resting on their blonde teammate. Naruto nodded, his expression a muddled blend of disappointment and a sad kind of frustration. He was growing up again, and as always, it hurt Sakura a bit to see. The foursome made their way out of Konoha and set an easy pace as they reached the wide, tree-flanked road beyond the Great Walls. A few minutes later, the sounds from their village had faded and the chirping of birds had taken its place. It was a deceptively beautiful day, the kind a picnic would have been vastly more suitable for. Shino-san, you have worked in this mine before? Sakura prompted. This was what they should have spoken about when they met up, if they hadn't been distracted. Yes. It is the only gold mine in Fire Country and is owned by the Takahara clan. Naruto looked over. And we're guarding it because. I was about to explain the reason behind our mission, Shino said evenly. The Takaharas demanded easy access to the mine, and dug an underground road from there to their compound. As the compound is within the village walls, this underground road poses a risk, should it ever be discovered by Konoha's enemies. Sakura frowned. Why did the Hokage agree to have this kind of tunnel made? It seems perfectly idiotic, though I guess it's exactly the sort of thing a wealthy merchant clan would demand. Because Konoha receives a sizable portion of the profits from the mine. And the Takahara clan has signed an agreement to trade exclusively from Konoha, which brings a steady stream of wealthy foreign civilians to Konoha. And because all the old clans had shinobi retainers, probably. Plus if the Hokage just seized the mine, that would put him at odds with the civilians. Both the profitable merchant clans that provided Konoha with a little less than half its wealth, as well as any foreign merchants that might otherwise consider joining Konoha. Military strength only gets you so far. How likely is an attack? She asked, wondering how well known this mine was. It's a statistical probability, said Shino and pushed his glass up on the bridge of his nose. Not all merchants are as discreet as would be advisable. They ran for half an hour in silence, doubling back occasionally to cover their tracks, and then Shino signaled for them to slow down. Sakura quickly surveyed the area, the waving green grass and rocky ground, but couldn't see any hint of the mine's entrance. Very well hidden. They must have enlisted specialized shinobi to help them hide it this well. Shino made a discreet gesture towards a group of mossy rocks by a tree, and it took Sakura several seconds of intense scrutiny to catch sight of the small seals inked into the uneven surfaces. I think those are alarm seals. Are we hiding in the trees or what? Asked Naruto under his breath. That would be the most efficient, I should think, said Shino. As she watched, small bugs came crawling out of his sleeves and began swarming over the ground. That's sort of disgusting. The thought of having insects inside her body made Sakura's flesh crawl, just a little. Like he was reading her mind, Shino turned to stare flatly at her for a moment, and while Sakura struggled not to redden, he began to walk up one of the closest trees. When they were all up in the trees and hidden by the thick canopies, the wait began. They'd had lectures about guard duty in their academy classes, but Sakura couldn't recall any of them mentioning how boring it was. Spending 5 minutes staring at that group of sealed rocks made Sakura's eyes want to cross. Naruto must be doing even worse, with his level of energy. She shouldn't be hoping for a fight. Not even just a little one that would let her stretch out her legs. Just a genin team. Or even a group of civilian bandits. She sighed and went to rub her hands before noticing that one of Shino's small bugs was sitting on her knuckles and seemingly looking up at her. As she stared at it, it began to move around on the back of her hands, the small skittering legs distracting her for a moment until she realized it was writing something. East, group, Kumo, close. Sakura silently mouthed the words as they appeared and then carefully flexed her muscles to warm them up. Minutes passed without a sound, and then there was the slight shifting of grass, a soft scent carried through the air and, from one second to the next, they were all down and out of the trees and facing enemy shinobi. 5 Kumo shinobi. They were masked but revealed enough that Sakura could say for sure that at least 3 of them were men, and that based on their armor, all 5 were lightning-natured. Not too uncommon in Kumo shinobi. So the mine is here, said a voice from behind one of the masks, a long-fingered hand pushing it up to reveal a face Sakura vaguely recognized. We weren't sure about that. Aren't you Shima's fake wife? Said Naruto, stopping for a moment to stare incredulously before making a handful of clones to distract the shinobi who were turning to target him. Mabuki, said Sakura with dawning realization and then jerked back as the kunoichi casually flipped a shuriken at her, sending it flying with speed that belied the nonchalance. It grazed her shoulder and Sakura cursed herself. No getting distracted in the middle of a fight. Mabi, actually. The kunoichi made a small bow and smiled politely, her hands clasped in front of her like she was being introduced by friends rather than facing enemy combatants. You look like an accountant, said Naruto, and from the corner of her eye, Sakura saw Sasuke turn to stare the blonde. He had a point, though, she didn't look much like a shinobi. And that's obviously why she managed to seduce Shima. The whole point of undercover work is to avoid looking like what you actually are. Sasuke broke the neck of one of the enemy shinobi and then jumped back when Mabi lobbed what looked like a beach volleyball at him. It bounced off the ground and for a brief moment Sakura thought it might actually be a volleyball, before reality reasserted itself and she skipped out of its path. Like that was some sort of signal, the remaining Kumonin began attacking them with frenzied movements that shouldn't have been so graceful and difficult to avoid as they were. Kumo shinobi didn't move like Konohinin, they moved like they belonged in the air rather than on the ground. It's a distraction, Sakura thought as she jumped away and then skidded away from Shino, who'd appeared behind her without a sound. They're trying to keep us in place, but... Fighting together with her team was like fighting together with 2 extensions of her own body, but the teamwork was hampered by Shino's presence in a way Sakura thought would probably embarrass her later. They should be able to incorporate a fellow Konohinin they'd all worked and trained alongside as academy students. There's chakram moving in the ball. Sasuke shouted from her left, eyes ruby red. Before Sakura could even react to that information, the ball exploded in a cascading shower of bright chakra that washed the nearby trees in blue light. The chakra spread like a net, thin strings of blue lashing out and around them all. It took Sakura less than a second to realize that they were caught inside some sort of chakra cage, even as Naruto's clones hit the cage walls and poofed into nothingness. I spent that long night transcribing arrays. I can do this. I don't need more than a few seconds, just a few seconds. She kicked the shinobi coming for her from on high into a tree and crouched down low. Like she was preparing for a summoning, she bit her thumb and forced blood to the surface. Then she scribbled the tiny array known as the little tree on a rocky patch on the ground. Her head snapped up as her previous enemy punched her back, this time with a sword in hand. Sakura bit back a grunt and when she landed, ungainly and almost crashing into Shino, she formed a hand seal. She was cast in shadow as her opponent jumped high above her and prepared to hammer her into the dirt. She could feel him in the air just above her head, feel her muscles tense in response. She took a short breath and then she sank into the ground. A fraction of a second before his calloused hands would have slammed her head first into the dirt. Being below ground was strange and stifling, and moving in any direction was like swimming through chunky syrup. But she'd practiced this jutsu and that was less of a hindrance than the lack of sight down here. She let the cold do its thing, a slick pulsing that filled the insides of her skull until it seemed like her head would burst with it. In the dark and underneath her shirt, Orochimaru's mark pulsed like small heart. This is what I succeeded in doing that night in my room. Please let it work when I truly need it. Moving forward to where she thought her array was, Sakura burst out of the ground in an explosion of dark soil. Rubbing dirt from her eyes with quick strokes, she squinted at the array and slapped the hand of her cursed arm onto it. She let the magic flow through and thanked Merlin for the jutsu Mikoto had taught her. A thin tree of light burst from the center rune and grew up into the air, its branches spreading like someone was painting them into the air. From the corner of her eye, Sakura saw Mabi take a step back from it, narrowing her eyes suspiciously but signaling for Sakura's previous opponent to attack once more. So she's their leader. I don't know what EHA is, you Konoha dog, but I ain't fallen for it. He shouted and instead of lunging for her, he took a step forward and thrust out with his sword, straight through the rune tree. He jerked back with a loud curse when the light raced down the sword and bit into the back of his hand. It snaked its way up his arm, leaving a blistering second-degree burn in its wake, before fading away. Before he could do more than stare dumbly at it, a cloud of Shino's bugs had descended on his head. He collapsed like a ragdoll, his final words muffled by the bugs covering his mouth. What an interesting technique, said Mabi, her eyes still narrowed, and then very quickly made 3 hand seals. With a resounding booming sound, a great dragon made entirely of lightning took shape in the air above them, its glowing white eyes turning to focus on her. Sakura glared at it even as she prepared to dive underground again. My tree lasted for what, 8 seconds? Sakura, watch out! Shouted Sasuke, nasally and with blood covering most of his face. Nose broken. Sakura jumped to the side without looking, and she really should have known better because she was well aware that she couldn't dodge in midair. 3 clones threw themselves in front of her and then exploded into smoke all at once as the dragon tore through them. Sakura would have breathed a sigh of relief if not for the hail of kunao she could see was embedded inside the lightning dragon's body. Shit! I can't avoid all of them. Twisting her body to avoid the ones that would hit her head, she bit back a snarl when 3 kunao scored glancing blows despite her maneuvering. Sakura? Sakura! That was Naruto's voice, and when Sakura slammed into the ground and caught sight of him, his opponent clearly had him in a genjutsu. Naruto had gotten so much better, but not good enough to stand against what appeared to be a jounin genjutsu specialist. I think I'll just let him think you died, the kunoichi facing Naruto said with a look in Sakura's direction. It was clearly emotional manipulation, so Sakura really shouldn't be getting angry. She's trying to rattle you, and she's good at it, so curtail the reactionary response. Sakura. Sakura flinched back from the deep, raspy depth of Naruto's voice. His normally childish voice was suddenly cavernous and seemed to echo from within his chest, a much stronger sound than his child's body should be able to produce. He turned, and his eyes were a dazed purple, then shot through with red, and then the spokes of red deepened until the entire iris was a bright crimson color. On his cheeks, the faint lines that she usually barely noticed were deepening into whisker-like markings and he was leaking so much killing intent that Sakura felt herself take a step back, entirely without meaning to. She wasn't the only one. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes were spinning, his gaze wide-eyed and intent, and their enemies had warily backed off. Mabi's brow was crinkled and she'd stilled where she was, like she was trying not to draw attention to herself. Something calculating moved in her eyes and Sakura thought she saw something more in this Naruto than Sakura herself could. It's a genjutsu, Sakura tried tentatively, but Naruto seemed not to hear her. Instead he turned towards one of the nameless opponents, tilted his head in an uncharacteristic bird-like motion, and then exploded into movement. The man's ribcage tore open in a splatter of white bone and dark blood. Naruto stared at the gore, seemingly entirely unbothered. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged an alarmed glance, both twitching for weapons but unsure of what to do. Naruto. It's merely an illusion. Shake it off. That was Shino, after a pause and what seemed like a stabilizing breath. He took a careful step forward, hand outstretched and bugs rising from his forearm. That was a miscalculation. Naruto moved, a blur of orange through the air, quick as a leopard. His hand whipped out and Shino went flying through the trees, bugs scattering in the air. Sakura heard branches crack and fall in the abar maze path and gritted her teeth. Sasuke stared after him, but remained in place, tensed and stiff. Idiot, what the hell are you doing? He hissed and then twitched when Naruto snarled like an animal at him. Idiot is right. The only reason that genjutsu took to him was because it played on his worst fears. What the hell did Kurane teach him? Sakura squinted up through her messy bangs to see Jiraiya crouched in a tree above them, chin in his hand and looking faintly exasperated. He turned to stare at the leader of the Kumo team, whose gaze was focused and interested in a way Sakura really didn't like. Jiraiya cocked his head to the side, his mane of white hair cascading over his shoulder. Mabi, right? I believe Ibiki has a few questions for you, girly. Sunan Jiraiya. I suppose it's an honor, if an unwelcome one. She tilted her head and made a strange seal. A light flashed, Mabi's legs tensed in preparation and then nothing. She blinked rapidly a few times and then apparently reoriented herself. Nobody has ever managed to do that before. You deserve your legend. I have other means of escape, though. Perhaps we'll meet a guy. She interrupted herself with a hacking, choking sound and then fell over, landing hard in the dirt. Like their strings had been cut, her team members did the same a fraction of a second later. Naruto jerked back as the other Kumo kunoichi went down and her genjutsu fizzled out. Claws that Sakura hadn't even noticed retracted back into his fingertips and he sagged for a long, tired moment, like a blanket of exhaustion was suddenly wearing down on him. Jiraiya put his chin in his hand, sighing. Well, that was certainly a show. Bit sloppy, though. Naruto stared at his downed opponent with wide eyes that were slowly turning back into his normal clear ocean blue. Wah! I didn't mean to. I wasn't. His breathing was growing ragged and he whipped his head around, first to stare at Sakura and Sasuke, and then to gape in the direction he'd sent Shino. Cracked branches hung haphazardly from a nearby tree, so it wasn't difficult to figure out what way he'd gone, even if that particular tree hadn't been covered in bugs. Shit! I didn't mean to do that. Stop it, idiot brat. He's a shinobi and an aberme to boot. You don't really think getting smacked through a few trees would kill him, do you? Jiraiya said, jumping down to the ground and towing the remnants of Naruto's torn-up enemy with one wooden geta. I didn't even recognize him as an ally. Naruto mumbled. 3 of his surviving clones took off in the direction Shino had disappeared, seemingly completely of their own volition. What was that, Naruto? Sasuke asked sharply when nobody seemed inclined to do anything. Naruto's expression visibly shifted, from something dark and upset to something nervous and pained. He said he had a secret, once, Sakura thought. That day when that cashier acted like he carried some disease. And then during the invasion, when we were on the roof and I was so hurt. Werewolf. That was her first thought. Those animalistic expressions, the way his muscles rippled under tanned skin, the shift in his center of gravity, the way his gaze had chilled until there was nothing of his warm nature in there. And the color of his eyes. She'd seen them go from blue to purple before, color leaking into the iris like spilled paint. But those red eyes, they were as red as Voldemort's. That was why the killing intent had made her take a step back. Because that feeling of imminent death coupled with those eyes was like a stab to her solar plexus. I can't explain it. I'm not allowed. That didn't look completely true, but Naruto's voice broke in the middle of the sentence, and that seemed to strike a chord with Sasuke, however grim and disbelieving his gaze was. Not allowed? Sakura asked carefully, darting a glance at the closest broken and bug-covered tree before sidling closer. Naruto looked in control again, and the way he was staring at them made Sakura think he was having some idiotic thoughts about them being scared of him or some such. Does this have anything to do with your healing blood limit? Naruto opened and then closed his mouth. Sasuke snorted. If you're going to lie, try to do it with some fucking finesse, moron. Sakura swallowed, unnecessarily straightened her shirt and then hedged. Are you, something like a werewolf? She'd seen werewolves in children's books here, but never seen any hint that they might exist for real in this reality. Werewolves were magical creatures, after all. What? Said Naruto, blinking. Then his mouth twitched, the corner of his lip riding up seemingly despite himself. Sakura, werewolves aren't real. Sakura pushed away the embarrassment that wanted to warm her cheeks as Sasuke and Naruto stared at her. Even Jiraiya's brows had risen on his forehead. You grew fangs, your pupils turned to slits, your irises turned red and you snarled like a wolf at Sasuke. Your whole bearing became animalistic. It was just an idea. And apparently completely incorrect, which shouldn't have felt so discouraging. Naruto had gone back to looking stricken, his face tightening into a scowl he seemed to be directing wholly at himself. I didn't notice any of that. It just took over. What took over? Sasuke asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Naruto sucked in a breath and blew it out slowly, eyes darting between them. As they stared at each other silently, Jiraiya gathered all the downed enemies into a scroll, blithely whistling under his breath and giving them the illusion of privacy. His pretend disinterest reminded Sakura of Kakashi. You're gonna hate me. They both spoke at once. That would never happen. You're annoying, but that's it. Sakura tried to be reassuring, while Sasuke huffed and rolled his eyes like he was offended. Naruto stood biting his lip, a complex blur of emotion in his eyes as they watched him. He was clearly relieved when the clones returned with an unconscious Shino. He fussed over the aberme, bandaged the other boy's scrapes and making a sling for his broken arm. But Sakura saw Naruto's shoulders and back muscles tighten when she and Shizuke didn't relent in the focused way they watched him. Finally, he spun around, and his face was red with some unidentified emotion. His hands were clenching and unclenching and he made a scoffing sound before he spoke. Fine. Fine. You know that big demon the Yandere supposedly killed? Well, he didn't actually fucking kill it. He sealed it into a newborn infant. Naruto gestured to himself, a snappish movement under a brittle expression, and tilted his chin up. Me. And when I get angry, sometimes the fox bleeds into me. Like he's some cup tipping over. That's where the red chakra is from and that's why I heal like I do. He said it all in one breath and then glowered at them like he was bracing for an attack. Both Shizuke and Sakura just stared at him. Shizuke had, seemingly unconsciously, uncrossed his arms. His mouth wasn't quite closed, and his face was a study in pure shock. Sakura herself wasn't sure what to think. Her thoughts threw themselves over each other and tripped on the way back. A demon inside him. I didn't even know it was possible to lock a living creature inside another living creature. Like a scroll where you stuff dead enemies. Or kunao. A demon could be a weapon. Is that why? Because the spillover, or whatever, it made him so much faster. So now you can hate me like the rest of the villagers or whatever, Naruto finished with, and he was standing so stiffly he looked like he'd been stunned. That's why they treat you like that? Sakura asked slowly, things clicking into place. She didn't like what she could see of the puzzle those pieces were creating. I'm the demon who killed the Hokage. The monster. They. Oh, shut up. Shizuke met Naruto's feeble glare with a harsh scowl. You're an idiot, not a monster. You dress in orange, for fuck's sake. And that was it. The way he said it, like that was the ultimate piece of evidence against Naruto's monsterhood. Laughter sputtered out of Sakura in bursts between breaths and wheezes. She clapped a hand to her mouth and bent over to hide it, but Naruto turned to stare at her and Shizuke stiffly raised an eyebrow. I haven't laughed since the invasion, she thought as the laughter trailed away. It felt like a release of pressure, like she was boiling over. We all know people who dress in orange can't possibly be monsters. She rubbed her face, forcing away the inappropriate expression on her face as Shizuke glared at her. I think there are enough angsty secrets in our team as it is. No need to make your secret one of them. She tried not to think of herself as hypocritical as she spoke. My own angsty secrets are really piling up, aren't they? Perhaps I should make an appointment with a Yamanaka shrink sooner rather than later, after all. She was keeping herself from thinking about too much of the bad stuff. It wasn't healthy to let it bottle up, she knew that. You what? Naruto blinked, clearly on edge, but there was a cautious hope in his eyes. And an unhealthy dose of disbelief. Shizuke shrugged his shoulders like he was trying to force himself to relax. Idiot. We're your, whatever. Your team. Like he'd just declared his undying love for Naruto, Shizuke turned to glare hard at a nearby tree. There was a slight redness about his ears. Naruto stared at him with eyes the size of dinner plates. You guys don't care. His voice wobbled and he bent over slightly, his hands on his knees and his hair falling forward to cover his face. His breathing was ragged, like he'd just crossed the finish line in a marathon. Or like he was trying not to cry. I care a great deal. The Hokage shouldn't have locked anything inside you without your permission. Sakura hoped she sounded steady and comforting, and not like she needed some time alone to truly digest this revelation. The greatest demon of them all, stuck inside her friend. But you're not afraid. Stop sounding like that, Shizuke said, and though Naruto was blinking at him with open confusion, Sakura knew what he meant. That tremor, that lack of confidence. Naruto wasn't meant to sound like that. He was a firework, and fireworks were meant to be the brightest shining things around. Can you tell us more about the house and the whys? Sakura asked, and though she hadn't consciously noticed herself move, she and Shizuke were suddenly huddling around Naruto. Shizuke was demonstratively staring in another direction and Sakura was pretending that she couldn't feel the blonde's shoulders shake. But they were there, close and unafraid, and Sakura thought that meant quite a lot to the blonde. Yeah. Sure. Anything you want to know. Naruto coughed into his hand and his voice steadied. I'll tell you whatever. Jiraiya had wandered aside to smoke, idly putting tobacco into his pipe and still humming under his breath. While Sakura had no doubts that he could still hear them and that he was still keeping an eye on them, he was one of the best shinobi Konoha had ever produced, for all that her own opinion of him was less than positive. Kakashi-sensei trusted him, and that meant something. Every adult in Konoha who was around when Kyuubi attacked knows that it's inside me. Naruto began, and what followed was a story of a sensible, strategic option that had terrible personal consequences for Naruto. He lived in an orphanage until the age of 9, when he was allowed to move into an apartment of his own with regular supervision. People avoided him. The teachers in the civilian pre-academy school didn't much like him. The shinobi academy instructors didn't much like him either, until Irika. The dislike trickled down from parents to children, so he'd had a difficult time making friends until he became the class joker. He didn't say it in so many words, but Sakura could read between the lines. I thought ill of him too, back then. I didn't dislike him, but I thought he was stupid, lazy, annoying. That our team would be a disaster. Sakura's hands tightened around each other and her lips pursed. Ron was a bit of a clown too, and yet I never thought badly of him. Or the twins, and they were much more disruptive than Muggle-class clowns ever could be. Perhaps she'd let her surroundings form an opinion of Naruto for her, instead of evaluating him objectively. She forced her tense fingers to loosen. But at least I was quick to re-evaluate him once we were actually introduced. Sasuke was looking at Naruto with his dark eyes shadowed by his bangs. He'd braided his fingers together and was leaning his chin on his knuckles, expression tight and uncomfortable. His broken nose crinkled and he absently wiped away some dried blood. Sakura couldn't quite guess what he was thinking. So that's that. Now you know everything I know, Naruto said, laughing without much amusement, and rubbing the back of his head like he needed to occupy his hands. Thank you for telling us, Naruto, said Sakura and squeezed his shoulder. You could have said something sooner, said Sasuke, and it sounded like we wouldn't have left you behind. Sakura thought that Naruto might have heard that too, because he smiled a little and his shoulders relaxed. Jiraiya was clomping over the dirt ground towards them, apparently having looked Shino over, and that broke the moment a little. He stopped in front of them, put his big hands on his hips and grinned. You do know that it's illegal for you to spread this information. Sakura nodded on reflex, and she thought Sasuke did too, because there was a warning in the Sunin's grinning eyes that she felt down into her bones. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and his warning grin thawed into something kinder. Good for you, kid. These unnecessarily serious and boring friends of yours aren't too bad, after all. Naruto scowled in protest, apparently at her and Sasuke being insulted, and the Sunin crouched down in front of him and bopped him on the nose with an even wider grin. I'm all for threesome-like team bonding. Naruto grimaced, pointing at Jiraiya like he wasn't half a meter in front of him. We're not a threesome, you old pervert. I must be imagining these licentious vibes between you three, then, said Jiraiya with a wicked glint in his eyes. Sakura scooted backwards with a small frown, even as she thought that the old man was surprisingly adept at diffusing the dark atmosphere. You see perverted things everywhere, Naruto muttered, a disgusted look on his face. With an overly disappointed shake of his head, Jiraiya heaved a great sigh. I guess you are a bit too young to properly appreciate it. You're horrible, Sakura said pleasantly, and Jiraiya gave her a saucy wink before turning back to Naruto. I still don't like him. But I guess he's not wholly terrible, she tried to think despite the irritation that was making a vein in her forehead throb. If you had come to me for training, this wouldn't have happened, Jiraiya continued with a more serious note in his voice. That was why Kakashi-kun wanted you to train under me. I think I'm gonna stick with my team, pervert, Naruto mumbled and Jiraiya rolled his eyes. He put one of his big hands on the blonde's unruly mop of hair and tugged on it. Fine, how about this? Your teammates can come and watch you get trained. Naruto opened his mouth, and Jiraiya heaved a sigh and interrupted before the blonde could say anything. Yeah, I'd give them some pointers too, the gods have mercy on me. Sakura sighed, valiantly stopping herself from rolling her eyes. That's a nice offer and all, but we're in the middle of a mission right now. Thanks for the heads up, Strawberry Top. The only reason I'm here is because you're being replaced by a full Jounin team tomorrow, and I'm taking over in the interim. There's an increased threat scenario for this mine, I'm afraid. That's pretty sudden. We've only been here for a few hours, Sakura thought, brows curving downwards. Then again, it only took us a few hours to get attacked by Kumo Jounin. Are you gonna stay here until the Jounin team shows up? Naruto asked with a not entirely approving frown. Jiraiya met his frown with a deeper one of his own. I'm not going to snatch your little lady, don't you worry about that. I told you before, I don't do kids. If you read my books, you'd know that. What books? Asked Sakura, with a sinking feeling that she already knew. The first time we ran into him, he said he was an author of great renown. The Ika Ika series, of course. Said Jiraiya, turning towards her with a wide, proud smile. Figures, Sasuke muttered with a curl of his lip. Naruto just gawked at him in apparent disbelief, and then heaved a sigh. Your grammar isn't very good, said Sakura with a challenging look. Jiraiya stared at her and then his smile widened until the corners of his eyes crinkled. So you have read them. I reluctantly skimmed over of the first one. Kakashi keeps sticking his head in them during training hours, and I wanted to know why. Her voice was even, but she was a little amused at the betrayed look Naruto shot her. Sasuke looked faintly disturbed. And what did you think? There is a lot of anatomically impossible positions. Every character sparkles with beauty, but especially the unreasonably proportioned female characters. Sakura's voice was flat, but then she slowed and looked at him in silence for a moment. And even though most characters are shinobi, nobody ever really gets hurt in a fight. Nobody dies. Everyone gets to stand in the sun. Happily ever after and all that. Jiraiya tilted his head, his smile fading before quickly reappearing. This time it was smaller, less overblown, and gimmicky. Happily ever after, hey. He said and gave her a slow look, his eyes opaque. You're not too stupid, bratling. Sakura rolled her eyes. Thanks. Naruto looked between her and Jiraiya like he was trying to parse what they were talking about, before apparently giving up. Sakura writes too, you know. Not stupid perverted crap, but poems and stuff. Jiraiya looked amused and Sakura tried not to flush or glare preemptively at him to stave off any stupid comments. Oh, really? I could take a look at your poems sometime, maybe even improve upon them. You're not adding big, heaving breasts or pulsating manhoods to my poems, said Sakura with a sharp look. Those poems were legacies of her old world, and she wouldn't allow them to be vandalized. Jiraiya grinned unrepentantly. I don't suppose you could recite something for me, little lady. Sakura refused, but then Sasuke turned and glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. She wasn't sure what he was looking for, but he straightened and without any warning he recited that one poem by Robert Frost she'd once spoken to Ohisa. I can't believe he remembered that. Well, they used to say he was a genius. You wrote that? Jiraiya asked, and now there was a genuine note of interest in his voice that Sakura wasn't sure she liked. She didn't particularly want someone like Jiraiya to be interested in her. Her voice was slow when she answered. Yes, a few years ago. Hey. I really will come by and check out your stuff at some point, then. That wasn't too shabby. Naruto made an irate sound. Ugh, you pervy old man. She never said she wanted you to come over. You'll probably just peep on her mother or something. They argued as the sun slowly set in the sky above them, and for once Sasuke and Naruto were on the same page. Jiraiya could not visit Sakura, they were in complete agreement on that note. Sakura leaned back and watched as the tension drained completely out of them and wondered how much of Jiraiya's personality was just a very well-fitting, very irritating mask. Shino woke up a little while later, concussed and very confused. Jiraiya fed him a story about Naruto having a berserker blood limit, whatever that was supposed to mean, and Shino seemed to accept that as truth. It was difficult to tell, what with his eyes hidden, but when Naruto immediately jumped up to apologize to him and explain that he hadn't meant to hurt Shino, and that he still wasn't very good at controlling it, Shino nodded and almost seemed to smile. Probably because Naruto was so obviously sincere. As day turned to evening, Naruto scooted Shino in beside Sakura and then forcibly fed him some chocolate. It was quite the spectacle, and Sakura exchanged an amused glance with Sasuke when the usually unflappable Shino actually flailed back to avoid having more chocolate shoved down his throat by their hovering, apologetic teammate. Naruto. Stop. I'm quite full. But Shino, you need to regain your strength. It hadn't been a terrible mission, for all that had gone wrong. Sakura almost smiled as she surveyed the field of battle, catching sight of what little of her array remained. I knew I could do it. A/N, Sakura has finally willfully used non-accidental magic in combat, and Mabi has shown her face again. Hinata does not have the caged bird seal. And most importantly, Naruto's secret is out. Tell me your thoughts. As usual, thanks to Against the Current for her ever-patient help. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 26, The Rinds of Fallen Fruit. A few hours later, night was enveloping the world in deeper shadows and Team 7 was well on their way to hot water, rushed and tired. The little scroll Jiraiya had finally produced to tell them of their mission had all but screamed hurry at them, even while maintaining that they had to be discreet and wait to move under the cover of darkness. The attack on hot water, tersely described in the scroll, had apparently been completely unexpected. Mostly because it had apparently come from Shimo's primary forces rather than Kumo's. I don't like the feel of this, said Naruto with a puffing noise as they moved through the trees. He'd said the same thing several times under his breath since Sakura had first read out the scroll's contents. We know, Naruto, Sakura said patiently. You still haven't explained exactly why you're so disturbed. She didn't have to force herself to speak to him as she ordinarily would, but she did have to make an effort to keep her thoughts about the demon fox from showing on her face. Why do my best friends end up with monsters inside them, she thought, thinking mostly of Harry, but just a little also of the other Sakura inside of her. It's the whole way the message was written, all rushed, and with those bloodied fingerprints on the edges. Kakashi is right there in the middle of it, and so's a whole bunch of other jounin. Weren't we supposed to be on top of this crap? Prepared for every possibility. They were setting up an ambush depending on Kumigakure's response, not expecting a coordinated attack from Shimo. Sasuke sounded tired and annoyed, which would normally have led to a long bout of bickering. Not this time though. They'd been running non-stop since sunset and hadn't had time to stop to eat or rest, which left little energy for arguing. That and the fact that Sasuke's nose was still sort of crooked and bumpy from its previous break, though Jiraiya had taken a moment to heal and numb it before they separated. The silence set again and they ran for more than an hour without a comment between them, until Sakura spotted the tombstones they'd passed with Zabuza as their prisoner what felt like ages ago. They were grimy again, weather and wind having taken its toll in their absence, but rough outlines of where Team 7 had tried to scrub them clean were still visible. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow and made a gesture for the three of them to stay behind the tree line, and Sakura and Naruto complied with the suggestion. The shadows would still cover them here, but everything else was visible, pale, and glowing under the cold light of the moon. The edge of the cliffside is supposed to be 30 meters in that direction, Sakura said, pitching her voice low and even after catching her team member's eyes. And then Yugakure underneath. Naruto said, gazing at the grassy plain that stretched out before them. Man, it feels like ages ago, he muttered under his breath, echoing Sakura's earlier thoughts. It's too quiet, said Sasuke, and Sakura could see the slow tensing in his back as his eyes flickered over their surroundings. We should be hearing the fighting now. Maybe there's a lull. Naruto suggested, though he sounded uneasy. His blonde brows were pulled together tightly over the bridge of his nose. Sakura smiled tightly. A lull wouldn't cause a complete cessation in the fighting, just lessen it. I'll send a clone to look over the cliff's edge, said Naruto, but he looked at the two of them and made it sound like a question. Sakura nodded encouragement. Unusually cautious and practical of him. They waited for the clone to reach the edge undisturbed and then heard it curse up a blue streak before it poofed itself out of existence. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, grimacing, but then stopped with a choked hacking noise. His whole body froze for a long moment. Then he blinked, swallowed convulsively and turned to face Sakura and Sasuke. It's a massacre. Sasuke frowned, leaning forwards in a low crouch. A massacre? How so? Despite the shakiness in his eyes, Naruto's voice was clear and direct when he spoke. The smell is terrible. Like the whole plain underneath is drowned in blood. And I, my clone, could see the bodies. And, there are a lot of bodies. A lot. Estimation. Sakura said, mentally cataloguing the various ways they could potentially make their way around the main fighting area without being noticed. A massacre is something different from a fight. Even the exam invasion wasn't a massacre. She remembered not feeling much of any strong emotion as she'd run through the arena, even as the stress had made her tense. There'd been a definite sense of believing that they'd pull through, somehow. A massacre is something other than that, but I'm not sure Naruto is using the word in its literal sense. Perhaps his clones could scout ahead while the three of them suppressed their chakra signatures and followed behind. Close to 300, and that's just what I could see. Naruto's voice rose in distress before he visibly reined himself in. He was cracking his knuckles rhythmically against his leg, the blue of his eyes glinting like shards of Peruvian opal in the dark. There's no way all the dead are shinobi. We don't have the time to get upset, said Sasuke and turned to narrow his eyes at the cliff. Sakura saw the tendons in his hands draw tight and tense as bowstring, belying his cold tone. I wonder if he's thinking about another massacre, closer to home, she thought, turning her gaze aside before he could catch her looking at him with such open sympathy. Naruto shot him a glare, either not picking up on the atmosphere or else ignoring it. I know that, bastard. I was just saying. Naruto, we need eyes ahead of us before we make our way down, said Sakura, ignoring the boy's byplay. Yeah, I figured. Without needing to ask what she'd had in mind, Naruto made several more clones, all equally miserable looking and edgy. They grouped into teams and unprompted they transformed into various nondescript people, before slowly moving in different directions but towards the cliff's edge. Team 7 waited for several minutes in tense silence and then made their way after the clones, running lightly along the treeline where the shadow still covered them. It really is too quiet here. It's like they're already done down there. Like there's just dead people left. It was a depressing thought, and not only because Kakashi was supposedly somewhere down there. Is it too much to hope that I could pull off more than one ceiling array today? She'd only noticed the headache afterwards, knocking on her occipital bone like an insistent old friend. She remembered that mocking voice in the back of her mind, pointing out that her core wasn't stable enough for her arrays to last. Could I speed up the progress if I do get a chip of wood into the curse mark? She'd still need a Hyuga for that, of course, but... She let the thought trail away before she could get too caught up in it. They walked down the side of the cliff, and Sakura hated how exposed they were up here. The craggy rock gave easy grip and enabled them to move down very quickly, but every step of the way down, she expected to be ambushed. The bottom of the cliff was still a little while away from where the fighting was. Had been, Sakura corrected herself hesitantly. There was just silence down here, that and shadows that seemed to twist into dark silhouettes as she watched them. The grass here was bent under many feet and small craters and big weapons littered the ground. She recognized the oversized kunai scattered about as being the kind Kyumo shinobi preferred. There was a slow scrape over the ground, the slight sound of moving rubble against bedrock, and Sakura flicked a senbon in that direction without thinking twice. Sasuke's own senbon was immediately there in her senbon's shadow, moving fast through the darkness. Tensely, she waited for the clatter of metal against stone or the soft sound of the senbon landing in the grass. Nothing. No sound at all, which meant. That hurt, said a slow, drawling voice, and for a moment Sakura had trouble placing it, incongruous as it was to hear it here. But then the shadows around her feet warped very visibly and Sakura forced herself to relax, even though her instincts made her want to lash out further. Shikamaru. The Nara came walking out of the darkness, the two senbon stuck in his arm, and Sakura felt the shadows hovering around her retreat as she relaxed further. What the hell, Shikamaru? We could have killed you, said Naruto in a tense voice that in other circumstances would probably have emerged as a shout. Sorry. Sasuke, check for genjutsu, Sakura said tightly, though she didn't actually expect him to be an imposter. Sasuke's eyes immediately swirled into red, giving Shikamaru a hard glance. He's genuine, said Sasuke, but he only lowered his weapon to waist level. Paranoia isn't good for you, said Shikamaru in that familiar bored deadpan, his eyes wandering over to Sakura. But for the record, I once concluded that there was something about you worth being nosy about. And that your eyes have grown colder. Sakura relaxed further, sighing and rubbing her neck. What's going on here, Shikamaru? Shikamaru gave them a half-lidded look. You're late. Guess that teacher of yours is rubbing off on you. His shoulders were more slumped than usual, his spine curving tiredly and his arms hanging limply by his sides. His hands are trembling. Not with emotion, she thought, but with chakra exhaustion. Where is Kakashi? Said Sasuke before Shikamaru could continue, finally putting his kunai away. His expression was still taut and even faintly distrustful. He's in one of the med tents over on that side, said Shikamaru pointing vaguely to the right. Naruto made a worried noise and Sasuke's expression tightened further, until it was pinched and pale. I don't think he's that badly hurt. Sakura slashed at the air when Sasuke made to open his mouth again, which was unusually brusque of her. It did work, though. Shikamaru. What happened? I'll tell you on the way, Shikamaru said and turned to the side to mosey off in the direction he'd pointed to before. We were completely overwhelmed. He started as they began walking, and Team 7 listened in silence as he explained the reason for what happened here. The first sign that something was wrong came early last night. We were moving slowly into Shimo after negotiations failed a few days ago. We did sort of know things weren't going right even before that, because their responses to our messages were getting progressively more hostile. Shimo dared to be hostile towards one of the great villages? Doesn't sound much like them, said Sakura thoughtfully, and Shikamaru gave her a tired half-smile. The Jounin concluded that Kumo was actually behind Shimo's supposed answers. Apparently Kurane can tell the difference between Shimo and Kumo slang or something. When we realized that Kumo had full control of Shimo before we even began negotiations, the Jounin reassessed the situation and decided to send for backup. Shimo shinobi began their assault on us several hours before the first backup team reached us, and all frontline teams were ordered to go on the aggressive in an attempt to herd their shinobi to the eastern coast. Shikamaru sighed and Sakura saw him look down at his trembling hands, the thin fingers curling involuntarily against his palms. It failed. We failed. They already had backup. Both Kumo and Odo forces. He stopped, and Team 7, who'd had their eyes focused on him as they walked, finally caught sight of what Naruto's clone had seen. And it was a massacre. The word was almost too small to describe the sight. The moonlight lit up the scene like a panorama, blood-coated grass glittering like silver, dipping down where bodies laid scattered. And in the midst of it all, atop the blood and bodies, floating in the air and screaming hollow screams were about a dozen spirits of the dead. Their cold glow lit the grass further, forming halos around their feet like where they walked was hallowed ground. Sakura turned away, ignoring the lump in her throat, but shutting out their wails wasn't as easy as looking aside. It took another minute before the wind turned and carried the smell over to them, but when it did, it was like being doused in blood. Naruto clapped a hand to his nose and turned away, gagging. Sasuke drew his shoulders up for a second and Sakura felt that cold place in the back of her head react. Like it was sitting up and taking notice, even without her conscious thought. Her right arm seemed to tingle. Where the splinters are, she thought and felt numb. That mark was supposed to be completely sealed. Shikamaru continued quietly, a rasp in his voice, I guess the shinobi didn't trust the hot water civilians to keep quiet if they tried to evacuate them, because they came running when the fighting started. I think someone lit some of their houses on fire and they wanted to get to the water. And they were caught in the crossfire, Sakura concluded tiredly as they passed by the badly scorched bodies of two people, so badly burned she couldn't make out their features. One of the bodies was covering the other, blackened arms encircling the other's back. Not a common pose for shinobi to die in. Yet. Our side probably killed as many of them as the Kumo and Shimo guys did, said Shikamaru quietly, like that wasn't a harsh bomb to drop. Naruto visibly jerked back, staring with big eyes at the other genin, like he thought he must have heard that wrong. Sasuke didn't look very surprised, but briefly there was a shade of something rancorous in his eyes. They passed by an old man with a bucket in his hand and a kunao in his forehead. A fisherman, judging by the tattoos over his knuckles. Above the body, his ghost helplessly tried to yank the bucket away, and Sakura couldn't stop herself from hearing his panicked mumbles about how his family was burning. Shikamaru made a vague gesture. For the last hour or so we've been trying to clear away the corpses. Reinforcements started showing up some hours ago and the enemy retreated. There are still pockets of fighting up ahead, but we have them surrounded. For now, said Sasuke, Sharingan slowly rotating as he scanned the surroundings. It might just be the moonlight, but he looked unusually pale. From her memories, Mikoto's voice spoke up. He taunted Sasuke, after. When myself and my husband were dead at his feet and Sasuke had just come home from school. Sakura helplessly patted her friend on the arm and tried to ignore the angry twitch of his head. She already knew Sasuke wanted to be alone with his grief and thoughts of vengeance. As sunny as ever, Uchiha, said Shikamaru with a slow roll of his thin shoulders. Sasuke gave him a dark look that Shikamaru ignored completely. Where is your team? Sakura asked, only partially to defuse the tension in the air. They're in one of the other med tents. They were both injured. Shikamaru looked over the fields again, shivers running up his arms as a to him unseen female ghost floated a little too close in her attempts to get his attention. Her tears dripped down his arms. Sakura thought it must feel like chips of ice falling down your skin. I'm sort of glad, cause at least that means they won't have to help with the cleanup. Chuji already threw up once. Threw up? Sasuke asked, though he looked distracted by a dip in the grass caked thickly with coagulated blood. Shikamaru's narrow eyes sharpened and Sakura saw his shadow ripple, apparently at the perceived judgment in Sasuke's question. There were children. We took them away first. Sasuke nodded, looking down for a moment. I don't think he said that to slight Chuji. Sakura thought. Shikamaru watched the other dark-haired boy for a second longer and then deliberately looked straight ahead again. I think your teacher has some assignment for you. Head to the med tents. He pointed them in the right direction and stood aside as they walked past. Sakura turned to look back at him once, and he was leaning over a body with a look on his face that aged him 10 years. A harried nurse with an apron liberally splattered with blood herded them to Kakashi's side and then immediately hurried off to attend to a screaming civilian on a makeshift gurney. The med tent smelled like rotting antiseptic, the sterile air mingling with the scent of a dozen different body fluids. The dirt ground was packed hard but moist, and Sakura's boots sank into it a little where she stood next to Kakashi's bed. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said quietly, hand hovering over their teacher's left arm like he wasn't sure it would hurt Kakashi if he touched him. Sakura couldn't blame him for thinking that, because their teacher looked gaunt in a way that reminded Sakura of famine victims. It was like he'd lost half his body weight in the short time he'd been away. I can feel you hovering, brats, Kakashi said before opening his eyes and sweeping his gaze over them all. His voice was throaty and slurred, presumably due to whatever drugs were fed through the 4-tube needle currently attached to his elbow crease. You look like you need some hovering over, Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura quietly and carefully sat down on his bedside. Kakashi's visible eye rolled over to her, half-lidded and hazy. You're very annoying, he said after half a minute of silence. When Sasuke snorted, the corner of his eye creased in a smile. Sakura almost deflated with relief, and only then did she even realize she'd actually been worried about their irritating, porn-addicted, Oni-sensei. How the hell did Kakashi sneak his way into my affections? Sakura wondered with a quiet, still fondness. Things are quite bad out there, said Naruto lamely, fiddling with the bed cover. Kakashi hummed in agreement and maybe she was projecting, or perhaps it was the drugs, but to Sakura he looked even more drained all of a sudden. Stripped down, in some way. I wonder if it's true that you don't really get used to horrors like this. She'd never really believed that. Maybe that's just how it is for really human people. Those who can't stop themselves from caring. Though she found it somewhat difficult to imagine Kakashi to be that sort of person, as cold as that thought was. We met a stronger opposition than we'd expected. The Jounin closed his eyes briefly. Don't look so worried. Who hurt you so badly, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, finally sitting down on the bedside as well. He fiddled with the stained bed cover like he wasn't sure what to do with his hands. Kakashi actually rolled his eye at the question, which made Sakura want to smack him. Naruto had every right to be worried. I'm not critically injured. I ingested a few too many soldier pills in a row. That explains why you look like a corpse, Sasuke said, leaning against one of the bedposts and doing his best impression of a disaffected statue. Thanks for that. Just what I needed to hear. You truly are Team 7's ray of sunshine. Kakashi grinned at Sasuke's irritated scowl in his direction. Sakura sighed. So if you're not dying, could you tell us about this assignment you're supposed to hand out to us? Shikamaru wasn't very forthcoming. Since you asked so nicely, I suppose I could, Kakashi said and slowly pushed himself into a more upright position. Even that small strain made beads of sweat curl on his forehead, and from the corner of her eye, Sakura caught Sasuke giving their teacher a narrow-eyed glance. This isn't how the symptoms of overdosing on soldier pills usually present. There is a bridge about 3 miles north. Guy's team is already there. Back them up for an hour or two until the real relief gets here. With that, Kakashi cozied back into the pillows. What? Is that it? Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, a disbelieving expression on his face. Like he hadn't thought an injured Kakashi would be just as obnoxious as a Kakashi in perfect health. What do you mean? That's all the information we're getting. Sasuke said, and sounded like he meant I'll beat the shit out of you if that's all we're getting. Kakashi peeked up at him and Sakura could see his mouth tug at the corners through his mask. I thought it was pleasingly concise. Naruto muttered something under his breath about exactly where he could stuff his pleasingly concise debriefings. Sakura didn't disagree, though she wasn't really in the mood for this kind of bickering right now. Not with the scene outside. Sasuke looked like he was having similar thoughts. What will we be facing? Sakura asked, rubbing her forehead and wondering if she couldn't pilfer some painkillers from one of the mednins here before they went out. Several teams of Odo Shinobi, led by Kyumo Jounin, said Kakashi, and his focus was completely on her, which meant that there was no way he missed the way she stiffened. An image of Kabuto's smug expression flashed before her, accompanied by a pang of phantom pain in her pelvis. Sakura blinked herself back into the med tent when she felt Sasuke's cold hand on her arm. She looked down and found that she'd clenched her hand around the bed's metal railing and that it now bore visible finger-shaped indents. Kakashi said nothing for a long, quiet moment, and then looked up at her steadily. The Chunin team currently backing up Guy's team doesn't expect to be relieved for another hour and a half. You got here sooner than expected. You have some time to do other things before rushing off to save the day. Like talk. Good. Sasuke looked at her like he knew she wanted to protest, or even just curl into herself in an unforgivable act of cowardice. Everybody but me in this room is under sedation, said Kakashi blithely, and obviously meant you'll have some semblance of privacy here. Sakura didn't understand why he was pushing this so hard right now. Having an emotionally charged conversation so shortly before going off on a mission seemed like a terrible idea. Because he knows you'll just hide the truth inside you if he doesn't force you to acknowledge it out loud, perhaps, said that harsh, straightforward Jinny imitation in her mind. Sasuke took her by her elbow. The grip wasn't hard and she could have yanked herself loose if she wanted to. Instead she let Sasuke pull her over to the empty bed furthest away from the others. Naruto trailed after like he wasn't sure he agreed with what was happening. Sakura sat down on the bed, Naruto beside her and Sasuke opposite her in a chair. She looked up and it should have been difficult to begin talking. She should have stuttered her way through the explanation, hesitated at certain points and rushed past others. She didn't. The whole story came pouring out of her in an avalanche of carefully neutral sentences. She talked and talked, uninterrupted, for several minutes. When she was done, she stared blankly into the air for a moment, just breathing, and thus it took her several seconds to notice that Naruto was shaking. When her eyes finally slid over to him, the lingering numbness was punched out of her along with her breath. His large eyes were red, pupils slitted, and this time she noticed the claws before they'd started to retract. Vicious, sharp-looking, like inbuilt senbon. And now she knew what the beginning transformation meant, what its source was. Tensing, she glanced quickly at Sasuke and found herself staring into Sharingan eyes that were spinning so quickly she couldn't follow the individual tomo. That sick fucking freak, Naruto said, panting with rage written in capital letters across his tanned features. He snarled, white fangs bared and snapping at the air. We're going to have to kill them, said Sasuke, and although his face was pale with fury, his voice came out very calm and steady. Orochimaru and Kabuto both. Sakura blinked, opened her mouth and then closed it again. What? That's all you have to say? She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting from them, but it wasn't a declaration of vengeance on her behalf. Perhaps I thought, recrimination. Reproach. Useless comforting words. Sasuke almost sounded pleasant when he spoke again, and that was so odd it raised Sakura's hackles. No, I have plenty more to say. You think we don't notice how you guard yourself, Sakura? How you don't smile like you used to? Do you have any idea what you looked like when you were finally out of the hospital? Naruto demanded, his clenched fists shaking. Your eyes are normally cold and shit, but you look dead, Sakura. Like you weren't in your body. His voice was so roughened that Sakura had trouble making out every individual word, but the sheer force of his sentiment almost bowled her over. She cleared her throat quietly. I was a bit shaken. I just needed time to reorient myself. Naruto shook his head quickly, his claws curling into his pants and ripping the cloth. He seemed not to notice. No, you needed time not to blame yourself for not somehow protecting yourself from a much superior shinobi. Because for some reason you think you have to be stronger than the rest of us put together. That you have to protect us, and if you can't, it's all on you. Somehow. A shield for every head, your mom said to me and Suzuki. About you. That was, disturbingly accurate. And my mother said that. About me. When had Sayuri done that? That first time they'd visited her? She meant to ask about that, but what came out was instead, I'm supposed to be better than this. Better how? Suzuki leaned forward, hands tied around the chair's armrests and sandals scraping over the floor as he shifted forward to stare at her. Are you under the impression that we haven't noticed that you're better at leading? That you stay calm even when faced with an S-rank missing nin? You broke his arm, Sakura. Like that Inyazuka woman said, do you know how long it's been since anyone last put a scratch on Orochimaru? Sakura couldn't remember if she'd ever heard Suzuki speak this much at once. And with that atypically urgent look on his face. Naruto leaned in closer to her, his hair brushing her shoulder. Why do you think you have to be better than us, Sakura? I know that in the beginning you weren't as good at taijutsu at Suzuki, but that's it. You've never had trouble keeping up with us. It kind of feels like you're running ahead and we're having to catch up with you, actually. If you really think that, then, why? Sakura started, and then faltered. It wasn't what she should be bringing up now, not what she should be thinking about. And it wasn't, mostly. But why what? You're not shutting us out now, Suzuki said sharply. Why don't you consider me a rival? It was stupid. She was being stupid. It was just that nagging disquiet that never quite went away. That she wasn't quite worth being their rival, even when she was being acknowledged. Even when she was no longer just the team mom, when she was a real friend and trusted confidant and acknowledged as strong, she wasn't a rival. Suzuki opened his mouth, eyes widening minutely and a crinkle forming between his dark brows. What? It wasn't something we decided, Sakura-chan. It wasn't for some specific reason that Suzuki and me became rivals, except that he's kind of bastardly and deserves a beating, said Naruto, who looked like he'd just tripped over an obstacle he hadn't noticed was right in front of him. He also seemed a bit confused, looking between her and Suzuki with his mouth slightly open. So it isn't because I'm a girl? Sakura asked him, because, well, she knew how these things went. Once in the academy, Juntoku Yahio had said something about how Ino was his rival and there'd been these quiet giggles and whispered little comments immediately. The judgment of children was swift. Naruto was flailing at her, shaking his head so quickly Sakura thought it might come off. What? No. I know girls are just as good as boys and are awesome at chakra stuff and they deserve all the respect the morning after and everything. Sakura blinked. What? There was a moment of silence where Naruto's face scrunched up like he was replaying what he'd just said. Then there was a deeper silence when dread filled his eyes as they turned from red to purple to blue. Sakura blinked again, and then a hacking noise came from her throat. It turned into shaky laughter and then back to hacking again, and all the while Naruto and Suzuki were exchanging worried looks that shouldn't have made her laugh even harder. Who taught you that? She managed, and Naruto looked a bit unsure before he answered. I hope it wasn't Jiraiya. I read it in one of those books with a girl clinging to a guy with long flowy hair on the cover, he said like he was confessing a sin, and Sakura heard Kakashi make a quickly muffled noise. This time her laughter bubbled out, maybe mingling with a tear or two that she preferred not to acknowledge. You read romance novels? Asked Suzuki and looked very pained and also somehow personally insulted. I guess? If romance novels are those books where a girl and a guy try to have a relationship, but then there's an evil brother or uncle standing in the way and then they have sex that isn't really described properly. And fight a lot. Naruto looked thoughtful, like he was truly pondering the meaning of these novels he liked. That sounds like a romance novel, yes, said Sakura and leaned on the blonde a little. She felt light, like a heavy cloak had slipped off her shoulders and fallen to her feet. Okay, then I guess I do read romance novels? 'Cause I was going to start reading more, but when I tried some serious novels they were so boring. So first I read some comics and then I moved on to those novels. There's not a lot of difficult kanji in them, Naruto said with an embarrassed shuffle. You'll have to lend me your favorite sometime, said Sakura while Suzuki rolled his eyes. Naruto nodded, grinning. Brats, you should be heading out now, said Kakashi from where he laid, holding up his orange book to his face and not seeming to pay them any attention. They all nodded anyway, getting up all at once and beginning the routine weapon checks. Sakura felt Suzuki and Naruto dart glances at her, but she minded less than she thought she would. It doesn't feel like pity, she thought. And that was enough. A/N, so now one of Sakura's secrets are out. 'Tis the season for telling secrets, apparently. And the cogs of war are starting to turn for real. Tell me what you thought of this chapter. Next chapter won't be out until November, FYI. I've just started a new and very stressful job, and I need time to adjust. The exhaustion is currently eating me alive, you see. On that note, I haven't had time to properly edit this chapter the way I normally would, so I'll likely come back to it later. Chapter 27, Unraveling. The bridge was long and narrow, and they spotted it long before they were close enough to see Guy's team or any enemies. It spanned a crevasse in the mountainous landscape that was so wide and deep not even a shinobi would be able to jump across. A few minutes of careful approach later, Sakura was close enough to spot Lee's green jumpsuit. He was so fast he was almost flashing back and forth over the ground, kicking grey-clad shinobi around like ragdolls. She'd had no idea he was this quick on his feet. How had he lost to some pretty boy from Kumo in the Chunin exams? Team 7 hopped down from heavy tree crowns to the ground, and Sakura saw Niji run past, his long hair trailing gracefully behind him like he was shooting a shampoo commercial. She also saw his team as a whole take notice of their approach, saluting them tiredly in one way or other. All three of them moved like they were at least moderately injured. The Konoha dogs have backup. One of the Otonin shouted to the others, and was instantly and thoroughly perforated by 3 dozen kunao. Making a wet, choked sound and with his eyes open wide in shock, he collapsed forward into the dirt. Sakura caught sight of Tenten with a large paper scroll in one hand, standing on top of a boulder. Her hair was a matted, mudded clump on top of her head and her face was twisted into a snarl and streaked with blood spatter. But she didn't look like she was about to keel over, so Sakura turned her focus to the enemy. She shouldn't have been so surprised at the rush of hateful energy through her body when one Oto shinobi spun to face her, but she was. It opened a yawning chasm inside her, filled with terrible, cruel thoughts and a deep, pained kind of anger. It wasn't just adrenaline pushing her forward. She wanted these people dead, just for being part of Kabuto's side. Worse than dead, she wanted them to die in agony. Confessing to Naruto and Sasuke what had really happened on the roof the day of the invasion was supposed to be a balm on her guilt and anger. On the useless feeling of helplessness that crept into her when she thought back on it. But faced with an enemy that was distantly connected to Kabuto tore that particular wound open, and inflamed it in the process. Unfocused cold crackled in the back of her skull and down into her neck, and she gasped for air like a takifuku on dry land. It moved down her spine, like someone was carefully pouring a carafe of ice water in a thin, straight line down her back. Sakura. That was Naruto. He veered off to the left when Sakura, in a crazed daze, smashed a fist between the eyes of the closest Otonin and his suntanned face exploded back into his head. His features collapsed, though his skin remained unbroken, disfigured into something resembling marbles in a leather sack. Sasuke came up beside her, his dark eyes wide. "Is this your blood limit?" he asked, voice quiet and rushed. He flicked a quick glance at the downed Otonin and looked slightly uncomfortable. "It's not hurting you." "No, it's not. Don't worry." Her voice was slurred and Sakura wondered what she looked like, could see sludgy black color move from her neck and over her shoulder and face. But it didn't feel like Orochimaru's tainted power, it felt like magic. Even the back of her eyes was burning with the cold now and her head was ringing, but she wasn't strong enough to take on Orochimaru or Kabuto, but she could whittle down the Oto ranks. She could take some kind of petty revenge. The thought was an absent one, hidden behind the buzzing energy and the ringing. But it was there, and it felt right. As Sasuke and Naruto turned to other enemies, another Otonin moved in. Not as fast as her. Good. She slammed a cold fist into his midsection, feeling drunk and blurry. His ribs cracked, splintered, even the ones her punch hadn't touched. It didn't kill him, but it put him firmly out of the fight. The next one wasn't stupid enough to get close to her, and Sakura couldn't seem to get her magic to move outside her body even though it felt like it was trying to push through her skin, like it was knocking and straining to be let out. It was stuck inside, trapped, and she was fast, but not faster than a rain of small, curved daggers coming at her from every direction at once. The Otonin formed a hand seal and the daggers turned into a hurricane swirling around her, clipping her arms and legs like a haute cuisine chef slicing the scales off a fish. Through the whirling metal she could see her opponent, backlit by pale sunlight and smiling like he thought he had her. Without even meaning to, Sakura snarled. Her face was numb. Her neck ached terribly. And this little prick was playing games. "Do not worry, my flower. I will rescue you," shouted Lee, and through the spinning daggers she saw him move in those fast flashes towards her opponent. He cocked one spandex-clad fist back, the movement like the tensing rubber band of a slingshot, and then the Oto shinobi went flying into a tree half a yard away. With a deep crackling sound the tree bent, chips of bark exploding outwards. The daggers wobbled in the air around her and then all at once, like invisible strings had been cut, they fell down at her feet. "That was the last of them, Sakura-san," Lee said and turned around to face her with a bright grin. When he caught sight of her narrowed eyes, whatever he'd been trumpet at her disappeared from his expression. His bowl cut, windswept and dirty from the fight, straightened itself out as he stood staring at her. "There was no need for you to interfere in my fight, Lee-san," Sakura said as politely as she could through gritted teeth, despite the mental Ginny's disdainful snort in the back of her mind. She wouldn't attack him. She wasn't that far gone into whatever kind of battle rage made her voice sound like gravel in a hubcap. It took longer than it should have for the anger to fade, and even longer for the cold to retreat from her body and into the nook in the back of her head. It disappeared with a seeming reluctance, lingering in places before fading entirely. Lee moved away from her cautiously, the way you moved if you were facing an active threat. But she wasn't a threat to him. She wasn't a threat to any of her allies. Surely. Her skull pulsed with pain, like there was something in there with very sharp teeth that was trying to eat its way out. Sakura felt bile make its way up her throat and swallowed it back, ignoring how the whole world was tilting back and forth around her. She pushed the heels of her hands into her eyes and made herself breathe. Shit. What was that? I wasn't in control. Or only barely. Was the curse tugging on her emotions? Stoking a spark of irritation into anger and anger into a fucking bonfire of rage? Good work, my team! Shouted Guy, and Sakura twitched at the loudness of his voice, and then jerked back when he suddenly appeared in front of her. Not the slightest flicker or sound preceded his movements. Are you injured, blossom of my rival's team? He asked loudly. Sakura shrugged awkwardly and tried not to let her nausea show on her face. Guy nodded happily, but Sakura saw the way his eyes lingered on the visible cuts in her skin. Up close, he seemed a lot less ridiculous. He was very muscular with calloused palms, and there was something about his eyes. Sakura nodded formally, and when Guy's attention was diverted elsewhere, she walked over to her team. They were standing over a body, Sasuke poking it with the toe of his sandal and looking like he'd rather stick his hands into a sewer than touch it. Naruto looked at her sideways when she came up to stand beside him. Are you really okay, Sakura-chan? You were leaking killing intent. I thought you were gonna attack Lee. Sakura blinked. Killing intent? She hadn't even noticed. Yes. I'm fine. Just riding the battle edge a bit too hard. It felt like a lie as she said it. If Sakura focused, she could hear Ginny's laughter coming from what sounded like somewhere far behind her. And what was that about you having a blood limit? Naruto asked, bending down to poke at the corpse when Sasuke made it obvious that he was only going to stand there and glare at it. Naruto's voice was calm, but there is an undercurrent of emotion there that she couldn't quite read. Sakura glanced sharply at Sasuke, who grimaced. She'd once implied that she would do something he wouldn't like if he ever told anyone about her supposed blood limit. But Kakashi already knows. The Hokage knows. So does Orochimaru, and probably Kabuto. Naruto should have known before all of them. I'm sorry, she said, squaring her shoulders. Her voice was as low as she could make it. Yes. I do have something. She's new blood, Sasuke augmented with a considering look at Sakura, who stared back blankly. He snorted and then wandered aside to stow away another corpse. Is that what those weird patterns were? Naruto asked, and Sakura blinked, opening her mouth and then stopping. Naruto wasn't looking at her, though. He'd found a small scroll in one of the downed shinobi's pockets and was examining it intently. Patterns. Yeah, those pale gray shapes that appeared on your face, he said distractedly, but before Sakura could process that enough to respond, he held up the scroll. These are orders, I think? Something about this bridge being important for trade between Yugakure and Shimo. I guess they're trying to force hot water to trade more with Oto by destroying the bridge, said Sakura, but her focus wasn't at all on what she was saying. Gray shapes. That didn't make any sense, though she remembered noticing a dull black color from the corner of her eye. The magic must have twisted the curse somehow. Or else the curse has twisted my magic, and wasn't that a terrifying thought? Her magic was wild enough as it was without adding curse power to the mix. But I've used magic like this before, without any shapes appearing. Had she reached some kind of limit? Had her unfocused, crazed use of her accidental magic given the curse some kind of opening? Or else it just needed time to nestle into my mind properly, getting used to the magic and adapting. Or maybe little Sakura just can't contain it all. Maybe she doesn't want to. In silence, they removed the bodies of the Otonin, and then Guy performed a very complicated jutsu that made the blood and other fluids splattered about the ground sink into the earth. The smell of death still clung to the air, and there were bone fragments sprinkled about the area. But at least the remnants of their fight were less obvious. They seem to come in waves, so we get to take short breaks, said Tenten, unpacking her scrolls. She smiled at Sakura, who shook herself out of her thoughts and did her best to smile back. Her eyes determinedly didn't linger on the scar bisecting Tenten's face. It was just a thin, chalky line, but it was stark white against her dark tan. I'm Tenten, by the way. I don't think we've really met before. No, we haven't, said Sakura, agreed, and answered Tenten's bow with one of her own. Konoha's healers really are impressive, she thought, remembering what Tenten had looked like with her face split open and gushing blood. So you're all kinds of badass, by the way. Your match in the third round was the talk among the girls in auxiliary support for weeks. Auxiliary support? Sakura said curiously, pushing down on a pleased fluttering in her stomach. Harry was always the talk of the town, but Ron and I. She hadn't really envied Harry the gossip that sprung up around him, but occasionally she'd wished they'd stop talking like Harry had done everything by himself instead of being part of a group. It'd taken ages for her and Ron to be anything but Harry's sidekicks in the eyes of the other students at Hogwarts. Tenton stretched and nodded. Yeah, you know the people that make all the stuff shinobi use? Weapons, pills, first aid, etc. I think I read about them in an academy textbook at some point. I don't know any of them personally, though. Sorry. Nat, it's all good. Most shinobi spend all their time with other shinobi. I was born into a family of blacksmiths, though. We own a bunch of shops around Konoha. The Rain of Senbon, the Brook of Spikes, the Fire Forge. My team got our dog digs at the Brook of Spikes, Sakura said with raised eyebrows. Tenton nodded, grinning, and her plain face was lit up by the expression. Uncle Michi makes a lot of supplies for low-level shinobi and for the academy. They go through weapons much faster than Chunin and Jounin. That made sense. Sakura had more questions about the shinobi support system and Tenton was happy to explain how it worked, speaking animatedly of how the businesses were connected and how they made a living. Apparently over half of all businesses in Konoha at least occasionally provided auxiliary support to the shinobi forces. I wonder if that's by law or by choice. Sakura thought, but didn't interrupt Tenton's tale of her family's immigration to Konoha to ask. It was a good distraction from darker thoughts. Arg, I'm just babbling on and on. Tenton finally said as they approached their teams. They were seated in a wide semicircle, and Naruto and Lee appeared to be in the middle of an eating contest. Sasuke and Niji's long-suffering expressions mirrored each other perfectly. So what do you do when you're not being badass? I study Fuinjutsu. Said Sakura and tried to think about what she actually did in between missions. She hadn't actively been studying Fuinjutsu the way she used to, after all. I write a lot. And spend time with my team. I'm not very interesting, she said with a half-smile. You're plenty interesting, Sakura-san, Tenton said with a wink. I heard the Juntoku are all up in arms about you saving their heir or something. Sakura blinked, frowning lightly. What? Vaguely, she remembered a Juntoku approaching her before the mission, but she couldn't quite recall what he'd said. That he had a message? Something like that. Oh, so it's not true that team making a name for themselves courageously swooped in and slayed a mighty dragon to protect the Juntoku heir from harm. I think I'd recall fighting a dragon. Sakura said, the corners of her lips twitching upwards. She did, in fact, remember fighting a handful of dragons in her first lifetime. She looked back on those memories with something close to fondness now, but back then it had been terrifying. Yeah, the gossip is, yeah. I just assumed there was some truth to it, Tenton said with a sideways glance at her. The back of Sakura's neck prickled and her eyes narrowed. Why do you want to know? Tenton waved a hand at her. No need to get all suspicious on me. My family belongs to one of their branches, that's all. There's been in-clan rumors about, well, you. And your team in general. Rumors. Said Sasuke, obviously having overheard their last exchange. He looked at her sharply. Stop looking at me like that. Said Tenton, hands on her hips. Nobody's bad-mouthing your team, you're just making people pay attention to you. If you don't like that people are talking about you, stop doing attention-grabbing things. Thanks for the tip, Sakura said drolly and sat down next to Sasuke, who snorted. It's not like we mean to make people notice us. Stuff just keeps happening. Crazy bony guys and like a dozen missing nin and nobles and things. Said Naruto, scrunching up his nose as he summarized their various encounters. The rest of us don't have that kind of crazy stuff happening, said Tenton, sounding a bit put out. We spent ages weeding gardens and chasing cats. Ugh, I'm so relieved that part of our shinobi careers is over. Don't say that, Tenton. Helping the village's people in any way we can is truly what being a Konoha shinobi is all about. Said Lee, staring straight ahead with his fists clenched and fire in his eyes. Well said, Lee. Guy said and slapped his miniature clone on the back so hard that Lee lost his cartoonishly heroic pose and stumbled to the ground. Sakura cleaned and bandaged a deep cut in Sasuke's arm as she watched the two spandex-clad members of Tenton's team shout to each other about youth and springtime and sunsets and various other things that had nothing to do with being a shinobi. They kept contorting into various odd poses that were apparently especially youthful and trying to rope the rest of their team into copying them. It wasn't working. Tenton just looked amused, and Niji was ignoring the odd performance to stare at Naruto. What? Naruto said finally, eyes flicking over to the Hyuga. Niji blinked his pale white eyes and despite him lacking pupils and irises, Sakura could see him glance away. The planes of his aristocratic features worked themselves into something less arrogant and more neutral. He looked back at Naruto, even more intently than before, eyes moving up and down Naruto's crouched form. Naruto leaned back. Whatever you're thinking, I'm not into that sort of thing. Niji ignored him, tilting his head to the side and making his absurdly glossy hair fall over one shoulder. You defied your fate. What? The horror of the dead last and newest batch of genin beating the ultimate genius of the Hyuga clan, said Tenten in an ominous voice and wriggled her fingers at Naruto. Niji glared at her through slit white eyes. Tenten sighed and leaned back with an uncomplimentary mutter about her teammate's mood swings. You were meant to lose against me, said Niji, still staring fixedly at Naruto. There should have been no question of that. That's not really how matches work. Thinking, oh, I'm so great, I'll never lose will probably just jinx you, said Naruto with a frown. I won against you because I've been training hard since the academy. And been on lots of tough missions. And here he looked uncertain, and Sakura could almost see him tallying up the Kyuubi to that list. And yet, I have a good team too. And I was angry that you started spouting stupid crap about Hinata. She didn't deserve that. Niji's face twisted briefly into a grimace. Fate saw fit to let Hinata-sama be born into a position she didn't deserve. He looked down, mouth tightening and then smoothing out into a flat line. But I did not know what happened to her in the forest when I said what I did. She stood up and faced him, you know? Tried to protect her teammate even though she was really scared. Naruto paused and huffed out a breath. And her dad is a massive dick, so it's not like being the heir to the Hyuga clan is making her happy or anything. Niji's eyes narrowed slightly. It is better than what the branch family has to endure. Yeah, I heard about that. Slavery, right? Said Naruto, and Niji looked like he hadn't expected the agreement at all. Especially that bluntly stated. People didn't usually like to talk about how Konoha's foremost clan was built. And the reason nobody talks about it is cause the Hyuga clan is so important that the council doesn't want to upset the main family by bringing it up, right? Sakura glanced at Naruto and from the corner of her eyes saw Sasuke do the same. Then she smiled a little. Their teammate was obviously continuing his stints in the library. That's exactly right, said Niji, and his expression had changed in some subtle way Sakura didn't know how to describe. It had, thawed, maybe? His cloak of superiority was wearing thin, even if only for a moment. Adults can be so stupid. I know that politics are delicate and that everything everyone involved does has some ripple effect or whatever. But I think that being so careful about changing things is making the really bad stuff stick even more. The longer people refuse to do something about injustice, the more, entrenched it becomes. Naruto nodded to himself. Sakura exchanged a look with Sasuke, who was smirking faintly. Tenten's eyebrows had climbed high on her forehead and Lee was enthusiastically nodding along. Guy was rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression on his face. Niji's blank eyes were moving across the planes of Naruto's tanned face like it was a book written in some foreign language. Are you planning to try and change things around, then? Asked Tenten, chin in her hand and looking quite intrigued by the discussion. Well, yeah. I used to say it all the time in the academy, said Naruto, his brows meeting over the bridge of his nose. I'm going to become Hokage. Of course I'm going to change things. I'd almost forgotten how often he used to say that, Sakura thought. Sasuke was scrutinizing their teammate like he wasn't sure Naruto was still serious about that dream. The blonde had come a long way from when he used to shout it to anyone willing to listen. As she thought back, she realized that the difference was in how sure he sounded when he stated his ambition. He didn't seem desperate for attention now. You're going to become the Hokage, Naruto-san? That's an excellent dream. Pursue it with all your might. Said Lee and nodded at him like a bobble-headed doll. We'll be around to make sure you don't screw it up too badly, said Sasuke and leaned back, eyes half-lidded. Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto made an outraged little sound and kicked him in the knee, and then muttered something about how Sakura was supposed to be on his side, damn it. Here, Naruto said grumpily, digging around in his pouch and then throwing some dried fruit their way. You're only getting this because your future Hokage is generous and you both look like crap. Sakura smiled politely, gathering all the fruit in her lap. Sasuke looked Naruto up and down and snorted, loudly enough for Naruto to hear, take offense and glare back at him. Sakura saw her dark-haired teammate open his mouth, most likely to say something to kick off a proper argument, and quickly flicked a piece of dried banana at his face. Sasuke dodged it and nudged her knee with his foot like he was pondering whether to take the argument to her instead. Tenten made an interested sound in the back of her throat, looking between Sakura and Sasuke, who were sharing an amused smirk as they ate. Hey! Hey, are you and Uchiha together? What? Naruto said, before either Sakura or Sasuke had a chance to react, and now he sounded more genuinely annoyed. Sakura was never part of the bastard's Fang Club. She'd never fall for him, he's so boring he's like a cardboard cut out of himself. Tenten made an amused sound as Sasuke glared daggers at the blonde. Sakura covered her eyes briefly with her hand, sighing. Lee looked heartbroken, probably at the lack of denials from the two of them. I'm guessing she only did that because she knows about Lee's weird thing for me. I'm surrounded by quarrelmongers. No? Too bad. The Uchiha iceberg finally hooking up with a girl would be pretty interesting, said Tenten with a considering look at Sakura, like she wasn't certain she hadn't, in fact, caught on to something juicy here. You know how many bets were running about who would finally nab him? Bets? Suzuki asked sharply. He was starting to look uncomfortable, and since she was sitting so close to him, Sakura thought she saw a slight red tinge to his earlobes. He rubbed at his nose, still a little red from when he'd injured it, and looked like he wasn't sure where to direct his gaze. Some thought you snatch them all up and make a harem, and lots of babies. Tenten's eyes held a wicked glint of delight and Sakura had to smother a smile with the back of her hand. Oh, she is bad. I have an ambition to fulfill and no time for such dalliances. Suzuki said and scowled at Tenten, who promptly burst out laughing. Dalliances? Said Niji over Tenten's laughter, one slim eyebrow raised. Naruto muttered something about how Suzuki sounded like a hero from one of his romance novels, and Suzuki scowled harder. Not interested, hey? Said Tenten with a sideways look, wiping moisture from her eyes. Suzuki nodded in a stiff, regal way that told Sakura he was deeply unnerved by the thought of harems and babies in conjunction with him. I totally get it. The way she said it made it sound like she thought she got more out of his answer than what Suzuki had actually said. There was a brief silence as they scanned their surroundings. Sakura focused intently on her hearing, but didn't catch even a shred of sound. Oi, Niji, Naruto said after a few minutes, eyes on the bridge. Niji's head was turned in that direction as well, but Sakura was pretty sure the Hyuga was actually looking at Naruto through his own skull. Do you know what happened to Hinata? Did she get, put in the branch family? I asked Shino, but he seemed sort of unsure. I will never understand why people believe that main family members are at risk of being branded. That is not how it works. Main family members will always be a part of the main family. It is all about blood, after all. Niji slowly wiped non-existent dirt off his white pants. That's not to say that she wasn't punished in some way for not putting on a good enough show. Naruto made a disgusted sound. We were fighting Orochimaru. Most jounin wouldn't put up a good fight against him. Niji turned his head a little. You and the Aberme killed his snake summon. Your teammates injured him. Hinata-sama did nothing in particular. The Inyazuka died. I told you, Hinata tried to defend Kaiba. She was being really brave, even thought she was as scared as a genin should be when faced with an S-rank missing nin. With a deep scowl on his face, he kicked at the gravel under his feet. Incoming, said Niji blankly, interrupting Naruto's angry muttering. Two teams. Mixed Otagakuer and Kyumigakuer shinobi. He stilled for a moment. Hasegawa Kyoko is leading one of the teams. Lee's head snapped up and so did Tenten's. Lee glanced uncertainly at Tenten, whose expression had gone from its playful neutral to something blank and hard. She was staring holes through the back of Niji's head. He's wearing a Kyumo Jounin's vest, said the Hyuga with a frown. Wasn't he one of the people in the Chunin exams? Naruto said, straining his neck to try and catch sight of him. Yes, he was. Exceptional with genjutsu. There's no way he would have been able to take out Lee otherwise. He's fast, but not that fast. Tenten's voice was even blanker than her face and Naruto twitched and darted a look at her. My beautiful Tenten, do not be incautious, said Guy, crouching down and putting one of his enormous hands on her shoulder. I won't be blindsided again, sensei, Tenten said lowly, a muscle in her jaw jumping. She'd pulled out a long, curved blade from somewhere and her fingers curled around its hilt like she couldn't wait to put it into flesh. If you say so, then I will believe in you, said Guy, voice lacking capital letters and weird inflections. But be most careful, my precious student. Tenten nodded and rose to stand. The other team is led by another Kyumonin, said Niji after a few seconds. I do not recognize her. The others appear to be Otonin. Okay, so we'll take the one with the Kunoichi lead and you take the one with the pretty boy Tenten wants to shove a knife into, said Naruto, also rising to stand. Niji nodded gracefully and their team moved off to the side as Team 7 hopped up in one of the few trees on the otherwise plain field in front of the bridge. So how do we do this? Naruto asked. Put Sakura close enough to that Kunoichi for her to blow his face up by holding her palm to it. It only really works when I'm angry. For now anyway, said Sakura with an embarrassed little cough. She could have said that she didn't want to do what she'd done to the Oto shinobi, that she didn't trust herself with that crazed power. Didn't trust what it was doing to her. But she didn't. Suzuki leaned forwards on his branch. Kakashi taught me an assassination jutsu. The Chidori. The one you used during the invasion. Sakura asked, thinking back, and Suzuki nodded. All right, I guess that could work. You need to get in close for that, right? They had less than a minute to come up with a working plan before the enemy team was upon them. The first thing Sakura noticed when she saw them move onto the field was how uncoordinated they were. They can't have worked together for very long. Good. She took a breath and then slapped her hands to the ground, feeling it weaken as her chakra spread through a sizable patch of earth in front of her. The surface she left untouched, and waited for the Odo Shinobi who was honing in on her to come close enough. Naruto coated his arm in wind chakra and went after the Odo Shinobi to his left. 3 of his clones distracted the third Odo Shinobi. Where is the third member of your little team? The Kumo Kunoichi asked as she kicked Naruto's clones into smoke. The Odonin Naruto had been fighting went down when Naruto's wind gauntlet carved a thick gouge into her stomach. Not a clean death, but quick. He went after the Kumonin with the wind chakra still pumping through his arm, but the Kunoichi looked at him like he was boring her. She made a hand seal and water exploded from the ground like a geyser. Naruto flailed backwards, losing control of his jutsu and stumbling back, dripping wet from head to toe. Shit, not good. Sasuke's technique is lightning, and all this water. Even in her mind Sakura didn't have time to finish the sentence, because the Odo Shinobi finally stepped into the hidden quicksand in front of her. With a loud curse, he sank down to his calves, clearly struggling to keep his balance in the soft dirt. Sakura kicked him as hard as she could in the face and heard his legs break when they bent in the wrong direction. He grunted in pain and pushed himself up before she could put her senbon through one of his eyes. He flicked something at her and Sakura dove to the left when she recognized an active explosive tag. She landed way too close to the Kumonin, who'd been keeping busy with a few more of Naruto's clones. She looked over at Sakura, a flicker of a glance with the corners of her lips curled up. She was emitting low-level bloodlust, her eyes heavy-lidded, and tapped Sakura's shoulder with her knuckles glowing blue. Sakura didn't scream, but it was a near thing. When she glanced down, the part of her shoulder that the Kumonin had touched was badly lacerated and oddly bruised. She wavered out of the way of a water bullet courtesy of the Odonin with broken legs and flicked a kunao at him. It sliced open his hip but not badly enough to stop him from moving and Sakura had to dodge away again when he spat out a water-filled bubble at her. The water inside was roiling and when it landed where she'd stood not a second ago, the steam rising from it told Sakura that the water was probably boiling hot. Sakura! Sasuke shouted and Sakura's eyes flickered over to him. She grit her teeth. The Kunoichi was spraying him with a weird green-tinted liquid that seemed to stick to his clothes when it landed. Sakura swung around and punched the Odonin in the face and then jumped away to back up her teammate. She couldn't even get close, because that sticky substance was eating through the ground and shit, it was some sort of acid. Take off your shirt and back off. She shouted to him and with a look at her, he jumped back as far as he could in one movement, tearing at his shirt on the way. The Kumonin laughed brightly. Stripping in the middle of a fight? You Konohananin have some weird kinks. Sasuke made a horrible rasping sound and Sakura threw him a worried, rushed look before focusing back on the enemy Kunoichi. She met the incoming punches with open palms, trying to redirect them more than meet them head-on. She wasn't so fast that Sakura couldn't keep up, but she had to augment her arms with flares of chakra because the other Kunoichi was seriously strong. Every time a punch connected she swore she could hear her bones creak with the strain of not fracturing. Sasuke. That was Naruto, moving around them in a circle to reach Sasuke without getting caught in the crossfire. The Odonin still stuck in Sakura's quicksand shot more water bullets at him and Naruto kicked him hard in the shoulder before moving up ahead. Shit what? Your throat. Sakura was trying very hard to keep her focus on her fight, dodging away from kicks and fishing up more senbon to put her at a lesser disadvantage. She was panting and the Kumonin barely looked tired. Frustration welled up, because Naruto were making panicked sounds behind her and Sasuke was still rasping out breaths. If only she'd been more angry than scared. He really shouldn't have breathed that in, the Kumonin mused, her lips curling up when Sakura shot her a glare through their flurry of blows. She's just trying to unsettle me. Focus. When the back of her head began to tingle with cold, Sakura was for once relieved. 2 of Naruto's clones moved around her and kicked at the back of the Kumonin's legs, snarling questions at her. What did you do? What's wrong with his throat? Your cute teammate is going to die, said the Kunoichi, finally a little out of breath. She sounded certain, like it was a fact. He's going to die and there is nothing you can do about it. My saliva can easily kill. It wasn't like the Kunoichi could possibly have known what saying something like that would do to them. But she really shouldn't have. The real Naruto froze for the briefest moment and then he threw his head back and roared at her, his voice that deep demon-augmented sound that almost rattled the ground. The cold spread through Sakura's body as her fury did and she made little attempt to stop it, despite now knowing that it was affecting her mind in a tangible way. This time when the Kumonin, with a rattled look in her widening eyes, aimed to punch her in the face, Sakura caught the blow with her hand. She heard the woman's fingers crack without her even needing to apply the slightest bit of pressure. Magic flowed out of her palm like water pouring from a cup. What did you do? Naruto snarled and now he was suddenly closer to her, so close Sakura could see the red chakra around him solidify until it was almost in liquid form, glowing orange and bubbling over his body. What was happening to her friend would probably have scared or at least concerned Sakura if she hadn't been so utterly consumed by her cold rage. His fangs were growing larger and he snapped them in the kunoichi's face like a wild dog. Her eyes widened further and she backed away a step, not quite fast enough to stop Sakura from slamming an open palm into her upper arm. A deep, dark bruise formed under her hand, spreading over the kumonin's flesh and continuing to spread even after the contact between them was broken. The kunoichi stared at her and Sakura showed all her teeth, panting with rage and ignoring how clouded her mind felt. She would have done more than that, forced herself in close to deepen the bruise into something truly incapacitating, but then Naruto's chakra rose up independently of his body. It formed a fat arm of glowing, orange liquid that scorched the earth where it touched and ended in a grotesque, bubbling, clawed hand. The glow cast odd shadows across the ground and lit up the field like an enormous lava lamp, the kind Hermione had had as a muggle child. Smoke billowed around the great arm and around the distorted chakra tail slowly forming at Naruto's lower back, disappearing towards the cloudy grey sky and dissipating as it climbed upwards. The kumonin backed away further, and she finally looked scared. Sakura should not have taken any pleasure in that. Naruto's arm rose and the chakra arm rose with it. Like he was throwing out the line of a fishing rod, the chakra arm sailed forwards with the fingers of the hand splayed wide. Though she tried valiantly, the kunoichi wasn't fast enough to get away. The hand grabbed her, enveloping her, and Sakura could see her through the liquid orange chakra, struggling for a moment before stilling as she apparently fried in its grip. Sakura turned away from the sight and sprinted towards Shizuke, who had apparently put a chidori in her first opponent's temple and who was now coughing up blood with a terrible hacking sound. Every breath he took sounded like it was getting stuck in his throat on the way, clawing itself out with difficulty. Sakura skidded in close, tilting her teammate's head up as carefully as she could and watching the convulsive way his throat worked. The muscles were tense, almost quivering under her touch, and Sakura forced her hand not to tremble when she put it over his Adam's apple. She drew the only non-violent array she'd transcribed onto his throat and half thought, half prayed, Anapneo. His throat expanded for a brief moment. He breathed in again and it rasped less when he did, but it wasn't nearly enough. She tried several real healing spells, but nothing happened, the magic screeching to a halt on its way out of her. The cold was fading, she wasn't angry enough anymore, it seemed. Sakura? How is he? Naruto asked, eyes red and still trembling faintly. Purple strands were slowly dispersing the red in his irises. Sakura huffed out a breath, thought about asking what had happened to Naruto in this battle and deciding not to. She wasn't an idiot. She had a pretty good idea. He's breathing better, but that's all I can do for him. I don't know any ijutsu. I do, said Niji, who was slowly approaching them, a cautious look on his face. Sakura could have been wrong, but even though his head was tilted towards Team 7 his gaze seemed to be flicking over the destruction Naruto had caused. What happened? He swallowed some of the oddly colored saliva our opponent was breathing out, Sakura explained, her hand lightly on Sasuke's shoulder until he shrugged it off to sit up straighter. She said her saliva can kill. Niji's hand glowed a pale green and he placed it carefully against Sasuke's throat. Shizuke jerked back a little, frowning, but then reluctantly let Niji examine him. It took less than a minute, and then Niji sat back in a graceful crouch and frowned. You have second-degree burns throughout your pharynx and larynx. The worst damage is to your vocal cords, he said, and Shizuke was about to say something, but when he opened his mouth he began to cough again. His face tautened with pain, fists clenching, and Naruto growled low in his throat. Niji stiffened at the animalistic sound, but neither Sakura nor Naruto paid him any mind. He needs to be treated by a real medic, said Sakura, looking at her blonde teammate. We should head back to camp. Our relief will be here within a few hours, and Guy knows several powerful ijutsu, said Niji carefully, tense in his stance and head half turned towards Naruto. Where is the rest of your team? Sakura asked, her hand around Naruto's upper arm to keep him from jumping up and sprinting off to collect Guy himself. Tenten broke most of her fingers. Guy is healing her. He should be finished in a minute. Sakura nodded at that explanation, and fortunately even Naruto seemed to accept it. He crouched down by Shizuke and held out a small bottle of water. I swished around some painkillers in there. Shizuke accepted it without a word, knuckles wide around the plastic bottle. After a few minutes Sakura could hear the rest of Guy's team approach from the west, where their battle had taken them. Naruto lifted his head like an eager puppy and threw Shizuke a relieved glance. It hurts less now, Shizuke said slowly and with a roll of his eyes, but his voice raspy and uneven with half-swallowed inhales. Sakura wasn't sure if she believed him or if he'd just gotten used to the pain. Maybe he was just trying to make them less worried in his own Shizuke-esque way. My young friends, are you injured? Guy asked and was suddenly just there, so quickly and soundlessly that Sakura twitched for a weapon before she could catch the movement. Niji stood up to face his teacher and easily reported what damage he'd found in Sasuke's throat. sounding like a seasoned medic nin as he did so. Guy leaned down and quickly examined Shizuke, nodding to himself at what he found. I can certainly make it less painful for you, young Uchiha. But I am sorry to say that I cannot do more than that, for the delicate membranes of the throat is not my forte. He finished the last sentence with a teary-eyed glance, like he was that upset at not being to do more to help. Shizuke looked like he was considering refusing Guy's assistance, eyes flicking up and down his very green spandex with a discomfited expression. Guy seemed not to notice, holding up his hand coated in healing chakra and grinning very widely, with all his teeth showing. Shizuke did not outwardly protest. A/N, I'm back. The beginning of this chapter almost killed me to write, which those of you who saw the notice on my profile already know. Because it arrived later than promised, I'm going to try to get the next chapter up in 2 weeks instead of my usual 4. I appreciate all reviews. Tell me your thoughts about the curse and Sakura's magic apparently intermingling in some way, and about Naruto going all one tail, and about anything else you have in mind. Smiley face, Chapter 28, Insight. They got back to camp with little trouble, their relief having consisted of an entire squad of Chunin and Jounin. Apparently the bridge had been hit harder than anyone had expected, and Konoha had decided to send stronger reinforcements this time. At least that was what she gathered from what Guy had told them, waving his fists around and interspersing his speech with youth this and youth that. More Konoha shinobi had arrived to the camp in their absence, the bodies of the dead being carried away by various harried-looking teams. People spoke in muffled tones as they worked, like the atmosphere didn't lend itself to speaking louder than in a murmur. Sakura spotted Shikamaru speaking quietly with Ino and Chuji, both of whom were sporting black eyes and split lips. Ino's arm was heavily bandaged, as was Chuji's head. They were dirty and looked tired, but otherwise they did seem all right. Which would explain why some of Shikamaru's previous tension seemed to have drained out of him. Shizuke-kun, said Ino when she spotted them, and then pausing, she nodded politely to Sakura and Naruto as well. Hello, Sakura-san, Naruto. They greeted her and their two teams fell into conversation, outlining the opposition they'd faced at the bridge and receiving tales of the goings-on in the med tents. Apparently they were short on medics for the surviving civilians, though they were trying hard to save as many as possible. But not as hard as they're trying to save our fellow shinobi, right? Said Naruto, his mouth twisting in a way Sakura didn't really like to see. Saving shinobi helps end the fighting, thus saving more civilians in the end, said Shikamaru with an inscrutable look at Naruto. His thin brows had drawn together lightly, though he slouched in the same lazy way he always did. Naruto's expression didn't change, but he shrugged. I guess that's true. Shizuke-kun, are you hurt? Ino asked, frowning delicately in a way that made her lips pucker into a pout. Shizuke scowled at her, but to Sakura's slight surprise she seemed entirely immune to the harsh expression. Possibly because that's his standard look when faced with fangirls. We were fighting this Jounin who spat acid in the air, Naruto said, but then didn't elaborate. Ino looked worried, her affected look sharpening into something more genuinely concerned. Shizuke doesn't look like the acid is killing him though. Sakura thought, glancing at him briefly. Maybe the kunoichi was exaggerating when she said her saliva kills, maybe she was just trying to scare or anger us into making a mistake. Or else Guy was a better healer than Sakura would have given him credit for. Then why are you lingering here? Go see a medic. She said with a narrow-eyed look, pointing to the closest med tent. Sakura blinked in surprise, but Shizuke looked further annoyed, before Naruto turned in the direction she was pointing and started dragging him away. It looked sort of like a mother cat taking a kitten by the scruff, and Sakura's lips twitched at the irate way Shizuke hissed at Naruto. Though perhaps the damage to his throat makes him unable to speak louder. You should probably go with them, Shikamaru said, shrugging when she looked over. Your troublesome teammates might kill each other otherwise. And you're hurt too. His eyes lingered on her shoulder. Ino puffed at her in annoyance, pushing a lock of blonde hair behind her ear. Ugh, you're hurt too? Then why are you just standing here? Sakura opened her mouth, blinking a little. I guess I just forgot. That was true enough, she thought as she looked down at her lacerated shoulder. It didn't hurt that badly, and since Shizuke had been injured worse than she had, well. Shizuke being injured doesn't mean you should ignore everything else, you troublesome girl, said Shikamaru with an eye roll. Ino eyed her speculatively, and Sakura almost expected a repeat of the question Tenten had asked her and Shizuke earlier. She went after her teammates and ended up in the same med tent they'd been before, crowded around Kakashi. He looked a little less like a corpse now, his skin no longer sallow and sickly looking and the bones of his face no longer protruding quite as harshly. Jiraiya was seated in a chair by his bedside and Sakura glanced at him sideways before sitting down on Kakashi's other side. Naruto was already looking put out by his presence, while Shizuke was leaning away from the mednin fluttering around him with her chakra glowing hands poking at his throat. She pushed a bottle of some liquid medicine into his hands, which he reluctantly put to his lips, and then she turned to attend to Sakura's shoulder. What's he doing here, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said. Oi, brat, is that any way to thank the handsome man who came to your rescue before? Jiraiya said, though he looked mostly amused. To our rescue, yeah right, Naruto muttered under his breath, finally sitting down on one of the folding chairs beside the bed. Ma, kids, be nice. Jiraiya has come a long way just to speak with you, Kakashi said, deliberately clucking his tongue at them in the most annoying way possible. Sasuke scowled at him and Sakura sighed. Well, it's really just to speak with your noisiest teammate, Jiraiya said and leaned forward, eyes sharpening. Going all the way up to one tail without actually meaning to is not a good thing. Naruto stiffened, and at that Sasuke glared harder at Jiraiya. Sakura moved closer to her teammates, but said nothing. The Sunin wasn't wrong. It's still so strange, even now that I've seen what its power looks like, to think that something like Kyuubi is in Naruto of all people. Then again, hadn't she thought something similar about Harry and his Horcrux? The thought that a part of something as monstrous as Voldemort had been inside someone like her first real friend had also been difficult to swallow. You need to learn how to control the Kyuubi's power before it leads you to do something you'll end up regretting later, Jiraiya continued, and looked Naruto up and down when the blonde stiffened further. Stop looking so constipated, brat. We knew all along you would eventually need to train to harness the demonic chakra. And you can help him with that? Asked Sakura, putting a hand lightly on Naruto's shoulder in a futile attempt to stabilize him, to calm him. It's not like I wasn't also a monster in that fight, in some ways. And I can't even blame some internal demon. Jiraiya nodded, eyeing the blonde more seriously than Sakura had seen him be up until now. The expression turned his jocular features into something she could actually imagine inspiring respect in other shinobi. Yes. Considering the situation at hand, I would have preferred to wait, but if you are already slipping into the one-tailed form. He very purposefully let the sentence trail off and looked hard at Naruto until the blonde nodded. Can we come with you? Sakura asked, sensing the answer before she finished asking the question. Jiraiya flicked a look at her. We can't spare you. If you came with, you'd just be sitting on your asses until we're finished. Ordinarily, I wouldn't pull Naruto out in the middle of such a colossal mess, but I have little choice on that front. Sakura saw his point, of course, but Naruto looked unhappy and that made the logic of the Sunin's reasoning seem less important. Jiraiya sighed. Stop looking like you'll never see each other again, you mopey brats. We'll be gone 3 weeks, tops. What would we be doing in the meantime? Asked Sasuke as he batted away the Mednin's hands, his voice hoarse like sandpaper against an uneven surface. He crossed his arms over his chest and stared at Kakashi, though Sakura saw him subtly try to clear his throat. The Mednin frowned at him and went for his throat again, the glow of her hands a deeper green. Kurane is here and willing to put up with you for a little while, Kakashi said with one of his best eye smiles, explaining a little about what the mission perimeters was with a nonchalant hand wave. And she can continue the healing, he said with a blithe look at the Mednin, who looked relieved to be rid of her recalcitrant patient. At least this means Sasuke will also get to meet Kurane-sensei properly, Naruto said with a faint smile towards their dark-haired teammate. There wasn't much to say after that. 3 weeks was such a short time for them to be apart that it would be ridiculous to insist on accompanying Naruto and Jiraiya. Sakura hugged him briefly and Sasuke kicked the blonde's shin in his own bastardly version of a hug, and then Jiraiya spirited him away. Sakura and Sasuke met up with Kurane in one of the med tents furthest away from the stains of the massacre. There were mostly civilians here, and from the looks of it, those who were hurt the worst. Maybe it's more of a hospice tent. Sakura thought as they moved through the shelter to where Kurane was in deep discussion with a Haigaku no Ichi. She looked up at their approach, nodding in greeting when they got closer. Hello, you two. Did Kakashi-san tell you what our mission consists of? He said something about letting the world know what happened here, Sakura said, and Kurane sighed. It figures that man would only give you the bare bones of it, she muttered, and Sakura almost smiled at the way she'd so obviously dealt with Kakashi before. Sasuke snorted. Alright, so we're going to disseminate information about this horrible slaughter to the rest of the world. We'll explain how Kumo and Oto formed an alliance, never mind that Orochimaru is a criminal of the highest order, and that they decided to wipe out the mostly civilian Yugakure just because they were in their way. And I suppose we're going to minimize our own involvement in this slaughter? Sakura asked, somewhat dryly. It sounded so flippant that Sakura had to stop and wonder at how much this world was affecting her mind. These kind of massacres. I still have nightmares about these kinds of massacres, sometimes. For Merlin's sake, I don't want to be some glib asshole who acts like these things don't matter. Kurane nodded. Naturally. It's not too much of a stretch, since the technical reason this massacre happened was because neither Kumo, Shimo, or Oto saw fit to even attempt an evacuation of the civilians in the area. Nara Shikamaru said that Konoha forces killed roughly half of the people lying dead out there, said Sasuke neutrally, though the persistent hoarse quality to his voice lent the words a grim cast. Kurane gave him a sharp, neat glance and cocked her head to the side in a way that was neither yes nor no. This is not how Konoha would have wanted this to happen, if we had been the ones who started this chain of events. But the truth is not as important as people's perception of it, she said with a delicate shrug. The truth is the first casualty in war, Sakura said, paraphrasing a quote she'd heard long ago. And we are going to war now, aren't we? It's not quite decided yet. The council will have to gather and vote on the matter before we as a village can give our official declaration of war. Kurane pursed her lips, looking like she had to stop herself from rolling her eyes. But unofficially? Kurane nodded. Unofficially, yes. We are definitely going to war with Kumo. These little skirmishes we're currently dealing with is how the last war started. It's how most wars start, Sakura thought privately. It starts with a whimper, not with a bang. So how are we spreading this propaganda? Sasuke asked bluntly, eyes dark and thoughtful. By talking politely to people, which I've heard from Naruto-kun is your favorite thing to do, Kurane said with a glint in her eye. Sasuke looked at her incredulously. By talking politely, do you mean imply to the survivors that all of this was caused by our enemies and then send them into the world to organically spread the word? Sakura asked, cocking her head to the side as she thought back to the sort of information distribution Ginny had done in the aftermath of the Hogwarts massacre. It hadn't been this organized, but it had been similar in spirit. Kurane smiled thinly. Perceptive. Yes, that's about it. We've arranged for the surviving civilians to be transported to various hospitals around Fire Country and to countries not currently hostile to our village. Which will ensure that the information spreads in several directions at once, Sakura thought and wondered why she wasn't more uncomfortable with these lies. Why she wasn't more uncomfortable with the death of so many civilians, some by Konoha's hand, even if they hadn't started this melee. From the back of her mind Ginny's voice murmured something about how her loyalty had never been limitless. Kumo and Oto won't believe that, Sasuke said and Kurane gave another shrug. That matters very little. They're already our enemies, and known to be far more ruthless than our sweet Konoha, so we don't need them to be convinced. There was something sharp in Kurane's eyes and Sasuke nodded, apparently satisfied with that explanation. He grew up with the academy twisting his moral code into a nice, Konoha-shaped pretzel, Sakura thought with no particular recrimination, and then her thoughts wandered to Naruto. He was such an odd relative exception to the indoctrination. All right, then. Let us begin. Kurane said, clapping her hands lightly against each other. Sasuke and Sakura saluted their temporary leader, and out they went. 3 weeks without Naruto was a strange experience, Sakura reflected on the 19th day of his absence. Together with Kurane, she and Sasuke had escorted their last group of surviving civilians to a hospital close to the northwestern Fire Country border. They were met by a group of Takigaku shinobi, who eagerly promised that one of their hospitals would treat the injured civilians in exchange for increased border security for the duration of the ongoing hostilities. I thought they would ask for a renegotiation of that one treaty that was so disadvantageous to them. Sakura thought as they waved goodbye to the allied shinobi. But maybe that was too much to ask for at this point in time. It's the civilian perception of what happened that we're trying to steer, Kurane had explained as they traveled. Because while certain civilians will question whether the information they're getting is the truth, the majority won't. The same way a lot of low-ranked shinobi won't. For the most part, the daimyo and their auxiliaries control roughly 2/3 of their respective countries' incomes. And their reach is wide. Newspapers, movies, TV shows, books. Of course, while they would never dare to speak publicly against their country's hidden village, politicians are good at implying certain things discreetly. They're not censored? Sakura asked, and Kurane gave her a long look. Not bluntly writing down the truth for fear of reprisals is self-censorship, is it not? She asked and Sakura slowly nodded as she considered that. Somehow the hidden country's particular brand of corruption was both in your face and completely hidden. If a hidden village did rise up against its country's civilian rulers, the hidden village would come out the victors. Then why don't hidden villages just take over control of a whole country? Sasuke asked, eyes narrowed in thought. There was still some roughness to his voice, but Kurane was apparently a fairly proficient healer, as he sounded a lot better than he had when they'd set out. The Mednin had given Sasuke several more bottles before she'd let them leave with Kurane, though from what Sakura had heard her mutter, the medicine was to neutralize the effect of the acid and not to heal the actual damage. Well, there are several reasons. The first is that there's really no point. The hidden villages are almost always one of the wealthiest towns in any given hidden country. The second is that while the hidden village would win in a war against the daimyo's army, they'd be ruling ashes afterwards. And not competently. Living under stark military rule doesn't generally work well for an entire country's people. At least not for very long, Sakura said, thinking back to her Muggle school lessons, so many years ago. Yes, precisely. When the first clan collusion happened and the Nara, Uchiha, Minozuka and Juntoku clans took over most of Fire Country in the 13th century, the people rose up over and over again in protest, and since they were civilians, they died in droves. 50 years and most of northern Fire Country was empty of people. There was virtually nothing left for the Alliance to rule. Sasuke nodded like he'd heard all of this before, but though Sakura recognized that those particular clans had been part of a clan collusion, she hadn't read much about their rule. I should ask him about clan politics sometime. His perspective is probably deeper than mine, considering his position. They made their way back to Konoha, and on the main road a few kilometers outside the village they ran into Team 10. Ino and Chuji were squabbling over a bag of chips and Shikamaru was standing off to the side, looking asleep on his feet. Kurane-san, their Jounin greeted, blowing a puff of smoke into the air. Kurane's lips curled up into a small smile as she returned the greeting, and Ino broke off her tirade to look over at them with a wide smile. Bother hers and Chuji's bruises were gone, as were their bandages. Shikamaru ambled toward Sakura, greeting her with an unenthusiastic grunt. Clean up took forever. And then Asuma started ordering us around and giving us extra assignments. We haven't been home in forever. Sounds troublesome, Sakura said with a raised brow and half a smirk. Shikamaru muttered something under his breath, sighing. What were you guys doing? Shikamaru asked, slouching where he stood and only looking mildly interested in getting an answer. We went hiking with Kurane, Sasuke said, voice deadpan. Sakura almost did a double take before she caught herself and nodded seriously in agreement. A joke. From Sasuke. Shikamaru snorted, a spark of amusement in his narrow eyes. Sure. We're a bit early, Sakura noted, glancing at Sasuke. Think Naruto is back yet? Your team got split up? Chuji asked, eyes wide with surprise. Ino was glaring at the opened bag of chips in his hand, apparently having lost their argument. Temporarily, Sakura said, with a shrug. It had been strange, traveling with Sasuke without Naruto there to complain about their boring discussions and keeping them from getting too serious. We're supposed to meet up with him in a couple of days. We could train until the idiot shows up, Sasuke said, non-committal. Kurane looked over her shoulder, interrupting her quiet conversation with Asuma to admonishing them about resting properly first. Sakura nodded, though she wasn't sure she'd actually obey, and then failed at pointedly staring Sasuke into following her lead. He could at least pretend to respect authority sometimes. If only to get out of sermons about the importance for growing shinobi to get enough rest. They'd had about a dozen variations of those speeches in the academy. Shikamaru shifted to face her more readily. You can come to my house. I want to play shogi with you. Why? Sakura said with a frown. She remembered him saying that he wanted a shogi game with her that time after their match in the Chunin exams, but hadn't really spared the offhand comment much thought. Now that she was thinking back, she also remembered his father asking her for a game of Go. Shikamaru shrugged at her. Why not? Sakura caught the glance Sasuke sent her and wondered if she wasn't being overly paranoid. She'd known since their academy years that Shikamaru enjoyed shogi and Go more than she would consider reasonable. She'd even had a dream once, years back, of Shikamaru and Ron playing a game of wizard's chess with shogi pieces. It's not a trick question, Sakura. I just want a game. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck slowly and sighed. Fine, said Sakura, bemused. It wasn't like she cared that much one way or other, but the Nara seemed weirdly intense when it came to board games. As the mission lead, Kurane went to report the mission the moment they walked through Konoha's gates and announced their return to the guards. They all split in different directions, Ino to wash her hair, Chuji to eat something and Asuma to report in. You don't mind Sasuke coming with, do you? Said Sakura, and Shikamaru shook his head. Sasuke looked surprised, so Sakura leaned in and told him that there was no way she was going to let him go off and brood on his own. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but didn't seem inclined to protest. It wasn't like he'd have anything better to do right now, anyway. Training would be more effective if they could spar together. They walked through the village, and Sakura spotted a lot more shinobi with bandages and little scrapes than she'd done before Team 7 had left. Their quiet trio passed the hospital, and with a frown Sakura noted the scattered line outside it. All shinobi, some accompanied and supported by comrades and others by civilian family or friends. I've never seen a line outside the hospital before. They must be seriously overworked. The Nara clan compound was situated on the outer edges of Konoha, close to the forest in which they kept their deer. Their academy class had once received permission to camp in the forest as a training exercise. All Sakura could remember from that excursion was how she'd woken up to see a deer with great horns bathed in the silvery moonlight, and how for one long moment she'd thought she was looking at Harry's patroness. A line of stout trees with small, red bands tied into knots around their branches signaled that they were at the edges of Nara land. The compound wasn't circled by any fence or wall, the way the Uchiha compound was, but there was still a distinct feel of having entered a different part of the village as soon as they stepped beyond the tree line. Several Nara members passed them as they walked, most greeting Shikamaru with varying levels of enthusiasm. The Naras are known for being lazy and intelligent, but I know that doesn't apply to every single member of the clan, despite how similar they dress and act, she added when she caught a man yawning while nodding to Shikamaru. The clan's varying representations were just generalizations, she reminded herself. Here's my house, Shikamaru said and waved in the direction of a building that didn't really stand out at all from the others. It was just as wooden and rectangular as the rest, and Sakura thought that perhaps that was on purpose. They entered a small yard surrounded by a thin wooden fence, and Shikamaru toed off his sandals on the low wooden porch that ran along the wall. He slid the shogi doors apart and stepped inside the room there to retrieve the shogi board. You guys want anything to drink?" he said as he sat it down, looking awkward and like he wasn't at all used to entertaining guests. Sakura forced a smirk away from her face and was about to decline, when Sasuke nodded. "I ran out of water on the way here," he said, looking uncomfortable, and Shikamaru nodded. Is his throat bothering him? Sakura thought, though she didn't voice the question. While Shikamaru went to retrieve tea from wherever it was kept, she caught Sasuke eyeing her. "You think the idiot's alive?" he asked wryly when Sakura raised her eyebrows in silent inquiry. She snorted quietly. "Yes. And I think this will be good for him," she interrupted herself when a ghost floated by just behind Sasuke's head. It was an old man without any visible injuries, and he waved at her when she was too slow to turn her gaze aside. "No matter how I feel about Jiraiya-sama," she finished awkwardly, and Sasuke stared at her and then turned around to stare into the air behind him. "It's nothing, I was just hit by a sudden thought," Sakura started, and Sasuke looked back at her flatly. "You lie a lot, Sakura. Sometimes even when you don't say anything." He sounded like he was making an observation, neither accusing nor questioning. "You do that sometimes. Stare into the air, like you're seeing something there." A shiver raced up Sakura's arms, and she resolutely ignored the sinking feeling in her stomach. Jinny's mocking voice floated up from the depths of her mind again, mumbling, "What do you think he'd do if he knew that you've been able to see his mother since you first visited the Uchiha compound and just didn't feel like telling him?" And Sakura had to look away from Sasuke's frank gaze. Because that felt like a betrayal, and she'd tried so hard not to think of it. "But at least you're seeing Naruto and I when you look at us, so I suppose that's an improvement," Sasuke said, and there was a shade of something there. Some lingering resentment, some obscure shadowy thought. "What do you mean?" Sakura asked, but she knew. She knew. It was only in the past 3 months that the image, the illusion, of Harry or Ron hadn't occasionally painted over Sasuke or Naruto's faces when they said or did something that reminded her. "You've lost people. And sometimes you see those people in us. Or at least you used to." Sasuke shifted, and now that they were reaching emotional territory, she could feel him back away, see that deep discomfort descend like heavy curtains in his eyes. "I understand," he said stiffly, and Sakura's gaze twitched up from where it had sunk to Sasuke's tense hands. "Oh. He does it too," she thought, and there was such strange relief in that knowledge. Shikamaru came ambling out, balancing a tray in one hand like he'd never done such a thing before, and put it down between her and Sasuke. "Here. It's, some sort of green tea," he said with an offhand shrug. They each took a cup to drink, though Shikamaru held his in his offhand while setting up the shogi board. The old man ghost drifted closer, interest in his deep-set eyes. Sakura glanced up at him through her eyelashes for a brief second, confirming that he was definitely a Nara. He had the looks and the Nara clan symbol on the shoulders of his elaborate Hayori. Though, up until now the ghosts have been of people with blood limits. It had just been a vague theory, and for all she knew this ghost could have had a parent with a blood limit, but it was still odd. "White or black? Either is fine," Sakura said, and Shikamaru yawned and nodded. He set up the polished pieces of wood like he'd done it often enough that he didn't even have to look at the board while doing it. "Black starts," said Shikamaru with a vague gesture to her side of the board. Sakura nodded, wondering what the thought behind giving her the black pieces was. Though he didn't look at all intent anymore. "I really am being paranoid, aren't I?" she thought with some disparaging amusement at herself, as Shikamaru slouched forward in his cross-legged position, with an elbow on one knee and his chin in his palm. His eyes were half open and mellow. "You don't look very enthused, little lady," said the ghost when Sakura just looked at the board. Without acknowledging him further, despite his expectantly raised eyebrow, she moved one of her pawns forward. The ghost sighed. "It's been so long since I last played. Not since Shikaku-kun was a babe." "Move the leftmost silver general," said the ghost eagerly when Shikamaru had moved one of his own pawns and then sat back. Sakura tried not to let the amusement show on her face at the ghost's expression. Would it hurt to play along? Just for a little while. Sakura moved the silver general. Shikamaru moved another pawn and Sakura moved the same silver general again. The pitter-patter of pieces moving across the board was unexpectedly soothing when she didn't have to strategize, the sound like raindrops falling on a window pane. A band of tightness around her head that she hadn't been consciously aware of loosened as she relaxed. 20 minutes into the game, Shikamaru put his fingertips together so that his hands formed a circle. At first Sakura thought it might be some kind of seal, but then she wondered if it wasn't just one of his quirky old man habits. His eyes were closed and she took a moment to look deeper into what was happening on the board, her eyes narrowing when she realized that she couldn't quite read the whole shape of their game or who was in the lead. But Shikamaru is a genius at this game. She thought briefly. Then the Nara opened his eyes and moved one of his golden generals, capturing one of her silver generals. The ghost just seemed happy to be playing, making little pleased sounds even when Shikamaru captured Sakura's pieces, and it was nice, after the massacred ghosts and their pain, to see one of the dead happy. She moved a knight when he asked her to and captured one of Shikamaru's lances. 40 minutes into the game, Shikamaru struck that odd pose of his again and the ghost turned to beam into Sakura's face, the wrinkled face lighting up. It's been so long since I could affect any part of the living realm. I never thought I'd be able to interact with my great-grandson, not even in this small manner. If ever I can do you a favor after this act of kindness, please do not hesitate to ask. Sakura glanced at him and hoped he saw her acknowledgement of his words in her eyes. Shikamaru moved his other lance and Sakura lost a pawn. Sakura took one of his silver generals with her rook, and 20 minutes later, she hesitated before putting down a piece where the ghost asked her to. I seem to have captured a lot of his pieces. She thought, and bit the inside of her cheek even as Shikamaru took one of her gold generals. If I suddenly begin to misstep on purpose, he'll notice. There's no way he won't. Suddenly she was focused again, and the tightness around her head was back and clamping over her temples. Shikamaru sighed, eyes flicking over the board. It's too troublesome to continue any further. I give up. Why? Sakura said even as her stomach nodded. She'd played shogi with a Nara in the academy class above theirs, so she knew for certain they weren't all shogi geniuses. But could it be that the old ghost was? He didn't give off that vibe at all, his gaze open and clear and wearing his happiness on his sleeve. Because you're winning, Shikamaru said neutrally, but with his eyes moving so quickly over her face that Sakura felt vivisected. She looked over the board, saw how her pieces were closing in on his king while her own were still relatively protected. But from what she could read of the board, black was only just leading. Good game, said Sasuke, looking at her from the corner of his eyes. Sakura forced herself not to look nervous, nodding gracelessly and trying not to stare at Shikamaru, who was watching her with an expression she couldn't recall having seen on his face before and thus couldn't read. It was, said a man's deeper voice, and Sakura twitched up to see Shikamaru's father casually leaning out a window behind her. He moved away from the window and she heard him take a few steps until he appeared again, leaning on the open shoji door frame. It's been a while since I last saw someone play like that. And win against my son too. He looked interested and Sakura briefly wanted a hole to open under her, to whisk her away from those two intelligent eyes. Instead she straightened and made sure not to glare at the ghost, who was looking back and forth between them with a deep furrow between his brows. I'm such an idiot. I can't believe my own naivete. Shikaku, can't you tell you're making her uncomfortable? Said a woman's voice. A wooden spoon came down on the adult Nara's shoulder, and out stepped a woman with an annoyed frown on her plain face. She wiped her hands on an apron and kneeled down beside Sakura, who caught the barely visible cringe on Shikamaru's face as she did so. I'm Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother and Shikaku's wife. I apologize for their terrible manners. They probably bullied you into playing, didn't they? It's bad enough that Shikamaru makes Asuma-sensei play with him instead of training. She trailed off with a huff and a mild glare at Shikamaru, who rolled his eyes with a muttered curse. And you made Uchiha-kun just sit here and watch you? Shikamaru. I gave him tea, Shikamaru said with a sigh and Yoshino looked like she wanted to whack him with her spoon too. They're just waiting for their teammate, anyway. The game was just to pass the time. Yoshino snorted inelegantly. I'm sure. Because it's not like you've wanted to play her for years now. Sakura felt her eyebrows rise and caught a slight flush over Shikamaru's face. Like he's embarrassed that he wanted a match with me, Sakura thought, somewhat disbelieving. It wasn't like him asking her for a game was that odd, considering how long they'd known each other. I'd like to play too, Shikaku started, but interrupted himself when Yoshino's head whipped around. He looked half chagrined and half amused and put up his hands like he was giving up that train of thought for now. Sometime, he finished, the corner of his lips curling up a little. What are you doing here, Mom? Asked Shikamaru. Weren't you going to see Ino's mom? Don't you take that tone with me, young man. I was just going to drop something off before leaving, and when I saw Harano-san I remembered that when I ran into Gentoku Miki a few days back, she mentioned something about how the clan wanted to talk to her. Sakura frowned. Some other Gentoku came up to me a while back and said something similar. But I don't know anyone in the Gentoku clan. Well, it's not like you have to meet with them if you don't want to. I just thought I'd pass on the message. Yoshino shrugged a little, tone prosaic and unconcerned. Thank you, said Sakura, thinking back to the man who tried to grab her before Team 7 had been assigned the mission to guard the mine. What was his name? I didn't even really pay attention. A sudden noise made Sakura look up and she caught Sasuke's raised brows just in time to see a tuft of blonde hair appear in the distance. He was waving at them in that enthusiastic way he always did, bounding across Naraland like he owned it. Sakura heard Sasuke mutter something uncomplimentary under his breath, but she knew very well he wasn't as annoyed as he liked to seem. Sakura waved back, if a tad less wildly. Welcome back, Naruto. She called and Naruto grinned wider. Behind him, Sakura spotted Jiraiya's wild white mane of hair. He'd stopped to speak to a Narakunoichi on the way, and surprisingly didn't seem to be flirting. Naruto stepped onto the porch and quickly plopped himself down next to Sakura after an obligatory greeting punch to Sasuke's shoulder. Shikamaru only got a distracted nod and Naruto didn't even glance at the game of shogi before speaking. Man, it's good to be back. Was it that bad? Sakura asked, amused. Naruto rolled his eyes and muttered something about how Jiraiya kept getting distracted by every pretty woman they passed. He brightened as he continued, but he hasn't been peeping, anyway. Or at least not when I could see it. I told him right away that if he started doing that stuff I refused to go anywhere with him. Did you learn anything? Sasuke asked, voice a tad sarcastic like he doubted the answer to his question. Everything I needed, said Naruto, and that held a wealth of meaning. Well, that's a relief, Sakura thought. But wait, how did anybody even find out that Naruto had used the Kyuubi's power? They had enough time to send for Jiraiya. Though perhaps he'd already been close by. You're not a terrible student, Naruto, said Jiraiya, coming up behind the blonde. His hair swayed as he walked and his geta clicked against the wooden floorboards. Though you're far from the best, and you get distracted too easily. And not by the fun stuff. No, with you it's all I miss my team, and if Sasuke and Sakura were here, this would be so much better. I don't sound like that. Naruto said indignantly, flushing. And who the hell are you to complain about me getting distracted? You were the one who always ran off whenever some lady so much as glanced at you. You never change, Jiraiya-sama, said Yoshino, Shikaku supporting her with a hand under her elbow as she carefully stood up. But it is nice to see you in the village once more. I'm not staying long, so don't get your hopes up, said Jiraiya with a grin and Yoshino threw him a pointed look, muttering something under her breath that made Jiraiya grin wider. Rushed steps closing in made everyone look up, and there was a Mednin in a pristine white robe rushing towards them. He all but screeched to a halt in front of Jiraiya, breathing so harshly he couldn't get a word out. Sweat dripped from his hairline and he rubbed it away carelessly, taking a deep breath before stumbling into a bow. Jiraiya-sama, if I could have a moment of your attention. You have it, said Jiraiya, who had turned from a lecherous flirt into a sun in between one heartbeat and the next. The hospital is overrun with patients. Casualties from various clashes with Kumo are pouring in, and we can't keep up. And now? The chief medic was taking soldier pills because we couldn't afford not to have his skill there. He was doing surgery after surgery, just the ones that were most critical, and now. He looked crushed, shoulders drooping, and from the corner of her eye Sakura saw Jiraiya's mouth tighten into a thin line. Let me guess. He overdosed on soldier pills. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. He obviously didn't mean to, but it's difficult to keep track when you're stuck in the ICU for a long time and I don't think he'd slept for a few days, and then this genin came in with a badly broken spine and he wasn't even supposed to take that surgery but suddenly the girl's blood pressure dropped and he came in. Jiraiya held up a hand and the Mednin immediately stopped speaking. From the fine trembling in his fingers, he'd also taken more than one soldier pill to keep up with the flood of patients needing immediate care. Is the situation really this bad already? Sakura thought and wondered when Konoha were going to officially declare war. It really would just be a formality now, from the sound of it. And what do you need from me? We need you to find Tsunade. The hospital we have a few candidates for chief medic, but none of them are fully trained for the responsibility. I think the admin unit thought we'd have more time. Inyazuka-sama said you'd be the best bet, if we wanted to find her. Jiraiya rubbed his big hands over his face, and though he had a displeased twist to his lips, he nodded. I have some idea of where she might be, but... He looked over at Naruto and then sighed. Sakura had an inkling of what he was thinking before he said anything. Team 7, we're going hunting. What? Said Naruto, frowning. But we just got back. And Kakashi is our teacher and commander. Kakashi isn't here right now, and I'm taking you with me. Jiraiya tone brooked no arguments, though Sakura had more than one on the tip of her tongue. The Sunin made a hand seal, slammed his palm on the ground and then told the small toad that appeared to inform Kakashi of Team 7's whereabouts. Are you really at liberty to just whisk us away, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Sakura finally, dubiously. Jiraiya glanced at her. Kakashi and I already had words about it, even if nothing was set in stone yet. But we're in the middle of a war, Sasuke spoke up, dark brows furrowed. Or close to it, at any rate. Which means you would have been assigned to another mission in any case, Shikamaru muttered, sounding like he couldn't care less. His gaze was thoughtful as it rested on Jiraiya's face, though. Finding Tsunade will be difficult, but Konoha needs her. Now more than ever. His tone and the grim set to his mouth made it difficult to voice further misgivings, so Team 7 stood up and moved off the porch. Sakura said a quick goodbye to Shikamaru, bowed lightly to his parents, and then they walked after Jiraiya out of the Nara compound. At least I won't be stuck under the gaze of the Naras, Sakura tried to think, though honestly things were moving a bit quicker than she felt comfortable with. They'd all just returned to Konoha, and she'd have liked a few hours with her teammates before heading out again. You have 30 minutes to prepare. Meet me at the gates, Jiraiya said over his shoulder, barely waiting for Team 7 to nod before disappearing in a swirl of shunshin. A/N, Sakura, how could you be so careless? You know Shikamaru sees more than he should. How did you like the chapter? Sakura and Sasuke's little Naruto-less mission with Kurane? Naruto going off with Jiraiya? The slowly noticeable escalation of the war? The coming hunt for Tsunade? Anything else you want to share? I'm back and ready for your thoughts. As always, thanks to Against the Current for her help. Chapter 29, The Slug Princess. It had been a month. One very long month where Jiraiya had shuffled them to and from various small settlements, villages, and minor towns around Fire Country. He was apparently some sort of spy master, from all the contacts that came to meet them and report to him. I never would have guessed, Sakura thought. But I suppose that's the point. Tsunade always seemed to be one step ahead of them, perhaps used to dodging pursuers, and so all they'd managed to find so far were fights with various groups of enemy shinobi. The enemy Nin were still close to the border, but that they were actually encroaching on Fire Country's territory said a whole lot about how the situation had escalated. I had no idea how bad it was, said Naruto one night. They were curled up together in a small tent, and as shinobi they slept lightly enough that any movements any of them made invariably woke the other two. Sleeping under the stars would have been more beneficial, but the night was cold in northern Fire Country this time of the year. I mean, I knew since that whole massacre that things were bad, but I didn't think things were this crappy already. He was referring to the injured Konoha shinobi they'd encountered these past weeks, supported by their teammates, exhausted and far from home. Sakura played absently with her dogtags, remembering how terrified she'd once been about the possibility of war, how she'd cried when talking to Kakashi. It felt like a lifetime ago. The possibility had rooted itself firmly into her bones, and at some point she'd come to expect and even accept what was now finally happening for real. From the darkness, she heard Sasuke murmur, "We're at war, idiot. No matter what any one official is saying, we're at war now. It's only going to get worse." The words were heavy in the air, the dark nighttime shadows lending them an ominous tinge. Sakura sighed. It is. One day, sometime soon, it's going to get truly bad. And we'll have to be ready when that happens. It's not like we're not used to the bad stuff, Naruto mumbled. And we train all the time. Not to be all arrogant or whatever, but I'm pretty sure we're the strongest team from our graduation class. Sakura agreed, though she only hummed in response. I don't think anybody can be truly ready for war, training, or no, until they've actually lived it. It was one thing to speak of war in hypotheticals, but quite another thing entirely to be up to your neck in the really bad stuff. Though at least as child soldiers with actual training, they were more prepared for it than she, Harry and Ron had ever been. That was the silver lining, Sakura supposed. A week into their search, Jiraiya had given them all 3 techniques he wanted them to master. Probably because Naruto had complained about the lack of anything useful to do as they followed Jiraiya around. He'd given Naruto a water-filled balloon with instructions to force his chakra to swirl inside it until it burst. Sakura had been given directives for a jutsu that would enable her to shape clumps of soil into little birds that she could use as spies or as transportation, and Sasuke was working on a technique that would force lightning into a metallic weapon and thereby extend its reach. Sakura sighed when a newly formed clump batted its misshapen wings and then threw itself dramatically into a nearby tree. She was distracted, thinking of bad dreams where crazy little girls were cackling at her from behind bookcases. She hadn't done anything to rectify that situation, other than to make sure the door remained closed. She wasn't sure what else she could do right now. Your birds appear to have a death wish, Sasuke muttered, frowning at the edge of the kunai he was trying to light sparks along. His hand glowed with lightning, but it just curved itself teasingly around his knuckles instead of continuing down to the metal blade. Your lightning is acting like a disobedient toddler, Sakura said and picked up a new clump of dirt. Sasuke snorted. Arg, it's not working. Oi, pervert. Give me better instructions, Naruto said in an aggrieved tone, bouncing ahead to where Jiraiya was walking further up the road. Be quiet, brat, we're almost there. Jiraiya smacked the blonde over the head, rubbing his temples like dealing with Naruto was giving him a headache. Or else he's hungover, Sakura thought with a trace of irritation. She almost let slip some biting comment in Naruto's defense, but thought better of it at the last second. The Sunin would probably just find it amusing, or else make some quip about her trying to woo her blonde teammate. "We're almost where?" asked Sasuke, looking up from his kunao. There was still a slight rasp in his voice when he spoke in louder than a murmur, and Sakura wondered if there always would be. It didn't seem to bother Sasuke, so she hadn't prodded him about it. Yet, anyway. "Tanzakugai," said Jiraiya, looking over his shoulder. "Famous for its many gambling houses, elaborate bathhouses and its variety of festivals." He grinned in a way that made Sakura want to throw her clump of dirt at his face. "You sure you're not just leading us to some place you like?" Naruto asked, brushing dirt off his clothes and looking up at Jiraiya suspiciously. "Ka, seriously, if you're just gonna wander around peeping into bathhouses we'll be pretty pissed. Have you so little faith in me?" The Sunin twisted his lips into an exaggerated pout better suited to a child than a middle-aged man. "Yep," said Naruto with a decisive nod. "Tch, today's kids have no respect for their elders," Jiraiya muttered, though he didn't seem particularly offended. "Tsunade is a bit of a gambling addict, you see. The most famous medic of all time is a gambling addict," said Sakura flatly. She almost laughed at the sheer absurdity of it, though she was really more exasperated than anything else. "We all have our vices," Jiraiya said cheerfully, and Sasuke glared at him like he was considering shoving a lightning-enhanced kunao where the sun didn't shine. "A lecherous pervert, a gambling addict and a monstrous traitor. What a team," Sakura thought with an internal frown. "Unless, are their respective vices how the two of them cope with Orochimaru's treason," she thought, wondering as she did so if she wasn't thinking too charitably of them. As always, something in her grew spikes and ridged edges at the thought of the Orochimaru. What had first been pure fear and hatred had sharpened over time into a jagged dagger of seething, bubbling anger. She was good at controlling her thoughts in daytime. But she always had trouble sleeping, spending hours at night staring out into the darkness until her eyes burned, and she thought about the traitor Sunin often. What he could do with her ovary, what it would mean for her in the future if he could find some way to use it. And then sometimes she'd wonder why his former team, and their teacher, hadn't seen what he was. That kind of sadism, that kind of cruelty, didn't just appear from one day to another. It had birthed a trace of unfair resentment for Jiraiya that she tried her best to repress in his presence. Tanzakugai was surrounded by a concrete wall that wasn't quite as impressive as Konoha's great red walls, but that was solid and well made enough to make Sakura wonder if the city had once been a shinobi dwelling. Preparations for a festival was clearly in the works. Colorful lanterns on strings were being hung up in newly assembled stands and there was a merry atmosphere in the air. People had clearly dressed up for the occasion, and they stood out like birds of paradise against the dirt and the earthy colors of the wooden buildings around them. Sakura only had a fleeting moment to wonder what they were celebrating before Jiraiya beckoned them into an alley. "Quite a few Konoha shinobi visit this festival, so you guys won't have to disguise yourselves as civilians." Then he gestured at Sakura and Naruto. "But your hair is both too striking," and he visibly stopped himself there. "Not too many people are naturally blonde in this part of the country. Or pink-haired." Naruto unfolded the cloth of his hitaide until it could cover his head. Sakura looked him up and down and thought that the absence of his sunny hair just made his eyes stand out all the more. But perhaps blue eyes were a more common feature. "So what are we doing?" Naruto asked, when Jiraiya just looked pensively at him. Sakura put her hair up into a bun and draped the cloth of her hitaide around her head the way she would wrap her hair after a shower. It was all askew, but it would have to do. "Visiting all the gambling houses, of course," he answered, grinning like he'd fully anticipated their immediate put-upon expressions. He formed a hand seal and hinged into a less loud version of himself, Sakura described it in her head. His scroll, red face markings and enormous white ponytail all disappeared and the colors of his short kimono muted. "Hey, you look almost normal like this," said Naruto, looking him up and down. Jiraiya absently threw a water-filled balloon at his head that the blonde only barely dodged. "Are we splitting up and spreading out?" Sasuke asked as Naruto glowered balefully at the Sunin, rolling his eyes at the antics. "Yet. All gambling houses have yellow lanterns out front. Most are mahjong, chohan, or hanafuda and most are technically illegal." "If people know they're illegal," Naruto interrupted, brows furrowed. Jiraiya waved a hand at him. "They draw in a lot of cash for the city and since the Yakuza branches here know that any hostility towards the civilian population will have shinobi coming down on them, they're relatively benign and low-key. They can only operate as long as the civilians don't report them, and the civilians will report them if they're being threatened or cheated out of their winnings." "And we're just letting this go on?" Sakura asked, more curious than concerned. "There are factions of Yakuza backed by independent shinobi that are a much greater menace than these guys. We know the ins and outs of this particular city's branch, and they're no threat." Jiraiya stuck his pipe into a pocket, patted dirt off his pants and then made the signs for a summoning. With a quiet poof of smoke, 3 small toads appeared on the ground before him. "Take them with you. If you find her, tell them and they'll pass the message along." They picked up the toads, thought Suzuki looked especially disgusted by the little orange one that hopped into his hand. Sakura had to admit that they were rather slimy. Like they'd jumped directly out of a pond. We meet here again in 90 minutes if none of us have found her, Jiraiya said and then disappeared in a swirl of shunshin. What is it with Jounin and disappearing like that without saying goodbye? Naruto muttered. Suzuki stalked out of the alley with another eye roll. Sakura went next, and since Suzuki had disappeared in the crowds to the right, she turned left and began walking. She wandered in and out of various establishments, keeping her eyes peeled for lanterns, getting lost in the colors and sounds. Wishing briefly that she could have come here on a day off, she took a second to wonder if she could buy a cheap snack from one of the stands or if that was against some rule that governed the spending of mission funds. Though that's definitely what Naruto would be doing. Not that he's the best example of a disciple of the shinobi rules. Hello there, ninja-san. Greeted a man in hakama, waving to her from underneath a bright yellow paper lantern. The windows were painted over and large signs proclaimed everything from koi-koi to rikimachong. In bright red letters. Hi, said Sakura and fingered the purse of disposable cash they'd been handed by Jiraiya when they left Konoha. I can't just ask if they've seen Tsunade, even by description. That'll raise questions. The man bowed lightly as she came closer, and straightened with a smile. Would you be interested in a game of Hanafuda? Perhaps. How many players are currently engaged? Asked Sakura carefully, stalling a little to consider her options. Right now? 6. Sakura tried her hand at looking bashful, not entirely sure if she was succeeding or not when the man merely smiled wider. I'm not sure I want to play with a roomful of men. She said, taking half a step closer to the door like she was interested despite herself. The man clucked his tongue and winked. Oh, half the players are women. 2 of them are your own age and the third is a shinobi like yourself. Really? Sakura asked, mentally crossing out 2 of the 3 in her mind. A Konoha shinobi. Of course, ninja-san. We don't allow foreign ninja into our houses. It's a point of pride to deal only with domestic clientele. He nodded sharply, eyes like an eager businessman closing a deal. She's a very pleasant woman with a little pet pig. A pet pig? That medic who examined me after the fight with Zabuza had a pig, didn't she? Sakura thought slowly, though she was unsure of how much it mattered whether the woman was actually the same person or not. She was looking for Tsunade, not some random other medic. But perhaps she can give me a few pointers, if the Sunin really is around? The shinobi gossip mill is usually quite fast, so if any other shinobi in the area has seen her, that should have spread by now. All right, said Sakura. I want in. Good choice, said the man with another wide smile, opening the door for her with a grandiose flourish. How much is the buy-in? Sakura asked as they headed down a narrow corridor lined with a plush red carpet. The wallpaper was yellow with age but otherwise unstained. Merely 10,000 ryo, ninja-san. He gave her a smooth, well-lubricated glance that made Sakura think he agreed that there was nothing merely about that sum. But Sakura nodded. Half of what I have, let's hope this pays off. They passed a handful of scantily clad people on the way, all resting lazily in plush couches. 2 women sat opposite 2 men, deep in tipsy conversation, and Sakura took careful note of the group's lack of visible weapons and musculature. Ah, ninja-san, we have age limits for those particular services. What? Oh. That's all right, I was just looking. Sakura took another glance, though not for the reason her guide probably assumed. I wouldn't have pegged those 4 for prostitutes, honestly. They're a little too clean for this place. He knocked on a nondescript door and waited for a deep male voice to call out to him before opening and politely waving her through. There were slippers by the threshold, and she stepped into them without being prompted. The room they entered was spacious, but with all the windows covered by heavy curtains it was lent a rather shady atmosphere. The tatami mats muted her steps as she approached the 2 short rows of people engaged in the game. Sakura spotted the clothed pig Team 7 had encountered after their fight with Zabuza, before noticing the back of one vaguely familiar brunette dressed in nondescript clothing. A new player. How exciting! Said the woman Sakura assumed was the dealer, her painted nails scraping over each card as she gathered them into hands. What little was visible of her skin in the gap of her open kimono was heavily tattooed. My name is Teika. Please have a seat. Thank you, said Sakura, and copying the other players, she folded her knees into a proper seiza on the zabuton next to the medic. What was her name, again? Something like Shizu or Shim, I think. Shizuan. From the corner of her eye, Sakura saw the other Konohanin notice and recognize her. Shizuan's brown hair was a tangled mess in a bun atop her head and the look she threw Sakura was resigned, like she'd expected to encounter another shinobi and was waiting for something bad to happen now that she had. Sakura wasn't sure what to make of the reaction, and gave little outward sign that she had even noticed the other kunoichi. Listening half-heartedly to the dealer's instructions, Sakura signed a very discreet danger to Shizuan and waited for her to sign negative before allowing her shoulders to relax. The game began and Sakura kept up mainly by observing the other players, who, as they were all somewhat tipsy civilians, had rather noticeable tells. A few minutes into the game she signed important Konoha medic woman to Shizune and watched as the older woman slouched down, mouth tightening. She took several more hands to answer, and when she finally did, it was with a long-suffering look in her eyes. Her fingers moved into alcohol. Stupid defeat hurt and Sakura wasn't quite sure what to make of that. She'd signed emotional hurt and not injury hurt, the sign for which was used when shinobi wanted to convey severe emotional reactions to bad missions. Just as Jiraiya's little toad began to wriggle up along her torso, Shizune also signed, Traitor Snake, and Sakura almost crushed the cards fanned out in her hand. Her heart leapt into her throat and her pulse beat such a harsh tattoo into her neck that she thought she might pass out. Young human, one of my brothers is with Tsunade Hime now, the tiny toad croaked quietly into her ear, hidden from view by the wide collar of her shirt. Sakura nodded absently, murmured something about the game taking too long to the dealer, and then looked pointedly at Shizune before turning to leave. She was proud of how she didn't run, how her legs didn't shake, how she held her head high and kept her expression placid. Traitor Snake. Where? Where? Shizune had signed no danger, so did that mean the man was already gone? She heard the medic make her excuses and rise to follow. The little toad guided them to a hotel nearby and Sakura withdrew a kunao when she saw the giant crater in one of its walls, her fingers tensing in anticipation. She wasn't strong enough yet, but if he was here, then, she wanted to throw herself against him, tear him to pieces. See if her magic could devour him. It was already responding to her sudden mood swing, waking up and stretching out without her actually having called on it. Shizune stopped her from moving further with a hand on her shoulder. Don't. It's not a fight, she's just angry. Sakura blinked herself out of her increasingly vicious thoughts. What? Who? Tsunade. Yes. My mentor is quite temperamental, Shizune said with a sigh that was less irritated and more fondly amused. With some difficulty, Sakura pulled herself out of the violent headspace she'd been settling herself into. Her magic was still right there, cold as always, and she had to wrestle her fury down to ease the chill from her head. Orochimaru obviously wasn't here, so she had to rein herself in. Sakura breathed out in one long exhale. Your mentor destroys buildings when she's angry. We pay for the damages, you know, said Shizune, glancing at her sideways, as though reading her thoughts in the expression on her face. Eventually, anyway. Adults shouldn't be throwing temper tantrums, Sakura muttered, looking up at the hole. It was in the second floor, from what she could tell, and large enough to fit 4 people standing side by side. She fed chakra to her legs and bent her knees to jump. Temper tantrums are something shinobi are particularly adept at, Shizune said, absently straightening her shirt before following Sakura up and in. Sakura almost crashed into Naruto, who was standing in front of the hole just out of view from the outside. He turned around, blonde brows drawn into an expression of jittery anger, like he needed a spar with Sasuke to get rid of some unnamed frustration he couldn't do anything with. Naruto. Sakura, thank fuck you're here. Where is Tsunade? Sakura asked, glancing around the room. It was mostly unharmed, though there was a conspicuous set of indents in the floor from where a table had probably been standing before Tsunade got angry. She's supposed to be one of the strongest people alive, I think I remember hearing. So I guess she was holding back. That asshole ran away when the old pervert showed up, like some coward, Naruto all but spat, his right hand closing into a fist. Isn't she supposed to be one of Konoha's greatest shinobi? She's owes like half the gambling houses in the whole country money. She's not a coward, said Shizune tightly, and Naruto opened his mouth, took a long look at her, and then held back whatever else he'd been meaning to say. With such obvious difficulty that Sakura had to wonder if the Sunin had personally offended him somehow. So she's with Jiraiya? She asked, wondering if it was worth it to ask what they'd argued about that had made her angry enough to put a hole in the wall and then run away. If it had anything to do with their former teammate. Sakura made herself breathe out slowly, forced her thoughts to scatter in another direction. What kept accidental magic in check was the ability to rein in even your strongest, most volatile emotions. It wasn't as easy as her first-year Hogwarts textbooks had tried to make it out to be. Guess so. Unless she can outrun the perv. She is not as fast as she is strong, Shizune murmured. She slapped a hand to the wall and it shivered in place before slowly beginning to regrow, the material bubbling into place like it was liquid rather than solid concrete. It was missing the wallpaper, but other than that there was no sign that a woman with superhuman strength had blown a hole through it not too long ago. A moment later Sasuke stepped through the door, and Sakura looked up at Naruto's sudden laugh. It shattered the tense atmosphere. Shut up, idiot, Sasuke said sharply, brushing bright purple flakes of glitter out of his hair with a scowl. Did the drag queens get you? Asked Shizune, and the innocent expression on her face was a truly impressive feat. They put me on some sort of gold palanquin. Sasuke said, and Sakura was not going to laugh at his aggrieved tone. One of them was a Konoha shinobi, he added, like he couldn't believe it even as he was telling them. They say shinobi always have the most interesting hobbies, Sakura said and tried to sound sage-like. Sasuke peered at her like he thought she might be making fun, which she kind of was, and like he wasn't sure why the rest of his team didn't seem particularly outraged. He finally muttered something uncomplimentary and allowed the toad on his shoulder to jump off and onto the back of a nearby chair. Raised voices from outside the door interrupted their conversation, and Sakura recognized Jiraiya's voice, though it was unusually serious. He murmured something she couldn't make out and a woman said something in return, her voice rising to a harsh shout as she spoke. So don't even try to tell me it isn't blackmail, Jiraiya. The door opened and Jiraiya stepped through first, his expression set in a faint grimace. But at least he didn't look like he'd recently been fighting a traitorous Sunin. Shizun-chan, he greeted with a wave, but before he could do more than grin at her, a tall blonde woman stepped in through the door. She slammed it closed behind her and deliberately pushed a sharp elbow into Jiraiya's side as she passed, before dropping herself down in one of the large armchairs. The rest of the brat brigade, all gathered together. How wonderful! She said, her full lips set in a snarl. Naruto glared at her like he wanted to try his hand at punching her. So this is Tsunade. Sakura thought. She was a beautiful woman. Or at least her genjutsu was. Who knew what she really looked like under all that illusion? I know she's supposed to be in her 50s, like Jiraiya, but she didn't look a day over 30, if that. What have you agreed on? Shizun asked carefully, and Sakura thought she might be trying to manage her mentor's temper. Tsunade's hand folded on a knee and she looked sideways at Jiraiya, her eyes spitting knives. We haven't agreed on anything. He's not giving me much of a choice. Hey? Weren't you just going on and on and on about how you're never gonna return to Konoha no matter what? Asked Naruto. Tsunade snorted inelegantly, kicking off her sandals and leaning back in her seat. Sakura thought vaguely that she looked like one of those Yakuza dealers and wondered if that was on purpose. I wish I never had to see the damn village again, but as I said, my former teammate isn't really giving me a choice. Her hazel eyes slid to Shizun and her lips twitched downwards. I'm being formally recalled to the village. Shizun sighed, but didn't look very surprised. Her lack of reaction seemed to annoy Tsunade, who dug around in one of the wide sleeves of her haori and produced a ceramic bottle. Taking a swig of its contents, she stared down Jiraiya. There was a hard look in her eyes. I'll never forgive you for this. Jiraiya's face seemed to age at those words, but he nodded without hesitation. I know, Tsunade-hime. What's a formal recall? Sakura heard Naruto mutter to Sasuke, who grunted but actually answered the question. Sakura tuned them out, because she already knew very well what a formal recall was. What a threat it could be, at least to someone like Tsunade. Anyone who refused a formal recall was considered a missing nin of the highest order and had Konoha's hunter nin set upon them. Tsunade was one of the best shinobi alive, or so Konoha's people said, but even she wouldn't necessarily be able to stand toe-to-toe with a whole squad of Konoha's best hunters. From what I've heard, sometimes former ANBU members who weren't part of that unit are called upon to perform hunter nin duties. And Kakashi was a former member of ANBU, and he was also considered to be one of the best Konoha had to offer. They're really forcing her back, Sakura thought and wasn't sure what she felt about that. Didn't they need her to come back willingly? How else could they be sure she would actually be motivated to do her best as a medic? And personally, Sakura wasn't sure what to think about the woman whose dereliction of duty had put her badly injured father in the grave. It's not like she would definitely have saved his life, Sakura tried to think. He was badly injured. His brains were coming out of his head, for Merlin's sake. But Tsunade was famous for medical miracles. She was known for saving code black patients, those who were so close to the other side only divine intervention could possibly bring them back. Divine intervention, or Senju Tsunade. Tsunade and Jiraiya bickered back and forth. Or rather, Tsunade did her best to provoke Jiraiya, but despite a throbbing vein in his forehead he managed to stay civil. Shizun sidled closer to Sakura. How is your head? With a jolt of surprised realization, Sakura wondered if that was how Kakashi had first become suspicious of something being off about her. Had Shizun noticed something when he examined her that time, what felt like ages and ages ago? Wait, so would that mean that chakra-powered techniques can detect magic? She couldn't ask, of course. Shizun might not know what it was she'd noticed, if she indeed had noticed something. Fine, thank you. Oh, yeah. You're that medic lady from before. Said Naruto and peered up at her curiously. What are you doing with someone like her? Oi, brat! Tsunade barked, straightening in her armchair with an angry grimace. I'm the best goddamn medic on the planet. People used to line up to be taught by me. Naruto looked her over with a conspicuously neutral glance. So what? If you're not loyal to Konoha, none of that matters. Tsunade drew back like she'd been slapped. How dare you? She said quietly. You brat, you have no idea, and waves of indistinct killing intent began to fill the room, lapping against them like a tide. Beads of sweat formed on Naruto's brow, but he tilted his chin up. It took Sakura a moment to recognize that gesture as something Sasuke usually did when he was being challenged. Tsunade's eyes narrowed to slits and she heaved herself out of the armchair. Jiraiya seemed half a second away from getting into defensive position in front of Team 7, though Tsunade didn't seem inclined to come any closer to them than she already was. She began speaking, still in that quiet, furious tone of voice. I recognize that you are pissy and resentful because an adult had the temerity to disagree with your lofty ambitions, but if you ever accuse me of disloyalty again, here she leaned forward, and her beautiful face twisted into something beastly and menacing. I will put you in the dirt. Permanently. Sakura and Sasuke placed themselves in positions to flank Naruto, and while Sakura didn't think this would come to a head with Jiraiya in the room, it was the principle of the thing. All of one and one for all, as the three musketeers would have put it. She tried to ignore the way her teeth wanted to click together at the feeling of oncoming doom filling the room. It wasn't a tide, it was a tsunami. So you are coming back, then? For real? Naruto asked, and Sakura saw more beads of sweat roll down the nape of his neck. She wasn't sure if she wanted to encourage him or slap his mouth shut. Tsunade huffed, and her killing intent faded. I already said I would. Yeah, but are you coming back to help? Naruto asked, shoulders sagging with the release of tension. I don't have much of a say in the matter. She took another look at him and then rolled her eyes. I'm not going to come back and wreak some horrible revenge on Konoha for dragging me back. I just won't be happy about it. She turned to look at Jiraiya again. You do realize that I expect certain concessions from the Hokage, I hope. Yes, princess. We figured that out. He smiled at her and she smiled back just a little. Suddenly Sakura could see them as children, as teenagers, as teammates in one of the most well-known teams on the planet. Together with... Ugh, get a room, Naruto muttered, folding his arms over his chest. Tsunade laughed and it was a sound that didn't quite fit her young face. Grating and loud, but genuine. You have just as many perverted fantasies as my idiot teammate, Blondie. She's mercurial, Sakura thought and wasn't sure what to make of that. There were worse personal flaws, she supposed. Like racking up huge amounts of debt via gambling. We should celebrate, Jiraiya said, smiling and eyeing her bottle. Sakura held back a sigh and traded a glance with Sasuke, who looked deeply unamused. Tsunade tilted her head, hand on one curvy hip. The mirth faded out of her expression. There's nothing to celebrate. I'm not coming back willingly, just because I'm not making you fight harder for my return. Come on, Tsunade-heim. For old time's sake. Jiraiya wheedled and again Tsunade smiled that tiny smile. She cracked her neck and after a few seconds thoughts, relented. Fine. But you're paying. She all but sashayed to the door, Jiraiya hot on her heels like an eager puppy. Hello. Naruto said, staring incredulously after them. What about us? And the village? Go do whatever genin teams do for a few hours. But no threesomes, you're too young for that kind of mid-mission fun. I'll be back for you later. He cut himself off by closing the door. All the Sunin are completely irresponsible, Naruto said, sounding amazed, like he was having an epiphany. Completely. Shizun looked amused. They're really not, you know. They just act that way. Naruto waved a hand at her. Same thing, pretty much. Shizun sighed, but didn't actually disagree. I should probably go after them and make sure Tsunade doesn't drink the whole bar. Again. Sometimes her amplified alcohol resistance truly infuriates me. She sighed, nodding goodbye and picked up her pig, walking out the door with a distinctly unenthusiastic gait. When the door closed behind her again, Sakura looked at her boys. So what do we do until they return? I'm not eager to gamble again. We could visit the festival, said Sasuke noncommittally, and Naruto's eyes grew comically large. You want to visit the festival? It has people and bright lights and sounds and junk food, you know. He pointed at their dark-haired teammate as if to emphasize his words and perhaps accuse him of being an imposter. And you still have glitter in your hair. Sasuke threw him a sour glance. I know, and I don't want to visit for those exact reasons. But you two do. Naruto blinked and there was something quietly happy in his expression for a second, before he decided to plaster on a big grin and make ridiculous kissing noises in Sasuke's direction. You're so sweet, Sasuke-kun. Sakura found herself smiling at him as well, and perhaps that wasn't the best thing she could have done. Sasuke, looking put upon and like he regretted opening his mouth at all, took a long look at them both and then vaulted out a window. Come on, Sakura. We can't let the bastard get out of doing festival-y things. Naruto completely unnecessarily grabbed her by the arm, and together they threw themselves out after Sasuke. A/N, this story is very far from being abandoned, as some of you have PM'd me to ask. But I'm not going to be updating as regularly as I used to, because IRL stuff. I do however have a not insignificant portion of the next chapter already written. So never fear. I still thoroughly enjoy writing this story. So, what did you think of the hunt for Tsunade? Sakura doesn't much like her, but Tsunade is one of my favorite Naruto characters. Tell me all your thoughts. As always, thanks to Against the Current for her help. Chapter 30, An Offer of Uncertain Credibility. Sakura couldn't wait to get back to Konoha. Not because she missed her home that much, but because being on the road with two of the Sunin had turned out to be completely unbearable. They were either aggressively flirting or they were actively trying to irritate each other to death before reaching Konoha. Sakura wasn't quite sure which one of the two it was. She'd spent her time mentally trying to untangle the unsolved problem that was her magic. Fortunately, she had a small notebook stuffed into the bottom of her kunao pouch and she'd been able to jot down a few new angles to work from. It wasn't much, but it was something. It would be a hell of a lot easier to get some actual practice in if she wasn't trying to conceal exactly what she was working on from the people around her. Naruto had been very curious about her notebook. The moment their expanded group presented themselves to the guards, whose jaws hit the floor in that subtle way only visible to other shinobi, Tsunade carted Shizune off towards the Hokage's tower. It left Jiraiya scrambling to present adequate ID for the two women and Team 7 trading glances. "Is she back?" asked Santa, looking after her as she stalked down the busy road. The crowd split like the Red Sea to clear her way and Sakura could hear the hum of whispered conversation pick up. There was awe there and Sakura still wasn't sure the blonde Sunin deserved that. "Yes, she's back," said Jiraiya, looking down at the road where Tsunade's back was disappearing as the crowd swallowed her up. He smiled faintly. "Sakura-san," said a voice just as Sakura was turning back to her teammates. She looked over her shoulder, and there was a man with deep-set eyes that she recognized only vaguely. He sketched a quick bow. "I'm Juntoku Kihabato, we spoke briefly a few weeks ago." Sakura vaguely recognized his name. "Ah, yes." He rifled through the big bag he was carrying on one shoulder and produced a scroll. "From the head of the clan," he said, thrusting it at her when she made no move to take it from him. Sakura took it and slowly unfurled it, looking up at Kihabato with a suspicion he probably didn't deserve. She glanced down at the first line, narrowed her eyes and briefly skimmed the whole text. "What is that, Sakura?" said Naruto, leaning over her shoulder. "It appears to be an official request for an audience," she murmured, entirely unsure what to make of that. "Let me see," Sasuke said, and when Sakura tilted the text towards him, he frowned as he read. "It looks to be in order. The Hokage's seal is at the top, which means it went through his office first. Discuss certain matters." Naruto mumbled. "What matters?" "No idea," said Sakura as she tried to rack her brains. What had the man in front of her said that brief first time they met? "You saved Yura," said Kihabato, like he could hear her thoughts. "We wanted to repay you. During the invasion," Sakura said. She remembered that civilian man and the child he was protecting. She also remembered him swearing that he'd repay her somehow. She just hadn't expected anything to come off that. People said grand things like that when they were afraid, it was only natural. "Yes," said Kihabato, the tense lines of his face relaxing into a small smile. "As soon as possible, the scroll says." He smiled a little and sketched another bow. "At your earliest convenience, of course. Perhaps tomorrow." "Sure," said Sakura and did her best to keep her confusion hidden. "Sometime in the afternoon, preferably." Kihabato smiled wider. "I will inform the clan." "What was that about?" Naruto asked as Kihabato disappeared down the street. "I mean, something about you saving someone named Yura. You were there too." "It was that civilian with a kid we protected during the invasion." Naruto adopted a ponderous expression, but Sasuke looked like he remembered that fight. "Pretty unusual, though," Sakura muttered, mistrustful without being able to put her finger on why. "Not really." Jiraiya had wandered up to them as Kihabato disappeared. "The Juntoku are an old clan and Yura is an heir. If you really saved him, they could want to present you with some shiny trinket as thanks. But it wasn't just me. Sasuke and Naruto were there too." Jiraiya glanced at her. "But you struck the killing blow, I assume." "I guess," Sakura said, calling the fight to mind again. "Yes, she'd put a senbon in that enemy Kunoichi's brainstem." "So I guess this means you're buying us dinner tomorrow," Naruto said cheerfully, looking entirely unbothered at not being part of the little thank you gathering. They trained a little in the morning, but their usual sparring was cut short as Sasuke schooled her in how to dress and act when visiting a clan. There were a lot of fiddly little rules about in what order to greet people, what kind of bows to give, how to hold your chopsticks if food was served, what honorifics were suitable for all levels of clan members. Sakura walked home to change with her head spinning, hoping she'd remember it all and wishing she could have taken Sasuke with her just in case. Good luck, brave shinobi, said Sayuri the next morning with a teasing grin as she stepped through the door. And try not to look so terrified. It sends the wrong message. I'll do my best to look utterly composed, Sakura said and adopted a funeral air. Good. We wouldn't want you to accidentally dislodge the sticks up their asses by acting like a real human being, she added, and Sakura smiled up at her. She was nothing like Sakura's first mother, and yet she was completely like Sakura's first mother. She showered quickly and dressed according to Sasuke's instructions. A kimono in muted colors with the hair no circle on the back. No hair ornaments, because she wasn't supposed to allow them to think they're that important, according to Sasuke. A drop of her mother's rarely used perfume behind her ears. No makeup, but that was more because Sakura didn't really own any than because Sasuke had instructed her to. Is it polite to cover up the scar? Sakura thought, following it with a finger. It had paled to a pinkish white, but it was still a very noticeable gouged line in her chin. One end curved under her jaw and the other towards her lip, pulling on the skin when she smiled. She didn't particularly want to conceal it. I'm leaving now, Sakura said, and Sayuri clapped her on the back like she was trying to hammer courage into Sakura's spine. Sakura knew very well where the Gentoku clan compound was, and if she took the roof path, it only took 10 minutes to get there. She landed just outside the double doors in the surrounding wall that opened to the courtyard inside. She'd seen it from above a few times, passing by on the roof paths, but she'd never been this close to the compound before. She raised a hand to knock on the door and then almost fell forward when the door was opened from the inside. Oh, Harano-san, I didn't mean to startle you, said the middle-aged woman peeking out from the gap in the door. I didn't see you standing there. It's all right. It's just these formal Geta sandals that keep trying to trip me up. She tried for a small smile and received a beaming one in return. I'm Gentoku Nabeko, of the Higurashi branch, she introduced herself, and Sakura nodded politely, trying to remember what little she knew about the Gentoku. The academy text on them had only mentioned that they were originally made up of several smaller clans that had summed together to form Gentoku just before Konoha's founding. The Higurashi branch was one of these smaller clans, Sakura thought she remembered reading. She led Sakura across the courtyard with the kind of uncentered steps that Sakura had come to associate with civilians. Gentoku weren't known for their shinobi, though there were a few dozen of them in the general Konoha forces. Nabeko bowed to some of the people they passed, waved to some and ignored a few. Sakura tried to see the difference between them and caught that the people Nabeko bowed to seemed fancier, for lack of a better word, in the way they dressed and carried themselves. More visible jewelry, clothes made of fabric that fell in luxurious folds. Are the Gentoku separated into main family and branch family, like the Hyuga? How that would work when they were parts of different clans, Sakura wasn't sure. The compound dwellings were solid wooden houses painted in deep reds, greens, and blues. Clearly not nearly as wealthy as the Hyuga, but perhaps on par with the Nara. At least from what she could see by just walking past. They stepped into a dark blue house. The doorway was arched with a frame painted a flat black color. Above the arch, birds of prey in flight had been carved into the wood. I'll take it from here, Higurashi, said a younger woman wearing a pristine Shunan's vest as soon as the door closed behind them. Sakura glanced up at her, at the way she was looking at Nabeko, and thought that if the Gentoku had a main family then this woman was probably a part of it. She's addressing Nabeko by her surname, for Merlin's sake. Yes, Koshaku-san, said the older woman, bowing to the younger. She slid a look towards Sakura that Sakura couldn't quite read, and then bowed to her as well. Sakura hid her confusion and quickly nodded back, as per Sasuke's instructions. My name is Gentoku Otaka, of the Koshaku branch. She did something that wasn't quite a bow and not quite a nod, and Sakura copied her after a split second of hesitation. We are pleased that you could finally make it. That felt like a pointed jibe. Sakura kept her face unmoving and murmured politely, it is quite difficult for active duty shinobi to find the time between missions for pleasantries. Otaka gave her a long, slow look and Sakura kept her face agreeably neutral. With a vest that unmarked, there's no way she's active duty. She doesn't walk like a civilian, but she's too loud for a skilled chunin. That is true. Otaka looked thoughtful for a moment, glancing up at Sakura through darkened eyelashes. At any rate, we are glad you could visit with us today. Otaka-chan, greeted a bird-boned elderly man in the next room, waving them through another door. He nodded to Sakura, smiling so widely the corners of his eyes crinkled. The hall they entered was a study in austere monochrome, with only a few pieces of furniture to break up the room's flat affect. A middle-aged man in dark, formal wear was seated at the back of the room on a raised dais, surveying its occupants with glib eyes. Behind him hung a large calligraphy scroll with the kanji for Predator painted in black ink. Sakura wondered if they were purposefully trying to make the room feel menacing or if it was just clan tradition. There were 2 rows of people on either side of the room, facing each other in silence. She spotted the civilian man and his child, surprised at how easily she recognized them now that they were in front of her. Yura's face was turned down to his lap, perhaps bored already despite his perfect Caesar. But when Sakura looked closer at his father, the pallor of his skin stood out against his richly dyed kimono. The people in the first rows are dressed more ornately than the rows behind them, Sakura thought as she let her gaze sweep across the room, and wondered if they were Koshaku and Higurashi, respectively. Otaka guided her to a flat pillow directly facing the man on the dais and seated herself just behind Sakura's left shoulder. She straightened her back and said loudly into the room, presenting Haruno Sakura-san. The room murmured greetings and Sakura felt in over her head even as she murmured greetings back. She wasn't sure what she'd expected today, but this wasn't it. She'd anticipated formal thank yous from the civilian man and Yura, but she hadn't expected to be dropped into what seemed like official clan business. The room quieted as the man on the dais held up a hand. Haruno-san, welcome to the Juntoku compound. I am the head of this clan, Inuwashi of the Hagoro branch. It had been a very long time since Sakura was last seated opposite a pompous pureblood who demanded exacting courtesy, but she wasn't completely rusty yet. She bowed deeply with her face facing the floor and said, "It is an honor to make your acquaintance," without injecting even the slightest hint of mockery in her voice, though she quite dearly wanted to. Inuwashi smiled, a wide and sharp expression that Sakura didn't particularly enjoy seeing. And then began the pleasantries. You have done our clan a great service, saving the life of one of our precious children, who will one day further our legacy and history. Sakura zoned out, pasting a politely attentive expression on her face even as she focused on the other people in the room. Yura's father was holding the boy's hand tightly, knuckles white. The older woman to his right had a thin hand on his arm and when she looked at him, it was with deep sympathy. The undercurrents were steadily getting more and more ominous. And thus we want to thank you, as befitting one who have rendered us help in our time of need. Sakura tuned back into the conversation when his tone indicated that he was about to get to the point. This is not something we have done very often before, indeed it is an offer we have only extended to one other person previously. Inuwashi looked about the room and then puffed up. We, the Juntoku, offer you a place in our clan, as one of our own. And your mother too, of course. Sakura stared at him, opened her mouth slightly and then closed it again. What? The old clans were notoriously careful with who they let into the clans by marriage or by adoption, for fear outsiders would sully their noble lineage or some such. I'm a civilian-born shinobi with no wealth or holdings or beauty or anything. I'm shocked and honored by the offer, Hagoro-sama, Sakura said numbly, stalling and doing her best to measure her tone. Her legs were starting to go numb. But, may I ask, why? What you are offering is very non-traditional. He looked at her closely, like he wasn't sure what to make of her reaction, but then smiled again. I understand it may be an overwhelming offer, but Yura is an important child of the Koshaku branch. Its heir, to be entirely candid. Jiraiya did say the old clans repaid their self-imposed debts, but this is ridiculous. That familiar internal sound of warning bells ringing did nothing to calm Sakura's frazzled nerves. The room's other occupants were sliding quick, short looks in her direction, and she didn't know what to make of their varying expressions. I was doing my job, protecting a child of Konoha as all shinobi do. She demurred, feeling the tendons on the back of her hands jump with tension. She hid them discreetly in her sleeves. And yet no other Konoha shinobi has saved any of our children, Inuwashi said and his smile gentled. Sakura wasn't sure if it was genuine, because he was clearly a civilian but on the other hand he was equally clearly also a clan head. Clan heads were essentially politicians and politicians were prevaricators by profession. And what do you want from me, should I join you? Sakura said slowly, still stalling, and thought of her mother. Would Sayuri be interested in being part of a clan? They only mentioned my mother, which means they know that I don't have a father. Or siblings. They've researched me. But why? You are a cautious young woman, indeed, said Inuwashi and Sakura saw his eyes move quickly to Yura and back, a tiny subtle glance that Sakura didn't understand. There is one small thing we would ask of you. He paused briefly and Sakura had the feeling that what he was about to ask was no small thing at all, from what she could read in the expressions of the people gathered in the room. That you marry into the clan. Sakura stared at him, keeping her mouth from opening in shock by sheer force of will. She tossed a glance at Yura. Marry who, exactly? There are several eligible bachelors within the clan. A few bachelorettes as well, if that is your preference. Said Sakura eloquently, struggling to keep up with the sharp turns in this conversation. But we wish and would prefer that you consider Yura first. He's a child, Hagoro-sama, said Sakura and thought that if she couldn't look at anyone her own generation in a romantic light without feeling like a pedophile, there was no way she'd be able to even entertain the thought of being together with someone even younger. Inuwashi tilted his head, again glancing towards Yura. You are both children. Yura is only 3 years younger than you. He turns 11 in 2 months. I turn 14 in roughly 6 months. We are not suggesting an immediate wedding, Harano-san. That would be against Konoha law. Inuwashi paused and Sakura had the impression he was trying to figure out how to best convince her. A 4-year engagement or so, is what we've had in mind. Sakura wanted to say that Yura's father didn't look like he'd had that in mind at all, and that she wouldn't want to marry a 15-year-old boy in 4 years either. She said neither. There are many benefits that come with belonging to a clan, Harano-san. Security. Influence. Access. Sakura nodded, because she knew all of that already. How many times have I thought that I want more power, more influence? She shouldn't be at all tempted by what he was saying, and in truth she was far more unnerved than pleased, but... I'm truly honored, Hagoro-sama, she said after a brief pause. But I need to think about this. I need to speak with my mother. And with my team. Maybe Suzuki can shine some light on what the hell this clan is really up to. Inuwashi looked like he wanted to protest that, but he caught the eyes of a red-haired woman seated directly beside the dais and nodded supportively instead. Of course. It is not a decision to make lightly. I'm glad you see my point of view, Hagoro-sama. This is all so sudden, she said and made herself laugh lightly. Before you leave, I do want you to be introduced to Yura, Inuwashi said with a nod. Sakura saw the redhead close her eyes like he'd overstepped himself, and wondered if she'd had a hand in this. Inuwashi must have seen it too, because he paused briefly and said, if that is acceptable to you, of course. Yes, of course, Sakura said, because what could it hurt to just be introduced to the kid? She'd never gotten a good look at him that time during the invasion and under other circumstances she would have been curious. Yura scooted forward and then rose to walk with small, formal steps until he stood directly in front of Sakura. The moment she caught sight of his pale face, she regretted making him do this. He looks miserable. Harano-san, it is my honor and pleasure to finally meet you, he said softly and formally, his eyes darting up to meet hers. Objectively speaking, he would most likely grow up into someone rather easy on the eyes, which would have been an inappropriate thing to think if not for her own utter lack of interest. I wonder what he sees when he looks at me. With my muscles and scars and lack of daintiness. I'm glad to see you are well, she said, and the words came out more stilted and formal than she'd meant to make them. There was something pinched and tense about his mouth that made this whole thing feel excruciatingly forced. That's thanks to you, said Yura, and like he'd realized he was staring into her lap, he straightened his back and looked her in the eye. I'm real grateful for what you did for me. He was slipping into more normal speech and Sakura thought, there is no way I'll ever be able to see him as anything more than a cute kid. I was happy to help you, she said, and meant it when she smiled down at him. He smiled back, brighter, but then blinked. Quietly, he added, perhaps we could spend some time together. He'd gone back to that formal tone that told Sakura that someone had coached him to say that. It wasn't what he really wanted at all. I'll be damned if I drag some kid into a marriage he doesn't want just for a smidgen of a chance at political power. Perhaps, she said, non-committal, and he bowed to her before scooting back into place. More pleasantries were exchanged before Sakura was allowed to leave, her head spinning but her face placid. She had a couple of weeks to think, and hopefully that would be enough. Otaka escorted her out into the main road leading out of the compound, smiling and offering small comments on the people and houses they passed. Sakura tried not to look at the vein throbbing in her temple, and wondered why she was so irritated. For being a shinobi not on active duty, she's not too bad at hiding her emotions. The doors are right there, said Otaka pleasantly, gesturing towards the doors Sakura had passed through on her way into the compound. I trust you'll find your way from here. I will, thank you. Sakura was almost entirely certain that Otaka was supposed to escort her all the way out, but there was a subtle tension in the air around the clanswoman that made Sakura glad to be rid of her. Some of the more finely dressed people were staring at her. She wasn't imagining that, though optimistically, perhaps Otaka's hasty leave was what caught their attention. Sakura walked slowly towards the doors, focusing entirely on her hearing. She wasn't as good as Suzuki at augmenting her natural hearing with chakra, but she could enhance it a little. The buzz of the clan members walking about the compound courtyard sharpened until she could discern words through the murmurs. She shifted her focus between conversations until she heard her own last name mentioned in the fray. Still walking slowly, casually towards the doors, Sakura tilted her head to the right until she could hear the conversation more clearly. But that doesn't require me to like it. The voice was male, deep, and cracking with old age. We don't have enough ninja to be considered a ninja clan. Or a blood limit. It's necessary. This one was female, high and precise in intonation, but hushed. We still have several seats on the council. A delicate huffing sound. On the civilian side, yes. Most matters important to our clan are civilian. Why do we have to be involved with ninja business? You have such little ambition, grandfather. No, but my ambition involves peace and prosperity for my clan. Those two things are harder to achieve than you seem to realize. The woman sighed and Sakura heard the rustling of clothes, Perhaps she'd crossed her arms. Peace doesn't lead you higher. It keeps you content, like a fat cat being fed cream instead of sharpening its claws on prey and lesser predators. You've been spending too much time with the Kagami. You're starting to sound like one of them. There was a silence in the conversation that felt edgy, offended. Sakura took a few more steps and ostensibly stopped to admire the red leaves of a towering snakebark maple that shaded the path ahead. She has a blood limit, that Harino girl. Something powerful, something destructive. You've heard the whispers. I've heard more than whispers, Inko. There was a pause and Sakura stared fixedly at a nearby leaf, trying to school her expression into something that wouldn't reveal the icy lump in her stomach to people passing by. I was a spectator in the Chunin exams and its aftermath, you realize. There was a pause, and Sakura felt a drop of sweat make its way down her spine. Then there is the matter of her kane. Something fell from a roof nearby and the sound jerked Sakura into movement, her steps carrying her towards the exit though she was staring blindly straight ahead. Oh no, she thought. Oh shit, oh no. A/N, clan plotting with Sakura in the middle. Is it an opportunity, or a trap? She has a little while to figure out what she wants to do with the situation that has presented itself. Next chapter will be out tomorrow. Until then, tell me your thoughts? As always, thanks to Against the Current for her help. And pardon my absence, patient readers, I've moved again and am now in college. Chapter 31, Ghosts of the Past. She found herself outside of Naruto's door and when he opened it and caught sight of her worried expression, he didn't even protest her dragging him out and towards the Uchiha compound. Perhaps she should have talked to her mother before making a beeline for her team, but that wasn't her first instinct. Sakura, what's going on? Naruto asked, yanking his sleeve out of her grasp. She hadn't even noticed that she'd been holding on to it. Sakura pursed her lips and knocked harder on the Uchiha compound door. Sasuke knew more about clan stuff than she did, so there was no point in telling Naruto before him. There was a strange, nervous energy in her limbs. Most of it was worry but another, smaller part was something like excitement. She wasn't sure why that kernel of excitement was there, because this was going to cause her no end of trouble. Nothing else. It wasn't actually an opportunity to gain what she'd wanted, what she'd thought about, since the forest. It wasn't any kind of real power. The Juntoku just want to use me. I'll have to keep that at the forefront of my mind in my dealings with them. I can't let myself be tempted into doing something stupid. Sasuke opened the door with a scowl that only partially melted when he caught sight of them. Since he was dressed in shinobi casual, he had probably been meditating or cleaning his weapons. What? He said, the rasp in his voice more prominent in his annoyance. As he surveyed Sakura's face, his expression unfroze into something as close to friendly as the prickly Uchiha ever came. Sakura breathed out sharply. The meeting with the Juntoku. I need to talk to you. It didn't go well. He asked, taking a step back to let them in. He closed the door behind Naruto just as some curious civilians were starting to glance over at them and turned to inspect her closer. I thought they were just going to give you some shiny bauble or whatever, said Naruto, sweeping blonde strands out of his eyes. His hair is starting to get long, Sakura thought irrelevantly. If you count an engagement as a shiny bauble, then yes, Sakura said as they walked into Sasuke's home. Naruto promptly tripped over his feet as he stopped to stare at her, eyes like dinner plates. The main house was as clean as it apparently always was, and they took a seat at Sasuke's kitchen table. Naruto was firing questions so rapidly at her that she couldn't answer any of them, until Sasuke raised his voice to speak over their teammate. They offered you an engagement to a clan member. Yes, to the kid we saved. Yura. Sakura sank deeper into her chair and wished she were the drinking type. Alcohol seemed like an excellent remedy for her confused and rapid thoughts. He's 11 and they want a 4-year engagement and then marriage. He's the heir to the Koshaku branch. I know. Sasuke leaned back and looked her over, his eyes thoughtful. It's not unheard of. I know, but it's not exactly common either. That's what made me suspicious. She took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and then explained what she'd overheard as she was leaving the Juntoku compound. So they just want to use you. Don't be so dramatic. Of course they want Sakura's blood limit. Sasuke's lips twisted down in annoyance. You're not attached to a clan, which means you're available. Doesn't that mean you're available too? Sakura asked slowly, carefully. Sasuke stared at her like he couldn't believe she was being so stupid. It wasn't a look he usually directed her way. The moment I earned my headband I received 24 marriage proposals from various powerful clans, merchant families, and nobility. What? Said Naruto, mouth opening. You've never said anything about that. Because there is nothing to say. I turned them all down. Sasuke's shoulders drew back stiffly, but though he looked like he wanted to shout, his voice lowered when he spoke. My parents would curse me from beyond if I ever bore a name other than Uchiha. That's not entirely true, said Mikoto, and Sakura must have been more rattled than she'd realized, because her head twitched towards the new voice. What is it? Shizuke asked, staring at her and then at where Mikoto was floating in through a wall. She cast a pale glow over the kitchen floor underneath her and her chest still dripped with blood. What's going on? Naruto asked, leaning his chin on his knee. You do that staring thing sometimes and I know it's one of your secrets, cause you always look kind of guilty after you do it. Sakura clenched her jaw and didn't know what to say. There was a silence in the kitchen and the room seemed suddenly darker as Shizuke stared at her like he was trying to scan her brain. Is there someone there? He finally asked, with a kind of dawning realization in his voice that made Sakura's insides turn and knot. Like a ghost, hey? Naruto asked, but he sounded cheerful, teasing, and then when Sakura said nothing, his eyes widened. What, really? Sakura. This is the part where I lie to you, she said, because she couldn't quite remember why she was keeping this one secret from her team anymore. They knew about her blood limit and they were her closest friends and allies. What was the point? Or it's the part where you trust us, Shizuke said slowly, restrained but with eyes bright with focus. They're not always around, Sakura began and then stopped herself, gathering her thoughts. This was a very unexpected turn in the conversation. Some things she'd never tell her team, some things were hers alone, but she didn't need to keep all her secrets herself. Constant vigilance, shouted Moody in her memories and then added, 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. But that was just her own paranoia talking, her sense that things were about to go wrong at any second now. It wasn't the factual truth. Naruto and Shizuke were waiting, watching her with what looked like bated breath, and Sakura squared her shoulders. Let the chips fall where they may. But sometimes people don't leave when they die. They're scared or worried, and they stay here. We're always surrounded by dead people. Naruto said, voice a hushed whisper. He looked like his skin was crawling, glancing around like he expected a zombie to pop out of Sasuke's pristine kitchen floor. Shizuke cast a furtive glance around the room. You're serious? Yes, said Sakura quietly. Mikoto had floated over and her cold, transparent hand was hovering over Sakura's shoulder. Like she wanted to imbue strength. And who is here? Said Shizuke, and he seemed so much more inclined to believe her than Sakura would have thought of a muggle. But then, muggles didn't have a shinobi's abilities. It's your mother, Sakura said quietly. This really wasn't what she'd expected to be talking about when she'd made her way here. If she'd known she'd be spilling secrets all over Sasuke's kitchen table, she would have prepared herself better. Sasuke's knuckles widened as he clenched a fist around the edge of the table. He stared at her for a long second, and she thought he'd question her. Maybe get angry and think that she was messing with him. But he didn't. Was she here the last time you and Naruto visited? Now she remembered why she wanted to keep this a secret. Sakura swallowed quietly and nodded. Yes. She was here. The taut beat of silence was broken when a piece of the table snapped off in Sasuke's hand. You, and his voice was hoarse and deeper and not doubtful in the slightest. You knew how much it would matter to me, being able to talk with any one of them. Even once his voice rose and he stood up, putting his hands flat on the tabletop and leaning in to snarl in Sakura's face. He's never been angry at me before, Sakura thought. Guilt bubbled up, but Sakura forced it down. She hadn't kept this a secret to hurt him. And he wasn't entitled to know, no matter that, well, that it was his family. That his crazy brother had murdered. And that Shizuke had spent the past year grieving for, deeply and privately. Maybe he did deserve to know before now. She thought that, and realized that she'd have to ride out his anger. And when he cocked his arm back, fist raised, she didn't dodge the blow that slammed into her face. Her head hit the wall behind her with a dull thudding sound, the chair crashing down to the floor below her as she stumbled back. She spit blood into her hand. He could have hit me a lot harder, she thought, even as her ears rang. Naruto was hovering between them now, worried but apparently not sure who was in the right here. Sakura couldn't blame him. Shizuke wasn't the only one who wanted to talk to family, she imagined. Sakura righted the chair slowly, rubbing the back of her head. Shizuke was panting, eyes hot and furious, and she could see him wanting to strike out again. Maybe fight her for real, even. Apologizing would only anger him, I think. Do you want to know what it's like? She said instead, voice rough and moist with blood. She hadn't even noticed her own mouth opening to speak. What it was like for me at the Yugakure massacre. What the dead are like. Shizuke narrowed his eyes and Naruto kept his hands stretched out between them, though his head was turned towards her, eyes alight with worry. They scream in pain. They're confused. They mumble stories about the horrible ways they died, how it felt to burn alive, how it felt to see their children burn. Sakura paused and realized that she hadn't even known how much she'd needed to tell someone this. The Hogwarts ghosts had been mostly at peace, mostly happy, but the ghosts here were mostly not. And do you know what they look like? Like they did in their dying moment. Gushing blood. Skin melting. Asphyxiating. Weapons sticking out of their transparent flesh. You want to know why I didn't tell you? Sakura said, and now she was breathing harshly too. Because I didn't want you to ask me what your family looks like. And as she spoke the words, she recognized their accuracy. That had been the final barrier. She didn't want to cause him pain, for all that it was a selfish impulse. Shizuke was pale and Sakura felt drained and cruel. She rubbed her hand down her face and her shoulders slumped. There's nobody else here who can see them, just me. She shrugged her shoulders. And that's all right. I can take that, even if battlefields will always look worse to me than to you. Killing will always, at least potentially, have more consequences for me than for you. And I didn't want to hurt you. Are you telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Asked Mikoto where she was hovering behind Shizuke. She looked more curious than accusing, but there was still a pang of emotion in Sakura's chest. She'd been more selfish than she was letting on, hadn't she? I've trusted both Shizuke and Naruto for a while now. Was part of my need for secrecy that I wanted to keep Mikoto and her knowledge all to myself? Or maybe I just don't trust them enough. She hoped not. She had no delusions about her own purity of mind, but she hoped that kind of pettiness was beyond her. Is it really that bad, Sakura? Naruto asked, tilting his head to the side and looking like he wanted to comfort her but wasn't sure how to. Sakura smiled faintly. I'm used to it. And not everybody who dies becomes a ghost, just a fraction of the whole. But sometimes it can be difficult. Where is my mother? Shizuke asked, and the heat had gone out of his eyes. He looked tired, frustrated and like he wasn't sure what to say to her. A little disgusted too, perhaps. She's right behind you, Sakura said and watched as Shizuke immediately turned to stare out into what for him was just empty air. Mikoto smiled down at him gently, looking so maternal that Sakura ached. Tell him I approve of his dedication to training, but that he forgets to stretch too often. Tell him he can't live on tea and rations. And that I love him more than I could ever possibly express in words. Sakura repeated what Mikoto said and Shizuke uttered a low, wounded sound that made Naruto look at the back of his head in alarm. Sakura turned her gaze to the floor, wondering if they should give him privacy. Shizuke would see a moment like this as a weakness, even if she and Naruto never would. Shizuke, I'm. Leave, Shizuke interrupted with his back still turned. His voice wasn't angry, it was horribly thick and choked, and Sakura thought she must be the worst friend in the world. This time, Naruto was the one to take her by her sleeve and drag her away. Sakura kept her eyes on their teammate until the door closed and he disappeared from view. Let's go to my place, okay? Naruto said gently. Sakura nodded, wondering how a day could go so completely off course. She stayed the night at Naruto's house and it was quieter than it usually would have been. Though Naruto did ask her to check if his apartment harbored any unwanted dead house guests and was visibly relieved when she told him there were no ghosts there. The next morning Naruto had seemingly bounced back to normal, which Sakura couldn't help but envy. Even if it was more bravado than genuine feeling. At any rate, his good mood was the antidote to the anxiety that had kept her awake most of the night. Once one worry took hold, another joined until they became a chain of misery that she couldn't untangle. It wasn't just that she may have ruined one of her best friendships in this life. Baked into the mass of dread in her chest were black thoughts of Orochimaru's plans for her genetic material, Juntoku's plotting, the curse seal that looked more and more smeared every day, and how she was starting to feel like her life was a house of cards in the middle of a tornado. What little sleep she got was restless and fitful. It's a pretty scary ability, though. He said while they made breakfast. Sakura had been surprised at all the vegetables in his fridge and Naruto had murmured something about Kakashi making him eat them. An unusual. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard about anyone with the ability to see ghosts. He stuffed half an avocado in his mouth and attempted to talk around it. Sakura couldn't make out a word he was saying, so talked over him, I don't really want people to know. Yeah, I get that. I'm that not stupid. Not anymore, at least, Sakura said with a teasing glance at her friend, trying to establish some normalcy. I saw the books on your living room table. I didn't mean to turn you into a bookworm. She'd done her best trying to turn Harry and Ron into readers, and that had been a lost cause from the get-go. Ugh, I've been taking forever with those books. They're so dry. But I guess they're kind of useful. It's all about Konoha and history and governance and stuff. He waved his chopsticks at the boring but useful books, smiling a little. Shizuke and I aren't the only ones with ambition, hey. Sakura said, picking up a piece of cucumber. No way. I'm going to be Hokage, remember. Naruto paused, pushing his vegetables around on his plate and thought. You know, I didn't really get that strength isn't enough. Before, I mean. But you do now, Sakura said. Naruto nodded, licking some tomato juice off his lips. Yeah, I do. Guess I have you to thank for getting me into the library and shit. You have yourself to thank for going back, said Sakura, shrugging. I didn't think he'd do that, to be honest. I didn't think he was that serious about becoming Hokage. There was a silence as they finished their food. Then Naruto looked up at her again, and this time his eyes were darker and his voice quiet. I don't think he's going to stay angry with you. I think he gets it. I mean, I sort of get it and he's smarter than me, so he should get it too. He's more emotionally invested, though. Sakura rubbed the back of her head, which felt bruised and tender. I didn't even mean to reveal it. I just wanted advice on the whole Juntoku thing. And we didn't even get around to that. Naruto looked at her with sharp blue eyes. Do you regret telling us? Sakura thought for a moment, thinking back on Sasuke's anger and her own guilt. Worrying that he might not be willing to forgive her. No, it's a relief. Yeah, isn't it? There's no point carrying all this stuff yourself. Naruto paused. You know, before I told you about the fox, it was like I was always half lying about everything, cause you guys didn't know this super important thing that was affecting me so much. If that makes sense. It does, Sakura said with a half smile. Secrets isolate you, I guess, Naruto said, picking at his last sliver of tomato thoughtfully. Sakura leaned back in her chair. And on that note, can I ask you about Mizuki? Naruto's shoulders stiffened, but he looked resigned. Perhaps he'd expected her to bring him up. I've been meaning to ask since the forest, but things just keep happening, and I forget. Couldn't you have forgotten for a while longer? Naruto frowned, putting his chopsticks down on the table like he'd lost his appetite. What happened? Way back before the Chunin exams, she remembered Kakashi swooping in to divert the conversation when the subject turned towards the wayward academy teacher. Mizuki, that guy. Naruto turned to stare at the ceiling, but he looked more pensive than scared to tell her. He was a traitor, you know. Sakura's eyebrows twitched up, because the mental image of the teacher who'd always been so encouraging and interested in her studies clashed badly with Naruto's confident statement. What? In what way? In the in prison for treason kind of way, Naruto said and slid a glance towards her, as though gauging her reaction. Sakura closed her gaping mouth with a snap. But he was always so. She trailed off, not sure what to make of that. Mizuki had been connected to Orochimaru, she'd understood that from what the missing nin had spouted in the forest. But... so he's, what? Awaiting execution. Naruto leaned in over the table like this was something he couldn't speak loudly of, and he looked a little fragile around the eyes, so Sakura leaned in as well. He told her about how he'd earned his headband. How Mizuki had tricked him into stealing a scroll, how the teacher had disguised himself as Iruka. How angry he'd gotten. You know, Iruka-sensei told me after that it made sense for me to get so angry and beat him up. That it's what anybody would have done. Naruto's eyes flickered away from her for a moment, then flickered back just as quickly. But now that I know what it feels like when the bastard fox gets inside my anger, I'm pretty sure that was a part of it too. I think it's the first time I've gotten angry enough that the beast got involved. He said it like a confession, and perhaps it should horrify Sakura. Maybe it did horrify some part of her, that the demon could augment Naruto's anger to that point. But she'd seen him do worse before. Did you hurt him very badly then? Yes, he said, and his voice was small, like a younger child, and he looked like he still hadn't let it go. They healed him later, but they said he was so close to death that there was no way he could have recovered completely even if they'd got to him sooner. Sakura put the tips of her fingers on the back of his tanned hand. Naruto unfurled, radiating relief, and Sakura knew she couldn't blame him for taking down her favorite teacher. Even in such a violent way. Naruto had obviously carried Mizuki's shadow with him since that day. For someone as bright as Naruto, that shadow must have weighed heavily on his mind. He was nice to me, in the academy, she said quietly, though that was perhaps not the best way to assure her teammate of her understanding. But she felt strangely unsettled at the thought that a traitor had been so interested in her. That a traitor might have reported on her to Orochimaru. Some fairly obvious conclusions followed from that notion, and Sakura shied away from that train of thought. I know, and I'm sorry, Naruto said, eyebrows scrunching together. That's mostly why I didn't want to tell you. I thought you'd think. I thought I would feel something more too, honestly. She wiped a hand across her face, sighing. It's been a trying couple of days, and I think I'm all out of big feelings. She smiled wanly, and this time Naruto reached out to her. Sasuke will come around. And we won't let the Juntoku fuck things up, no matter what you decide to do. He frowned for a moment, looking none too pleased. Even if the thought of you being engaged and getting married is all kinds of weird, it sounds pretty dangerous, since they want to use you and all. Imagine how I'm feeling. Marriage was the last thing on my mind until this. She made a vague gesture meant to encompass all of yesterday's strangeness. This isn't really the time for such relationships. I guess not. But I kinda thought you and Shikamaru were going to be something. Naruto sighed, even as Sakura stared at him incredulously. I was all prepared to threaten him to treat you well. I'm not interested in Shikamaru like that. Yeah, I can tell. But he has something you're interested in, right? Maturity and thoughtfulness and shit. Sakura didn't even know what to say to that. Since when did you become interested in romance? I'm not, really. I just notice things about you and Sasuke. Naruto shrugged. You could try noticing more about yourself. I do. More than I used to, anyway. I'm not interested in Hinata. I tried, you know, after the funeral and all. To see if there was something there, besides admiration for her badassness. What? Sakura asked, a little thrown by the sudden segue. When? After the academy. I think she liked me. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. She was around sometimes, when I turned to look, and she got all red when I tried talking to her. Those books I got around to reading, with the romance stuff and all that. He threw her a glance, and Sakura nodded to show that she was listening. They talked about that sometimes. The heroine gets ruby red or rose pink when the hero says something nice, or takes his shirt off. Did you take your shirt off? Sakura said, raising an eyebrow. Naruto looked at her like she'd suggested something horribly indecent. I tried talking to her. She didn't say anything, just kind of stared at me. Once she just fell down where she stood. You must have been saying some impressive things for her to be swept off her feet like that. Sakura smirked at him. Naruto rolled his eyes. Take that Sasuke-ish expression off your face. I was just asking why she was following me. Sakura placed a piece of tomato on her tongue, chewing slowly. When was that? Sometime before the Chunin exam. Naruto said, looking up at the ceiling like he was hoping to find the memory up there. Before, you know, everything. Before he could elaborate, there were 3 sharp raps on the door, hard enough to rattle the door frame. As he went to open it, Naruto mumbled that he never used to have so many people showing up at his apartment. On the other side, Kakashi-sensei was smiling behind his mask. The morning sunlight filtered through his hair and gave him an almost saintly halo, which he proceeded to thoroughly ruin by whacking Naruto over the head with a stick of celery. Well, don't you to look cozy? The Jounin said as he stepped over the threshold. Naruto muttered something uncomplimentary under his breath, rubbing his skull with 2 knuckles and frowning. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Nothing too interesting, Sakura said carefully, and was surprised to realize that she could read him a bit. Something about the way he stood, the way he smiled, made her think Kakashi was here for a real, serious reason. That he was about to produce questions for them that he expected to have answered. Earlier this morning, I strolled by the Uchiha compound in search of my favorite 3 chickens. Imagine my surprise when only one of my chickens were in place, and that chicken squawked that he didn't want to see the other 2. Sakura had trouble imagining Sasuke squawking, but said nothing. Internally, she winced. I doubt I'd be able to keep this from Kakashi. And I'm not even sure I want to. The only problem was that she couldn't be certain that their teacher wouldn't pass the information on to the Hokage at first opportunity. That, after all, was the way things went in a hidden village. The Hokage would probably use her in some way she didn't want to be used. Kakashi folded his long limbs into one of Naruto's rickety chairs, the casual air dissipating into something heavier. Our favorite angry Uchiha doesn't seem to have slept a wink last night, which has turned his standard angry neutral mood into an angry mood. What happened? Naruto opened and closed his mouth several times and then blurted, Sakura's getting married. Kakashi's eye flickered over to Sakura, and Sakura could feel one of his eyebrows rise though his expression didn't seem to change. Not to Sasuke-kun, I imagine. He was not in a nuptial mood. His voice was utterly deadpan. The Juntoku clan offered me a place with them. And the hand of Yura, the heir of the Koshaku branch. Sakura rubbed a hand over her mouth. It sounded so much more far-fetched when she said it like that. The offer itself is legitimate, though they really only want to use me. They're heavily involved in clan politics, Kakashi said neutrally, his visible eye slightly narrowed. Naruto made a disapproving sound. I figured, Sakura muttered, and paraphrased what she'd overheard on her way out of their compound. Kakashi sighed, then ruffled her hair lightly. You're growing up, and you make your own choices. Just don't make them lightly. I never do, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura smiled at him, just a little. Sometimes Kakashi was less of a flaky prick and more of an older brother. Like a Bill or a Remus. And because of that, there is something else. Kakashi glanced at her. I figured. But from the looks on your faces I assumed I'd have to drag it out of you. Sakura took a deep breath and glanced at Naruto. He nodded, smiling brightly, and that was encouraging even if he hadn't considered the potential ramifications to her revealing this secret to Kakashi. She wanted to believe their teacher was on her side. You know how I'm new blood. She said, and only then realized that this was the first time she'd said that aloud since that conversation with Suzuki, what felt like 1,000 ages ago. Kakashi nodded casually, completely unsurprised. Though Sakura suspected the look wasn't entirely natural, but drawn up for her benefit so she'd feel more comfortable in telling him. I can see dead spirits, Kakashi-sensei. Ghosts. She said in one breath, resisting the urge to clench her eyes shut and wait for a reaction. Kakashi smiled at her, radiating a kind of mildness that Sakura thought must be something close to a genjutsu. Go on. When she'd started, she couldn't find it in herself to stop. She told him about seeing ghosts that time at the Yugakure burial site, when they'd escorted Zabuza. She told him of the Uchiha compound ghosts and about the Yugakure massacre. How they looked, how they screamed, how sometimes she'd see them through her window at night and how she'd occasionally find them staring at her like they thought she owed them something. Sakura didn't realize she was staring stiffly at the wall until Kakashi tapped her on the crown of her head. He looked at her with a gaze that was carefully shuttered and a body language so overtly casual it was almost a pose. All right. I believe you. Sakura breathed in harshly. Why? Why would you make up such an elaborate lie? It wouldn't gain you anything. Thank you for telling me. Sakura hesitated and then asked quietly, are you going to tell the Hokage? Kakashi gave her a long, unreadable look. Not straight away. The protections for people with blood limits extend to keeping certain matters from the higher-ups, for a certain amount of time. Was that the truth, or was Kakashi just placating her? She didn't know enough about the protections afforded to new blood to know for sure. It's not really any of the old man's business, Naruto mumbled, but he looked unconvinced. The Hokage was the god of this village, and through him flowed everything that mattered even distantly to its continued prosperity. If I accept the Gentoku's proposal, Hokage-sama would have to go through them to gain access to me. They could protect me from having this particular thing turned into a weapon. And from any other clan's attention, if someone ever figures it out. The constitutional laws regarding the treatment and privacy of clans would ensure that. They could. For a price. Kakashi's gaze was inscrutable. Everything has a price, though. Marrying into a clan you don't trust just because you need a shield against busybodies sounds like a crap idea, Naruto said, leaning back on his chair and frowning at her. It's not a shield against busybodies, more a shield against assassins and kidnappers. Or at least a wall they'll have trouble climbing over. Sakura muttered that last bit into her sleeve, rubbing a nervous line across her mouth, and the words were muffled against the cloth. Naruto flicked a piece of lint at her. You're becoming a pessimist. No, just dark and angsty, said Sakura with a smile that barely tilted the corners of her lips. I'm a teenager, you know. Full of raging hormones and whatnot. Kakashi made a low snort of amusement, and when she looked over at him the mask was creasing in a smile. He looked thoroughly relaxed. That had to be a lie. Is he really not going to react more than this? Doesn't he have more questions? Doesn't he have dead friends, dead relatives? And on that moody note, I have scheduled psych evaluations for you this afternoon. Sakura twitched. What? That's kind of sudden, Naruto mumbled. It's not sudden at all. It's long overdue. Kakashi stalled Naruto's questions with a raised hand, and explained briefly what they could expect. Who are we doing these evaluations with? Sakura asked slowly, thinking. Had Kakashi really scheduled these visits now or had he decided to send them to be evaluated after what Sakura just revealed? Does it still count as paranoia if the suspicion isn't unfounded? Yamanaka Inoichi is his name. Isn't he Ino's dad? Naruto asked, and Sakura threw a surprised glance his way. Ino's father was an interrogator. I've met him before, once. He's a pretty cool guy. Kakashi said nothing, but although both his body language and his gaze said he was entirely focused on Naruto, Sakura had the feeling that his attention was resting firmly on her. It's a basic evaluation. Asuma's team went through the same thing a week ago. Your teams are being sent out together on a longer mission together, under Shikamaru-kun and Sakura's lead. If he was lying, it was a very believable lie. It was also pretty conveniently timed. And we don't really have a choice, I guess. Sakura said, turning a grimace into a wan expression. Unless you want to be suspended from active duty, no. And that was apparently all there was to it. Sakura sat back in the chair as Naruto peppered Kakashi with questions, trying to let everything sink in. She squeezed her eyes shut. As was usually the case lately, everything seemed to be happening all at once. A/N, Sakura finally spilling this particular secret, and Team 7's first real internal fight. Clan plotting in the background, psych evals, and a new mission on the horizon. Tell me your thoughts? As a side note, A Life in the Sun and the Long Night have both been updated. Chapter 32, Poking and Prodding. On their way to one of Intel's units an hour and a half later, Sakura's mind was less on Naruto's chatter and more on her mother's reaction when Sakura had told her about the Gentoku proposal. And about being new blood. You really thought I wouldn't notice the knickknacks in your room flying around whenever you had a nightmare as a child? Sayuri had said, looking a little disappointed, a little tired. Her big shoulders had slumped forward, her calloused hands absently twisting a dish rag into a spiral of cloth. Sakura wasn't even sure what to make of that. She'd been capable of unconscious accidental magic back when she was a child? For all that it was the most rudimentary form of accidental magic, Sakura was still confused. She'd thought her magic was completely cut off from her back then. So how did Sayuri-san take the news? Naruto asked, and Sakura shook herself out of her musings. Does she even want to join a clan? She seems way too cool for stiff bullshit like that. She didn't seem that surprised. Sakura said, not entirely sure what to make of her mother's lack of reaction. But to be fair, Sakura had led the conversation with the whole new blood thing, which was a greater concern and a more serious conversation. Sayuri had told Sakura that this was not a decision to be made lightly and that it wasn't something Sakura could decide on her own. The serious look in Sayuri's eyes had in that moment made her look like a shinobi. Think somebody from the Gentoku already talked to her. Sakura made a non-committal noise, though she'd been asking herself that as well. Maybe. But if so, she didn't mention it. The intel unit in the Maple District looked so thoroughly normal that even with written directions, it was difficult to find. For camouflage's sake, Sakura supposed. You couldn't really tell the difference between this complex and any of the other complexes on the street. The paint was partially chipping off the walls and someone had painted obscene graffiti below one window. The inside was decidedly less casual. Two shinobi were seated behind square computers at a metal desk in the middle of the room, talking quietly amongst themselves. Rows of chairs, empty of occupants, lined the walls. Looks kind of like the waiting room at the clinic, said Naruto. Except it's less busy. Sakura murmured her agreement as they approached the two receptionists. Guards? Hi. We're here to see Yamanaka Inoichi. One of the shinobi flicked a bored look at her. What level evaluation? Level 1. Dog tags, please. They produced their tags and waited for the shinobi on the right to look them up in computer system. All right, I notified him. You can enter through that door. He pointed to his right, at a nondescript door Sakura somehow hadn't even noticed. Actually, now that she was focusing on that door, she could suddenly spot two other doors in the periphery of her view. Genjutsu. Of course. They passed on through to the other room, which was not quite as empty. Kurane-sensei. Naruto called, and the jounin who'd been staring listlessly out the window visibly jerked back to the present moment. Sakura discreetly elbowed her teammate. I don't think this is the best place to start up casual conversations. She and Naruto might be here for level 1 evaluations, but the public intel units handled evaluations up to level 5. Level 6 and above were evaluations that were closer to interrogations and more sensitive in nature. Rumor had it that the TNI headquarters was directly involved. Naruto-kun. Said Kurane, smiling faintly. Here for your first real evaluations. Yet. Kakashi-sensei's been going on about them forever and I guess now's finally the time. Kurane's lips pressed into a crooked smile. And where is your third teammate? Sakura saw the aborted glance in her direction before Naruto plastered on an uncomfortable-looking grin. He had, I guess he's going after us. Would Kakashi allow that? It seemed to Sakura far more likely that their contrary teacher would have forced Sasuke to meet with them here, to speed up the progress of their argument and subsequent reconciliation. Unless Sasuke was so upset and angry that Kakashi didn't think reconciliation would be the outcome. Through one of the stark doors on the other end of the room, a short brown-haired woman stepped out and greeted Kurane like an old friend. Kurane followed her in with an absent wave in their direction and Naruto deflated as soon as the door slammed shut behind her. She still seems really sad. How would you feel if I was maimed and Sasuke died? Sakura asked softly and mostly rhetorically. She knew very well how he'd feel. How she'd feel, if it was Sasuke and Naruto. Don't even say that, Sakura. You've gotten maimed enough. He trailed off, looking like he hadn't meant to say that part out loud. Sakura leaned back in her chair until her head met the wall behind her. She was still doing her best not to think too hard on what had happened during the invasion. It crept into her dreams enough as it was. Sorry, Naruto said quietly and with her eyes closed. Sakura shrugged. It was a blunt and honest thing to say. Blunt and honest sums up Naruto's character perfectly. A few minutes later another one of the doors opened and a tall blonde man stepped out. Classically handsome and with only few crow's feet around his eyes that belied his age, he looked a lot like what Sakura would have imagined Ino's father to look like, had she bothered to imagine her classmates' parents at all. Team Kakashi? He inquired politely, as if he didn't already know. Naruto gave a very enthusiastic nod in response, while Sakura half-bowed quietly. My name is Inoichi. And you seem to be missing a member. Naruto laughed awkwardly. He's coming. Probably. Later. Inoichi smiled. Alright, then. Who wants to go first? He asked, looking like he'd expected their subsequent lukewarm responses. A basic evaluation is really nothing to be concerned about. I don't know about that. I've heard you feel like grilled salmon afterwards, Naruto said with a frown. Sakura threw him a quick look, wondering where exactly he'd heard that. She couldn't remember anybody mentioning the first time genin evaluations outside of the one academy lesson devoted to them. Inoichi nodded. Sometimes, yes. That comes from having to tell a virtual stranger about what you would otherwise spare for your close friends. Naruto frowned. I don't know if I could tell you that much about the really important stuff. Inoichi's shoulders twitched upward in a minute shrugging motion. And I don't intend to force you. But you'll read things into our refusals to discuss certain issues, Sakura said flatly. Our attempts to redirect certain questions, our nervous blathering when we're feeling unsure. Inoichi's lips twitched briefly curled into an upward curl. Harano Sakura. Ino has mentioned you, on occasion. Her paranoia. Naruto said and gave Sakura a teasing look. Sakura kicked at him half-heartedly. It's not paranoia when you're right, said Inoichi, just as Sakura was about to open her mouth and say something similar. Want to get it over with, Harano-kun? Might as well, Sakura said and stood slowly, wondering how much of her quiet unease showed on her face. Konoha's interrogators were supposed to be so good at their jobs that they could make you feel like handing over your darkest secrets, your friends, and even your liver was the best option. As though hearing her thoughts, Inoichi said, this really is just a rudimentary evaluation. Sakura said nothing. The room behind the door was so aggressively non-threatening that Sakura was forced to wonder if there was some kind of specialized shinobi interior decorator employed to create these types of rooms around Konoha. The carpet beneath her feet was cream-colored and fluffy, the windows were big and let in so much sunlight that the room didn't need to be further lit by electrical lights. A big, comfortably worn armchair with a small table by its side stood in one corner facing an even bigger sofa. Inoichi glanced back at her where she'd stopped just inside the threshold. It's a bit much, but it does a lot to set the mood. If the mood you're going for is an aunt's living room, then yes. I suppose. It's very safe looking. That doesn't seem to put you at ease, said Inoichi, taking a seat in the sofa and slinging one arm over the backrest. Sakura took his cue and sat down in the armchair. It really was comfortable. Kind of like the ones in the Gryffindor common room, though those had been bigger and reddish and occasionally talkative. Is this the part where you ask me how that makes me feel? She asked, a bit dryly. Inoichi hacked a laugh better suited to a man decades older and seemed to concede her point. Congratulations on your promotion, Harano-kun. It was a very interesting match. Shikamaru is the kind of opponent that requires interesting tactics, said Sakura after a beat. Her promotion to Chunin seemed like it happened ages ago. But her words were entirely truthful. I can imagine. He's a lot like his father, that one. She'd almost forgotten that Inoichi was one part of the famous third-generation Inoshikacho triad. I guess you'd know. So would you, from what I hear. At Sakura's questioning look, he elaborated, from what I understand, you and Shikamaru are friends. I wouldn't say we're that close. Friendly acquaintances, maybe. Inoichi made a thoughtful sound. But you occasionally spend time together, when your schedule allows, and you enjoy each other's company. Friendship is more than that, though. Sakura shrugged. Friendship was getting her to spare your friends pain, it was sticking by your friends no matter what. It was what kept you going when things had gone to hell and you doubted you'd ever make it out again. It was a bond as strong as any romantic relationship she'd ever had. She'd never felt less loyal to Harry when she and Ron became romantically involved. That's true. But they tend to start roughly the same way. Sakura thought of two boys stepping in front of a mountain troll for a girl they didn't even like and smiled a little. No, not all friendships started the same way. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Inoichi put his chin in his palm, elbow on the side table. From what Kakashi has told me, your team is very close. Yes. They snuck their way in. I didn't mean to let them. That was a little too truthful, perhaps, but she guesstimated she had to give a little for this evaluation to be a success. You didn't want them as friends. The dead last and the grouchy Uchiha? Not particularly. Sakura frowned, looking briefly out the window. But then, I can be too quick to judge. It's a flaw of mine. Many people see only the surface. I thought I saw deeper, even before I got to know them. She'd thought of them as uncomplicated children. She still did, sometimes, and there was something stupidly patronizing in the thought. How Harry, Ron, and I mistrusted adults who saw us as stupid children, Sakura thought. They'd lost their faith in adults before she had, but it had gotten to her in the end too. But now you see their true selves. Sakura folded her hands together on her lap. As much of the truth as they will allow, I suppose. What would you do if they died? Sakura blinked. Jared. She opened her mouth, saw the vaguest image of some grisly death scene behind her eyelids, and snapped it shut again. Something as Inoichi's mild gaze sharpened fleetingly before fading away, and Sakura cursed to herself. I don't know, she said, and tried not to feel angry at whatever she'd let him see. I don't think that's the full truth. Sakura felt a snarl threatening to twist her mouth into something ugly and held it back as well as she could. You don't exactly inspire me to tell the truth. Inoichi nodded seriously. Fair enough. Sakura glared out the window and thought she heard that eerie, faint laughter in the back of her mind again. It still sounded like Ginny, but it could be the crazy child she'd, imprisoned, was holding hostage. Sometimes I feel like everything is falling apart. Sakura trailed off, surprised at herself for speaking up unprompted. Only to become immediately suspicious. Genjutsu. I don't sense anything. What do you mean? Or maybe it was just that she never really talked about the bad things, just lived through them and tried to outrun them when they got too close. Like she was carrying a rucksack filled with stones, and every time she turned around yet more stones had been added to it. Sakura felt herself wanting to tell him, focused on the feeling, and carefully pushed it back. Unpleasant things keep happening, that's all. What a childish way of putting it. Inoichi nodded, catching her eyes with his own. I read your files this morning. You have my sympathy for what happened with Orochimaru's henchman. The way he didn't say he was sorry or radiate any pity in her direction made it easier to breathe. But her hands curled reflexively at the sound of the traitor Sunen's name. I thought I was stronger. You are plenty strong, from what I have heard. Sakura leaned back in the armchair, looking up at the ceiling and then again out the window. There's no point if I can't protect myself, if I can't protect my friends. Nobody can do those things all the time, though we all dearly wish to. I know. Don't think I'm. It was a lie to say that she didn't blame herself, at least to some degree, but it wasn't entirely the truth either. I do know that. Prior experience. Inoichi said, and Sakura was impressed by how smoothly he'd put that out there. It was almost a hum, a soft and gentle suggestion, and maybe if it hadn't put her on edge she would have found herself nodding along. As it was, she just stared him down until he nodded, apparently deciding against pressing the point. He looked like her silence had given him some kind of answer anyway. Given a choice between ending Orochimaru's life yourself and somebody else ending it in your place, what would you choose? Whatever got him out of the picture quicker. It came out more scornfully than she'd intended, and she made herself breathe out and relax before she said something she'd regret. Inoichi hummed with consideration. Well, you might get your chance. Because we're at war, though people still pretend otherwise. Sakura said bitterly. She'd let Kabuto and Orochimaru both live out 1,000 pleasant lives if it meant she didn't have to repeat what had once led her to abandoning her own world, her own body. She'd let evil people live before she'd let her friends die. What do you imagine war to be like? Imagine. What do I imagine it to be like? Sakura would have taken a note out of Sasuke's book and scoffed, if she hadn't been so tightly wound. Her foot wanted to thump rapidly against the floor, her face wanted to contort into a grimace of discomfort or anger. She breathed out. Depends on what kind of war it is, I suppose. I imagine it alternately as a machine chugging away somewhere, a machine someone left on by mistake, whose empty chugging does nothing except allow it to go on and feed on itself, and alternately I imagine it as a fanged maw stretched wide open as we march inward on its tongue, half a heartbeat away from snapping shut around us. She said it all in one breath, the words rushing out like they had been waiting on her tongue for her to speak them out loud. Inoichi was looking at her steadily, with consideration, and Sakura felt like she'd just torn her own ribcage open and offered him all the soft organs within. Her head was starting to spin and there was a queasy wobbling in her stomach. That's a very interesting way of putting it, said Inoichi after half a minute's silence. With some difficulty, Sakura shrugged and stared harder out the window. She hadn't meant to offer up raw sentiment. She hadn't meant to give him something out of the more vulnerable parts inside her. I don't usually speak this freely with strangers, Sakura said in lieu of continuing this thread of conversation, her tone measured. It had to be some kind of genjutsu, it had to be. She couldn't just have let him trap her into talking. I am here to evaluate you. Honesty can only do you good. Sakura's jaw tightened. Since when is honesty a virtue among shinobi? For a shinobi among allies, Inoichi amended. Sakura's eyes narrowed. We were allied with Kumo some time ago. Inoichi sat back in his chair again, crossing one leg over the other. Perhaps that paranoia Naruto spoke of is an actual concern. It's not paranoia when a supposed Konoha shinobi rips out your ovary and takes off with it. Don't tell me you trust everybody in the village. Something in the way Inoichi's gaze lit on her made Sakura think that she'd just implied that her caution and apparent lack of blind loyalty had sprung out of that one moment during the invasion. Maybe that was for the best. Maybe she should hope for that to be his interpretation, even. I don't trust them all, no. But I don't look upon the village's people with a general distrust either. To be fair, she didn't mistrust all of Konoha's people either. But whatever loyalty she had for the village itself sprung from her team and her mother's presence here. Well, I suppose I also do feel some affection for this place, after having lived here for so long. When she nodded, Sakura hoped Inoichi saw that in her. What do you think the other villages are like? More violent, less kind? At least that's what's said about them. Sakura tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she thought. But with a society that's shaped around the same system as Konoha's. Shinobi on one side and civilians on the other. Inoichi gave her a long look. It can be difficult for civilian-born children to adjust to shinobi culture. Sakura almost snorted at him. What culture? I've been to one shinobi bar, that's about as much as I've experienced of shinobi culture. You've only been a chunin for a short while. You have time to explore the niche we've created for ourselves in this village. Shrugging indifferently, Sakura tried to make herself relax a little. She felt like she was a house cat circling around Yamanaka's bigger feline, waiting for a strike to come. How do you find shinobi life otherwise? Sakura felt her brow crease as she thought. Well, fine. Was that what she was supposed to say? It was a rather open question. Sometimes the missions end up being more than expected, but until now we've made it out alive. Inoichi hummed. Unlike your enemies. Your team has a greater body count than all other active genin teams. Sakura opened her mouth and paused. That wasn't unexpected, exactly, but the blunt way he revealed it was. What are you getting at? Inoichi leaned forward slightly and his voice dropped into a cajoling murmur. I'm not trying to trick you, Harino-kun. I would merely like a view into your own observations. I don't like it. I don't dislike it. Sakura thought it might be too flippant to shrug again, but she had a feeling Inoichi could see her lack of concern in her body language anyway. I don't know about Naruto and Sasuke, though. Many genin do mind it. Some for a long time. Sakura felt her hackles rise and tried to abort the feeling before Inoichi could catch it. And some genin teams are really good at keeping each other from becoming depressed. Are your teammates doing that for you? Inoichi asked, and maybe Sakura was just imagining a slight incredulous tint to his words, but maybe. No. Is that what you want to hear? No. It doesn't depress me, for the most part. Sometimes I think it's unnecessary or that it's a cheap alternative, but I don't lay awake at night crying over it. I lay awake at night crying over other things, Sakura thought wryly, mockingly, and all of it directed at herself. A cheap alternative. With Naruto on your team, it's difficult not to look at things from the brighter side. Maybe they don't all need to die, just because they're not allies. But you don't have trouble killing them if a mission requires it. Inoichi's voice was soothing again, the kind of gentle that would inspire trust in the unwary. Sakura had to hold back a snort. You don't kill people because you dislike them or because they're on the wrong side or what have you. You kill them because they're an active threat. A very mature stance to take. Maturity had nothing to do with it. It was just the truth. Sometimes the people you were opposing weren't all bad, and sometimes the people on your side weren't good. Sakura hadn't realized what a privilege it had been to fight people as overtly corrupt as Inner Circle Death Eaters until she had to fight people who were only on the other side due to circumstance. If you say so. Inoichi smiled. You're not an easy person to interview. I'm uncomfortable, as I'm sure you've noticed, Sakura said dryly. And doing my best to resist whatever it is that urges me to spill my secrets into your lap. If it's any reassurance, I have met shinobi your age with significantly more debilitating idiosyncrasies than yours. Well, we're all mad here. Inoichi laughed again. Some slight madness never hurt a shinobi. What if it's more than slight? Sakura thought, though she smiled back at the interrogator with all the calm she could muster. Laughter was echoing back at her again, gleeful and mocking and not a little frightening. When Naruto finally stepped out of the room with Inoichi in tow, Sakura was close to crawling up the walls with agitated boredom. Her eyes caught his and he smiled, a little queasily. Sakura sympathized with the feeling, because while she didn't feel like a grilled salmon, she didn't exactly feel fresh as a daisy afterwards either. Who really knew what she'd given away with her reactions to Inoichi's questions? Who knew what he'd seen in her, what he might pass on to whoever he reported to? Well done, you two. That wasn't so bad, was it? Inoichi said in that overly gentle way. It kind of made Sakura want to kick him in the shin. Sure, said Naruto, laughing weakly. Not so bad. Sasuke wasn't there, which made Sakura frown to herself. How badly had she damaged her relationship with him with this secret of hers? Sasuke was the kind of person who could nurture a grudge from a tiny seed into an enormous tree. I shouldn't assume that I've ruined everything. That's not a productive line of thought. As they walked out into the sun, Naruto kept casting glances her way. Sakura didn't know what to tell him. Think we should check up on Sasuke? Sakura grimaced faintly. I wanted to give him some time to calm down. You have given him time, Sakura-chan. I don't think we should let him stew too much. You know how he gets. She did know. And that was why she was being a coward. That was the truth of it. The thought that she might have ruined their friendship completely made her cold. Well. Looks like he's already started the stewing. Naruto was staring down the road, an apprehensive look on his face. Walking slowly towards them was Sasuke, accompanied by Kakashi. The Jounin had his face stuck in that book of his, but Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Sakura's face. Dark circles around his eyes stood out against the paleness of his skin. With a twitch of guilt, Sakura thought it looked like he hadn't slept at all. She wanted to take to the rooftops just to avoid him, but she wasn't that much of a coward. And Naruto's eyes were on her too, encouraging even though his smile was hesitant. So are you gonna have your evaluation now too? He said when Sasuke had come close enough that he didn't have to shout. Indeed he is. Kakashi said, thwopping Sasuke upside the head with his book. His cheerfulness was so abrasive that Sakura grit her teeth. So if there is anything you three need to tell each other before we go in. He left the sentence hanging, but though Sakura felt like that was her cue to blurt out an apology, she couldn't do it. This close, Sasuke's face seemed drawn with accusation. The last thing we need is another emotionally stunted kid on the team, Kakashi said, face turned toward the sky like he was begging the heavens for help. I didn't mean to hurt you, Sakura all but spat out. The words stuck briefly in her throat and then tumbled over her tongue. Sasuke's expression changed, but not to anything less accusatory. I was thinking. You're all about being a team and protecting your friends, Sasuke said slowly, seeming to measure the words carefully before speaking. Or maybe the words were sticking in his throat too. You say it, you imply it, you act like that's what you believe. But somehow I don't think you view Naruto and I as peers. Not entirely. Naruto laughed nervously. Sasuke, I don't think she. Not now, Naruto, Sasuke said without taking his eyes off Sakura. She was nailed in place. He's right, she thought, though her thoughts were a confused jumble as she both tried to defend herself and acknowledge that what he was saying was the truth. A truth she had already acknowledged to herself. You're smart. I guessed long ago that you probably could have graduated at the top of our academy class if you wanted to. Maybe even graduated early. Sasuke looked aside for a moment, brows tight together. And you have secrets. We all do on this team, so I didn't particularly care. I assumed that your team spirit shtick would be given higher priority than any secret that could hurt me or Naruto. A part of Sakura wanted nothing but to sink through the ground. Sasuke sounded tired and maybe a little self-deprecating, like he should have known better than to trust that she'd care more about her team than herself. I'm sorry. Was that her voice? It sounded so small. What utter bullshit, Sasuke. Sakura's head jerked up to see Naruto drawing himself up and crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, she should have told us earlier. And I get that it really hurts that some part of your family was right there and she didn't fess up to it. But you make it sound like keeping it a secret was hurting us. Well, hurting you. And that's not true, because you didn't know the secret existed in the first place. If she'd never told us, you'd have been fine. Or, I mean, you would have missed your family and everything, but it's not like most people get a chance to talk to their dead families, you know? And there are a lot of people with dead families here. Sasuke looked somewhere between furious and bewildered. Naruto continued unheeded, and it wasn't like it was a simple secret. We talked a little yesterday and seeing dead people everywhere just sounds horrifying more than anything else. Even if I found out who my parents were, I'm not sure if I would want to see them all cut up and bleeding and everything, even if that meant I could talk to them. Naruto took a breath. Who'd want to see their loved ones hurt so badly? Sasuke stared at Naruto. Sakura found herself also staring at Naruto and perhaps even gaping a little at his vehement defense of her actions. Kakashi was reading and humming quietly to himself, obviously content to let them sort things out between themselves. I'm just saying. Naruto said, a little uncertain. The confidence drained out of his stance. Sasuke flicked a glance at Sakura. Is it really that bad? Not always, but... Sakura cleared her throat and looked very hard into the air over Sasuke's left shoulder. I didn't like looking directly at Marino Ibiki. There was a man hanging around his neck with his nails and most teeth torn out and he kept grinning and bleeding everywhere. What? Naruto said and Sakura twitched. Kakashi had looked up from his book but when she met his gaze, he looked back down again. He stopped humming. And that's what it's like when it's bad. I told you. Her voice wanted to quake and she wouldn't allow that. I didn't want you to ask what your family looks like. Sasuke glanced away, biting the inside of his cheek. It was cruel, making him imagine what the ghosts of the Uchiha compound looked like, but since he'd seen it all happen. Actually, that probably makes it even worse. So what you're saying is that you kept the secret for the team, said Sasuke. For me. It would have been so easy to just say yes and let him think well of her again. Sakura took careful stock of herself and breathed out. Despite her own uncertain age, maybe it would be a few more years until she could see Sasuke and Naruto as the young men they one day would be. As true peers. But that didn't mean she could justify lying to them. That didn't mean that she could justify the lack of respect a blatant lie would be right now. She could acknowledge their youth and still give her teammates the respect they were due. She could make a fucking effort to be the sort of teammate they had earned. Partially, she said and paused when Sasuke's eyes shot to hers. But I also didn't want anybody to know. I was worried what would happen if anyone ever found out. You thought we would tell people? Naruto said. Now she wasn't sure what to say. What had been her less altruistic reasons for keeping her mouth shut? Keeping things to myself makes me feel safer, she hedged. Or it did. Now, with the blood limit thing and the Juntoku sniffing around. We're not gonna use you, Sakura, Naruto said, frowning deeply. Sakura nodded. I know that. But when you start telling people your secrets, you lose control of them. You thought we would reveal it by accident, Sasuke said, sneering. Sakura darted a glance at him and then quickly away. Or that somebody would force it out of you, at some point. Naruto opened his mouth and Sakura interrupted before he could speak. Don't tell me nobody could get it out of you. You're not immune to torture. Or interrogation. Or friendly evaluations. Naruto closed his mouth. That wasn't what I was going to say, he muttered. So it was pure self-preservation. No. What I said about not wanting you to ask what your family looks like, that was true. I didn't want to hurt you. Sasuke looked at her a moment longer and then glanced at Kakashi. Aren't we late? Without looking up from his book, he said. Definitely. But only by 15 minutes or so. Sasuke turned back to Sakura. There was a sense of evaluation in his gaze, like his internal scales had tipped some way or other. Okay. A muscle in her back jumped with tension. Okay. Sasuke snorted. His eyes were still dark and cold. I have more questions, of course. But yes, okay. For now. Sasuke and Kakashi continued towards the intel unit and Sakura breathed out slowly, the knot in her stomach loosening even though she wasn't sure if she really had got off scot-free. Naruto dragged her to an ice cream stand as they waited for Sasuke's return. It was a warm afternoon, edging into evening and the cool ice cream accompanied by Naruto's cheerful prattle did settle her mood somewhat. Her first time CO leading a mission, she couldn't afford to be this jittery about personal stuff. Professionalism was key. As the sun was setting, Sakura spotted Sasuke stalking towards them. Naruto waved at him like all was right in the world and Sakura could feel her shoulders relaxing when the glance Sasuke threw her was neutral instead of angry. He didn't look worse for wear, like she and Naruto had after the evaluation, but Sakura couldn't bring herself to ask how he felt. Naruto had no such compunctions, of course. You don't look grilled at all. Grilled? Naruto explained his grilled salmon simile and made up for Sakura's silence with boisterousness. Sasuke glanced her way occasionally, but she couldn't read him properly. Naruto went to get more ice cream and gestured at them to talk already. When Naruto was out of earshot, Sasuke leaned forwards over the table. Sakura, I'm not going to bite your head off. Or punch me again. Sasuke looked at her coolly. You earned that punch. Yes, she probably had. I can't deal with this right now. We should talk after the mission. Sasuke paused, poking his green tea ice cream with his spoon. I'm still angry, but even if all your motives for keeping this giant fucking secret from me, from us, had been selfish. He paused again and Sakura worried at her lip as he thought. I think I would have forgiven you anyway, eventually. Really? She said, making an effort not to sound doubtful. Are there any here? Sakura looked out among the people passing them. There was just one in her field of view, a man impaled by a metal pike in an alley across the street. She nodded. Sasuke followed her gaze with his eyes, squinting into what for him was just an empty alley. What does it look like? Sakura described him, his open scowling mouth, the blood coming out of his back where the tip of the pipe had penetrated him, his wide-open eyes. How she could faintly hear him screaming. The more she talked, the more she realized that it actually sounded more horrible than it felt to see him. It was an awful truth to realize, but she was so used to seeing ghosts by now that they didn't always register in her mind the way living people did. It was some kind of callousness, or prejudice even, on her part. Living people were the real people and the dead were just a backdrop if she didn't have cause to focus on them. That's not how she wanted to think of them. That wasn't how she wanted to be. Stop. When she looked over, Sasuke's mouth was a sour twist in his pale face. Sakura quieted. She hadn't meant to go into such detail. I didn't realize what having this ability must be like for you, Sasuke said slowly, still staring into the alley. Even after you told me. I should have considered. He stopped there, letting the half-finished sentence hang in the air. Sakura stirred the melting ice cream with her spoon. He had undoubtedly been focused on having some part of his family back and she couldn't blame him for that. I should have told you. I should have explained properly. Sasuke glanced at her. Yes, you should have. But... I understand your reasoning. Naruto returned, peering at them carefully before smiling. Sakura wondered how well he could read them. Better than she assumed, probably. I spotted Shikamaru. He's on his way to the gates, very slowly. Naruto paused for a moment, taking a bite of his new ice cream. I wonder if he starts walking hours before he needs to be somewhere because he knows he walks as slowly as a snail, or if he runs half the way and then snail walks the other half. Neither, idiot, Shikamaru drawled, moseying over the threshold with a listless frown. I was here an hour ago and decided to stock up on supplies. Hello, Shikamaru, said Sakura, poking Naruto in the ribs before he could make a retort. Hey. How's everything? He asked, looking her up and down lazily. His eyes caught on the scar on her chin. You haven't been back to play Shaoji or Go? There was a flutter of nervousness in Sakura's chest. I'm not as interested in board games as you are. Shiranui Genma stuck his head in. Nobody is as interested in board games as the Nara, little bird. Shikamaru, that's not how you woo a lady friend. He's not wooing Sakura, said Naruto loudly as Genma pushed Shikamaru forward so he could enter. He looked amused, the senbon clacking against his teeth when his grin widened, and Sakura felt a headache coming on. The last thing they needed was for Shiranui to work Naruto into an argument on her behalf. How do you know? Shikamaru said, pushing his hands out of his pockets. Because she recognized that lazy curl of amusement on his lips, Sakura felt safe in ignoring the words. He was clearly just trying to wind Naruto up. Didn't expect a rival, did you? Said Genma and laughed when Naruto scowled at him. Sasuke broke up the fight by dragging Naruto back into his chair. Unless somebody else already has you well in hand. Genma added, waggling his eyebrows. Naruto turned his head with a huff of irritation and Sakura thanked the spirits for that. Sasuke's ears had reddened faintly, and he too had turned his head away. Chuji and Ino aren't coming, said Shikamaru after a beat of silence. He rolled his eyes when Sasuke raised an eyebrow and elaborated, Ino started making poisons. She and Chuji managed to poison each other during training this morning. Naruto frowned. Are they okay? They're fine. It was some low-level drug to cause flu-like symptoms or something. Scared the shit out of me at first. So troublesome. Who else is coming? Asked Sasuke. Me and Izumo, said Genma. Some other Chunin too, I think. Izumo is probably waiting at the gates. They made their way to the gates in a chaotic little troop. Genma kept trying to rile up Naruto, Sasuke kept shooting her glances and Sakura wished she'd packed stronger painkillers. This was going to be a long trip, she could just feel it. Why exactly are we leading the mission when you and Izumo are here? Shikamaru asked as they spotted the other adult shinobi waiting at the gates. Who knows? Said Genma, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Him, Sakura thought as the examiner in the Chunin exam's first test turned around to greet them. A wave of ill feeling took a hold of her briefly and she shook it away. It had been a test and they'd passed. They hadn't tortured anybody and Izumo hadn't actually wanted them to hurt Sasuke. Hello, sugar, Genma said and slung an arm around Izumo's shoulders. The other man rolled his eyes and gave them all a long-suffering look. Let me introduce you. We know who he is, said Naruto quietly, grimacing. Ah, hello again. Izumo shifted out from Genma's grasp and gave them an ambivalent smile. Something the matter? Shikamaru asked. Naruto shook his head. Who is the last member of our team? Sakura asked, trying to force past the awkwardness. Izumo looked subtly different from that time they'd met in the library, more sharply defined. The more recent negative memories she had of him were most likely influencing how she saw him. As though summoned by her question, a middle-aged woman stomped up to their little party. Is this the team heading to Suna? She asked. Her face was so badly scarred that she could barely move her lips and her heavy-lidded white eyes scanned them perfunctorily before she sketched a short bow. My name is Hyuga Den, medic. Pleased to make your acquaintance. We're heading to Suna. Sakura thought as greetings were exchanged and turned to glance at Shikamaru. Apparently he understood her expression, because he handed her the mission scroll. Sakura schemed it and when Naruto leaned over, she summarized, we're going to press for reparations for the damages incurred during the invasion. We have permission to use the Kazekage's children as leverage. Oh, right. I forgot that we still have them. Naruto frowned. I hope they're not being treated too horribly. They were just kids. Sakura smiled faintly. Never change, Naruto. They haven't been harmed, said Izumo. I think a Yamanaka dove into them and had a look-see, though. Still, no actual damage. They wouldn't make for very effective leverage if we'd driven them insane. Naruto frowned, looking a little like he would rather not have heard that. Genma clapped his hands together. Alright, baby mission leaders. Shall we set out? Sakura and Shikamaru exchanged a glance and nodded. Sakura added, we'll stop before we reach Suna to discuss tactics. Genma grinned like she was a puppy who'd successfully performed a trick. Sakura snorted at the expression, irritated despite herself. She wouldn't allow her first mission as a CO lead to be screwed up by intra-team antics. Shikamaru straightened. Let's go. A/N, sorry for the long wait, college is eating my free time. Also, writer's block is the devil. So this is where I'm at right now, 2.000 words written for the next chapter and the chapter after that one is almost completely done. I had originally planned to post this chapter and the next in one go, but I figured you'd rather I post what I have instead of waiting even longer for the next chapter to be done. Oh, and as noted above I've changed my username to romanescue. For those of you who are into horror, I uploaded a Lovecraftian Naruto one-shot a while back. Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, to those of you who celebrate it. I hope you all have a wonderful time. Effloresco Secundus. Chapter 33, Desert Grit. Hyuga Den turned out to be a wealth of information about useful herbs, and her stories about the last war kept Naruto riveted. All in all, it was a quick day's journey to Fire Country's western border. They encountered teams back from skirmishes around the country but there were less of them than there had been when Team 7 been on the hunt for Tsunade. Think we should stop for the day? Said Shikamaru. They'd been traveling side by side for most of the day, making up the front while Genma took the rear. Sounds good, Sakura said. They were on the edge of one of River Country's infamous swamps and the spindly trees growing out of the water would hide them from view until the morning. She signed for the group to stop and it was a bit of a thrill to have them all comply immediately. It had been a very long time since she last led a team. The area was so heavy with vegetation that all colors but green seemed to have disappeared from view. Water lilies and cattails dotted the edges of the water and duckweed floated like a green sheet on the surface. We should probably make a hanging camp, Sakura said. Irika had mentioned that the chinampas of River's various swamps were notoriously unreliable. You always listened carefully to the academy lessons, didn't you? Shikamaru said, the corner of his lips rising in a half-smile. Sakura slanted a deadpan glance his way. You recognized the source of my suggestion without prompting. They made camp in the trees, binding up fabrics to cocoon themselves in. A watch schedule was set up and rations shared between them. The night remained quiet and clear, and the dirt water smell that wafted up from the swamp below wasn't strong enough to be a nuisance. All in all, a good start. For once. Sakura laid in her cocoon, peeking up at the sky through the treetops, and found herself feeling less tense than she had for the past few days. Yes, there was war happening and it scared her. Yes, everything had spun out of control on the home front. But distance made it easier to think things through logically and she resolved that by the time they got back to Konoha again, she'd have sketched out a plan to deal with the Gentoku. The whole night passed uneventfully, and she was grateful for the respite. When morning arrived, the air was pregnant with swamp water mist and the smell was finally becoming overpowering. It's a bit strange that we're being sent out on a mission like this, said Shikamaru, stretching and yawning as they packed away their camp. Sakura gave him a questioning look. Well, you're basically an assault team and my team are recon specialists. But this mission is diplomatic in nature. She frowned as she looked at him, recognizing the truth of those words. But on the other hand, diplomacy is something a shinobi should be reasonably well versed in. Jounin, yeah. Some chunin too, I guess. He paused, rearranging his packing. Whatever. There's probably something more going on here. Sasuke and Naruto were clearly listening, but none of the adult shinobi paid them any particular attention. They continued towards Wind's border and an hour later, they reached one of Suna's outposts. It was little more than a hut on top of a pylon, staffed by a leather-skinned kunoichi who greeted them with a silent glance. Shikamaru produced the mission scroll and she read through it carefully several times, like she thought there might be some hidden message in there she needed to decipher. Naruto fidgeted at Sakura's side, clearly impatient, but everybody else seemed content to wait. This looks to be in order, said the kunoichi and waved them away. How high-handed, thought Sakura. It wasn't particularly clever of a Sunanin to act anything but respectful, considering their current position. But then, Suna had a reputation for borderline excessive pride, same as Kumo. Does anybody have any experience with diplomacy? Asked Sakura as they made their way over Wind's craggy mountainous region and towards the desert. Yep, said Genma and hooked a thumb over his shoulder. Izumo, walking behind him, waved a little. My parents were diplomats, he said. So that was my original aim. I got a little sidetracked, though. He sounded sheepish and Genma grinned at him. Sakura could guess who got him sidetracked. You wanted to deal with politics and stuff? Naruto asked, clearly boggled at the idea. Yes. People are fascinating. Izumo smiled. especially when they're lying politely through their teeth. So you will lead the diplomatic overtures, then, Sakura said, glancing at Shikamaru for his agreement. He shrugged. We are very much at an advantage, which makes the situation less delicate than most diplomatic issues of this sort normally would be, Izumo said. Shikamaru made a thoughtful sound. What bargain are we supposed to make? That they get the kids back if they cough up whatever it is we want from them. Izumo nodded. We want several things, foremost among them a trade agreement. Suna exports ceramics, pure clay, some luxury glass goods, oil, and minerals. Doesn't sound like merchandise we are in dire need of, Suzuki said, taking a sip from his water bottle. They make some interesting pottery, Genma commented, popping a piece of dried fruit into his mouth. And anyway, he continued while chewing, the network is the interesting part. They trade with the Western territories on the reg and import some tempting stuff. Who knows why the territories focus so much on ceramics? So we want to take over this, ceramics network. Sakura said, though privately she thought that seemed rather odd. We want access to it, at any rate, said Den, scratching absently at the scars on her face. I had a cousin who traveled to the territories sometimes, Suzuki said as if he didn't usually avoid mentions of his dead family at almost any cost. They're wealthy. And they spend their wealth on pottery and glass art, said Genma, rolling his eyes. They could easily have made themselves a hidden village. They're insular enough for it. They finalized their plans and Sakura came to appreciate Shikamaru's attention to detail in addition to his ability to strategize. Briefly, she wondered what it would have been like to be on the same team as the Nara heir. Terrible, probably, she settled on. Considering how observant he is. They continued towards Suna at a faster pace now that they had a plan. When the enormous crater that cradled Wind's hidden village finally came into view, Sakura had to slow down for a moment to stare. The village was awe-inspiring in its harsh beauty. The buildings were dome-like and made from hard-packed sand, but pieces of quartz and jade mixed in with the sand glittered in the sunlight. The windows were small, like tiny eye sockets peering out at the desert, and the window glass had a rainbow sheen that cast faint-colored shadows over their surroundings. It was little wonder that Tsunagakuer had once had a sizable tourism industry, as foolish as that venture had been. We need to get to the gates to report our presence. Wouldn't want to start an international incident. Genma stuck a new senbon in his mouth and smiled. Not like they're strong enough now that they could do anything about it even if we did start something, Shikamaru muttered, though it was clear he was merely making an observation rather than suggesting that alternative course of action. They reported their presence to the two young guards, who were far more respectful than the kunoichi at the outpost had been. Indeed they seemed close to nervous, like they thought a wrong word would get them decapitated on the spot. The interim Kazekage is not presently in the village. He returns tomorrow and will gladly receive you then. We apologize most sincerely for the wait. The guards bowed as one and seemed very thankful when they could rise back up again with their heads still attached to their shoulders. It's weird to have people be afraid of us, Naruto whispered as they made their way towards a hotel in the village center. People threw them harried glances and made warding signs behind their backs, and Sakura had to agree. It was unsettling. Suna's central neighborhood seemed very sparsely populated compared to Konoha's, Sakura observed, or else the village's people stayed indoors at this time of day. Or perhaps they had been advised to stay indoors on this particular day. The few people who did pass them on the street were hard-eyed folk in coarse fabrics and headcloths to protect their faces against the wind that whistled through the alleys. Ugh, should have brought better desert gear, said Naruto. Den handed him a long shawl that he wrapped around his head with decisive movements, and then he burrowed deeper into his jacket. They found the hotel with little fuss and the check-in was smooth, even if they were followed by suspicious eyes until they reached their rooms. Doesn't it make any of you guys tense? Naruto asked, turning to look over at where Den and Genma were divesting themselves of some of their outer gear. The atmosphere, I mean. Den looked over. You get used to it, kid. There are places in the world where shinobi are feared as a matter of course. Speak for yourself, said Genma. I still hate it. Makes you glad to have been born in Konoha, eh? I suppose so, Den said, but her crooked smile looked a tad chilly. Sakura glanced up at her headband, wondering if there was a caged bird seal etched into the skin behind it. What are we gonna do until tomorrow? Just wait here. Naruto asked, turning towards Genma. He raised his eyebrows and nodded towards Sakura and Shikamaru. I don't like the thought of being cooped up here for that long. Shikamaru frowned faintly looking over at Sakura with an unasked question in his eyes. Sakura nodded. I think we should go and have lunch somewhere. Get a feel for what Suna thinks of us beneath the fear. From the corner of her eye she saw Genma and Izumo exchange a look. Shikamaru is probably right, Sakura thought. There is definitely something more going on here. But neither offered any objections, so a few minutes later they were back out the door. A set of shinobi were lounging about in the corridor in the midst of casual conversation, like their presence there was a mere accident. Definitely being watched, then, Sakura thought, unsurprised. Me and Izumo are gonna go exploring for a bit, Genma announced suddenly as they made their way out onto the street. How about you find us some nice, cozy place to eat? Naruto looked at him incredulously, but before he or anybody else had a chance to say anything, Genma had grabbed Izumo by the collar and set out. Exploring, tch, said Shikamaru, and Sakura agreed. There was no way they'd wander off for such a frivolous reason, no matter how carefree they looked. Are they up to something? Naruto asked. Of course they are. But it is not our business, said Den, voice whip-sharp but quiet. As they meandered through the streets, Sakura noticed far more homeless people than she ever had in Konoha. There seemed to be at least one in every corner. Some were missing limbs or marked by kunai. Don't they have a veteran's home? Naruto said, brow furrowed. Suna isn't exactly rolling in money, Shikamaru muttered. Despite his flippant tone, he looked ill at ease. Konoha is quite wealthy, Naruto, Sakura said quietly, linking her arm with his. Mostly to stop him from approaching one of the beggars. Sakura wasn't sure how that would be construed, but it was unlikely they would believe that a foreign national talking to one of Suna's ex-shinobi had good intentions. Yeah, but it's not like we don't have homeless people. Naruto frowned. There are lots in the Hana district. But they're civilians. What were you doing in the Hana district? Den was frowning. Naruto shrugged. I live nearby. They ended up at a small restaurant on the main street, one with views of the whole street and all the larger, more popular restaurants scattered about. Most were pretty empty, to Sakura's total lack of surprise. Even if they hadn't been told to stay indoors, Suna's people probably couldn't afford to eat out much right now. Or else they were too paranoid to move freely about. Genma and Izumo appeared just as they were ordering their food, looking for all the world like they really had just been out for a stroll. All done? Asked Shikamaru as he sat down, scraping the chair against the floor and thus hiding the sound of his voice. Mostly. And now we're hungry. Said Genma with a grin. For all that they pretended to be relaxed, they ate quickly. Genma had checked the food for tampering and given them a subtle all-clear signal when he was done. It made it difficult to truly enjoy the food, though it was certainly well prepared. In the midst of their quiet conversation, voices floated in through the opened window, getting louder as they approached. The croaky voice of an old woman and a lower voice of indeterminable gender intermingled. And to be careful. Respectful. Feelings don't matter. That's easy for Konoha want to see them, at least. Shikamaru and Sakura exchanged a look. Naruto stretched his neck to catch sight of whoever was speaking so carelessly. Must be a civilian, Sakura thought. Shinobi wouldn't be that careless. She certainly sounds mad, said Izumo, stirring his soup idly. The voices drifted away and Sakura was beginning to relax again when the doors slammed open. An older woman with grey hair partially covered by a dark headband strode in. Or stomped in, really. She squinted in their direction, lips taut. It was unlikely that she was going to start a fight in the middle of a restaurant, but Sakura still prepared herself. She'd been wrong to think the voice had belonged to a civilian, because this was clearly someone with shinobi training. It was all in the woman's gait, in her deeply calloused hands. Elder, please don't, said a younger woman dogging the old woman's steps. A Suna headband glinted on her forehead. Konoha, the old woman greeted as she strode up to their table. At least Sakura thought it was meant to be a greeting. It sounded close to an accusation. Hello, said Naruto, giving her a little wave. Nice to meet you. You haven't changed, the old woman said, squinting at Naruto. Sweet and harmless on the outside, dangerous as desert vipers on the inside. Elder Cho, said the younger woman, putting a hand on the elder's shoulder. Her low voice was sharp with warning. That is enough. Sweat glinted on her brow and Sakura caught the nervous twitch of her hands when she turned to bow. My apologies for disturbing your lunch, Konoha Tachi. My honored elder appears to have forgotten her manners. Elder Cho scoffed. These kidnappers are getting the kind of greeting they deserve. So it's like that. Genma said, talking in between bites of his fish. You lost a few of your most precious brats in the stupidest maneuver since Kumo's attempt to overthrow their daimyo and now you want to pretend to be offended. Elder Chiyo's face tightened with anger. I curse your village. You do that, said Genma, leaning back on his chair languidly. It was a very obvious display of irreverence and Sakura had to wonder if that was the most practical way to handle this confrontation, for all that their village was currently at an advantage. Pardon us, said the younger woman icily, grabbing a hold of the elder's elbow and forcing her to follow along with the movement when she stepped back. Was that smart? Said Shikamaru, eyeing the women's backs as they stepped out the door. We can't let them get away with insulting us, said Izumo quietly, serene as a statue. They are at fault and any attempts to blame us for the consequences must be nipped in the bud. We can't tolerate disrespect if we want to approach them from a superior position. They left the restaurant a few minutes later and this time Sakura thought she noticed a few hostile stares as they made their way back to the hotel. Perhaps some of the people outside had overheard the exchange. What a bother to miss Tsunade-sama's installation for this, said Genma when they reached their hotel. You just want an excuse to party, said Izumo drily. Genma grinned in his general direction. I didn't know they were doing the Hokage ceremony thing now, said Naruto, voice a little plaintive. Yab. Apparently Sandame is really eager to retire. Can't say I blame him, Genma said. Having the worst job in the village for that long. It's not the worst job, said Naruto firmly. Far from it, even with the stress and administrative work. And how would you know? Said Genma. I've been reading lots about what Hokages do. Like their duties and stuff. Naruto crossed his forearms behind his head. It's a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. And involves a lot less ass-kicking than I was hoping for. The Hokage's everyday work is mostly administrative, said Izumo. But they are certainly called upon to defend the village in times of need. They walked back to the hotel at a leisurely pace, but once they were back inside their rooms, Sakura noticed a moment of tension in all of the adult members of their team. She exchanged a look with Sasuke. He had spent the day in watchful silence but had seemed less bothered by the hostile foreigners than Naruto and Shikamaru. He was perched in the window and glared out into the street. Though she could only see his profile, Sakura thought she spotted the red sheen of Sharingan in his eyes. The hours passed so uneventfully that Sakura had to keep herself from nodding off. Genma and Izumo had been deep in conversation for a while now. Shikamaru was dozing on one of the beds and Naruto was pestering Den about something or other. The sun set and darkness descended. With it came a chill wind that made the windows rattle and whine against the windowsills. We should create a guard rotation, Sakura said. Shikamaru stretched like a feline and nodded. Traditional setup? He asked through a yawn. Sakura shrugged assent. She got third watch and slid into one of the beds gratefully. 2 hours worth of good sleep would leach some of the day's tension from her body, if nothing else. She'd finally developed a field shinobi skill at falling asleep almost on command and put it to good use. The night had been so quiet that it had made Sakura's guard rotation feel a little tense. After the meeting with the old kunoichi yesterday, she'd been prepared for something to happen, and when nothing did, all her tension had nowhere to go. Almost as soon as the sun rose, a messenger had come to the door to request their presence in the Kazekage's office at 2 past bright zenith, as he'd put it. His Wind Country dialect had been so strong he'd been difficult to understand even without desert jargon. Quite the insult, said Izumo when the messenger left. It took Sakura a moment to connect the dots. Because 1400 hours is the hottest time of day. Izumo nodded, his brows creasing. And we can't deny them the request without it impacting the optics of this mission. We'll just have to find some other way to politely slap them down, said Genma, shoving a ration into his mouth with a miserable frown. Apparently the hotel's iced coffee supply hadn't been up to his caffeine addict standards, as Izumo had brightly called them. Better let me deal out the diplomatic slaps, said Izumo, and Genma grunted. They stayed in the hotel to strategize until the hour of the meeting was upon them. In a collected troop they followed the messenger who came to guide them to the Kazekage's office. The office was a large onion-shaped building bearing a sign with the kanji for wind. Sakura wondered idly how many eyes were locked onto their approaching forms through the building's many small, circular windows. As they were let in, she made sure to keep track of the corridors they moved through as well as the occasional marker in the form of a piece of furniture or a potted plant. They were led up a spiral staircase and the halls echoed with their collective steps. They met nobody else on their way up, and that had to be by careful design. The Hokage's tower was always bustling with shinobi presence. So, who's the interim Kazekage? Genma asked, sounding like he couldn't really care less. Oh, pardon me. I thought you had already informed yourselves. The messenger said, pushing his desert shawl behind his shoulder. Power play, thought Sakura, exchanging a glance with Shikamaru. There was no way they hadn't been under constant surveillance since they stepped into Suna, which meant that the messenger knew very well that they hadn't been able to inform themselves. Ah, I'm sorry. Since so many of your best jounin passed in the recent conflict, we were never able to establish who was selected to the position of Kazekage, said Izumo. Sakura had to admire both the subtleness of the insult as well as Izumo's apologetic tone. He actually sounded sympathetic. The corners of the messenger's eyes tightened, but he only bowed his acknowledgement in return. Not quite confident enough in their village's position to carry on the not-so-playful banter. The interim Kazekage is Beatty TJR, he said instead, voice carefully void of inflection. You picked someone from the Western Territories to be your Kazekage? Genma asked, letting surprise show openly on his face. Suna was notoriously insular and as Sakura had understood it, hadn't always had the best of relationships with their neighbors. He might have been born in the territories, but after decades in service of Suna, he is certainly no outsider. There was a thin, polite frostiness riding the polite explanation. Without waiting for further reaction, he knocked on the polished wooden door leading to the Kazekage's office. Come in, said a heavy voice that Sakura immediately recognized as geriatric. Not what she'd expected, at all. Suna's median age was lower than all the other hidden villages put together. Perhaps an elder, then, she thought. They lined themselves up before the wooden desk, behind which an elderly man was seated. His hair was braided into a style Sakura recognized from old history textbooks as a lattice in twine. It had been a common style among the Suna founding clans. His hair was liberally shot through with grey, but he had plainly aged in the same way their Hokage had, with a spine of steel that had rusted not at all. "Greetings, people of Konoha," he said when they had introduced themselves, and bade them to sit down in the chairs facing his desk. His eyes were so dark that the pupil could not be appreciated inside the circle of the iris. "Hawk eyes," thought Sakura. "I do apologize for keeping you waiting," he said, bending his head just enough for Sakura to guess he wasn't the least bit sorry. "No surprise there." "It was no trouble," said Izumo with a smile. "We had time to sightsee a little of your lovely village." Laying it on a bit thick, Sakura thought. But Izumo clearly understood political games, so this was his field to play. "So I heard," said the Kazekage. He asked about their stay, what they thought of the food they'd had the opportunity to try, if they had enjoyed the view from the hotel, and Sakura had to wonder if playing at being a doddering grandfatherly type was a widespread fetish among powerful old men. She banished her distracting irritation and poked Naruto discreetly in the shoulder to stop his slight antsy movements. Yes, this song and dance was boring and a waste of time, but at least assassins weren't catapulting in through the windows to rip their throats out. That was something, at least. Suddenly spider cracks appeared across the glass of one of the small windows, and a man in a mask catapulted in and landed on the carpet. Sakura's hand twitched for weaponry, Naruto half rose from his chair, Shikamaru's eyes opened fully for the first time in half an hour, and the masked man proceeded to salute both the Kazekage and the gathered Konoha team. "Quite the entrance," said Genma, who hadn't even twitched. The man removed his mask to reveal a woman's face. "Oops," thought Sakura. Though to be fair, she was a very tall, square-looking woman. "Pardon me. It was not my intention to put your guards up," she said, voice rough as sandstone. That was clearly bullshit, but neither Genma nor Izumo made a move to contradict her. "Urgent message for the Kazekage." She handed him the message and hopped back out through the now broken window. "It must be very expensive to have your shinobi destroying the windows every time they need to deliver urgent messages," said Izumo, in the kind of commiserating voice Sakura sometime heard her gossipy neighbors use. Just as insincere. She was quite certain that noticeable lack of sincerity was by design. "Sometimes it really is that urgent," said TJR with a shrug that implied resignation. Sakura spotted Naruto's skeptical frown before he wiped it off his face. Her heart was slowing down again, but the interruption had been quite a masterful tactic to break their focus. "And the fact that we have your Jinhyuriki is not," said Izumo, voice so level that it took half a beat for Sakura to parse the words. A ripple of stiffness passed through Naruto, though his expression didn't change. Sakura glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He had recognized something in that sentence. As had TJR. His dark gaze flattened into something stony. He was shocked, she thought. For all that he looked angry, that expression read more as stunned one to her. "You certainly don't mince your words, Konoha-san," he said after a long moment. He dropped the message scroll carelessly into a drawer, which told Sakura all she needed to know about the message's importance. "We've certainly had a nice chat, but business matters call on our attention." Izumo bowed his head respectfully. "They are alive." "Yes, all of them." Immediate confirmation, which Sakura hadn't expected. "Wouldn't it have been better to make the Kazekage work for the information? Is this where I make some pithy comment about the bleeding hearts of Konoha?" Izumo cleared his throat. "That would be ill-fitting, I should think. Considering what it took to acquire that information." TJR's expression sharpened so briefly that Sakura wondered if she just imagined the spiky anger rising in his eyes. "If you have maimed them beyond repair, there will be no good resolution to this matter." He said it so quietly that Sakura felt a frisson of unease race up her back. "There has been no maiming, Kazekage-sama," said Izumo, voice calm and slow. "I guess we are bleeding hearts, after all." The Kazekage snorted. "The reputation you have fostered does your village credit. Very effective." "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," said Izumo, voice as smooth as sap. "I'm sure you don't." The Kazekage's voice was dry, but Izumo's words had dispelled the rising tension in the room. "Thank Merlin." Sakura had no idea how many shinobi were currently surrounding the office and she didn't particularly want to find that out. The Kazekage sat back in his chair and gave them all a slow look. "You know, then. About the former Kazekage's youngest son housing the Ichibai?" "Yes." Sakura was quite certain that Izumo had phrased it that way to inform the rest of them of the matter. She'd have appreciated a heads up, because now she had to hide the slight reeling sensation that came over her. So that's what Jinhyuriki means. She thought, keeping her gaze from slanting towards Naruto. Konoha was clearly in quite the advantageous position, if they had captured the host of the Ichibai. I hope he gave you no trouble? Garakun can be quite a handful, I'm afraid. Izumo smiled politely. Nothing we couldn't handle. Most fortunate. Seals of that nature can be so temperamental. The Kazekage grimaced faintly. Especially when they were applied by someone other than a Fuinjutsu master, Izumo said, all but oozing sympathy. TJR's grimaced stiffened. Your intel department has my admiration. Izumo shrugged eloquently. Marino-san is ever efficient. I should hope I never have cause to experience that efficiency, said the Kazekage with a reluctant, amused twist to his wrinkled lips. Izumo shook his head, smile firmly in place, but said nothing. About recent events, TJR started and now he was clearly more carefully choosing his words. You are aware of the snake's involvement? Naturally. Izumo's smile disappeared. Missing nin were embarrassments, at best, to their respective villages. At worst, they were a sign of weakness that could hurt a village's relationship with outside clients. Our Kazekage had been dead for a while before the plans were set into motion. TJR frowned. We have yet to establish when he was murdered and replaced by the snake, but it was before it was decided that Suna should involve themselves with Kumigakure's campaign. We appreciate the clarification, said Izumo, bending his neck slightly in acknowledgement. Sakura wondered if they were supposed to believe the Kazekage's words or not. She'd seen Orochimaru rip the Kazekage's face off and reveal his own mien underneath, so that part was undeniable. But it sure was convenient for Suna to claim Konoha's missing nin had set everything in motion, and that they were without blame. The Kazekage frowned and there was a long, quiet pause before he spoke again. On behalf of Tsunagakure, I would like to extend an apology. He looked like he was about to choke on the word. Izumo bowed deeper from his seated position with a fist pressed to his chest in the old, ceremonial way shinobi used to accept formal apologies. Sakura was quite sure they weren't actually interested in allowing Suna to deny responsibility, but she also knew the value in not stomping on proud people when they bent to you from a vulnerable position. It should be of little surprise to you that we still expect reparations for damages incurred, Izumo said. All the same, we thank you for the acknowledgement of wrongdoing on your part. He didn't actually acknowledge wrongdoing, Sakura thought with a flicker of amusement at the Kazekage's increasingly severe frown. But he can't exactly deny it now, either. Not without walking back the apology. Or admitting outright that Suna had been tricked by Orochimaru, which would cast his village in an even worse light. It was one thing to plan a treacherous invasion for tactical advantage and quite another to be the pawn of another hidden village's missing nin. It was better to come across as warmongers than fools. Fools and prey were practically synonyms in this world. What sort of reparations are you looking for, more precisely? His tone was crisp enough to resemble brittle ice. We would need reassurance that these unfortunate events would not be repeated, naturally, said Izumo. Naturally, TJR echoed, but something told Sakura that whatever promise he gave as reassurance would be worth less than nothing. Little surprise there, honestly. Though if Suna did decide to retaliate for this indignity eventually, that would inform both the other hidden villages and potential clients that perhaps Suna's promises weren't worth the paper they were written on. Suna would have to be very subtle in acting out any plan of vengeance if they wanted to halt that kind of reputation. And it's not relevant at the moment, anyway. They're too weak to do much right now. Izumo carefully brokered a deal wherein Suna would not get involved in any coming conflicts on a side opposing Konoha. It was an hour's worth of overly polite haggling, where Sakura started to wonder what the rest of them were even there for. They could have waited outside the office and let Izumo and TJR duke it out on their own. But I guess we're sending a message, she thought, struggling to keep her spine upright. Shikamaru had been sagging a little in his chair for the past 30 minutes and Naruto looked like his mind had drifted off to greener pastures. Sasuke, Den, and Genma all seemed unaffected by the long wait, with Genma having taken to playing with one of his senbon. Also some sort of power play, Sakura thought about that obvious show of boredom. In addition, started Izumo when the Kazekage had signed the deal with his personal seal. We figured we might offer you to repay your debt to Konoha with a small favor. The Kazekage was stone-faced as Izumo laid out their wish to form a trade agreement. The ability to access Suna trade routes into the western territories as well as take part of Suna's trade agreement with the territories with Suna working as a proxy on their behalf. Is that all? Said TJR in a tone that suggested he wanted to spit in Izumo's face. We have no wish to upset Tsunagakure's economy and no plans to interfere with your imports or exports. Izumo's tone suggested that in an informal setting, he would have held his palms up in an attempt to stave off the Kazekage's low-intensity anger. Nor do we have any interest in establishing ourselves on this market. We don't, thought Sakura. What's the point of this diplomatic sideshow, then? The Kazekage paused, clearly surprised. Disbelieving too, probably. Is that so? Yes. We would even sign a deal to that effect, if it would reassure you. The Kazekage's gaze was shrewd and he slowly drummed the tips of his fingers against the desktop. You know, then. Pardon. Said Izumo. What kind of pottery the territories can make? He said it slowly and carefully, like he wasn't sure he'd read the situation correctly. Izumo looked genuinely confused. Bowls, cups, gem-laden ceramic jewelry, and beautiful, ornate jars and vases. I think I heard something about tea sets and sculptures as well. Other than that, I couldn't say. I must beg your pardon, the intricacies of the pottery trade escapes me entirely. You once had a deal with the territories, if I recall correctly, said TJR. Until about 6 years ago. That deal fell through, I'm afraid, said Izumo. Very regrettable. The Kazekage gave him a long stare that Sakura couldn't hope to read. His eyes seemed to lie in shadow, even though there were no actual shadows obscuring his features. If you sign an agreement on behalf of your village not to become involved in the pottery and ceramics trade, he said finally, I will agree to this. You needn't deliberate it with your council. Izumo asked. TJR shook his head slowly, deliberately. No. This is a deal I have the ability to broker without their counsel. His subsequent smile was a little grim and made Sakura wonder about Suna's internal politics. After what happened with the invasion, they had to be chaotic right now. They made courteous small talk while ironing out the details. Both TJR and Izumo got in a few polite jibes that Sakura hoped wouldn't set relations between Suna and Konoha back further. The Kazekage looked tight about the eyes, like he was keeping a hot temper in check, and Sakura saw the beads of sweat making their way down Izumo's nape. These political games were clearly tiring for everyone involved. She could barely imagine Naruto committing to this kind of verbal sniping on a long-term basis, but if he was sticking with that ambition of his, this was the sort of thing he'd be doing in the future. That will be all for today, I think, said the Kazekage finally, when talks were grounding to a halt. Izumo murmured agreement. They took formal leave of the Kazekage and as they trooped out the door, Sakura heard the Kazekage's voice. I know what you know, Konohatachi. It was quiet enough that they could pretend not to hear and indeed only Izumo, Genma, Den and Sakura seemed to have heard him, since they made up the rear of the group. If he really knows what we know, why agree to it? Genma asked quietly of Izumo. Sakura pretended she was deaf to the question, though the two of them were right behind her. She didn't really want to get involved in the politics of this diplomatic mess. She had enough messes waiting for her back in Konoha. They quickly made their way back to the hotel. The stares on the streets were just as hostile today as they had been yesterday, but knowing that they could soon return home, it seemed to matter less. You were really good at that verbal sparring stuff, said Naruto to Izumo, plopping down on a bed. Shikamaru slouched in beside him and seemed to fall asleep between one heartbeat and another. Suzuki stared out the window, looking thoughtful. I have gotten used to it over the years, said Izumo, taking a swig from Genma's water bottle. It's a good skill to have, even if you are not a diplomat. Politics are so boring though. But yet, I guess it is pretty useful. Naruto fell back beside Shikamaru with a sigh. I guess I'll have to learn. He mumbled. Sakura sidled up beside Izumo. He'd impressed her with his handling of the Kazekage, though she'd feel like she was sucking up if she said so outright. You're different from that time in the library, she said instead. That's where she'd seen him before the exam, she'd finally realized. It was such a long time ago that it had completely slipped her mind. Izumo turned to look at her. What do you mean? You're so much smoother, calmer. Sakura paused. You could have handled me like that too, you know. Then you wouldn't have set off any of my internal stalker alarms. Izumo's brows tilted together. What are you talking about? Pretty sure Izumo wouldn't stalk a girl, said Genma, rubbing his eyes with a tired frown. The heat didn't seem to be doing him much good. I wouldn't stalk anyone, said Izumo, rolling his eyes. I didn't mean actual stalking, said Sakura, refusing to let herself be sidetracked. I meant that time in the library. Izumo frowned. I honestly don't know what time you're referring to, Harano-kun. The hair on the back of Sakura's neck prickled. He looked completely sincere and had no reason that she could think of to lie to her. She wasn't misremembering, was she? But no, she'd never even seen another shinobi who only covered his chin the way Izumo did. We met in the library once. If you mean the shinobi library, I haven't been there in years, said Izumo. Genma was looking at her now, too. Sakura made sure to keep the unease off her face. I must have been mistaken, she said, shrugging. I thought it was you, but I wasn't sure. Liar. She was sure. But if it hadn't been him, if it had just been someone who looked exactly like him, that meant it had been someone under an illusion. Who had approached her as Izumo for some reason. Without even meaning to, she found herself edging up to Sasuke's side. She didn't know why, because she wasn't going to mention, whatever this was. Not until she'd thought it through. But I'm not going to let it become a secret either. No more pointless secrets, if I can help it. Sasuke looked over at her, but unlike Naruto he made no attempt to break the silence between them. That was just what she needed right now. Are there any here? Asked Sasuke quietly a few minutes later. It took Sakura a moment to realize that he was talking about ghosts. Not as many as in Konoha, she murmured. But yes. Sasuke nodded and didn't ask her to describe them, which was what Sakura thought he would do. I want to talk to my mother, he said a few minutes later. His expression was tense and the words were so quiet Sakura had to read his lips to parse them. All right, said Sakura easily. She'd expected that, of course. And she should have known that Sasuke's mind would still be on her revelation. It was quite the paradigm shift, she couldn't deny that. Sasuke glanced her way and nodded shortly, allowing silence to descend once again. They went to bed early to be able to rise in the small hours of the night, when the desert air was chill and darkness covered every dune and rock. The evening and early night was as uneventful as the previous one, so Sakura shouldn't have been surprised when the concussive sound of an explosion broke the silence and punched them all awake. She knew it had been too quiet, gone too smoothly. Team 7 didn't have smooth missions. With no comments exchanged between them, they armed themselves. Through the window Sakura heard angry shouting and the whizzing of multiple jutsu. Something lightning cracked, something fiery sped past the building. An unnatural wind roared in the distance. The door to their hotel room was ripped open by the same messenger from yesterday. Dirty and bloodied, he took stock of them as if to assure himself that they weren't the originators of the burgeoning fight. Status? Asked Shikamaru. Unknown, cloaked missing nin, the messenger panted. North, approaching the center of the village. Approaching you. Description? Asked Sakura as they all followed him out. People were rushing through the streets, kicking up sand and grit as they moved. Civilian parents were shuffling their children into buildings, shinobi were hopping from rooftops to rooftops and shouting evacuation orders. The desert night was bright with jutsu light tearing through the black sky above. Black cloaks with red clouds, said the messenger. Shark man, teenager with black hair. I don't know more beyond that. Genma stopped short where he was and then abruptly rounded on Shikamaru and Sakura. I'm overriding mission protocol. Your orders are to evacuate the other kids. Get outside of Suna as quickly as you can and don't stop running. Neither Sakura nor Shikamaru bothered to protest that they were supposed to be the mission leaders. They'd all learned the emergency protocols in the academy. Izumo took the deals he'd brokered on behalf of Konoha and stuck half of them in Sakura's kunao pouch and the other half in Shikamaru's. Sakura understood that their safekeeping was also part of their orders. Are you staying here? Genma, Izumo, and Den all exchanged a hurried glance that seemed to convey all the information the three of them needed. Yes. Now, go. Naruto clearly wanted to protest and Sasuke looked none too happy about being sent away, but they all obeyed. Because something was clearly very wrong. They all but stumbled away towards the gates, picking up speed as they went until they were moving so quickly that the wind was whipping up tears in Sakura's eyes as she sprinted. More explosions ricocheted off buildings behind them and new jutsu lit up the night and blotted out the stars with their light. They ran. The desert swallowed the sound of their steps and the image of their shadows. All Sakura heard were the rasps of her teammates' rapid breaths and her own beating heart. Her head burned cold, though she hadn't called up any of her magic. They had to stop, finally. Shikamaru couldn't keep up with Team 7's speed for long distances. She couldn't hold that against him, though the antsy vibration running through her legs made it difficult to still. A rock outcropping made for both shelter and cover as they pushed themselves behind it. It was so dark that Sakura couldn't see a hand in front of her face. The sound of explosions had faded and the night sky was dotted with stars whose light didn't reach the sands. We'll just stop for a few minutes, said Shikamaru, voice raspy. Sorry about that. We're all ragged, Sakura whispered. The lack of knowledge about what they were running from, coupled with the adult shinobi's obvious alarm, made for a more frightening experience than if they'd been presented with the threat head-on. But her heartbeat was slowing down. They were all used to frightening experiences to one degree or other. We need to move, said Sasuke a few minutes later. His voice was tense but not obviously fearful. The need to move pressed into Sakura's bones as well, making her legs jump a little where she hunched beside Naruto. You should never have stopped moving, foolish little brother. The deep, masculine voice cut through the dark of the night like an axe. Sakura could barely see Sasuke's silhouette and yet she felt his sudden tension, saw his stiffening muscles before her inner eye, and understood that whatever had so alarmed the adults had now found its way to them. The sky lit up with fire. It washed away all darkness, chased away every shadow, and in the stark light she saw a man that looked so much like Sasuke that she didn't need to look twice to realize who he was. This was the Uchiha clan's murderer. Mikoto-san's killer. Sasuke's older brother. This was Uchiha Itachi. A/N, studying plus working equals close to zero free time. I thought I'd have more time to write, but it just hasn't been possible. As always, I appreciate your thoughts on the chapter. Things are continuing to heat up in all sorts of ways.